Chapter 1. The Perilous Demon Sect. The Demon Sect. All the trembling, menial disciples, captured and frightened, stood in a line awaiting their fates. Among them was Meng Chuan. He never anticipated that upon his sudden arrival in this world, before he could comprehend the situation, he would already be seized by the members of the Demon Sect. At that moment, several middle-aged men clad in black robes, adorned with sharp blades, were perusing a roster to determine the destinies of all present. Meng Chuan noticed that each bore an embroidered emblem on their chests, the meaning of which eluded him. He listened intently as the man in black called out names. Alchemy Chamber, Mechanism Division, Soul Captured Apartment, Herb Garden, Puppet Chamber, and Laundry Room. The variety was vast, although some titles remained unclear to him. He could surmise their general nature. "You, go to the Herb Garden." The man summoned, already trembling in terror, collapsed to his knees as if sentenced to death. "Please, my lord. The humble servant wishes to live. I beseech you to assign me elsewhere. Anywhere but the Herb Garden." As he pleaded, he produced a translucent jade pendant from his waist, presenting it with desperation. "This is my ancestral treasure. I implore your mercy." The man in black accepted the pendant, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Very well. I shall grant your request." Overwhelmed with gratitude, the middle-aged man prostrated himself repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, thank you." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the black-clad figure struck him down with a single swift motion, the man's head collapsing like a deflated balloon, blood splattering. Everywhere, the black-clad man raised his hand, and a dark mist enveloped the corpse, which vanished without a trace as the mist retreated into his sleeve. Meng Chuan stood in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Had it not been for the blood staining the ground, he might have thought he was dreaming. Does anyone else wish to share his fate? The tone of the black-clad man was chillingly indifferent, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. The assembled crowd turned pale with fear, not daring to utter a word. Satisfied with their silence, the black-clad man continued to assign destinies. Soon it was Meng Chuan's turn. "You, assist the formal disciples in the Herb Garden." Meng Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He recalled the terror in the eyes of the man before him. Any place would do, as long as he was spared from the Herb Garden. Though he was ignorant of the true nature of the Herb Garden's work, he recognized its inherent dangers. Faced with the inevitable, Meng Chuan had no choice but to acquiesce, nodding in compliance. The shock of the previous man's demise weighed heavily on him. Despite having read numerous web novels that depicted perilous situations, the difference between knowing and experiencing was stark. Meng Chuan was determined not to meet an untimely and inexplicable end right after his arrival. No matter the circumstances, he resolved to tread carefully, devise a means to survive, and above all, endure. Soon, everyone was divided into several teams, with Meng Chuan being led by a woman adorned in a black veil. Although her features were obscured, it was evident that she possessed extraordinary beauty. Her voice, chilling and ethereal, resonated in the ears of the gathered crowd. The Herb Garden is divided into the front courtyard and the rear garden. The front courtyard is primarily overseen by official disciples, while you will be gathering spiritual herbs in the rear garden. Each month, you will receive a task list that must be fulfilled. Failure to do so may result in your transformation into a puppet, she proclaimed. Although referred to as the rear garden, it actually encompasses the entire back mountain. This area is a paradise of sorts, rich in spiritual energy, hence abundant in spiritual herbs. However, each type of spiritual herb has different effects and distinct harvesting methods. If you wish to survive, it is prudent to exercise caution. After her words, the group nodded in a mix of comprehension and confusion. The veiled woman, uninterested in elaborating further, regarded them merely as fodder for the unknown. Meng Chuan hesitated momentarily, then inquired, "Will we have the opportunity to become official disciples?" Upon hearing this, the woman paused, her gaze appraising Meng Chuan. The depth of her dark eyes sent a shiver down his spine. "First, focus on how to ensure your survival," she replied before leading the group into the demonic sect. The entire sect was constructed upon a sheer cliff. Beyond the mountain peak, a steep path descended to the back mountain. Numerous hollows had been hewn into the cliffs, hosting robust tree trunks and an array of wooden huts atop. "This will be your dwelling. After gathering the spiritual herbs each day, return here to rest," she instructed. Cautiously, Meng Chuan peered down, only to be met with an abyss that seemed to plunge into infinity. A misstep could lead to a fatal fall. Seemingly perceiving their trepidation, the woman remarked, "Trust me, once you truly understand the back mountain, you will no longer perceive this place as perilous." With that, she continued to guide them down the mountain. Meng Chuan recalled the pleading expression of the middle-aged man from before. What horrors lay within this herb garden that could surpass the terror of sleeping on a precipice? Before long, the group had traversed the steep path and finally arrived at the back mountain. Yet it bore no resemblance to the paradise he had envisioned. Instead, it appeared as a desolate expanse shrouded in thick fog, littered with crumbling ruins and devoid of life. Could such a place truly yield spiritual herbs? This time, no one offered explanations for his burgeoning doubts. The veiled woman gestured, prompting the group to look up. Before them stood another team, equally sized but appearing utterly exhausted, their eyes devoid of vitality. Considering today is your first day in the mountains, the task will be lighter. Each of you is to collect 10 spiritual herbs. Follow their lead into the mountains, she instructed. Meng Chuan understood he needed to grasp the situation today, otherwise, he might find himself in a dire predicament without even knowing how he met his end. He hurriedly approached, aligning himself behind a familiar-looking middle-aged man. "Hello, my name is Meng Chuan, a newcomer," he introduced himself. The middle-aged man turned his head slightly to regard Meng Chuan, responding, "Meng Chuan? Are you from Meng family village?" Meng Chuan was unaware of Mengjia village, but at this moment, in order to foster a closer connection, he nodded without hesitation. Indeed. Indeed. How should I address you? Elder brother. In this cursed place, where one's safety is never guaranteed, a name holds little significance. The middle-aged man sighed deeply and resignedly remarked, "My surname is Zhao. You may call me Zhao Laowu." "Very well, Brother Zhao." Meng Chuan promptly voiced his lingering confusion. "Brother Zhao, what exactly is so terrifying about the back mountain? I see that everyone prefers to go elsewhere rather than come here. Isn't our purpose simply to seek spiritual herbs?" Upon hearing this question, Zhao Laowu regarded Meng Chuan with an expression of incredulity. "You truly do not know this?" Meng Chuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, "I apologize, I am but a naive and uninformed younger brother." Recognizing that Meng Chuan was not mocking him, Zhao Laowu began to elucidate. If it were merely a matter of gathering common herbs, what danger could there be? You might wonder why spiritual herbs do not grow elsewhere, only here. Is it not because this place is a blessed land? That is not entirely incorrect, but that was in the past, Zhao Laowu slowly clarified. Once, this was not a lair of darkness, but rather a renowned righteous sect known as the Wind Clear Sect. Indeed, this place was originally a blessed land where the Wind Clear Sect cultivated numerous spiritual herbs. However, the demon from the evil sect slaughtered the sect's leader, seized this territory, and captured the remaining members to practice their sinister arts. I have heard that such dark practices involve the living skin being stripped away to extract one's spirit during their most agonizing moments, which yields the greatest benefits. For the practitioner, after pillaging all the spiritual herbs from the Wind Clear sect, the evil sect planted malevolent entities here, and the flayed corpses were discarded in this valley to serve as nourishment. These malevolent entities are entirely distinct from ordinary spiritual herbs, while the latter draw upon the essence of the sun and moon. These dark creations are steeped in all manner of resentment and wickedness. Let alone ordinary mortals, even the legitimate disciples of the evil sect, if lacking in sufficient cultivation, could easily lose their minds after prolonged exposure to these malevolent entities. Furthermore, these entities are all toxic, causing one to feel as though countless ants are crawling upon their skin each night, inflicting unbearable pain. It is possible that one may perish from torment before even losing their sanity. As Zhao Laowu spoke, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal his arm, marred by ghastly, festering wounds reminiscent of acid burns. In that moment, Meng Chuan recalled the woman in the black veil. Could it be that her concealed face was due to a similar affliction? Moreover, it is imperative to leave the mist before sunset, no matter the circumstances otherwise. However, Zhao Lao's words were abruptly interrupted by a reprimand from a formal disciple behind him. "Stop dawdling and get to work." Thus, the two were compelled to feign diligence in their search. Meng Chuan's expression darkened. If what Zhao Laowu said held true, merely remaining in this back mountain was tantamount to awaiting a slow demise, while also being tormented day and night by the toxic poison within. Meng Chuan finally comprehended why others were so reluctant to visit the herb garden. However, he pondered why it was imperative to depart the mist before sunset. Surely, there must be something lurking within. At that moment, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. His immediate priority was to gather 10 spiritual herbs today, leaving other concerns to be addressed later. Thus, Meng Chuan commenced his search. Before long, he stumbled upon a crimson flower amidst a patch of desolation, exuding a foul stench. From a distance, the intricate patterns on the flower resembled a gaping maw. A wave of nausea swept over Meng Chuan, yet he cautiously approached to pluck it. Just as his fingers grazed the flower, an excruciating pain surged through him. However, In the next instant, a mechanical notification resonated in his mind. Name: Meng Chuan. Current spiritual points: 0. Cultivation method: none can be deduced through spiritual points. Physical condition: none can be deduced through spiritual points. Realm: mortal can be deduced through spiritual points. Congratulations, host! You have absorbed the toxic gas of the bloodmouth herb and gained 10 spiritual points. Immediately, the agonizing sensation vanished without a trace, and the current spiritual points increased to 10. Meng Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Had his golden finger finally arrived? System: quickly inform me of your functionalities. Ding. This system can assist the host in absorbing all substances, automatically filtering out negative effects, and converting them into corresponding spiritual points. Note: the host can deduce cultivation methods, physical condition, and realm through spiritual points. More system functionalities await development as the host's realm advances. A gleam of delight filled Meng Chuan's eyes. Overwhelmed with joy, he realized that the intense pain he had felt earlier had vanished in an instant. It was the system that had filtered out the toxins. This meant he could not only remain immune to poisons, but also acquire spiritual points from these malevolent substances. Calm down. Maintain composure. In a state of exhilaration, Meng Chuan reminded himself to steady his nerves and avoid drawing attention from those around him due to his elation. He decided to thoroughly investigate the system upon returning home that night, suppressing his excitement and resuming his quest for spiritual herbs. It must be said that the demonic sect's method of cultivating malevolent entities using flesh as nourishment proved remarkably effective. Meng Chuan found 10 spiritual herbs just before sunset with minimal effort. Without exception, the system filtered out all toxins, yielding a total of 120 spiritual points. After submitting the 10 spiritual herbs, the first day finally concluded, and the group returned to the wooden cabin atop the cliff to rest. Chapter 2. You are powerful, yet there are those who are even more formidable. Nightfall. The moon hung bright amidst a sparse array of stars, while the fog below the cliff thickened as if it would never dissipate. In such a perilous realm of the demonic sect, Meng Chuan yearned fervently for strength. What significance does having a system hold? In this world of predators, even with a system, he could merely cultivate slightly faster than others. You may be powerful, but there will always be those who surpass you. Regardless of one's innate superiority or formidable prowess, there will always be others who possess greater talents and strengths. Upon accessing the system interface, Meng Chuan observed that aside from the spiritual points, nothing else had altered. He understood clearly that in order to survive, he must expedite the enhancement of his abilities, adopting a strategy of cautious development and modest behavior, which he deemed the path to longevity. With resolve, Meng Chuan opened the system interface once more, noting that aside from the spiritual points, no other changes were evident. He glanced at the panel, intending to commence his endeavors with physical enhancement. Please allocate spiritual points, the system prompted. With determination, Meng Chuan decided to invest all the spiritual points he had acquired that day. As the figure in the spiritual points column dwindled to 0, a voice resonated in his mind. You have invested 120 spiritual points to deduce physical enhancement. The physical body is a product of innate qualities, categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Those endowed with a unique physique often find their cultivation significantly more fruitful. While the gifted possess innate physiques, ordinary individuals may only refine their bodies through external aids or fortuitous opportunities. To forge your physique, you have absorbed the malevolent energies of sinister entities daily, engaging in body refinement for 12 years, ultimately achieving a low-level Yellow Tier 5 Poison's corrupted corpse physique. The system's voice faded. Meng Chuan felt a remarkable transformation within himself. It was as though an inexhaustible reservoir of strength had been awakened, significantly enhancing both his power and speed, while the aches that had plagued him during the day vanished without a trace. Most importantly, Meng Chuan discovered that he could subconsciously summon a trace of toxic energy, reminiscent of that which had emanated from the malevolent entities in the valley. Was this the physique he had attained? Though it was merely a low-level yellow-tier physique, Meng Chuan found satisfaction in it, for he had acquired a measure of self-defense capabilities. He gained a deeper understanding of the deduction process. It appeared that this deduction was contingent upon his current surroundings and conditions. Since he could not leave the herb garden's rear mountain, the only external forces available for enhancement were those sinister entities. However, as Meng Chuan pondered this, a piercing wail abruptly shattered his thoughts. Bang! In the next moment, a muffled thud echoed. Meng Chuan felt as though something had collided with the base of his wooden dwelling. Something lurked in the valley. A chill ran through Meng Chuan as he recalled Zhao's incomplete warning. One must exit the fog before sunset. Fortunately, the sound of the impact subsided after a brief period, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After waiting a considerable time to confirm his safety, he cautiously crouched by the window, peering through the gap to survey the outside. The fog within the valley had thickened, and a flash of red light darted past, as if a pair of eyes were scrutinizing something. Though he could not ascertain its nature, his intuition suggested that this was indeed the entity he had sensed. Regardless, he resolved to seek clarity from Zhao the following day. After ensuring that all doors and windows were securely fastened, he returned to his bed to rest. The next morning, Meng Chuan was roused from his slumber by the cacophony outside his dwelling. He hurriedly rose and exited the wooden house, noting that the fog had dissipated significantly, and others were preparing to descend the mountain. Meng Chuan caught sight of Brother Zhao and hurriedly followed him. Brother Zhao, did you hear any unusual sounds yesterday? It seemed as though something was colliding with my house. Upon recognizing Meng Chuan, Zhao Laowu began to elucidate. You didn't leave your window open, did you? No. Then that explains it, Zhao Laowu replied. However, encountering the Earth Fiend on the very first night indicates that your luck is somewhat unfortunate. Earth Fiend? What is that? I have mentioned before that although this place is referred to as the Herb Garden, it is essentially a site where flesh and blood accumulate to nurture malevolent entities. The valley is rife with bones and corpses, and the vengeful spirits linger, coalescing here, which we term the Earth Fiend. After sunset, when the Een prevails over the Yang, the Earth Fiend emerges from the mist, capable of devouring humans. If one is invaded by the Earth Fiend, they truly become a living corpse. Perhaps noticing the displeasure on Meng Chuan's face, old Zhao comforted him. However, you need not worry too much. That thing possesses neither intelligence nor the ability to escape the poisonous mist, does it? Meng Chuan reminisced about the crimson glow amidst the fog from the previous night, sensing it was not devoid of intelligence. However, he refrained from inquiring further. At this moment, the enigmatic woman in black veils, who had led them into the valley yesterday, reappeared, holding a scroll in her hand. Before Meng Chuan could gather his thoughts, the others eagerly surrounded her. What is happening? He wondered. You may not be aware, but whenever newcomers arrive, there is a test. It is our sole opportunity for survival. Before Meng Chuan could press for more information, the woman in black flung the scroll into the air, and it unfurled mid-flight. Upon it were inscribed several lines of bold characters, radiating a blinding light, as if gazing upon them for too long would result in blindness. This is the cultivation method of our demonic sect. The sect shows consideration for the disciples of various duties. All newcomers who arrived yesterday may step forward to observe. Those who can cultivate this technique to the foundation establishment stage will be promoted to formal disciples. The woman's frigid voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Upon hearing the phrase formal disciples, the eyes of the onlookers brightened, and those who had arrived with Meng Chuan surged to the forefront. Brother Zhao patted Meng Chuan on the shoulder, encouraging him, you should give it a try. Even the slightest chance is better than enduring torment here while awaiting death. Meng Chuan merely declined a couple of times. Without a clear understanding, he would not be the first to take the plunge. At this moment, the first individual stepped forward, positioning himself less than a meter from the scroll, scrutinizing it intently. In just a couple of breaths, his eyes suddenly erupted with a crimson light, and he let out a chilling scream. However, the woman in the black veil appeared unfazed, coldly remarking, if you cannot withstand it, do not force yourself, lest you suffer the consequences. Next, with this cautionary tale in mind, the others exhibited a heightened sense of wariness. Most could endure only a few seconds before retreating, with the longest holding out for barely 10 seconds. Yet, what astounded everyone was a seemingly frail woman who managed to endure for a full 30 seconds. Meng Chuan observed for a moment before approaching. As he stood before the scroll, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, his eyes feeling as if they were gazing directly into the blazing sun at noon. Surprisingly, it was not as terrifying as he had imagined. However, Meng Chuan, well-versed in the art of survival, understood that he must not appear overly conspicuous. Silently counting the seconds in his mind, after approximately 17 or 18 seconds, he feigned an inability to withstand the intensity, letting out a cry of anguish while covering his eyes. Meng Chuan was acutely aware that in this harsh world, one must demonstrate their worth to survive, yet one should not be overly ostentatious, which is why he chose to withdraw. However, the pressure he had just faced was substantial. Even with his utmost effort, he could only endure for a mere 10 seconds. This was under the assumption of his physical prowess. He found himself inexplicably intrigued by the frail girl. The woman in black gauze observed this scene, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Typically, this was merely a formality, as these auxiliary disciples were often recruited from nearby villages and were unlikely to possess any remarkable talent. In previous instances, it was considered commendable if a few could last for over 10 seconds, yet this time, there appeared to be several promising individuals. With a flick of her wrist, the woman unveiled 3 tokens. Meng Chuan swiftly took the token, which was also bestowed upon the woman and another middle-aged man who had persevered for 20 seconds. They were the 3 individuals who had endured the longest. You 3 shall have 1 month, he declared, and if you can elevate yourselves to the foundation establishment stage, you will be promoted to formal disciples. During this month, your task shall be half of theirs. Furthermore, this token grants you the freedom to enter and exit the valley, though you must not depart from the sect. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the eyes of the 3. After Meng Chuan returned, Brother Zhao's gaze instantly transformed, and with a tone tinged with excitement, he exclaimed, "Meng Chuan, my young friend, I never anticipated that you possessed such extraordinary talent." Meng Chuan could only chuckle and say, "It is merely good fortune. I did not anticipate it either." Chapter 3. The Blackstone Leader. After the test concluded, everyone resumed their search for spiritual herbs. Meng Chuan did not linger. Given the opportunity to depart from the valley, he was eager to swiftly fulfill today's tasks and subsequently venture forth in search of fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, within this valley, the only entities he could rely upon through his deductions were these malevolent beings. However, it must be noted that after the refinement of his physique, he experienced a remarkable transformation. Yesterday, while foraging for spiritual herbs, he felt dizzy and fatigued, but today he encountered none of these issues. In fact, his speed had notably increased. By midday, Meng Chuan had completed today's tasks ahead of schedule, earning an additional 110 spiritual points. The woman in the black veil regarded the 10 spiritual herbs he presented with a hint of surprise in her gaze. She surmised that Meng Chuan intended to leave the valley and promptly cautioned him, "Be sure not to stray from the sect. You must return before nightfall. Moreover, exercise caution. For should you offend any of the esteemed elders, no divine being could rescue you." "Thank you," he replied. Meng Chuan nodded appreciatively from the depths of his heart and then rose to depart from the valley. He retraced his steps to the main hall of the Demon Sect. In truth, he harbored no specific objective. He merely wished to seek his fortune. Just as he found himself in a state of perplexity, a voice seized his attention. "Senior Brother Song has claimed the top spot on the Blackstone list." "What?" "That was a task worth 10,000 contribution points. If Senior Brother Song were to succeed, wouldn't he be directly promoted to Elder? If you're envious, you can certainly give it a try." "Brother, are you jesting? Apart from Senior Brother Song, who possesses such prowess? Anyone else attempting it would only be courting death." Meng Chuan, intrigued by the conversation of those around him, stepped forward to inquire, "Esteemed brothers, could you enlighten me on what the Blackstone ranking entails?" Upon hearing his question, the crowd regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and puzzlement. Meng Chuan hurriedly produced his token and explained, "I am but a humble junior who has just entered the sect, currently tasked with harvesting spiritual herbs in the herb garden's rear courtyard." It became evident that he was merely a servant disciple. The tone of the others shifted to one of disdain. "Naturally, I cannot be compared to my esteemed seniors, for it is apparent that your prowess is extraordinary. And in due course, you shall undoubtedly become pillars of our sect. As the saying goes, among countless praises, flattery rarely reaches the heart." The group found Meng Chuan's compliments quite pleasing and remarked, "The fact that you possess a token indicates that you have received some support in the Demon Heaven treasure record, which makes you superior to those inept individuals. This Blackstone serves as our sect's task board. If one extracts the corresponding Blackstone, they must complete the assigned task within the designated time frame. Success will yield contribution points, while failure leads only to dire consequences. However, such matters are far beyond your current reach. You ought to focus on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and becoming a formal disciple first. Indeed, I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed seniors." Meng Chuan promptly expressed his gratitude. Although he was aware of his current lack of strength, he found himself intrigued by the Blackstone mission. He then approached the Blackstone list and scrutinized it attentively. Blackstone Mission 1. Eliminate the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Swords Sect Realm. Golden Infant Great Perfection Task Reward. 10,000 contribution points. Low-level Xian Grade Cultivation Method. Low-level Xian Grade Magical Artifact. 5th rank Superior Grade Elixir Current Status. Formal Disciple Song 1 has accepted deadline. 30 days. Meng Chuan suddenly comprehended why everyone had been so astonished earlier. To confront the grand elder of another sect was akin to challenging an entire sect single-handedly. It appeared that this brother Song possessed truly formidable strength. However, Meng Chuan did not dwell on the higher-level tasks. Instead, he began to peruse the most basic ones. Generally, these tasks were not overly perilous. Some involved assisting elders with personal matters, while others entailed the search for rare herbs. Yet, with his current capabilities, he was unable to undertake any of them. Just as Meng Chuan was about to depart, a particular line of text caught his eye: Blackstone ranking no. 89. Assist Elder Jin Yuan in locating the whereabouts of the Shaoling, as it is crucial for the crafting of a bone dragon. Task reward, 800 contribution points. 1 mid-tier 3rd grade gathering essence pill. Current status, awaiting acceptance. Time limit, 18 days. Shaoling? What exactly is a Shaoling? In Meng Chuan's mind, the eerie crimson eyes from last night's fog resurfaced, and he recalled Brother Song's words, asserting that they belonged to the mindless earth fiends. Could there be a connection to this malevolent spirit? Yet, this remained merely a conjecture, lacking any certainty. He would undoubtedly hesitate to undertake the mission, for failure in such an endeavor could spell certain doom. After wandering around the vicinity of the Demon Sect for a while, Meng Chuan found little to glean and returned to the valley cabin before sunset. Upon his return, as he intended to access the system to continue utilizing the spiritual points he had acquired that day for further deductions, a sudden knock echoed from outside the cabin. Although Meng Chuan felt somewhat perplexed, he nonetheless opened the door. Standing at the threshold was the very woman with whom he had received the token earlier that day. Despite her simple attire, her remarkable figure could not be concealed, and her exquisite features emanated an aura of tranquility. Is there something you need? Meng Chuan furrowed his brow. Greetings. My name is Ningyu, the woman said, glancing at Meng Chuan's room before continuing. You live here alone, don't you? This valley is fraught with dangers. Having an additional friend would provide more security. Why not consider cohabitation? Upon hearing these words, Meng Chuan was momentarily taken aback, captivated by her graceful and commanding presence. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Is there truly such a benefit? However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that this woman clearly did not belong to the local villagers. Her talent was evident, and her origins likely complex. Well, I believe it might not be necessary after all. Meng Chuan, deeply versed in the principles of the Guodao, perceives women as potential sources of calamity. He believes it prudent to maintain a respectful distance, lest he inadvertently invites unnecessary troubles into his life. Meng Chuan shook his head without hesitation, stating, The earthly fiends cannot escape the mist. There is little danger at night, and besides, there is only one bed in the room, and propriety must be observed between men and women. However, before Meng Chuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by a derisive laugh from the other party. Humph, so Navi. What did you say? I said you were Navi. Ningyu's beautiful eyes fixed on Meng Chuan as she continued. Do you truly believe the Demon Sect is so simple? I have come to seek you out. Not merely because of your considerable strength. Do not presume that some talent alone will ensure your survival. Meng Chuan, however, insisted. There is no need for you to worry about it. Moreover, my endurance does not compare to that of another. It would be better for you to seek him out. As Meng Chuan spoke, he intended to close the door. Ningyu, taken aback by his unyielding demeanor, swiftly unveiled her trump card and remarked with a hint of disdain. Do you genuinely believe that your inept acting can deceive everyone? If that is the case, I shall inform them of your concealed prowess. Upon hearing these words, Meng Chuan's heart quivered with surprise, and he inquired, How did you discern that? Allow me to enter, and I shall reveal it to you. Gazing at the woman before him, Meng Chuan hesitated momentarily before ultimately conceding. Come in. Chapter 4. Breach of Trust Inside the Wooden Cabin. Meng Chuan and Ningyu sat quietly opposite each other, the atmosphere tinged with subtle tension. How did you discern that I concealed my true abilities? Meng Chuan spoke up proactively. Do you believe me if I say I'm just guessing? You, my dear lady, how can you be so untrustworthy? Meng Chuan did not expect that this woman, with her seemingly frosty demeanor, would resort to such playful antics. Observing Meng Chuan's exasperated expression, Ningyu smiled gently and said, I was merely teasing you. This particular matter I cannot disclose, but you are welcome to inquire about anything else. Meng Chuan realized that this woman held a significant secret over him, since he could not extricate himself from her grasp for the time being. He might as well delve deeper into the underlying truths. You previously mentioned that I had underestimated this demonic sect. What dangers lie within? Upon hearing this, Ningyu's expression darkened, and she replied coolly, "This demonic sect is notorious for its malevolence. Being captured here is akin to facing near certain death. Do you truly believe that after a month, upon breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm and becoming an official disciple, you will be spared? What alternative is there?" Ningyu continued, "You should have ventured outside the herb garden today. There are indeed numerous disciples of the demonic sect, surpassing even those from reputable sections. They demand that we cultivate to the Foundation establishment realm within a month to qualify as official disciples. In contrast, within other sects, achieving the Foundation establishment realm within 6 months is already deemed extraordinary talent. Do you grasp the significance of this?" What Ningyu divulged was previously unbeknownst to Meng Chuan, and he could not fathom the implications, shaking his head in bewilderment. "The reason is quite simple, including us. All disciples of the demonic sect are merely fodder for that tyrannical sect leader." Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan had already surmised a portion of the truth. Yet he sought clarification, pressing her, "What do you mean by that? The demonic scriptures we have been studying are inherently malevolent. Compared to ordinary techniques, the cultivation speed is rapid, yet the drawbacks are substantial. In the later stages, one often suffers from chaotic meridians, necessitating the long-term intake of special elixirs to suppress it. And the sect employs these elixirs to control its disciples. Furthermore, once one embarks on this cultivation path, it requires the refinement of flesh and blood, consuming essence and soul to progress. In the later stages, the essence of ordinary individuals becomes insufficient. The higher one's cultivation, the more beneficial the enhancement. Within the sect, only those with exceptional talent who can master this technique and attain the status of elder can secure a place of significance. However, each year, there are at least 800 to 1,000 official disciples, yet the number of current elders barely exceeds a dozen. If anyone stagnates in their cultivation or suffers injuries, as long as the sect deems you lacking in potential, you will become mere nourishment for the sect leader's wicked practices. Ultimately, all diligent disciples within the demonic sect are but pawns, akin to dowries. We share no distinction from the corpses in the back mountains." After this revelation, Meng Chuan stood in stunned silence. He finally recognized that Ningyu was indeed correct. He had been exceedingly naive. The demonic sect, the demonic sect. This is the true essence of the demonic sect, the authentic reality of its existence. Previously, I naively believed that upon becoming an official disciple, I could live a life of tranquility and security. In retrospect, that notion seems utterly laughable. Now, I find myself confronted with two paths, both leading to certain demise. Cultivating the demonic heaven treasure record may allow me to reach the Foundation establishment stage within a month, thus achieving the status of an official disciple. Yet, the risks involved are perilous, and I am not one to be bound by the will of others in my later years. Conversely, if I choose not to pursue the demonic heaven treasure record and remain as a mere servant disciple in the back mountains, I possess the system that shields me from malevolent forces. However, as time progresses and others perish around me while I continue to thrive, suspicions will inevitably arise. Ultimately, my fate may culminate in becoming a mere puppet or something equally dreadful. As I ponder these grim possibilities, Ningyu suddenly interjects. "I can grant you the means to survive, but you must agree to assist me with a particular task." "A task? What sort of task?" Meng Chuan scrutinized Ningyu, suspecting that the woman had used her lengthy discourse from the moment she knocked on the door merely as a pretext. The crux of her visit was yet to be unveiled. It was rather straightforward. She requested that he remain in the valley tomorrow night to assist her in locating an item. What was this item? One might ponder. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the malevolent spirits would emerge, and he feared that his demise would come swifter than anticipated. Meng Chuan resolutely declined, stating, "Moreover, you have shared so much with me, yet these are merely your words. How can I trust you?" Indeed, he displayed a commendable level of caution, not exhibiting foolishness. Ningyu teased, "You may verify the truth of my words for yourself. I cannot deceive you in this matter. I possess a pill that, once ingested, can conceal one's aura, rendering you undetectable by the earth fiends. However, due to the peculiar nature of my cultivation method, this pill is ineffective for me. Hence I require someone to assist me. If you fail to procure what I seek and meet your demise, it would benefit me not at all. As for the Demon Heaven treasure record, prior to reaching the Foundation establishment stage, I possess a method to help you mitigate its side effects. Once you become an official disciple, you will be free to depart from the Demon Sect, after which it will be up to you to devise your own solutions." Observing Ningyu's indifferent expression, Meng Chuan fell into contemplation. In truth, he had already believed about 70 to 80% of what she said. Yet he sensed the need to further organize his thoughts. Ningyu seemed to perceive his hesitation and spoke, "I am not in haste for a response. You may ponder at your leisure. I merely wish for you to understand that the longer you prolong your decision, the less time you will have for cultivation." With that, Ningyu settled cross-legged upon the ground and closed her eyes, commencing her meditation. Mengchuan returned to his bed and opened the system panel. Name: Mengchuan current spirit points, 110 cultivation technique, Demon Heaven treasure record physical body, low yellow grade corpse of 5 poisons realm. Mortal Mengchuan hesitated for a moment, then focused his attention on the cultivation technique. To practice the Demon Heaven treasure record, one must invest spiritual points. Note: this technique contradicts the principles of humanity. Once cultivated, it necessitates the continual consumption of blood and flesh essence, or one will suffer backlash. May I inquire whether the host wishes to cultivate this technique? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Mengchuan was entirely convinced of Ningyu's words, for the system would undoubtedly not deceive him. If the sole requirement were to enhance his strength, he could derive alternative techniques through the system's analysis. However, if discovered a month later, it would serve no purpose. It appears that to resolve this dilemma, one must seek other avenues. After Mengchuan made up his mind, he immediately devoted his spiritual points to enhancing his physique. He invested 110 points into the cultivation of his body, employing the toxic mist to refine his form and the earthly fiend to forge it. A process that spanned 11 years. His physique was significantly strengthened, and his sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth advanced to a new level. As the system's words echoed in his mind, Mengchuan sensed what seemed to be invisible luminous particles floating in the air. These were likely the spiritual energies of the universe. The essence of cultivation lies in the practitioner's ability to absorb the spiritual energy from the environment, grounded in their techniques. Those with a heightened sensitivity to the spiritual energies naturally cultivate at a faster pace, which explains why individuals possessing strong physiques are often regarded as prodigies. Although his physique level remained unchanged, once he commenced his cultivation, his progress would be several times swifter than before. To reach the foundation establishment stage, he would likely require no more than a month. However, the pressing issue at hand was to find a way to break free from the backlash and control of the Demon Heaven treasure record. Only then would he dare to begin his cultivation. Could it be that he truly had to acquiesce to this woman's demands? No, that was out of the question. Mengchuan composed himself in an instant and sternly reminded himself that he must not take any risks. As a seasoned practitioner of survival, he would never place himself in danger without absolute certainty. Who could discern which words from this woman were true and which were false? One careless mistake could cost him his life. It seemed that to resolve this predicament, he would need to devise an alternative approach. Chapter 5. Distracted. A night passed in silence. As Mengchuan lay in bed, he tossed and turned, his mind incessantly replaying Ningyu's words. Although this woman appeared to possess formidable strength, Mengchuan remained vigilant. In this land where the strong prevailed and the weak were prey, he had to act with utmost caution until he fully understood all the rules. He could not afford to trust anyone lightly. On the following morning, Mengchuan rose as usual, preparing to continue his task of gathering spiritual herbs. As he stepped outside, he deliberately glanced at Ningyu's wooden dwelling, only to find that she had already departed, which brought him a quiet sense of relief. After reuniting with Zhao Laowu and the others, they descended the mountain together to collect the herbs. Mengchuan, why do you seem so distracted today? Zhao Laowu inquired, his head down as he searched for something. Mengchuan regained his composure and managed to force a faint smile. It's nothing. Perhaps I simply didn't rest well last night. Zhao Laowu nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from probing further. Given the treacherous cliffs and the ever-present vigilance required against the lurking poisonous mists, it was indeed remarkable for a newcomer like the young man to find any solace in sleep. Mengchuan absent-mindedly brushed his fingers over the seemingly ordinary spirit herbs before him. However, his thoughts were far from the herbs. He was preoccupied with finding a way to unravel the backlash of the Demon Sky treasure record. This valley, permeated by malevolent entities, offered little beyond its desolation and eerie atmosphere. Just as Mengchuan found himself at a loss, he suddenly noticed a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from what appeared to be an inconspicuous spirit herb. Intrigued, he hastened to examine it more closely. This particular herb, Mengchuan murmured softly to himself as he extended his hand to gently caress the mystical herb. In that instant, a wave of warm and pure spiritual energy surged into his body, starkly contrasting the malevolent toxins of the sinister entities. A bold conjecture blossomed within Mengchuan's mind. Perhaps among these dark creatures lay the key to unraveling the backlash of the magic celestial treasure record. It seemed imperative to complete the task of gathering the spiritual herbs today, thus affording him the time to decipher the crucial element necessary for overcoming the magic celestial treasure record. With the experience of yesterday as his guide, Ming Chuan's pace in collecting the herbs quickened significantly today. Just as he prepared to present the gathered herbs to the woman draped in black veils, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, accompanied by the alert tone of the system. Ding! The system has detected a significant opportunity nearby. The host is advised to proceed immediately for investigation. Ming Chuan felt a surge of joy. This was akin to having a divine perspective. How exhilarating! In his excitement, he casually picked up his backpack and proceeded towards the direction of the woman in the black veil. This was the spiritual herb for today. After submitting the herb, Ming Chuan prepared to head in the direction indicated by the system. However, the cold voice of the woman in the black veil echoed in his ears once more. You may venture to the back mountain, but do not blame me for not warning you. Sometimes, curiosity can be deadly. What? Ming Chuan turned abruptly. At that moment, the woman shrouded in black silk had entirely diverted her attention to others. With a crack, a long whip, forged from concentrated magical energy, lashed out. Are you attempting to pass off such inferior spiritual herbs as genuine? Do you wish to court death? Go and gather them again. If you fail to return before sunset, you may as well perish. Yes, I understand my folly. I shall rectify it immediately. The man hastily collected the scattered spiritual herbs and fled the scene in a frantic scramble. Ming Chuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The vile forces of the demonic sect. How dare they treat others as mere cattle? Alas, this was beyond his control. It was paramount for him to focus on his own survival first. Following the guidance of the system, Ming Chuan made his way towards the back mountain. As he beheld a hidden cave before him, he hesitated, the words of the woman in the black veil echoing in his ears. For a moment, he was uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Ding! A notification sounded, alerting the host that a significant opportunity lay nearby. Damn it! No matter what. He could not doubt the system. The system would never mislead him, the esteemed benefactor. Today he would enter. He was determined to see what other strange and supernatural beings awaited him. Ming Chuan stepped inside. The cave was concealed amidst a thicket of dense underbrush. Without the system's guidance, it would have been nearly impossible for him to locate this place. He cautiously pushed aside the foliage and entered the cavern. The interior was dim and damp, the air thick with the musty scent of mildew. Ming Chuan ignited a torch, illuminating the path ahead. He ventured deeper into the narrow passage, his heart a blend of anticipation and trepidation. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he was suddenly enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. He quickened his pace, turning a corner, and was met with a breathtaking sight. Deep within the cavern lay a small stone chamber, at the center of which grew a remarkable spiritual herb radiating a gentle luminescence. This herb stood about a foot tall, its leaves glistening with verdant vitality, and its petals crystalline and translucent, as if sculpted from the purest jade. Beside the spiritual plant, Ming Chuan discerned a small, translucent light screen. Points of fluorescence coalesced into a few phrases. Pure spirit herb, a millennium-old elixir, capable of purifying all malevolent energies, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Oh my, what a treasure! Ming Chuan felt an overwhelming joy in his heart as he cautiously approached the pure spirit herb. As he drew nearer, he distinctly sensed a refreshing aura flowing into his body, instantly dispelling some of the malevolent energy within him. Ming Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if he had been reborn. What a remarkable treasure! This truly is a wondrous find, he murmured to himself, drawing closer and bending down to scrutinize this precious herb. This miraculous plant thrived upon a stone pedestal, surrounded by intricate runes that appeared to safeguard it. Ming Chuan attempted to reach out with his hand, only to discover that the runes emitted a faint glow, preventing him from advancing further. It seemed that some unique method was required to obtain this mystical herb. Pondering this, Ming Chuan promptly opened the system panel to see if there were any relevant hints. Name: Ming Chuan, current 0.0 cultivation method, Demon Heaven treasure record, physical body, low-grade yellow rank. 5 poison corrupted corpse realm. Mortal detection has revealed the presence of absorbable substances in the vicinity. Would the host like to absorb them? What? Is there a mistake? I wish to learn how to pluck this mystical herb. Ming Chuan scratched his head in confusion, genuinely perplexed by the situation. Just as he hesitated, a sudden surge of mist poured into the cave, completely sealing the entrance. Oh no, I'm trapped. Is this how my life ends, dear system? Please confirm, host, whether to absorb. Wait a moment. Absorbable substances? Could it be this poisonous mist that the system refers to? But if I absorb it, will I not become like those toxins, floating in ecstasy and unable to part with it? With a gulp, Meng Chuan took a few cautious steps backward. When he found himself with no path of retreat, he steeled his resolve and thought, damn it, I will absorb it. At worst, I'll become a poison fiend. Chapter 6. Transformation of Spiritual Points. Detection of absorbable substances in the vicinity. Would the host like to proceed with absorption? Meng Chuan decisively confirmed his choice. He began to absorb the mist, as the enigmatic forces within it were filtered and transformed into spiritual points by the system. Current 0 points. 10, 20, 30. What is this? Transform the spiritual points. Meng Chuan was astonished to discover that as he continuously absorbed the mist, the number of spiritual points was rapidly increasing. Simultaneously, subtle changes were occurring within his body. The enigmatic forces within the mist seemed to be merging with his physique, enhancing his constitution in a remarkable way. He could not discern how much time had passed when he noticed that a considerable amount of mist had dissipated within the cave. Name: Meng Chuan. Current 0 point. 1000 Cultivation Technique. Demon Heaven Treasure Record Physique. Intermediate level of Yellow Tier. 5 Poison's Corpse Physique Realm. Mortal Meng Chuan glanced at the system panel and discovered that he had amassed a considerable amount of spiritual points. Moreover, his physique had also been enhanced. This turn of events has truly turned misfortune into fortune. I have not suffered any loss. Meng Chuan felt a surge of joy within, his gaze returning to the mystical herb. Glancing back at the panel, he noticed a new option for deduction appearing at the bottom. He attempted to click on it. Please select a subject for deduction. Meng Chuan hesitated for a moment, directing his attention towards the Millennium Spiritual Herb. You have chosen to deduce the properties of the Millennium Spiritual Herb, which requires the investment of spiritual points. Upon successful deduction, you will obtain its effects and harvesting methods. Will the host proceed? Without hesitation, Meng Chuan confirmed his decision and invested 100 spirit points. With this investment, he delved into the simulation of a Millennium Elixir. Through this exploration, he discovered a miraculous herb known as the Purifying Grass, which possesses the ability to cleanse the body of malevolent energies, proving immensely beneficial for practitioners of the Demonic Heaven Treasure Record. The method of harvesting this herb requires the infusion of spiritual energy to activate specific runes, enabling its collection. As the system's voice faded, the technique for harvesting the Purifying Grass vividly materialized in Meng Chuan's mind. Following the system's guidance, he concentrated his internal spiritual energy and gradually activated the runes. The runes began to illuminate, radiating a brilliant glow that enveloped the Purifying Grass. Taking advantage of the moment, Meng Chuan reached out and effortlessly plucked the precious herb, which now lay comfortably in his grasp. Success! A surge of joy filled Meng Chuan's heart as he hastily stored the spirit grass in his storage bag, preparing to depart the cave. However, just as he turned to leave, an even denser fog enveloped the entrance of the cave. Damn it, is this mist never-ending? There is too much of it. Can my mere mortal body, at the intermediate level of the yellow rank, withstand such a force? Meng Chuan inwardly cursed. Yet he swiftly regained his composure and began to contemplate a strategy. At that moment, the system's notification chime echoed once more. Ding. The host may continue to attempt to devour the mist, which could yield fruitful results. He recalled how the system had previously assisted him in filtering out the toxins of malevolent entities, as well as the significant surge of spiritual points he had experienced after absorbing the mist. At this moment, Meng Chuan harbored a rather audacious conjecture. With the possession of the system, he had become an invulnerable sacred body. Contemplating this, he no longer hesitated and opened his mouth wide, commencing to devour the surrounding mist. As the mist entered, a chilling and eerie aura surged into Meng Chuan's body. He experienced a surge of excruciating pain, as if countless ants were gnawing at his innards. Am I in over my head? Yet, almost immediately, the system began to activate, filtering out the negative energies within the mist and leaving only pure spiritual essence. Meng Chuan felt a warm surge coursing through his body, and the excruciating pain that had gripped his limbs and bones suddenly vanished. As time ticked away, the number of spiritual points within him continued to increase. At last, after consuming a substantial amount of mist, the fog at the entrance of the cave had completely dissipated. Following the recent baptism from within to without, he sat cross-legged, swiftly accessing the system panel to examine his transformation. Name: Meng Chuan. Current 0 point. 1500 Cultivation Technique. Demon Heaven Treasure Record. Capable of suppressing backlash, Physical body, intermediate yellow grade. 5 poisons corrupted corpse physique realm. Mortal Meng Chuan's once bright eyes dimmed swiftly after scanning the information displayed on the panel before him. Humph, after all this fuss. I am still but a mortal. How disappointing. Though he voiced his disdain, Meng Chuan's body remained remarkably honest as he raised his hand and directly selected the simulation. Please choose the subject for the simulation. Meng Chuan resolutely focused his attention on his physical form. Grounded and methodical, taking each step with care was indeed a wise approach. In this realm, possessing a formidable physique is fundamental to any cultivator's practice. You have chosen to enhance your physique, which requires the investment of spiritual points. Upon successful completion of this endeavor, your physical form will be fortified. Will the host continue? Yes. Without hesitation, Meng Chuan confirmed his decision and invested 500 spiritual points. As you invest 500 spiritual points to enhance your physique, you find yourself enveloped in a mist, harnessing the ethereal energies of the universe to refine your body and bones. After a decade of effort, your physique undergoes another enhancement, achieving the advanced level of the yellow tier, characterized by the 5 poisons corrosion physique. As the system's voice faded, Meng Chuan felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through his body, marking a significant qualitative leap in his physical form. He could distinctly sense the transformations occurring within his muscles, bones, and even organs, growing increasingly resilient and formidable. Meng Chuan rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. Feeling invigorated and brimming with vitality, he attempted to unleash a punch, and to his astonishment, the force of his strike produced a faint, whistling sound as it sliced through the air, the magnitude of which surprised even him. Haha, with the advanced yellow grade 5 poisons corpse physique, my strength has indeed ascended significantly. Meng Chuan felt a surge of joy, his trust in the system's predictive capabilities deepening. He once again accessed the system panel to observe his transformation. Name: Meng Chuan. Current 0 point, 1000 cultivation technique, magic heaven treasure record, capable of suppressing backlash, physical body, advanced yellow rank, 5 poisons corpse body realm, mortal. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Meng Chuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding his mortal realm. However, he understood that the path of cultivation could not be rushed and required steady, deliberate steps. You show no reaction. It seems the treasures of this cave have been entirely acquired by me. Meng Chuan casually brushed off the dust from his trousers. After performing a brief stretch of his limbs, he took a step forward, preparing to head home. Suddenly, the system detected a menacing presence approaching nearby, prompting a warning for the host to exercise caution. Meng Chuan felt a tightening in his chest and promptly halted his steps, surveying his surroundings. However, apart from the dimly lit cave and the occasional whisper of the wind, he discerned no anomalies. System, from where does the danger emanate? He pondered internally. Within this demonic sect, he had no acquaintances, let alone any enemies. Could it be that the patrolling disciples had detected his presence? With this thought, Meng Chuan dared not to be the slightest bit careless and hastily sought refuge in a concealed corner, holding his breath to minimize his presence. He carefully monitored the situation outside through the system panel. Chapter 7. What? Is life over? Before long, several figures clad in black robes appeared at the cave entrance. Armed with sharp blades and exhibiting vigilant expressions, they were evidently searching for something. It seems they truly are patrolling disciples, Meng Chuan mused, though he wondered how they had suddenly materialized here. Had someone discovered his whereabouts and reported him to the sect? Despite his suspicions, now was not the time for such contemplation. Maintaining calm was paramount, and he would devise a plan once the patrolling disciples had departed. Time ticked by, and after meticulously searching the cave, the patrolling disciples seemingly found nothing amiss. It appears that the Earth Fiend did not come this way. Let us return to report to Lord Blackveil. They exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and turned to leave. Only when the figures of the patrolling disciples had completely vanished from sight did Meng Chuan finally exhale in relief. He patted his chest, grateful to have narrowly escaped disaster. It seems I must exercise even greater caution in the future, he reflected, acknowledging that within this demonic sect, peril lurked at every corner, where even the slightest misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Ding! The system detected an impending danger nearby. Host must respond with caution. What? Am I hearing things? Or have you made a mistake? That group of patrollers has just left. System, please enlighten me. From where does this danger arise? The danger emanates from outside the cave. Host must find a place to conceal oneself within 3 seconds. What? 3 seconds? Is it not a tad late for you to inform me now? I beseech you. Why not wait until I am at peace before delivering such news? 3, 2, 1. Danger! 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 Meng Chuan silently lamented. Yet the instinct for survival surged within him to an unparalleled extent at that moment. Almost in synchrony with the system's notification sound, his body instinctively sought the nearest refuge. With a swift motion, he concealed himself behind a colossal rock, daring not to breathe. Just as he settled into his hiding place, he caught sight of a peculiar red glow quietly infiltrating the cave. Indeed, it was the same shadow emanating red light that he had observed outside his room. The Earth Sha spirit. Meng Chuan gasped inwardly, recalling the black-clad woman's mention of the Earth Sha spirit, which must be this enigmatic entity before him. The spirit floated around the cave, seemingly in search of something. That shadow radiated an indescribable aura of pressure, rendering the surrounding air momentarily stagnant. Meng Chuan silently lamented. Why did the earthly fiend choose to manifest at this precise moment? How was he to escape now? This was undeniably a banquet laid out before him. He cautiously regulated his breathing, fearful of producing even the slightest sound that might alert this peculiar entity. Yet, contrary to his intentions, he inadvertently disturbed a loose stone, the clatter echoing ominously within the stillness of the cavern. What ill fortune had befallen him today? Meng Chuan's heart sank with a foreboding sense of dread. He yearned to evade the impending danger, yet it was too late. In an instant, the earthly fiend spun around and lunged toward him with ferocity. Goodness! This creature is charging straight at me. Meng Chuan emerged from behind the colossal stone, flailing his arms in a state of panic. Since the awakening of the system, he had solely focused on enhancing his physique, leaving him utterly ignorant of any offensive techniques. With a sense of urgency, he thought to himself, run. For the sake of my life. The cave was an intricate labyrinth, with passages leading in all directions. Meng Chuan darted back and forth, occasionally glancing behind to assess the situation with the earth fiends. Noticing the absence of their traces, he took a moment to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. At this juncture, the swift legs of Master Chuan were proving their worth. In his high school days, Master Chuan was quite the all-rounder on the sports team. Huh? Meng Chuan's laughter abruptly ceased. Before him, the horizontal wall rendered him momentarily speechless. What the heck? Could I be this unfortunate? He exclaimed. Where is my path? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Detection of earthly spirit detected. The host may attempt to devour it. Upon success, a unique treasure will be acquired. The system's prompt echoed once more. Meng Chuan was taken aback. Devouring the Earth Fiend spirit? Was he out of his mind? The Earth Fiend spirit was a terrifying entity within the Demon Sect. How could a mere mortal like him possibly consume it? It would be a miracle if the Earth Fiend spirit did not devour him instead. Meng Chuan's body stiffened as he swallowed hard, cautiously turning his head. Before him loomed the Earth spirit, its gaping maw ready to engulf him whole, causing his heart to race almost out of his chest. His mind went blank, yet instinctively, his body reacted. He crouched down, wrapping his arms around his head, as if such a gesture could shield him from the impending doom. Please don't eat me. I'm not palatable at all. In that critical moment, an extraordinary force suddenly erupted from within Meng Chuan. This power was formless and intangible, yet it bore an indescribable might that instantaneously repelled the oncoming Earth Spirit. Boom! The Earth Spirit was hurled like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing violently against the cave stone wall, producing a deafening sound. The flickering crimson light that enveloped it dimmed considerably, indicating it had sustained a significant impact. The anticipated agonizing pain did not come. Instead, Meng Chuan only heard the resounding bang. He reached out to touch his body, astonished. Ah, I'm still alive. Thank the heavens. Thank the heavens. But what was that sound? Driven by curiosity, he cautiously peeked with one eye, only to find himself dumbfounded at the sight before him. Unable to believe his own eyes, the Earth Spirit, a fearsome entity within the demonic sect, now lay sprawled helplessly on the ground. Akin to a leaf tossed about by a storm, its red glow significantly diminished. What could this possibly mean? Confusion filled Meng Chuan's mind as he surveyed his surroundings, seeking the source of that mysterious power. Yet, within the cave, aside from himself and the Earth Spirit, there were no other beings, let alone any hidden formidable entities. Could it be me? The thought barely surfaced before Meng Chuan dismissed it. Beyond his robust physique, he possessed no means of attack, much less such a formidable force capable of instilling fear in the Earth Spirit. The Earth Spirit seemed to sense Meng Chuan's approach, its crimson light flickering more rapidly and dimly, as if it were desperately struggling against despair. Yet, how could he make sense of the scene unfolding before him? Meng Chuan advanced step by step, and with each stride, The Earth Fiend retreated correspondingly until it found itself cornered against the cavern wall, with no avenue for escape. The Earth Fiend appeared to have entirely shed its earlier ferocity. It sought to flee, yet felt as though ensnared by invisible chains that bound it tightly. With each futile struggle, those chains seemed to constrict further, amplifying its torment. Upon witnessing this, Meng Chuan was flooded with an unprecedented surge of courage. Humph, were you not quite arrogant just a moment ago? What has happened now? Are you afraid? Although Meng Chuan was uncertain as to why he could intimidate the earthly spirit, he certainly would not let the opportunity slip by. Chapter 8. From Bicycle to Motorcycle. Observing the trembling, earthly spirit, Meng Chuan felt a surge of curiosity and cautiously extended his hand, gently touching the air surrounding the spirit, only to find nothing tangible. That invisible force seemed to be directed solely at the earthly spirit, exerting no influence upon him. Could it be that some power within me is safeguarding my being? Meng Chuan's heart stirred as he recalled the mysterious force he had sensed during his earlier exploration of his own corporeal form. Until now, he had been uncertain about the origins and purposes of this power. However, it appeared that this very force had, at a crucial moment, preserved his life. With this realization, Meng Chuan's confidence surged. He straightened his posture and gazed at the Earth Fiend spirit, declaring, "Regardless of what you are, be it demon or specter, your encounter with me signifies your misfortune." With that, he took another step forward, lifting his foot to gently prod its ethereal form. The Earth Fiend spirit immediately emitted a piercing wail, as if pleading for mercy. "Humph, spare you? You had no intention of sparing me." He then inquired of the system, "Is this Earth Fiend spirit capable of being devoured?" Meng Chuan silently inquired within himself while vigilantly observing the Earth Fiend spirit before him, cautious against any sudden retaliation. The ability to devour was evident. Upon consumption, the host would acquire a unique treasure. Clearly, the system's response resonated in his mind, concise and unequivocal. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan felt a surge of excitement within him. However, he soon found himself engulfed in hesitation. The Earth Fiend spirit appeared so enigmatic. Would devouring it pose any peril? Alas, never mind. One bicycle can certainly transform into a motorcycle. Meng Chuan gritted his teeth, resolutely deciding to take a bold risk. Following the methods previously imparted by the system, he began the attempt to devour the Earth Fiend spirit. He opened his mouth wide, and a tremendous suction emanated from it, drawing the Earth Fiend spirit irresistibly towards him. The spirit, sensing the peril, struggled fiercely in an attempt to break free from this force. However, at that moment, Meng Chuan was fully committed. He clenched his jaw tightly, and a certain power within him surged wildly. Just as the Earth Fiend spirit was on the verge of escaping, it was wholly consumed into his being. In an instant, Meng Chuan felt a tempest raging within him, as if countless forces were colliding violently inside. What a blunder! He groaned in agony, rolling on the ground, veins bulging on his forehead. Simultaneously, the system activated once more, assisting Meng Chuan in refining the power of the Earth Fiend spirit, gradually transforming the chaotic energy into spiritual energy he could control. Gradually, the pain within him diminished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Finally, when the last vestige of the Earth Fiend spirit's power was refined, Meng Chuan exhaled deeply, rising to his feet, feeling invigorated with newfound strength. Haha, I have succeeded. Meng Chuan laughed heartily, acutely aware that his power had significantly increased. He reopened the system panel to examine his changes. Name: Meng Chuan current spirit points, 2000 cultivation technique, Demon Heaven treasure record, repressed backlash, physical body, high-level yellow grade 5 venom corrupted corpse realm. Initial stage of chi refinement. Gazing at the information on the panel, Meng Chuan's heart surged with excitement. Not only had he successfully devoured the Earth Fiend spirit, but he had also broken through to the initial stage of chi refinement, greatly enhancing his strength. Moreover, he had acquired a unique treasure from the Earth Fiend spirit, a shimmering red orb. The system informed him that this was the Earth Fiend pearl, imbued with potent Earth Fiend energy, suitable for crafting magical artifacts or enhancing his cultivation. What a fortuitous turn of events! Meng Chuan rejoiced inwardly as he stored the Earth Fiend pearl, preparing to leave the cave. Just as he was about to step outside, the system's notification sounded once more. Ding! His foot paused mid-air, his entire body frozen in place, lips trembling. What now? Congratulations, host, you have acquired Spirit Resonance 100. This resonance can be used to eliminate any negative effects suffered by the host or to promote the evolution of cultivation techniques and physical body. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan felt a stir within his heart, and his gaze immediately fixed upon the words Magic Heaven Treasure Record, suppressed backlash. Although this technique is formidable, its prolonged practice necessitates the consumption of vital blood, leading to significant side effects that have long plagued him. Now, with the presence of Lingyun, perhaps this issue can be resolved. With such a wondrous item at hand, what is there to wait for? System. Employ Lingyun and endeavor to evolve the Magic Heaven Treasure Record to mitigate its adverse effects. In Ming Chuan's heart, a silent incantation resonated, infused with a hint of anticipation. A delicate essence emanated from within him, encircling the magical scriptures of the Ming Tian Bao Lu, akin to the gentle warmth of sunlight melting frost, gradually permeating the cold exterior. The consumption of this essence brought forth a subtle transformation within Ming Chuan, the previously aching meridians, strained by the cultivation of the Ming Tian Bao Lu, seemed to be soothed by a gentle force, alleviating the pain progressively. After a brief moment, the system's notification chimed once more. The evolution of the Ming Tian Bao Lu was successful, with negative effects diminished by 10, leaving a current residual of 90. Complete eradication would require additional celestial treasures. Efficacious. Ming Chuan's eyes sparkled with realization, although he had merely eliminated the negative effects of 10. This was sufficient to validate the efficacy of the spirit rhyme. Thus, the prospect of completely breaking free from the shackles of the Demon Heaven Treasure Record was no longer an impossibility. With a newfound direction, Ming Chuan's thoughts became invigorated. He began to experiment with the remaining spirit rhyme to deduce martial arts techniques, seeking a more expedient method to enhance his prowess. With closed eyes and a focused mind, his internal spiritual energy flowed in accordance with his will, intertwining with the spirit rhyme and gradually forming intricate patterns. Time seemed to come to a standstill within the cave, where only the deep rhythm of Ming Chuan's breath and the occasional sound of dripping water from the stones could be heard. He immersed himself in the deduction of martial arts, tireless and oblivious to the passage of time. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, Ming Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with brilliance as if he had discerned the mysteries of the universe. Congratulations, host. The 5 Poisons Corpse physique has been upgraded to the initial level of the profound tier. Rewards will be delivered to the host's backpack within 1 hour. An activation will commence 10 minutes after receipt. Please be vigilant to check. The heavens do not forsake me. Ming Chuan strode towards the cave entrance, laughter echoing in his wake. As he noticed the encroaching darkness outside, a pang of anxiety gripped his heart. He realized he was returning too late and risked being discovered. He dared not linger any longer and hurriedly departed from the cave, making his way towards the wooden cabin. Upon his arrival, Ming Chuan promptly secured the doors and windows, ensuring his safety. Seated on his bed, he began to meticulously reflect upon the day's events. From the discovery of the millennium-old spiritual herb to the honing of his physical prowess, from encountering patrolling disciples to devouring the earthly fiend spirit, every moment filled him with both exhilaration and trepidation. System, do you deem all of this to be mere coincidence? Ding. All that the host has experienced possesses its own causality. Whether it is coincidence remains for the host to ascertain. The system's ambiguous response deepened Ming Chuan's bewilderment. Nevertheless, he understood that the system would not issue warnings without reason, indicating that the day's occurrences were far from simple. Ding. Rewards have been dispatched to the host's backpack. Please check. Chapter 9. Both Cowardly and Cherishing Name. Ming Chuan Current Spirit Points. 2000 Cultivation Method. Demon Heaven Treasure Record. Counteraction Suppressed. Physical Body. Mysterious Grade Initial Level 5 Poison Corrupted Corpse Body Realm. Chi Refining Initial Stage. The personal panel emerged unbidden before him. Ming Chuan suddenly stood up and swiftly opened the system backpack. Within the dialogue box, there lay an additional black and gold card adorned with a question mark, emanating a faint glow. What could this be? Ming Chuan furrowed his brows and fixed his gaze, then spoke without hesitation. System, activate the reward immediately. His heart raced with excitement, as he eagerly anticipated the transformation this reward would bestow upon him. As the activation of the reward commenced, the system's notification resounded, and the brilliance emanating from the card intensified abruptly. An inexplicable force surged forth, enveloping him in an instant. Ultimately, it coalesced into a radiant stream, merging seamlessly into Ming Chuan's being. The activation of the reward was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the advanced Earth-level martial art, Ling Xian Hand. Ming Chuan felt a warm current surge into his mind, inundating him with a torrent of information that left him momentarily dizzy. After a brief interlude, the sensation of vertigo gradually dissipated, replaced by a profound comprehension of the technique known as Lingxian Hand. This advanced earth-tier technique, infused with the power of the 5 elements, was as steadfast as a rock and impervious to poisons. Not only did this skill possess immense power, but its defensive capabilities were also remarkable, undoubtedly granting Meng Chuan a significant advantage. Currently unlocked skill, U primary defense, corresponding to the advanced yellow tier. The system's notification faded, and Meng Chuan sensed the stirring of spiritual energy within him, a warm current flowing through his limbs and eventually converging towards his palms. He endeavored to channel this energy, and in an instant, a faint blue light enveloped his hand, impenetrable yet chilling. Lingxian Hand. What a formidable technique. However, what of this U? Does it signify defense? At that moment, a sudden commotion outside the wooden house interrupted his thoughts. Frowning slightly, he approached the window and observed disciples from the herb garden hastily making their way towards the square, their expressions fraught with anxiety. What could have transpired? Meng Chuan pondered. Just as he was about to step outside for a closer look, he was met with a series of urgent knocks on the door. Young brother Meng Chuan, please open the door. There is an assembly at the square, came the anxious voice of Zhao Laowu from outside. Meng Chuan hastily opened the door, only to find Zhao Laowu standing outside, drenched in sweat and wearing an anxious expression. What is it, brother Zhao? What has happened? Before sunset, a precious item went missing from the herbal garden. Lord Haisha is in a furious rage, demanding all disciples gather in the square, likely to interrogate us about this matter. Zhao Laowu pulled Meng Chuan along, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention. He continued in a hushed tone, a precious item has been lost. Good heavens! Who could be so audacious? A stir of thought crossed Meng Chuan's mind, and he immediately recalled Ningyu. Could it be her doing? He dared not dwell on it and hurriedly followed Zhao Laowu towards the square. Upon reaching the square, Meng Chuan discovered that hundreds of disciples from the herbal garden had gathered, a dense mass of black-clad figures, bustling with activity. He scanned the crowd in search of Ningyu, yet her presence eluded him. How strange. Where could Ningyu have gone? Meng Chuan pondered silently. Could it be that she had already obtained what she sought and departed ahead of time? Meng Chuan pondered silently, yet he swiftly dismissed the thought. No. If she had truly departed, why would she divulge so many secrets regarding the Demon Sect? She must still be here. Hurry up. A frigid voice resonated, and the disciples in the square fell silent, turning their gazes toward the source of the sound. Upon the elevated platform in the small square, the woman in black gauze bore a solemn expression, her arms crossed, with one hand gripping a thorny flame whip, lacquered in black with crimson barbs. Her beautiful eyes seemingly glistening with frost. I have gathered you here today due to a significant event that has transpired in the herb garden. Before sunset, someone has stolen the earth shop pearl, which was safeguarded within my herb garden. This precious artifact is crucial for our sect's creation of the bone dragon. As the thorny flame whip in the woman's hand swayed nonchalantly, it stirred the air, creating ripples. The earth shop pearl. Goodness, what a coincidence. But I certainly did not pilfer it from her. Among the crowd, Meng Chuan lowered his head, feeling a tinge of guilt, and subtly edged behind Zhao Laowu. System. She wouldn't have discovered my earth shop pearl, would she? Meng Chuan, deep in thought, was about to inquire further. However, before he could receive a response from the system, he felt someone tap him on the shoulder. Meng Chuan, my dear brother, why are you still in a daze? Brother Zhao, what's going on? The master has instructed us to undergo inspections one by one. It's almost your turn, and seeing you lost in thought, I thought I should remind you. What on earth? Inspections? One by one? Meng Chuan lifted his gaze ahead. A woman clad in black gauze leaned against a withered tree, her cold eye scrutinizing each disciple as they passed by. Beside her, an ominous artifact had appeared, resembling a massive black spider, emanating a faint blue glow. Its 8 slender and sharp legs moved languidly in the air, as if poised to ensnare prey at any moment. What could that be? The earthly fiend spider. Capable of sensing the aura of the earthly fiend pearl, it would leave no hidden individual in proximity to the pearl unexamined. Meng Chuan's eyes widened in surprise as he abruptly turned his head. Ningyu cast him a fleeting glance. He quickly realized he had acted a bit too excitedly, clearing his throat twice before lowering his voice to inquire. You haven't left? Left? Where would I go? Ningyu furrowed her brow in confusion. You were searching for that treasure, the earthly fiend pearl, are you not? It is in your possession, correct? Ningyu chose not to respond, finding Meng Chuan's words rather peculiar, merely casting him a disapproving look. If it were you, just say something. Don't drag us into this predicament. If the earthly fiend pearl were discovered on him, Not only would he be unable to survive within this demonic sect, but he would meet a dire fate. Without a doubt. Next, Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan's heart skipped a beat as he slowly lifted his head to gaze at Ningyu, seemingly awaiting her next move. However, Ningyu appeared detached from the situation, raising her hands in a gesture of innocence, as if to say she was blameless and could only investigate further if necessary. This was troubling. Given her demeanor, could it not be her doing? What could possibly be the explanation? Was it a case of mistaken identity? And could it truly be his own? Meng Chuan, why are you hesitating? It is your turn. What should be done now? Meng Chuan was filled with anxiety. He certainly did not wish to expose himself because of the earthly fiend Pearl. Suddenly, a flicker of dark red light swept past, severing a lock of hair from his forehead, which slowly descended to the ground. A mere inch separated him from disaster. He nearly marred his appearance. How could one not understand the principle of striking without hitting the face? Meng Chuan takes immense pride in his appearance, hoping to leverage his looks for future opportunities. Any further delay is intolerable. The fury within Meng Chuan was extinguished the moment those words escaped. With a smile plastered upon his face, he approached with a feigned eagerness. Here I come, my lord. Chapter 10. The thrill of the heartbeat. Everyone lined up in an orderly fashion, stepping forward to undergo the inspection by the earthly fiend spider, with no room for concealment. Upon hearing this, the disciples arranged themselves in a queue, their expressions tense as they awaited the scrutiny. Meng Chuan was pushed to the front of the line. He contemplated silently, initially intending to observe the situation and discern how the earthly fiend spider conducted its inspections. Little did he expect that his turn would come so swiftly. The disciple preceding Meng Chuan stepped forward, placing his hand upon one of the legs of the earthly fiend spider. Instantly, the creature emitted a more intense azure luminescence, meticulously examining him. After a brief moment, the blue glow retracted, and the disciple exhaled in relief, clearly having been found without any issues. When it was Meng Chuan's turn, he took a deep breath, feigning composure as he approached and placed his hand on one of the spider's legs. The earthly fiend spider immediately radiated a powerful blue light, enveloping Meng Chuan entirely. Meng Chuan felt an inexplicable force coursing through his body, seemingly searching for something. His heart raced, fearing that the earth spider might detect the presence of the earth pearl. To his surprise, after a brief investigation, the earth spider gradually retracted its blue light, emitting no alarm whatsoever. Meng Chuan let out a long sigh of relief, secretly grateful. He had not anticipated passing the inspection so effortlessly. Next time you dawdle, your token shall be confiscated. The voice of the woman in black silk resonated once more. Instinctively, Meng Chuan clutched the token in his embrace, wishing to maintain his freedom to traverse the valley. If it were to be taken from him, he would lose his very liberty. With this in mind, he promptly stepped aside to allow the next disciple to take his place. Next, Ningyu. Ningyu was the last among their group to arrive, and naturally, she was the final servant disciple to undergo the inspection. Meng Chuan also curiously cast his gaze over. The earthly fiend spider showed no reaction and passed through smoothly. Hiss, does this thing truly work? It appears somewhat unreliable, doesn't it? As if it had heard Meng Chuan's thoughts, the earthly fiend spider shook its body and twitched its spider legs. Meng Chuan retreated a few steps. Feeling a sense of trepidation, it was best to remain inconspicuous. After a thorough and tense inspection, no suspicious individuals were ultimately uncovered. The woman in the black veil furrowed her brow, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. Could it be that no one had stolen the earth fiend pearl? She murmured to herself. Meng Chuan listened intently, his mind deep in contemplation. At that moment, the earthly pearl lay quietly within his system backpack, while the earthly spider remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly. This could only signify one thing. The system's concealment capability was extraordinarily potent. So much so that even the earthly spider could not detect it. With this thought, Meng Chuan felt a profound sense of reverence for the system. Simultaneously, a delayed message from the system echoed in his mind. The intermediate-level earthly spider cannot detect the advanced-level earthly pearl. Please rest assured, host. Meng Chuan's lips twitched slightly as he blended back into the crowd. Oh, come on. Could you not have informed me a little sooner? Are we playing a heart-pounding game here? Should I demonstrate my demise for you? After the inspection concluded, the woman in the black veil announced a temporary dispersal, instructing the disciples to return and rest. As Meng Chuan stepped into his wooden cabin, Ningyu followed closely behind. Oh dear, how can you, a young lady, so boldly intrude upon a man's dwelling in broad daylight? Meng Chuan remarked. However, Ningyu paid no heed to his words and swiftly took the only chair in the room, seating herself with determination. Have you given any thought to the conditions I previously mentioned? Are you willing to cohabitate with me and assist in retrieving that artifact? Meng Chuan raised an eyebrow, perceiving the girl's remarkable air of aloofness. When seeking assistance, one ought to adopt a demeanor befitting the situation. Her attitude was perplexing. Moreover, remaining in the valley at night was tantamount to courting danger. Even with a system at his disposal, he could not guarantee that other sinister creatures did not lurk within the mist. Ahem. I reiterate, my sole desire is to survive in this world. I harbor no grand ambitions. As for cohabitation, should you be inclined, I, in truth, may not be entirely averse to the idea. He was ordinarily unremarkable, yet now, endowed with a system, he must ensure that his abilities remain concealed from others. Are you implying a refusal of my proposal for collaboration? Ningyu expressed her discontent. Rising and striding towards Meng Chuan. Coming to a halt before him, she fixed him with an unwavering gaze. Meng Chuan, do you truly believe you can maintain your integrity within this demonic sect? You are sorely mistaken. Meng Chuan felt a shiver run through him, for he understood that Ningyu's words rang true. In this realm where the strong reign supreme and the weak are devoured, it is nearly impossible to remain unscathed. Yet, he was reluctant to readily acquiesce to Ningyu's request, as it would entail bearing immense risks. I comprehend your perspective, yet I too harbor my own apprehensions. Meng Chuan sighed and remarked that remaining in the valley at night was indeed perilous. Furthermore, he was uncertain of his ability to assist her in locating that particular item. Ningyu fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a brief pause, she suddenly proposed, "How about this? I can offer you some assurances. If you agree to help me, I will teach you some self-defense techniques, and when danger arises, I shall strive to protect you." Teach me self-defense? Protect me? Meng Chuan pondered. Ningyu possessed considerable strength, and if she could truly impart some self-defense skills to him while also coming to his aid in times of peril, his safety would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Wasn't he this akin to having a personal bodyguard? Noticing the slight shift in Meng Chuan's demeanor, Ningyu continued, "Moreover, if you manage to find that item, not only will I help you free yourself from the constraints of the Demon Heaven treasure record, but I will also offer you a generous reward." Meng Chuan felt a flicker of uncertainty within. Yet the prospect of acquiring self-defense techniques and means of protection was an immense temptation for him. What he currently lacked were the means to launch an attack. To aspire to be a king of survival, one must possess the ability to safeguard oneself in critical moments. Wouldn't you agree? Very well, I shall acquiesce. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Meng Chuan ultimately reached a decision, but you must first impart to me some self-defense methods, and extend your assistance when I find myself in peril. It is a pact sealed by words. However, you must also bear in mind that our collaboration is founded upon mutual trust. Should you dare to betray me, you shall bear the consequences. Meng Chuan scratched his head and replied, Of course. Let us take a rest today. Tomorrow, I shall impart to you a set of techniques for graceful movement." With that, Ningyu paid no heed to Meng Chuan's response and turned gracefully towards the bedside. Upon witnessing this, Meng Chuan was struck by an ominous premonition. He parted his lips, yet had not the opportunity to utter a single word. Just then, he observed Ningyu descending onto the ground, sitting cross-legged and entering a state of deep meditation with her eyes closed. Meng Chuan let out a sigh, lowering his hand with reluctance. He turned to glance at the small cushion resembling a mat beside him, and, in resignation, settled onto the ground, adopting a cross-legged position to regulate his breath. Chapter 11. The Serpent's Dance. As the night deepened, a thick veil of mist enveloped the rear mountain of the Demon Sect's herb garden, rendering the atmosphere particularly eerie and foreboding. Meng Chuan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in deep concentration, poised to enter a meditative state. However, he was abruptly startled by a series of urgent and violent thuds emanating from outside the window. A sense of unease gripped his heart as he hastily opened his eyes, only to be met with a flickering red light visible even through the window screen, accompanied by a dense aura of earthly malevolence rushing towards him. The spirit of the earthly fiend? A jolt of surprise coursed through Meng Chuan. He had not anticipated the manifestation of this spirit at such a moment, nor its frenzied charge towards his wooden abode. Initially, the repeated impacts caused the cabin to sway visibly, emitting a creaking sound. Meng Chuan, concerned that he might disturb Ningyu, who was deep in meditation, quickly rose and approached the window, intending to observe the situation outside. However, just as he reached the window, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The presence of absorbable earthly fiend energy has been detected. Would the host like to absorb it? Meng Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a thought stirred within him. Since the earthly fiend spirit had manifested, why not seize the opportunity to devour it and enhance his own strength? With this resolution, he nodded decisively and silently intoned, "Absorb." He commenced the absorption of the earthly fiend spirit, as the malevolent energies within the earthly fiend essence were filtered and transformed by the system into spiritual resonance. The notifications echoed continuously. 10, 20, 30. Meng Chuan felt waves of warm and pure energy surging into his body, starkly contrasting with the toxic miasma of those malevolent entities. His spiritual power began to escalate rapidly, and it was as if the meridians within him were being broadened by this force, becoming more resilient and unobstructed. Meng Chuan felt an overwhelming joy surge within him, promptly activating his cultivation technique to hasten the absorption of this newfound power. Outside the window, the earthly fiend spirit seemed to sense the threat posed by Meng Chuan, its assaults growing increasingly ferocious. Yet, undeterred, Meng Chuan devoted himself entirely to his practice, continuously transforming the essence of the earthly fiend spirit's energy into his own spiritual force. After an indeterminate passage of time, the cacophony of clashes outside finally subsided, and the presence of the earthly fiend spirit vanished entirely. Meng Chuan exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. He opened the system panel to inspect the changes he had undergone. Mid-stage chi refinement, late-stage chi refinement, and peak chi refinement. Good heavens! Is this some sort of cheat system? How astonishing! In a mere moment, Meng Chuan's realm had escalated by 3 levels, propelling him directly to the pinnacle of chi refinement. Name: Meng Chuan current spirit points, 2,000 current spirit resonance, 1,000 cultivation method, demon heaven treasure record, counteraction suppressed at 10, physical body, elementary level mystical 5 poison corpse body realm. Peak of chi refinement. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Meng Chuan felt a wave of exhilaration. He had not anticipated that merely devouring a few earthly fiend spirits would elevate his strength to the peak of chi refinement. Moreover, he had amassed a substantial amount of spirit resonance, which would undeniably prove invaluable for his future cultivation endeavors. Meng Chuan secretly rejoiced, for it seemed that his method of cultivating the path of survival was indeed commendable. The system continued to absorb the earthly fiend spirits. However, as time passed, Meng Chuan suddenly discerned a troubling issue. While devouring the earthly fiend spirits undoubtedly enhanced his strength, he noticed a troubling decline in the amount of spiritual resonance he was acquiring. Initially, consuming a single earthly fiend spirit would yield hundreds of points of spiritual resonance. Yet as time progressed, even when devouring more powerful earthly fiend spirits, he could scarcely obtain a few points. Eventually, he felt that the spiritual resonance he absorbed had become almost negligible. Meng Chuan furrowed his brows, a sense of discontent brewing within him. Could it be that having reached a plateau in his abilities, he now needed to seek new opportunities to advance further? He sighed, relinquishing the thought of continuing to devour the malevolent spirits, and closed the window once more. Taking his seat on the meditation mat, he began to meditate and regulate his breathing, solidifying his realm. In his mind, the system interface appeared vividly before him, revealing an abundance of spiritual points and spiritual resonance. Meng Chuan was acutely aware that enhancing his strength was his foremost task at this stage. Casting a glance at the panel, he promptly selected the realm of deduction. Please allocate spiritual points and spiritual resonance accordingly. Meng Chuan's gaze hovered between the 2 rows of numbers representing spiritual points and spiritual essence. With a resolute heart and clenched teeth, he decisively invested 1,000 spiritual points and 500 spiritual essence. In an instant, the 2 rows of numbers vanished by more than half. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within his mind. You have invested 1,000 spiritual points and 500 spiritual essence to deduce your realm. The realm is an enhancement achieved through postnatal efforts. By investing spiritual essence, there exists an 80% chance of obtaining extraordinary rewards during the deduction process. Rewards may include martial arts techniques, elixirs, or other fortuitous opportunities. As he began to deduce his realm, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, merging into his body, intertwining with his own spiritual power. He felt as if he were immersed in a chaotic expanse, acutely aware of the surging and shifting of spiritual energy. Waves of warm and pure spiritual essence surged from all directions, intertwining with Meng Chuan's spiritual power, forming powerful currents of energy. These currents traversed through his meridians, continually broadening them and enhancing his spiritual strength. Meng Chuan tightly closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the fluctuations of this formidable power. However, the path of advancement was not devoid of obstacles. During this endeavor, he suddenly sensed a powerful resistance, as though an invisible force was thwarting his ascent. What could this be? Alarmed, Ming Chuan quickly gathered his focus, striving to surmount this impediment. At that moment, the system's notification sound resonated once more. A bottleneck had been encountered during the progression. Greater investment of spiritual points or spiritual resonance was required to break through. Upon hearing this prompt, Ming Chuan hesitated not for a moment, directly channeling all his remaining spiritual points and resonance into the endeavor. With this infusion, the bottleneck began to loosen, and the celestial spiritual energy surged more vigorously into his being, resulting in a qualitative leap in his spiritual power. The advancement was successful, and his cultivation level had ascended to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Simultaneously, the information displayed on the system panel underwent a transformation. Name: Ming Chuan. Current spiritual points: 0. Current spiritual resonance: 0. Technique: Magical Heavenly Treasure Record, Repressed / 10. Physique: Elementary Level 5 Poison Corpse. Physique realm: Initial stage of foundation establishment. Ming Chuan gradually opened his eyes, realizing that he had swiftly reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Just as he reveled in the joy of his breakthrough, the system's notification chime resonated once more. Simulation successful. Additional rewards are being distributed. Ming Chuan felt a sudden stir within his heart and promptly opened his system backpack to inspect its contents. To his astonishment, he discovered a shimmering pill radiating a faint glow alongside an ancient tome of martial arts techniques. Additional rewards: Foundation Establishment Pill 1, Earth Level Intermediate Technique, Spirit Serpent's Gliding Steps. Ming Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Foundation Establishment Pill was indeed an exceptional aid for practitioners at the Foundation Establishment stage seeking to transcend their limitations. Furthermore, the Spirit Serpent's agile movement was a remarkable technique, significantly enhancing his speed and agility. However, he pondered whether the intermediate Earth tier requirement meant that he must elevate his physique to the Earth tier to utilize it. The reward was successfully claimed and was in the process of automatic interpretation. Chapter 12. Mastering the Art of Control. Ding. The system began to decipher the Spirit Serpent's agile movement. Ming Chuan gazed at the newly acquired skill, the serpent's graceful steps, within his system's inventory, his heart brimming with anticipation. However, the system's notification sounded like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his enthusiasm. The serpent's graceful steps is a mid-tier Earth-level technique, requiring the practitioner to possess a physique of Earth rank. Otherwise, harnessing its power would prove exceedingly difficult. Ming Chuan furrowed his brow, for his current physique was merely at the initial stage of the mystic rank, leaving a considerable distance to the Earth rank. This realization filled him with disappointment. He had initially believed he could immediately cultivate this body technique to enhance his speed and agility, but it appeared that he needed to elevate his physique first. Indeed, cultivation is not a matter of instant gratification. Sighing, Ming Chuan muttered to himself, "It seems I must first improve my physique." He reopened the system panel to assess his resources. Name: Ming Chuan. Current spirit points: 0. Current spirit resonance: 0. Cultivation technique: Demon Sky Treasure Record, Repressed / 10. Physique: Mystic rank, initial stage: 5 Poisons Corrupted Corpse. Physique realm: Foundation establishment, initial stage. Gazing at the completely depleted spirit points and spirit resonance, Ming Chuan couldn't help but feel troubled. He was in urgent need of resources to bolster his strength, but where could he find them? Just then, a thought struck him. He recalled the Blackstone mission board, which seemingly had a task concerning the Earth Fiend spirit. Yes, I can undertake that mission and exchange the Earth Fiend spirit for resources. Ming Chuan's eyes brightened, and his mind began to devise a plan. He swiftly rose, preparing to leave the wooden cabin. Creak. Ming Chuan, where are you planning to go? Ningyu's voice suddenly rang out beside him. He paused mid-step, slowly turning around with an awkward smile. Lady Ningyu, what brings you up so early? Ningyu smiled faintly, her gaze appraising Ming Chuan from head to toe, and with an enigmatic tone remarked, "For a cultivator, what distinction is there between early and late? Yet you, it seems, have significantly improved your strength overnight. It appears you have reaped considerable rewards." Ming Chuan felt a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head, modestly attributing his luck to mere chance. Ningyu refrained from saying more. She merely cast a glance at him before turning to exit the wooden cabin. Did you hear any strange noises last night? Huh? Strange noises? No, I didn't hear anything. Really? I thought there might have been an earthquake. Perhaps I simply misheard. Where are you headed? Ming Chuan, feeling somewhat guilty, scratched his head and, in a moment of distraction, blurted out, "Where are you going?" The instant the words left his mouth, he regretted his impulsiveness and lightly patted his face. At that moment, the person ahead had already turned around, arms crossed, wearing an expression of exasperation. "Wasn't I teaching you self-defense techniques? Hurry up and keep up." Upon witnessing this, Meng Chuan hastily followed suit, calling out, "Hey, wait for me." He trailed behind Ningyu, secretly relieved that he had reacted swiftly to shift the conversation. For he truly did not know how to explain the sudden surge in his capabilities overnight. The two made their way toward an open area in the herbal garden. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated, rendering the surroundings shrouded in a soft haze. Ningyu halted, turning to face Meng Chuan with a serious expression. "Today, I shall teach you a fundamental boxing technique known as stone-shattering fist. Although it is merely a yellow-tier skill, its solid foundation will greatly benefit your future cultivation." With that, Ningyu assumed her stance and began to demonstrate the moves of the stone-shattering fist. Her movements were fluid and powerful, with each punch. One could almost hear the sound of the air being torn asunder. The stone-shattering fist emphasizes the perfect amalgamation of strength and speed. When delivering a strike, one must concentrate, channeling all their energy into the tip of the fist while maintaining the body's agility to adjust the direction of the attack at any moment. As Ningyu demonstrated, she elucidated the essential principles of the stone-shattering fist. Meng Chuan stood to the side, his gaze fixed intently on Ningyu's demonstration, silently committing every movement and technique to memory. Once Ningyu completed her display, he began to practice, imitating her actions. Initially, his movements were somewhat stiff, but under Ningyu's patient guidance, he gradually found his rhythm, and his actions began to take shape. "Not bad. You are learning quickly," Ningyu remarked. "With diligent practice each day, you can strengthen your body and enhance your spiritual energy." Observing Meng Chuan's progress, she nodded in satisfaction. "Once you have mastered the shattering stone fist, I shall teach you another set of footwork." Ningyu assumed her stance once more. Like a wisp of wind, her figure danced gracefully across the grass, each step seemingly merging with the surrounding air, leaving behind faint traces of her passage. This was an advanced footwork technique. Executed with utter silence, her steps, breath, and heartbeat synchronized perfectly, capable of creating afterimages to confound opponents of the profound realm and below. Is that really appropriate? Meng Chuan was left utterly astonished, his heart secretly marveling at the marvels of this set of movement techniques, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he spoke. Were his thoughts to be audible to the other party, he would undoubtedly wager that the sound of abacus beads could be enough to overwhelm them. Regarding Meng Chuan's reaction, Ningyu remained unfazed and continued, "Since we are collaborating, allow me to clarify. The treasures you will help me seek are invaluable. In return, I shall bestow upon you a set of boxing techniques and a set of movement skills, which you rightfully deserve." Clang. Both individuals turned their heads simultaneously, only to face each other in mutual astonishment upon returning to their previous positions. Let us proceed. It is time to gather the spiritual herbs. Remember to practice the fragmented stone fist diligently, without any negligence. Of course, I shall heed my master." Ningyu's expression momentarily faltered. Although her voice was barely above a whisper, she quickly retorted, "Who is your master? We are at most partners in collaboration. Lady in the black veil. Should we warn them not to return here for cultivation?" "No need," replied the woman in black, her gaze sharp. The handle of her thorny flame whipped gently tapping against her palm. "I am curious to see how far these two somewhat talented servant disciples can progress." As her gaze fell upon Meng Chuan's retreating figure, memories of him resurfaced in her mind, prompting her to shake her head with a hint of disdain in her eyes. "That male disciple is utterly pathetic, hardly worth mentioning. You need only to pay close attention to that female disciple. She appears to be quite extraordinary." Understood. Meng Chuan skillfully navigated through the herb garden, his fingertips gently brushing against the plants as he carefully collected each spirit herb into a specially crafted jade box. Within just half an hour, he had completed all his gathering tasks for the day, showcasing an efficiency that left even some seasoned servant disciples in awe. This lad had truly kept his talents well concealed. Who would have thought that beneath his unassuming exterior lay a master gatherer of spirit herbs? Humph, a master indeed. Yet, one must have the means to survive. Zhao Laowu frowned as he glanced back at the servant disciple who had scoffed, silently noting the remark before discreetly moving on to seek more spirit herbs. With his physique and realm having ascended, gathering 10 spirit herbs each day was now a trivial matter. Chapter 13. Overload. Upon completing his tasks, Meng Chuan wasted no time and promptly returned to his wooden cabin. He retrieved the token symbolizing his status as a servant disciple and silently recalled the location of the black stone task board, vanishing in a flash as he departed the valley, heading towards the main hall of the Demon Sect. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere around the black stone task board was still bustling, with disciples either intently gazing at the list or engaged in hushed conversations, searching for tasks that suited their abilities. Meng Chuan, with unwavering determination, set his sights on the quest concerning the Earth Fiend Spirit. He meticulously searched for details about this task and ultimately discovered it nestled in a corner of the quest board. Blackstone Board Number 103. Seek the Earth Fiend Spirit. The Earth Fiend Spirit is a malevolent creature unique to the Demon Sect, harboring within it a formidable and sinister power. Quest reward: 500 contribution points and 1/3 grade lower grade recovery pill. Current status: awaiting acceptance. Time limit: 7 days. Although the rewards for the quest to find the Fiend Spirit ranked at 103 were somewhat modest, the difficulty level was undoubtedly significantly lower compared to that of the 89th entry on the Blackstone board. Meng Chuan gazed at the task rewards, contemplating silently. Though 500 contribution points and a third-tier lower-grade recovery pill may not seem substantial, they were indeed sufficient for him. Without hesitation, he accepted the task and departed from the Blackstone task board, hastening toward the delivery location. This site was situated within a secluded chamber of the Demon Sect, and Meng Chuan followed the task's instructions to locate it. Upon entering the chamber, he beheld an elderly elder with hair as white as snow, meditating with closed eyes. "I have come to make a delivery," Meng Chuan approached respectfully and announced. The elder, upon hearing his words, gradually opened his eyes, surveying Meng Chuan with a discerning gaze. Notably, he took in the attire of a mere servant disciple from the herb garden, which elicited a slight frown. "A servant disciple? Here to deliver? Go away. Do not disturb the proceedings. This task from the Blackstone board is not one meant for you," the elder remarked, but before he could finish, Meng Chuan swiftly presented the task token, clarifying, "Indeed, I am a servant disciple of the herb garden, but I assure you, I am not here to cause trouble. I have truly accepted the task of locating the Earth Fiend Spirit and am here to make the delivery." The elder took the token, scrutinizing it for a moment. "This is the turnaround token issued by the Demon Sect to servant disciples? Only those with a modicum of talent could obtain such a token." The elder straightened himself, casually returning the token, and with a meaningful tone inquired, "In that case, where is the Earth Fiend Spirit you have procured?" Meng Chuan observed the elder, who, after uttering those words, retrieved an object resembling a magnifying glass from behind. He slightly parted his lips, his expression clearly displaying a hint of astonishment. Who does this old man think he is looking down upon? Meng Chuan retrieved the malevolent spirit from the storage bag distributed in the herbal garden of the Demon Sect and presented it to the elder. The elder sprang to his feet in astonishment. You have truly found the earth malevolent spirit?" As he examined the spirit closely, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. He never anticipated that a mere servant disciple could actually discover the earth malevolent spirit. "The aura of this spirit is so pure. How did you manage to find it?" The elder leaned in closer to Meng Chuan, his eyes gleaming with the fascination of a connoisseur appraising a precious treasure, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Meng Chuan felt a tightening in his heart, aware that revealing the truth could lead to unnecessary troubles. Thus, he feigned an air of mystery, smiling enigmatically as he replied, "Elder, it was merely by a stroke of fortune that I stumbled upon it. I discovered a valley shrouded in mist on the back mountain, where peculiar occurrences seemed to abound. Summoning my courage, I ventured inside and, to my astonishment, I truly found the Earth Fiend Spirit." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression grew increasingly skeptical. "Do you think I would believe such a tale?" He was well aware of the location of the mist-laden valley, notorious as one of the most perilous places within the Demon Sect. The audacity of a mere servant disciple to venture there alone and actually find the Earth Fiend Spirit was indeed surprising. "Huh? Are you inquiring of me?" Meng Chuan swiftly averted his gaze, appearing as if he were staring at a fool. "Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence to me." It was evident that the elder did not pursue the matter any further. He merely nodded and stated, "Regardless, you have fulfilled your task. Here is your reward." As he spoke, the elder retrieved 500 contribution points and a third-grade lower-tier recovery pill from his storage ring and handed them to Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan accepted the reward, his heart swelling with excitement. He had not anticipated that the task would be accomplished so smoothly. Now he had the resources to enhance his own strength. "Thank you, elder." Meng Chuan bowed respectfully, eager to depart from the secluded hall. At that moment, the elder unexpectedly called out to him, "Wait a moment." Meng Chuan halted his steps, casting a perplexed glance towards the elder. Have you sensed any abnormalities in your body of late? The elder fixed his sharp gaze upon Meng Chuan, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Meng Chuan felt a tightening in his chest. This question was difficult to answer. Were it not for the system he possessed, the effects of the herb garden's mists would have likely begun manifesting in his body with some minor symptoms. What symptoms might those be? At this moment, Meng Chuan truly regretted not having engaged in more conversation with Zhao Laowu. In such a predicament, he could not afford to speak recklessly. That would only serve to make his deception more apparent. Maintaining a facade of calm, he shook his head and replied, "No, elder. My body is entirely normal." Upon hearing Meng Chuan's response, the elder's brow furrowed slightly, yet he chose not to pursue the matter further. He waved his hand, signaling that Meng Chuan was free to leave. Meng Chuan let out a sigh of relief, then departed from the side hall. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, he eagerly opened the system panel to examine his resources. Name: Meng Chuan. Current spiritual points: 0. Current spiritual rhythms: 0. Contribution points: 700. Cultivation technique: Demon Sect's heavenly treasure record, repressed backlash at 10. Physical body: intermediate level of the mysterious tier. 5. Poisons corrupted corpse body realm. Foundation establishment mid-stage. Gazing at the newly acquired contribution points, a wave of joy surged within Meng Chuan. It appeared that contribution points were a vital resource within the Demon Sect, ostensibly meant for exchanging various cultivation materials, as well as for enhancing one's physical body. He realized it was time to thoughtfully plan how to utilize these contribution points. Contemplating the information before him, Meng Chuan seemed to weigh his options. Ultimately, he resolved to first use his contribution points to enhance his own strength, to advance his physical body to the earth tier as soon as possible. He needed to begin practicing the Spirit Serpent's gliding step and the mysterious techniques that Ningyu had promised to teach him. With this in mind, he unhesitatingly allocated the resources he had acquired towards the enhancement of his physical body. As the enhancement commenced, Meng Chuan felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. His physical form continually improving. A wave of extraordinary pressure descended from the crown of his head. "System, what is happening?" Meng Chuan anxiously inquired within himself. The host had consumed an excessive amount of energy at once, resulting in an overwhelming force that was straining the limits of his physique. Chapter 14. Internal lines? Lines? This is terrible. I have devoured far too much. Meng Chuan's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that devouring such an immense amount of energy would yield such dire consequences. He felt akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. Engulfed in agony. What should I do? The weight of his body intensified, causing him to panic. Surely this energy won't cause my body to explode, right? How long have I been in this world? Time has barely passed, and I do not wish to meet an untimely demise. Before his thoughts could settle, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Excess energy detected within the host, commencing energy conversion. The intervention of the system alleviated the painful sensation coursing through him, gradually restoring his body to normalcy. He could sense the surplus energy being meticulously converted and absorbed by the system, transforming into spiritual power he could command. After an indeterminate period, when the final vestiges of energy were converted, Meng Chuan exhaled deeply, feeling an unparalleled sense of relief wash over him. He once again accessed the system panel to assess his transformations. Name: Meng Chuan. Current spirit points: 0. Current spiritual rhythm: 0. Contribution points: 0. Cultivation technique: Demon Heaven treasure record, counteraction suppressed at 10. Physical body: earth level initial stage. 5. Poisons corpse body realm. Foundation establishment mid-stage, earth level initial stage. Good heavens! Gazing at the information on the panel, Meng Chuan felt a surge of exhilaration. He had not anticipated that this frenzied consumption would elevate him directly to the earth level initial stage of his physical body, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength. Aha, this time, I truly struck gold. Meng Chuan let out a hearty laugh, feeling an immense surge of power coursing through him, far surpassing his previous strength. His speed and agility had also seen a remarkable enhancement. More importantly, he was now ready to commence the cultivation of the serpent's gliding steps. With this thought in mind, Meng Chuan eagerly opened his system backpack, retrieved the manual for the serpent's gliding steps, and began to read it with great attention. The serpent's gliding steps is founded upon the agility of the serpent and emphasizes the transformation of one's form, advocating for movement as fluid as a serpent and steps as fleeting as clouds. With a decisive snap, he closed the manual. Meng Chuan returned the secret manual to his backpack and exhaled deeply as he recalled the descriptions within the text. He endeavored to imitate the sinuous movements of the spirit snake. He slowly rose to his feet and began to practice within the confines of the modest wooden cabin. Initially, his motions appeared stiff and clumsy, and he even stumbled about the room. However, after several attempts, he gradually found his rhythm, and his form became increasingly agile. "You possess such remarkable agility?" he marveled. As Meng Chuan turned around, he discovered that Ning Yuan had, unbeknownst to him, leaned against the doorway. Her gaze shimmered with unmistakable approval. "It appears you have already grasped the foundational techniques of this movement art. The true power of the flowing serpent steps lies in its ever-changing form and elusive speed. Once you embark on this cultivation journey, you must not allow yourself a moment's respite. However, after practicing so many techniques, are you certain your body can withstand the strain?" Meng Chuan scratched his head, pondering the thought that had never crossed his mind before. "In the 21st century, I effortlessly managed to study 10 subjects daily. Could a mere trio of techniques truly drive me to madness? How absurd." Observing Meng Chuan's nonchalant demeanor, Ning Yu shook her head and felt compelled to remind him. On the path of cultivation, it is essential to avoid the pitfalls of haste and greed. Even if you possess extraordinary talent, it is crucial to balance diligence with rest. Otherwise, one risks descending into madness. Do not underestimate this world, for true power often lurks in the shadows. Moreover, within the demonic sect, masters abound. And you must remain ever vigilant. Meng Chuan nodded, fully in agreement with her sentiment. "I shall remember your teachings, Miss Ning." Ning Yu offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to leave the wooden cabin. "Are you not?" Ning Yu paused, glancing back at Meng Chuan with a hint of confusion. The latter swiftly waved his hand. "No, it's nothing." What was he just contemplating? How could he even be pondering why Ning Yu had no intention of staying overnight? Such a disconcerting thought. After watching Ning Yu depart, he shook his head, dismissing the distractions from his mind, and refocused his attention on his cultivation. The moonlight filtered through the sparse treetops, casting a mottled glow upon the small cabin perched on the cliff. The sound of the cabin's window flapping echoed softly. Just as he was immersed in this unprecedented experience of cultivation, an acute, yet subtle, sense of impending danger suddenly washed over him. Ding! A warning of approaching peril had been detected. Who could it be? Meng Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, and as he rose, he executed the movements of the spirit serpent with utmost finesse, swiftly evading to one side. Almost simultaneously, a shadow darted past the spot where he had just stood, leaving behind a glimmer of cold light. It was a blade. Meng Chuan felt a shiver run down his spine. The speed and prowess displayed were certainly not those of an ordinary individual. He often reminded himself to remain inconspicuous upon entering the herbal garden, adhering to the principle of humility. What had he done to provoke such attention? The response was indeed swift. "It appears that not all within this herbal garden are inept. You, young man, have truly astonished me." From the shadows, a deep and hoarse voice emerged, accompanied by a chilling laughter that sent shivers through one's very being. Meng Chuan squinted his eyes, struggling to discern the silhouette of the approaching figure in the moonlight. Clad in a black robe, the face was shrouded in the shadow of a hood, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with cunning and avarice. "You are not from the herb garden?" What a ridiculous question. Those inept fools from the herb garden could never be compared to me. "I am Lu Ming, a disciple of the Shadow Hall of the Demon Sect." The Demon Sect is divided into 4 halls: the Shadow Hall, Blood Fiend Hall, Nether Hall, and Refining Hall, each with its own responsibilities. The Shadow Hall is primarily tasked with intelligence gathering and assassination missions, making it a particularly enigmatic and perilous entity within the sect. Lu Ming? Why have I not heard of him? At least, he had never encountered any of those boastful formal disciples mentioning his name during his visits to the inner sanctum. Lu Ming slowly stepped out of the shadows, his iron-clawed fingers lifting the hood to reveal a sinister visage, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Young man, what is your name?" Meng Chuan remained vigilant within, yet his demeanor betrayed none of his apprehension. In the face of uncertainty regarding the enemy's strength, it would be folly to recklessly divulge his own information. Thus, he feigned composure and retorted, "What brings you to me? If there is nothing of import, I kindly ask you to depart swiftly, lest I summon the elder of the herbal garden." The woman clad in black gazed with a frigid demeanor. Yet in such a predicament, she would likely extend her assistance, wouldn't she? As he pondered this, a derisive laugh emanated from across the way. "Summon the elder? Do you truly believe they would come to your aid?" "Humph. Those old relics from the herbal garden possess strength that is all too apparent. Should they confront me, they would be hard-pressed to ensure their own safety, let alone yours." So, what is it that you truly desire? Quite simple, Lu Ming said, gradually advancing, his iron claws glinting with a chilling sheen under the moonlight. I have heard that you have been faring quite well in the herbal garden, even undertaking the task of seeking the earthly spirit. I am most curious as to how a mere servant disciple has managed to accomplish such a feat. Meng Chuan pondered quietly within his heart, realizing that Lu Ming evidently harbored ulterior motives towards him. But how did he come to know of his exploits? Could it be that there were spies within the herbal garden? Or was it? Chapter 15. Discovered? In Meng Chuan's mind, the image of the elder from the grim spirit who had been responsible for their interaction that day suddenly surfaced. With this thought, Meng Chuan grew increasingly vigilant. He slightly turned to the side and smiled innocently, saying, I merely possess good fortune. There is nothing particularly remarkable about me. Good fortune? Lu Ming scoffed. I refuse to believe that such extraordinary luck exists in this world. If you were to obediently reveal your secrets, perhaps I might allow you to retain your life. As his words lingered in the air, as Meng Chuan was lost in thought, the figure of Lu Ming vanished from his sight. When he reappeared, Meng Chuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Wait. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he leaned closer to Meng Chuan, inhaling deeply a few times. Why is there such a strong scent of earthly fiend spirit about you? Could it be that you? Meng Chuan's heart tightened. Could it be that the other party had discovered his energy absorption? Or perhaps they had detected the system he possessed? What could he possibly have that would warrant such attention from senior brother Lu Ming? Feigning confusion, Meng Chuan endeavored to elicit the other's intentions. Humph, cease your charade. Lu Ming suddenly accelerated, his form flickering as he instantaneously appeared before Meng Chuan, a hand extending like a ghostly claw, aimed directly at Meng Chuan's chest. Meng Chuan had long been prepared, his movements akin to that of a serpent, twisting and coiling with remarkable finesse, deftly evading Lu Ming's assault. Huh, I told you, you are no ordinary fellow. Stay back. I warn you not to approach me. Meng Chuan took a step back as Lu Ming suddenly lunged towards him. Oh my. Within the cliff, the disciples of the medicinal herb garden, who had been resting, promptly lit their lamps and peered out. A voice warned the host. The woman in the black veil is approaching. Meng Chuan's gaze wandered back and forth, and from the sparse branches, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the hem of a black gauze garment. Meng Chuan suddenly conceived a cunning plan. He deliberately exposed a flaw, stating, Brother Lu Ming, your intrusion into our herb garden will certainly not be overlooked by Lord Blackveil. Humph. Blackveil? She must possess the capability to contend with me for her threats to hold any weight. Once the favored disciple of the Bloodslaughter Hall, now relegated to the position of a mere gatekeeper, what else could it be but a monumental error? I would rather she not come, however, if she does. I am equally eager to experience the prowess of the Bloodslaughter Hall disciples who monopolize nearly 1/3 of the sect's resources. Here she comes. Meng Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Brother Lu, your small wish shall come to fruition. I only hope you are not left searching for your teeth after being struck down by Our Lady in Black Veil. As I faced the Lady in Black Veil, it was only I who would inflict torment upon her. Oh, is that so? Then let us put it to the test. A beam of darkness shot forth from the hand of the Black Veil woman, striking Lu Ming squarely in the back. Lu Ming let out a pained cry as he was hurled away by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily against the wall of the wooden cabin. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Veil woman pursued him, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that descended upon Lu Ming like a tempest. Despite his profound cultivation, Lu Ming appeared somewhat flustered in the face of the Black Veil woman's sudden counterattack. The Black Veil woman regarded him with cold eyes as he knelt on one knee upon the ground. You, young man, step aside. Do not obstruct us here. As she spoke, the Black Veil woman raised her hand, brandishing a whip of thorny flames. Meng Chuan smiled triumphantly and repeatedly affirmed, Yes, 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 before swiftly departing from the battlefield. Black Veil, how dare you ambush me? You permit slander behind my back, yet I am forbidden from retaliating against the beasts? What sort of reasoning is this? I have never heard of such a thing. Beneath the moonlight, the silhouettes of the two stood facing each other, their spiritual energy radiating forth, causing the surrounding air to seemingly solidify. Lu Ming was struck by the whip of Black Veil. Although he was in disarray, he did not lose his fighting spirit. He quickly steadied himself, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. With a roar, the bloodthirsty blade was drawn in an instant. The 18 iron rings embedded in the blade clashing with a crisp sound, accompanied by piercing howls, as a ferocious aura emanated from the weapon. Black Veil, do not overstep your bounds. I, Lu Ming, am not one to be trifled with. Lu Ming glared furiously, launching himself forward and swinging his blade at Black Veil. She responded with a cold laugh, nimbly evading Lu Ming's assault with ease. The thorned fire whip in her hand seemed to possess a life of its own, tracing searing arcs in the air, each swing accompanied by the crackling of flames, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Lu Ming, you trespass in the herb garden and intend harm upon my disciple. Today, I, Black Veil, shall cleanse the sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming erupted in anger and laughter. Cleanse the sect? You are but a disgraced wretch. What qualifications do you have to utter such words? Before his words could fade, Lu Ming swung his blade again towards Black Veil, this time clearly exerting all his strength, the iron rings on the blade producing a deafening roar. As if the very fabric of space was being torn asunder. Black Veil's expression grew grave. She understood the formidable nature of Lu Ming's strength, particularly the terrifying power of the bloodthirsty blade. The bloodthirsty blade, a high-grade earthly weapon, the Shadow Hall indeed holds him in high regard. She infused her entire spiritual energy into the thorned fire whip, which instantly glowed a fiery red, as if ablaze with intense flames. Thorned fire, incinerate all, Black Veil shouted, wielding her whip to meet Lu Ming's onslaught. The light of the blade and the shadow of the whip intertwined, the two immense forces colliding in the air, producing a thunderous roar. Meng Chuan concealed himself at a distance, observing for a brief period when the system's notification sound resonated in his mind. The system detected unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy nearby, potentially linked to the host's safety, and advised caution in his actions. Meng Chuan's heart tightened as he swiftly redirected his attention from the fierce battle in the distance. He scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the anomalous spiritual energy fluctuations indicated by the system. Yet, all was silent around him, save for the sounds of the distant clash between Haisha and Lu Ming, with no other peculiarities to be found. Anomalous spiritual energy fluctuations? Could it be that, aside from Lu Ming, there were others lying in wait in the shadows? Meng Chuan pondered this thought, growing increasingly vigilant. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from nearby, suggesting that someone was stealthily approaching. Meng Chuan swiftly employed the serpent's glide, his figure flickering as he deftly concealed himself within a nearby thicket, holding his breath in anticipation of the approaching figure. Before long, a silhouette cloaked in black gradually came into view, moving with a graceful lightness, nearly inaudible in its motion, clearly a master of stealth. A chill ran through Meng Chuan's heart as he realized that the strength of this mysterious visitor might rival that of Haisha and Lu Ming. System, do you know who this person is? He silently inquired, remaining vigilant. The system could not identify the individual, but noted that this person's spiritual energy fluctuations were exceptionally potent and concealed, advising the host to maintain a heightened sense of alertness. Just as Meng Chuan prepared to observe further, the enigmatic figure in black suddenly halted, seemingly sensing something, and cast a direct gaze in the direction where Meng Chuan was concealed. Discovered? Meng Chuan inwardly cursed his misfortune, ready to utilize his spiritual serpent's agility to escape. When the figure in black quietly uttered, "Don't move, it's me." Chapter 16, Divine Weapon Drop Rate at 100%. The voice belonged to Ningyu. Miss Ning, how did you end up here? And dressed like this? Upon recognizing her, Meng Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly stepped out from the thicket, gazing at Ningyu with curiosity. Ningyu did not respond directly but swiftly approached Meng Chuan, whispering, "This place is not safe. We should leave at once." Though Meng Chuan was filled with confusion, upon observing Ningyu's grave expression, he understood the urgency of the situation and refrained from further inquiries, promptly following her as they hastily departed the scene. They traversed swiftly until they were well beyond the battlefield, at which point Ningyu halted. Turning to gaze back towards the earlier commotion, they were indeed preoccupied. I had initially intended to explore the fringes of the valley tonight, but unexpectedly, the nearby roar of a beast startled Meng Chuan, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He instinctively turned to look in that direction. The system detected a beast that could be absorbed. A demon beast. Did the system truly have to provide such reminders at a time like this? What troubled him further was that this beast was currently situated in the very center of the herb garden square, the very place where Haisha and Lu Ming were embroiled in fierce combat. Should he approach, he would likely be drawn into the fray. Moreover, Lu Ming already harbored suspicions regarding his possession of unusual items. To venture forth now would be tantamount to delivering himself directly into danger. He would be mad to do so. The The probability of obtaining an Earth-tier divine weapon after absorption was merely 30%. A mere 30%? It was not a guarantee. What justified him in taking such a risk? Miss Ning, we should depart from here swiftly. It is far too perilous. Should their battle extend to us, we might very well lose our lives. Upon hearing this, Ningyu frowned slightly, seemingly taken aback by Meng Chuan's suggestion, but she quickly nodded in agreement with his assessment. You are correct. It is unwise to linger here. Let us return to the wooden cabin and deliberate further. The two turned swiftly, making their way towards the cabin with alacrity. Along the way, Meng Chuan silently expressed gratitude for the system's timely warning. Otherwise, he might have acted impulsively, placing himself in jeopardy. Upon their return to the wooden cabin, Meng Chuan secured the doors and windows, ensuring all was safe before finally exhaling in relief. He turned to face Ningyu and found her gazing at him pensively. Miss Ning, is something the matter? Meng Chuan inquired, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Ningyu shook her head gently and replied, I was merely contemplating your reaction. It seemed rather overly cautious. While caution is commendable, at times excessive conservatism may lead to missed opportunities. Meng Chuan shrugged nonchalantly and said, So what? Miss Ning, you may not be aware that I have always been timid and averse to trouble. If I can avoid it, I will certainly refrain from stepping into the fray. Within this demonic sect, where experts abound, a moment's carelessness could lead to irretrievable ruin. Therefore, I still believe that a cautious approach is preferable. Everyone has their own way of survival, and I respect your choice. However, at times, a measured risk is also an integral part of growth. Of course, this must be contingent on the circumstances. You are absolutely right. Meng Chuan nodded, his thoughts silently drifting beyond the wooden cabin, quietly inquiring within his heart, attempting to glean further information from the system. System, what is the true strength of that demonic beast? The creature belongs to a medium-sized category. Its power akin to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. However, due to the fierce battle between the Black Veil and Lu Ming, it has expended a significant amount of spiritual energy and currently finds itself in a weakened state. Should the host seize this opportunity to absorb its spiritual essence, there lies the potential to acquire an Earth-grade divine weapon. Upon hearing the system's response, Meng Chuan felt a surge of excitement within. An Earth-grade divine weapon, indeed, is a coveted treasure for countless cultivators. Possessing it would undoubtedly amplify one's strength immensely. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his life held far greater significance than that ethereal divine weapon. Thus, he decided it would be best to rest early. Meng Chuan strode towards the bed, illuminated by the moonlight. At that moment, Ningyu had unknowingly reclaimed her place upon the bed. Oh heavens! How could this lady be so domineering? Whose abode is this? After all, I cannot believe it. Is there truly no room for me, the rightful owner, to rest? As Meng Chuan's foot barely touched the bed, a sharp sound echoed. Above Ningyu's head, a pristine white long sword unsheathed itself autonomously, hovering in the air with its tip aimed directly at the center of Meng Chuan's brow, radiating a chilling glimmer. My apologies, I did not mean to intrude. I shall take my leave at once, he stammered. At the break of dawn, Meng Chuan suddenly lowered his head, and upon awakening, he instinctively rubbed his eyes. Through the small window, he noticed that the outside world had inexplicably fallen silent. Unable to resist the urge, he rose to his feet, stretched lazily, and inquired, System, where is the demon beast currently trapped? The response came. The demon beast is presently ensnared within the beast confinement cage at the center of the herb garden square, unable to escape in the near term. Beast confinement cage? Meng Chuan felt a sudden realization. The beast cage is a magical artifact specifically designed to imprison demonic beasts. With its constraints, the power of the demonic beast would be significantly diminished. But were there any guards nearby? None. Meng Chuan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Amidst the veil of night and the ensuing chaos, there might arise a chance for him to stealthily draw closer and absorb without detection. A 30% probability, though modest, still held a glimmer of possibility. Meng Chuan sat cross-legged upon the mat, his mind diligently weighing the pros and cons. After a long while, he resolutely made up his mind. Very well, he would take this gamble. He donned his outer garment with utmost care, striving to make no sound so as not to disturb the slumbering Ningyu. Then he quietly opened the door of the wooden cabin and, shrouded by the cover of night, stealthily made his way towards the center of the herb garden square. Throughout his journey, Meng Chuan's heart raced, fearful of being detected by anyone. He moved with the grace of a serpent, his figure gliding like a specter through the trees, each step taken with meticulous caution. lest he disturb the slightest whisper of the wind or rustle of the grass. At last, he reached the edge of the herb garden square, spotting in the distance the cage shimmering with a faint light. Within the cage, the beast writhed restlessly, its roars echoing its profound dissatisfaction with its current predicament. System, are you certain that absorbing it now poses no risk? Ming Chuan silently confirmed with the system. Rest assured, host, the system will ensure the entire process is secure. With the system's reassuring response, Ming Chuan took a deep breath and slowly approached the beast's cage. His heartbeat quickened, and his palms grew slightly clammy. Yet he understood that there was no turning back now. Just as he was within 10 steps of the cage, the system suddenly issued a prompt. The system is about to commence the absorption of the beast's spiritual energy. Please remain calm and refrain from any movements. Ming Chuan abruptly halted his steps, holding his breath, and stood motionless in place. A faint luminescence emanated from the system, gradually enveloping the beast trapped within the confinement cage. The creature seemed to sense an impending threat, escalating its frantic struggles. Chapter 17. As long as there are hands yet, regardless of the beast's desperate efforts, it could not break free from the restraints of the confinement cage. As time passed, the roars of the creature gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. The radiance surrounding it intensified until it completely enveloped the entire cage. In the next moment, a deafening, resonant cry erupted from the confinement cage. Ming Chuan instinctively covered his ears. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he suddenly realized something. Alas, this could indeed be likened to burying one's head in the sand. However, would this commotion truly fail to attract the attention of the tyrannical woman from the herb garden? Throughout the entire process of absorbing the demon beast, Ming Chuan's heart remained in a state of suspense. Fortunately, it seemed that the herb garden continued to bask in a profound silence, with no one awakened by that resounding cry. Although Ming Chuan was filled with doubts, he prioritized absorbing the essence of the demon beasts and chose to disregard these concerns for the time being. The sound of the gong gradually faded, and the radiant light slowly dissipated. Ming Chuan could distinctly sense a tremendous surge of spiritual energy flooding into his body, emanating from the beast. This energy was gradually being transformed and absorbed by the system. He closed his eyes, fully cooperating with the system's operations, striving to adapt his body to this sudden influx of power as swiftly as possible. Time seemed to stretch, and when the last trace of spiritual energy was finally absorbed, Ming Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, eagerly inspecting the system panel. Beyond the original foundational information, he immediately noticed the changes: physical constitution, Earth Tier initial stage, 5 poisons corpse physique, enhanced spiritual energy, realm, late foundation establishment newly acquired item, Earth Tier lower grade longsword. Shadow of the Phantom, the Earth Tier lower grade longsword. A 30% chance truly yielded such a treasure. An adventure had indeed rewarded him with an Earth Tier divine weapon. Who goes there? A roar echoed from a distance. In his excitement, Ming Chuan realized that this was not the time for celebration. Instantly silencing himself, he understood the urgency of leaving this place to avoid detection. With the agility of a serpent, he fled from the center of the herbal garden square, racing towards the direction of the wooden cabin. Throughout his flight, Ming Chuan's heart remained lodged in his throat, fearful of being discovered. It was not until he safely returned to the wooden cabin, glanced around, and found Ningyu absent, that he finally closed the doors and windows, exhaling a long breath of relief. Indeed, the adage fortune favors the bold held true in every sense. Ming Chuan patted his chest, speaking with a lingering sense of trepidation. His recent success was largely attributable to the assistance of the system and his own prudence. However, he understood that such daring escapades could not become a regular occurrence. Otherwise, misfortune would inevitably ensue. Moving forward, it would be wise to adopt a more cautious approach. For after all, survival is of paramount importance. Ming Chuan quietly admonished himself, then reclined on his bed, preparing to indulge in a well-deserved rest to rejuvenate his strength. Just as he was on the brink of drifting into slumber, the system unexpectedly emitted a new notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, Night Stealth, and receiving an additional reward, 500 contribution points and a Ling Yun pill. Extra rewards? Ming Chuan was filled with both surprise and delight, never anticipating that this adventure would yield such unforeseen benefits. He resolved to reserve these rewards for future use, in case of necessity. The following day, as usual, Ming Chuan was foraging for spiritual herbs in the herb garden. However, upon reaching a secluded corner, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a plant emanating an extraordinary luminescence. This herb was unlike any he had previously encountered. Its leaves bore a delicate shade of purple, while its petals sparkled with a brilliance akin to precious gemstones. A rich aura of spiritual energy radiated from it, instilling an involuntary sense of tranquility and elation. What manner of spiritual herb could this be? The system provided no indication for absorption. Meng Chuan felt a surge of astonishment within. He had never encountered such an extraordinary spiritual herb. With utmost caution, he approached the enigmatic plant, meticulously examining its form and characteristics. Just as he was poised to reach out and pluck it, a chilling voice abruptly pierced the air beside him. Halt! Meng Chuan's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around. He noticed a man clad in a black robe, with a quiver slung over his shoulder, standing not far behind him, his gaze piercing as it fixated on the spiritual herb on the ground. Who are you? Meng Chuan inquired cautiously, taking a step back. The attire of this middle-aged man did not resemble that of a steward or a disciple from the herb garden. In fact, it was something he had never encountered even within the inner sanctum of the Demon Sect. Could he be a disciple from an external sect? With this thought, Meng Chuan scrutinized the man with even greater vigilance. Who would have thought that amidst the infamously notorious Demon Sect, there exists a disciple as timid as you? The middle-aged man remarked with a cold smile while surveying his surroundings. This spiritual herb is known as the purple cloud orchid, one of the rarest herbs. Its medicinal properties are extraordinarily potent, capable of significantly enhancing a cultivator's cultivation and physique. However, harvesting it is exceedingly difficult. A moment's carelessness could lead to its destruction. Do you truly believe you can procure it so easily? You might as well relinquish it to me. In exchange, I am willing to offer you a high-grade yellow-tier pill. Before the man could finish his sentence, he watched in astonishment as Meng Chuan effortlessly plucked the spiritual herb. His eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. And even his speech faltered. How did you manage to pick it? Meng Chuan blinked and glanced at the spiritual herb in his hand. Was this truly difficult? Was it not simply a matter of having hands? The man's expression darkened instantly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He clearly did not anticipate that this seemingly inconspicuous servant disciple could so effortlessly pluck the precious purple cloud orchid. There is a modicum of skill there. However, do you truly believe you can depart unscathed with this herb? Meng Chuan felt a tightening in his chest as he realized that the man before him was far from benign. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. This senior brother, he began, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, I discovered this spiritual herb in the herb garden. It should rightfully belong to me, does it not? The man let out a derisive laugh. In this continent, strength dictates everything. You seem to be a reasonable individual. Why not engage in a contest? If you possess the skill, the spiritual herb will naturally be yours. But if you do not blame me for being impolite. As soon as the words left his lips, the man flickered like a bolt of black lightning, lunging towards Meng Chuan. Simultaneously, he drew a shimmering arrow from the quiver on his back, aimed directly at Meng Chuan's heart. Meng Chuan's pupils dilated sharply in this moment of peril. He resolutely executed the serpent's dance, his form instantly transforming into one of serpentine agility, narrowly evading the man's assault. What remarkable skill! The man's gaze sharpened. What kind of movement technique is this? It appears somewhat familiar. Yet, this is merely the beginning. As he spoke, arrows rained down upon Meng Chuan like a tempest, infused with a chilling intent to kill, weaving a net that made escape seem nearly impossible. Meng Chuan felt a surge of anxiety within him. His mastery of the serpent's gliding steps was superficial. Though his movements were agile, they would inevitably reveal flaws against such a dense barrage of arrows. Moreover, the man seemed to be holding back. Should he decide to exert his full strength, Meng Chuan feared for his life. System, is there any way out? Meng Chuan urgently sought assistance from the system. The system advised him to utilize the surrounding environment for a counterattack. Utilize the environment? Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan swiftly surveyed his surroundings for any tools or obstacles he could employ. Soon, his gaze settled on a large boulder not far away, and a plan began to form in his mind. While deftly evading the arrows, he made his way towards the boulder. Just as an arrow was about to strike him, he suddenly accelerated, leveraging the agility of the serpent's gliding steps to maneuver behind the boulder. Trying to hide, the man scoffed, ready to pursue, but was abruptly struck by a profound sense of danger. Almost simultaneously, Meng Chuan burst forth from behind the boulder, a sharp stone now inexplicably in his hand, which he hurled at the man with blinding speed. The man reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade the projectile. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Meng Chuan seized the opportunity to close the distance, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at the man's face. The man's expression shifted, and in a moment of haste, he could only raise his arm to defend himself. A resounding impact echoed as their fists collided, shockwaves radiating outward, causing the surrounding flora to sway. The man staggered back several steps, his complexion paling slightly. He had not anticipated that this mere servant disciple possessed such formidable explosive strength. As the man began to speak, Meng Chuan interjected, "Brother, although we hail from different sects, since we are both practitioners, why must we let a single spirit herb disrupt our harmony?" Meng Chuan spoke with sincerity, attempting to quell the discord. "What if we divide this purple cloud spirit orchid equally, each taking half? Can it truly retain its efficacy when divided?" The man slowly withdrew his arrow and bow, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty. Continuing the conflict would serve no benefit to him. And Meng Chuan's strength had exceeded his expectations. Engaging in a direct confrontation would likely be to his detriment. Eventually, the man nodded, conceding, "Very well, let us split it." With that, he retrieved a jade box from his robes, carefully dividing the purple cloud spirit orchid in two, and presented half to Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan took the spiritual herb, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Although the process was perilous, he had ultimately turned danger into safety. "Thank you, senior brother," he expressed with a respectful clasp of his hands, then turned to depart. The man hesitated for a moment before calling out to him, "Wait. The purple cloud Ganoderma is not easy to harvest. Your ease in doing so is commendable. Furthermore, given your forthrightness, I cannot in good conscience take advantage of you." As he spoke, he retrieved a gently glowing pill from his bosom and presented it to Meng Chuan. Though this is merely a low-grade mystic tier spirit melody pill, it significantly enhances a cultivator's spiritual resonance, greatly benefiting one's practice. Consider it as my exchange for half of your purple cloud Ganoderma. It should suffice, yes? A low-grade mystic tier item? It is indeed a treasure. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor, feigning contemplation for a brief moment before slowly nodding. "Very well, it is a deal." Upon seeing his response, the man's face betrayed a hint of delight as he handed the spirit melody pill to Meng Chuan, cautioning him, "When consuming this pill, it is advisable to do so while in a meditative state for optimal effects." Meng Chuan accepted the Lingyun pill, secretly reveling in his good fortune. The Zishu spirit orchid was a serendipitous acquisition. He had plucked it with ease, making this transaction undeniably profitable for him. "Thank you," he graciously replied, watching the man depart. Once the figure had receded into the distance, Meng Chuan eagerly accessed the system panel to examine the details of the Lingyun pill. New item, low-grade Xian tier Lingyun pill. Gazing at the notification on the panel, Meng Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Not only had he unexpectedly acquired a low-grade earth tier sword, but he had also obtained a precious Lingyun pill, a true double blessing. He resolved to refrain from consuming the Lingyun pill immediately, opting instead to reserve it for a critical moment. In a secluded chamber of the Demon Sect's inner sanctum, beneath the gnarled branches of an ancient, withered tree, an elderly man with snow-white hair sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in profound meditation, surrounded by a swirling aura of dark purple energy. It was not until he sensed a presence nearby that he spoke with a languid tone. "How has the task I entrusted you with progressed?" Before the echoes of his words faded, a sudden, sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a faint metallic scent that permeated the atmosphere. "Master, I have failed in my duties and could not uncover the secrets that boy possesses. However, I am certain he harbors treasures." Lu Ming raised a hand to wipe the blood from his lips, his eyes glaring fiercely toward the herb garden. The old man furrowed his brow, gradually opening his eyes, and with a subtle gesture of his hand, he pressed down with a single finger. An overwhelming pressure descended upon Lu Ming, causing him to collapse to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth. "Master, the herb garden is guarded by a dark veil, and the disciples are." "Humph," the elder interrupted, rising with an air of authority. "That mere servant disciple can produce such high-quality earthly spirit essence. He must possess some form of support. If that is the case, I shall take matters into my own hands." His emergence signifies a potential opportunity for him to become a formal disciple. Should I manage to recruit him into our faction? A glimmer of ambition flickered in the old man's eyes, as if he had already devised his next course of action. Rising slowly, his black robe billowed without wind, emanating an undeniable aura of power. "Lu Ming, you may withdraw and tend to your injuries. As for that boy, I shall handle him myself." Lu Ming, though reluctant, dared not defy his master's command and could only grit his teeth in acquiescence. "Yes, master." With that, he staggered to his feet and departed, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate. After watching Lu Ming leave, the elder turned his gaze toward the herb garden, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, "I hope this boy can bring me some surprises." In the herb garden, Meng Chuan remained blissfully unaware that he had become the object of desire for certain individuals. Immersed in the joy of acquiring the spirit essence pill, he sat cross-legged in the clearing before the wooden cabin, eyes closed in deep concentration, preparing to consume the precious elixir. System: how significantly will this spirit essence pill aid in enhancing my cultivation? Meng Chuan inquired inwardly. The system responded. The low-grade spirit essence pill of the Xian tier can greatly augment a cultivator's spiritual resonance, proving immensely beneficial for practice. Upon consumption, the host's cultivation efficiency will markedly increase for a period, with specific effects varying from person to person. Chapter 19. Arrogance born of strength. The system's reply heightened Meng Chuan's anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened his eyes, holding the spirit essence pill delicately in his hand. After scrutinizing it closely, he tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. As the pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, a wave of warm spiritual energy surged throughout his body. Meng Chuan felt a profound sense of comfort, as if countless gentle currents were flowing within him, nourishing his meridians and dantian. He immediately entered a state of cultivation, guiding this spiritual energy into himself to accelerate his advancement. Time passed quietly, and when the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds and illuminated Meng Chuan, he concluded his cultivation. System: please display my attribute panel. Name: Meng Chuan. Current spirit points: 0 current spiritual resonance, 50 contribution points, 500 cultivation technique. Demon Heaven treasure record, rebound suppressed by 10, physical body. Low-grade earth tier corpse of 5 poisons, enhanced spiritual power, realm, late foundation establishment, purity of spiritual power increased, new item acquired. Low-grade earth tier longsword shadow. Meng Chuan gazed at the changes displayed on the panel, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he stroked his chin. The enhancement of Ling Yun signified that he would possess greater potential for advancement in his cultivation, while the increase in contribution points afforded him a myriad of possibilities for acquiring the resources he would subsequently require. Meng Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed in deep concentration as his internal energy flowed gently, solidifying the gains he had made the previous night. Beside him lay the low-grade earth-tier sword, Shadow, which emanated a faint ethereal glow, as if poised to unsheath and spill blood at any moment. System: does this shadow sword possess any unique attributes? This sword is forged from special materials, rendering the blade exceptionally light and extraordinarily sharp, significantly enhancing the user's attack speed and power. Furthermore, it conceals an unactivated sword technique, awaiting the host's further exploration. Ah, a hidden sword technique? How delightful. Indeed, this limited time experience card had proven to be quite enjoyable for him. He could only wonder how long it would last. Just then, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the wooden cabin interrupted Meng Chuan's meditation. Meng Chuan furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. He swiftly sheathed his long sword and rose to his feet, making his way to the door, peering through the crack to gaze outside. Meng Chuan, my dear brother, Lord Haisha has summoned everyone. Please make haste. I shall proceed ahead, Zhao Laowu called from outside, sprinting a few steps towards his wooden dwelling. Through the window, Meng Chuan immediately noticed the pallid complexion of Zhao Laowu, his sunken eyes accentuated by pronounced dark circles, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self, sustained only by his melodious voice. A glance at the others revealed that they had grown even more emaciated than on the day they first entered the herbal garden. Alas, it seems that the toxic mists within the garden have indeed taken a considerable toll on their health. Fortunately, I possess a purifier, otherwise I would surely find myself in a similar predicament. Meng Chuan murmured to himself, tidying everything up before finally opening the wooden door, accompanied by a sudden gust of wind. A dark, elongated shadow rushed towards him. Meng Chuan extended his hand without hesitation. Bang! Crack! Meng Chuan gazed at the wood shavings clinging to his hands and the 2 broken wooden sticks lying on the ground, nonchalantly brushing off his hands. He lifted his gaze to the servant disciple beside him. Who are you? As far as my memory serves, it seems we bear no grievances against one another, do we? As Meng Chuan spoke, he crossed his arms and scrutinized the individual before him, patiently awaiting the latter's feeble justifications. The servant disciple was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the ease with which his ambush had been thwarted. How dare you obstruct me? The servant disciple's face flushed with anger, clearly infuriated by Meng Chuan's nonchalant demeanor. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Meng Chuan, do not presume that possessing the token makes you exceptional. As long as you remain here, you shall forever be a mere servant. Meng Chuan furrowed his brows, gradually comprehending the situation. It became apparent that this individual had harbored jealousy towards him from the very beginning, and now he merely sought an opportunity to vent his dissatisfaction. The token was bestowed by the sect, earned through my own merit. What grounds do you have to contest that? If you were dissatisfied, you too could strive for it. But I seem to recall that you barely lasted half a minute while practicing the demonic sect's techniques, didn't you? Haha, no wonder, my apologies. It is indeed unlikely you would have had the chance to acquire the token. You rely on strength? I suspect you merely stumbled upon good fortune. The menial disciple let out a cold laugh, drawing a dagger from his robe and lunging fiercely at Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan's laughter faded as he deftly evaded his opponent's assault with a swift movement. He had no desire to engage in a trivial conflict with such a minor character. After all, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. I advise you to refrain from provoking me, Meng Chuan stated coldly, casting a warning glance at his adversary. I do not wish to stoop to your level. It is merely that your weakness is too apparent. How dare you? I shall end your life. The servant disciple, thoroughly incensed, brandished his dagger once more, launching an even fiercer onslaught. You are merely inviting your own suffering. Meng Chuan let out a cold snort, his figure gliding like a wraith amidst the flurry of his opponent's attacks, evading even the slightest brush of their garments. As the quarrel escalated between the two, onlooking disciples gathered around, buzzing with curiosity. Since when had Meng Chuan become so formidable? Indeed, his movements resembled a graceful dance. He is merely flaunting his skills with arrogance, remarked a voice from within the crowd, dripping with disdain. Meng Chuan paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding him. His focus remained steadfastly on the servant disciple before him. If this predicament were not swiftly resolved, it could attract further attention and complications, making it impossible for him to maintain a low profile in the herb garden. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced through the air. Enough! The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, and to their astonishment, a woman clad in black gauze stood nearby, her gaze fixed upon them with icy disdain. The servant disciple's expression paled instantly, and the dagger he held clattered to the ground. "A madam in black gauze," he stammered. Ignoring him, the woman approached Meng Chuan directly, appraising him from head to toe before stating coolly, "Follow me." Meng Chuan nodded slightly, refraining from further words, as he followed the woman in the black veil away from the scene. This left the servant disciples and the onlookers exchanging glances, utterly at a loss. The woman in black led Meng Chuan to a secluded corner, where she finally came to a halt. "You performed quite well just now," she remarked with an air of nonchalance. Meng Chuan felt a chill run down his spine, uncertain of the intentions concealed within the black-veiled woman's words. He cautiously replied, "Thank you for your kind praise, esteemed lady." The woman in black did not pursue the topic further. Instead, she shifted the conversation, asking, "What preparations have been made?" What do you mean?" Meng Chuan scratched his head in confusion, struggling to comprehend the words of the woman in the black veil. The enigmatic woman patiently reiterated, "Do you understand what I am saying?" Chapter 20. The initial stages of foundation establishment, mediocre talent with a subtle gesture. The black-veiled woman caused the token hanging from Meng Chuan's waist to levitate slowly. "Have you attained the realm of foundation establishment?" Meng Chuan nodded in silence, choosing not to elaborate further. Though he had indeed attained the foundational realm, would he readily divulge such information? He sought neither immense wealth nor grandeur, merely wishing to exist peacefully within this herb garden. What fault lay with the child? Observing Meng Chuan's reticence, the woman in the black veil remained quiet for a moment before softly speaking. "The herb garden is not as simple as it appears on the surface. It conceals many secrets, and those mists are not mere fog. They are infused with the toxic essence of the earthly fiend." Earthly fiend? Meng Chuan feigned surprise. Yet he dared not meet her gaze. He was indeed filled with guilt. It was true. The woman in the black veil nodded. Prolonged exposure to these vapors would erode a cultivator's physique and mind, which explained why those errand disciples were gradually becoming emaciated and mentally unhinged. Meng Chuan suddenly realized why those servant disciples appeared so frail. It was due to the presence of this mist. "But why are you unaffected?" The woman in black silk inquired abruptly. "How careless of me. Meng Chuan felt a sudden tightness in his heart, realizing that this woman had been waiting for him. He suppressed his anxiety, took a deep breath, and spoke. As a disciple, I may possess a unique constitution that enables me to withstand these malevolent spiritual energies. Upon hearing this, the woman in black gauze displayed a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. It appeared she was not entirely convinced by Meng Chuan's response. Yet she refrained from probing further. Since there is nothing amiss here, you should hasten to gather your comrades. Understood. Meng Chuan nodded, his heart brimming with caution. Although the woman in the black veil appeared cold and unyielding, her words could not be taken lightly. Furthermore, regarding your token, the woman in black shifted her tone, stating her hope that you would make good use of it and strive to become an official disciple at the earliest opportunity. Was the woman in black subtly hinting at something? Without the luxury of time for contemplation, he quickly responded, I assure you, I shall not disappoint. The woman in black uttered no further words, merely waving her hand gently, signaling to Meng Chuan that he could take his leave. Meng Chuan performed a respectful bow before turning and departing. He made his way towards the small square. Meng Chuan distinctly noticed that many of the servant disciples were whispering among themselves, as if discussing something of significance. The disciple who had previously troubled him now regarded him with an expression rife with trepidation. What could be the nature of his relationship with the enigmatic lady in the black veil? Who could tell? The lady in the black veil remained indifferent towards everyone. Yet this young man was evidently exceptional. Why were these servant disciples so bothersome, akin to gossipy townsfolk idly exchanging pleasantries? Meng Chuan, feeling impatient, raised his hand to clear his ear, crossing his arms and casually leaning against an inconspicuous corner. He pondered what could possibly bring together such a large gathering today. Sir, all the disciples have assembled, came the voice of the woman in black gauze from the front, breaking his reverie. Meng Chuan lifted his gaze and beheld a resplendently robed elder seated at the heart of the plaza. His hair and beard were as white as snow, and his eyes glimmered with the sharpness of an eagle. A subtle yet palpable aura of authority surrounded him, compelling onlookers to avert their gaze. Oh, this venerable figure appears to be quite extraordinary. One wonders about his origins. Could he be an elder dispatched from the inner sanctum of the sect? It seems that significant events are indeed destined to unfold today. Meng Chuan inwardly pondered, retracting his neck as he seamlessly blended into the crowd. Yet, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to a peculiar stone beside the elder. The stone emanated a faint blue luminescence, as if it harbored some enigmatic power. Was it connected to that stone? The month-long period had elapsed, and the elder's voice, deep and authoritative, swiftly subdued the surrounding clamor. Today, I have come on behalf of the sect to assess your cultivation levels, determining whether you shall be granted the status of formal disciples. With that, the elder gestured toward the spirit assessment stone beside him. This is the spirit assessment stone, capable of evaluating a cultivator's realm and talent. Anyone who reaches the foundation establishment stage may become an official disciple of our demonic sect. The crowd erupted in a fervor. Many of the miscellaneous disciples displaying expressions of excitement, some anxious, others hopeful, as whispered discussions filled the air. Doesn't this examination directly pertain to our potential to become formal disciples? I wonder if I will pass. Indeed, if one's extraordinary talent is revealed, one might even ascend to become a core disciple of the sect. Oh, it's daunting. I have toiled for so long, barely scraping the threshold of the late chi refinement stage. Foundation establishment? Such thoughts are beyond my imagination. Among the crowd, Meng Chuan spotted Ningyu, who stood quietly to the side, her expression serene, seemingly unfazed by the impending examination. Miss Ning, it appears you possess great confidence in this assessment, he remarked. Ningyu offered a faint smile, responding, confidence is perhaps too strong a word. I shall simply do my best. And you, Meng Chuan, how have you prepared? He inquired. Participation is what truly matters, came the reply. Meng Chuan shrugged, expressing his modest ambitions. Many in the crowd displayed expressions of dismay, clearly lacking confidence in their own abilities. The elder's gaze swept over the assembly before finally resting on Meng Chuan and Ningyu, a fleeting, imperceptible glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes before he moved on. Let us begin with you, the elder instructed, pointing to a disciple of minor status, beckoning him to step forward. The disciple approached with trepidation, placing his hand upon the spirit testing stone. Instantly, the stone emanated a brilliant light. After a moment, the radiance diminished, revealing a line of text. Initial stage of chi refinement. Talent mediocre. The elder nodded slightly, signaling for him to withdraw, and proceeded to evaluate several more disciples, the outcomes largely disappointing. One by one, the minor disciples stepped forward, some displaying joy, while others hung their heads in despair. Meng Chuan naturally observed that only a scant few could pass the examination of the foundation establishment stage. Among them, the one with the most promising talent barely reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Alas, the prospect of becoming an official disciple seemed bleak. Achieving the peak of the Qi refinement stage within a mere month was commendable, and he found it hard to believe that anyone could attain the foundation establishment stage in such a short time. Listening to these discussions, he felt a sense of tranquility within. At last, it was Meng Chuan's turn. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and placed his hand upon the spirit appraisal stone. The stone erupted in a dazzling radiance, this time far more brilliant, as if it aimed to engulf Meng Chuan's hand entirely. Goodness, this lad isn't about to conjure some trick again, is he? Observing the brilliance, one could surmise he was at least in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. If that were indeed the case, wouldn't he become a focal point of cultivation within the sect? The murmurs of the other disciples echoed in his ears, tightening his heart. He simply wished to remain an inconspicuous little disciple. In this treacherous realm of the demonic sect, being the center of attention was tantamount to courting death. With such thoughts, he hurriedly suppressed his spiritual power through the system. Moments later, the radiance diminished, and the spirit appraisal stone revealed a line of text. Early foundation establishment, average talent. Chapter 21. Spiritual origin, barely passing early foundation establishment. Not bad, merely passing. The elder nodded slightly, recording Meng Chuan's results. Meng Chuan silently rejoiced, grateful for the system's assistance in suppressing his strength to the initial stage of foundation establishment, rendering him neither too conspicuous nor inadequate for the examination. Well done, my young brother Meng Chuan. I always knew you were extraordinary, Zhao Laowu exclaimed, clapping a large hand on Meng Chuan's shoulder with a pleased smile. Thank you, brother Zhao. It is merely fortune on my part, Meng Chuan replied, scratching his head as he returned to the crowd. He then turned to Ningyu beside him and softly inquired, Miss Ning, are you prepared? Naturally. Next, Ningyu, the elder's voice resounded once more. Ningyu stepped forward and placed her hand upon the spirit appraisal stone. In an instant, the stone erupted with a dazzling brilliance, more intense than any prior display. Mid-stage foundation establishment, exceptional talent. The elder's voice carried a hint of surprise, which was quickly replaced by composure as he recorded Ningyu's achievements. You are Ningyu? Impressive indeed. I can see your unique aptitude. Would you be interested in joining our nether hall? Thank you for your kind offer, elder, but I do not have such plans at the moment. Ningyu replied with a gentle smile, bowing respectfully before returning to Meng Chuan's side. The surrounding disciples looked on with envious gazes. Yet Meng Chuan's expression held a different nuance. The examination continued until the last of the outer disciples completed their test. The elder surveyed the group before nodding in satisfaction. Very well. Those who performed excellently in this examination will be promoted to formal disciples. Meng Chuan, Ningyu, you both have passed the trial. Rising from his seat, the elder's gaze lingered on Meng Chuan and Ningyu for a moment. From today onward, you shall be formal disciples of our Demon Sect. With that, he retrieved 2 tokens from his robe and presented them to Meng Chuan and Ningyu. The tokens bore the inscription Demon Sect and emitted a faint, ethereal glow, indicating their extraordinary nature. Thank you, elder. Meng Chuan and Ningyu chorused, bowing respectfully. Remember to report to the inner hall tomorrow morning. The elder nodded slightly before turning to depart. Disperse now, the sun is setting. Do not forget that your collection of spirit herbs today is insufficient. You all know the consequences of failing to meet the requirements, the woman in a black veil remarked, idly toying with the thorny flame whip in her hands, her gaze disdainfully sweeping over those outer disciples who had not reached the foundation establishment realm. But what about them? One of the outer disciples dared to question, pointing at Meng Chuan and Ningyu. Crack! The whip lashed out, striking the disciple and leaving a bloody mark. The air was instantly thick with the scent of blood. The woman in black slowly turned, casting a cold glance at the disciple. If you too can reach the foundation establishment realm, you may also be exempt from gathering spirit herbs. Does anyone else have objections? The humble disciples exchanged glances, ultimately opting for silence. They bowed their heads and promptly dispersed, resuming their unfinished task of gathering spiritual herbs. Meng Chuan and Ningyu exchanged a knowing glance before turning to walk towards their respective wooden cabins. Upon returning to his cabin, Meng Chuan shut the door behind him and let out a long breath, his heart a tumult of anticipation and trepidation. Becoming an official disciple signified that he would gain access to the deeper secrets and resources of the Demon Sect. Yet it also meant he would be confronted with greater challenges and dangers. The path to survival would undoubtedly become more arduous. Did he manage to conceal any flaws during the assessment? Rest assured, host, the system has flawlessly simulated the early stage of foundation establishment, leaving no one the wiser. Meng Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief, but soon another thought crossed his mind. What about Ningyu? Her strength appeared to surpass what she had demonstrated. Indeed, Miss Ning had concealed her true capabilities, yet it remained within the realm of normalcy, thus not arousing excessive suspicion. Upon hearing the system's response, Meng Chuan grew even more intrigued by Ningyu's prowess. It seemed that he was not the only one playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. System. After becoming an official disciple, what should I be mindful of? Meng Chuan suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but silently inquire within his mind. The system cautioned. The host must act with prudence. The internal factions of the Demon Sect are numerous and fiercely competitive. At the same time, formal disciples will have the opportunity to access more profound techniques and martial skills. The host should strive to enhance oneself in preparation for future challenges. In Meng Chuan's heart, a plan began to take shape. He promptly opened the system panel to examine his current attributes. Name, Meng Chuan Spirit Points, 0 Spirit Resonance, 50 Contribution Points, 500 Cultivation Technique, Demonic Celestial Treasure Record, Rebound Suppressed by 10, Physical Body, Earth Grade Initial Level, 5 Poison Corpse Body, Enhanced by Spiritual Energy, Realm, Foundation Establishment Early Stage, Actual Realm Suppressed, New Item, Earth Grade Lower Tier Long Sword Shadow of the Phantom. Meng Chuan pondered for a moment, and resolved to first utilize his contribution points to exchange for resources that would aid in the enhancement of his current cultivation. After all, becoming an official disciple meant that strength would be the foundation upon which he could establish himself in the Demon Sect. System. Exchange contribution points for a cultivation technique suitable for early-stage foundation establishment. You have successfully exchanged for the Spirit Origin Foundation Establishment Technique, consuming 200 contribution points. Meng Chuan felt a surge of joy as he immediately began to examine the newly acquired cultivation technique. This particular method focused on the consolidation and enhancement of spiritual energy during the foundation establishment stage, proving to be immensely beneficial for his current level of cultivation. As the night deepened and the candlelight flickered within the wooden cabin, Meng Chuan immersed himself in the practice of the spiritual foundation establishment technique. Indeed, this newly obtained method was extraordinary. After merely an hour of cultivation, he sensed that the spiritual energy within him had become more refined, flowing with greater ease. System. This spiritual foundation establishment technique is truly remarkable. I can feel a significant increase in the purity of my spiritual energy. Not only does the spiritual foundation establishment technique enhance the purity of spiritual energy, but it also accelerates its recovery speed, making it an exceptionally rare cultivation method for practitioners in the foundation establishment stage. The following morning, Meng Chuan and Ningyu proceeded to report to the inner sanctum of the Demon Sect. Nestled in the heart of the sect, the inner sanctum boasted magnificent architecture. Its grandeur standing in stark contrast to the humble herb garden. The two traversed through a series of solemn archways, ultimately arriving before a spacious hall. Within, several newly promoted disciples awaited, their expressions a blend of excitement and anxiety, creating an atmosphere both delicate and intricate. Welcome, esteemed new disciples. I am the one entrusted with imparting the rules to you. You may call me Brother Hua, a middle-aged man, clad in a green robe and possessing a striking countenance, entered the hall. His voice, gentle yet resonant, immediately captivated the attention of all present. Meng Chuan caressed his chin, discreetly observing the senior brother from Huashan ahead of him amidst the crowd. The senior brother surveyed the room and nodded slightly, first extending his congratulations to them for becoming formal disciples of the Demon Sect. However, he reminded them that this marks merely the inception of their cultivation journey. In the Demon Sect, strength dictates everything. Thus, they must continuously enhance their abilities to establish a firm foothold here. Following this, they would embark on a month-long intensive training program encompassing, but not limited to, the cultivation of techniques, mastery of martial skills, and teamwork exercises. Those who excel would have the opportunity to receive special rewards from the sect. Chapter 22. Impatience. As the senior brother's words resonated, the atmosphere within the hall instantly grew solemn. The newly initiated disciples exchanged glances, some displaying excitement while others furrowed their brows, feeling a mixture of anticipation and anxiety regarding the impending training. Meng Chuan was no exception. His heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions. Just a moment prior. As Senior Brother Hua's words fell, he simultaneously received a task from the system. The latest mission had been activated. The host must swiftly become an inner disciple of the Demon Sect within a month. He had initially believed that after becoming an official disciple, he could continue to act discreetly and develop steadily. However, he never anticipated such an abrupt demand from the system. Become an inner disciple within a month? Meng Chuan inwardly muttered. Has this system lost its mind? I've just become an official disciple, and now it expects me to directly strive for inner disciple status? Rest assured, host, the system will provide the necessary assistance and guidance, came the system's infuriating response. Meng Chuan felt a sense of helplessness, yet he acknowledged that while the system could be unreliable at times, it often offered valuable advice when it mattered most. Nevertheless, a month felt rather rushed. As if sensing Meng Chuan's reluctance, the system responded once more. The mission has been issued. Please complete it promptly. The reward is a mid-tier martial technique of the Earth rank and 1,000 contribution points. The reward was indeed quite generous. A mid-tier martial technique of the Earth rank. It was a coveted treasure that many inner disciples yearned for, not to mention the additional 1,000 contribution points. Yet, upon contemplating the myriad challenges he would face in becoming an inner disciple, Meng Chuan could not help but feel a twinge of hesitation. He was merely a cultivator from the outside world, with a shallow foundation. How could he possibly stand out and become an inner disciple in such a short span? This task seemed exceedingly daunting. Meng Chuan silently murmured to himself, yet he was reluctant to forego the substantial rewards. Setting aside the middle-tier martial techniques of the Earth rank, the 1,000 contribution points were indeed a treasure that could significantly enhance his strength. Very well, I shall accept this challenge. Gritting his teeth, Meng Chuan resolved to take the plunge. Senior Brother Hua, may I inquire how we might become inner disciples? Who is this? Observing his garb as a servant disciple, it appeared he had recently ascended from the herb garden, perhaps? A mere waste emerging from the herb garden. No wonder he lacked insight. How amusing. Just having been promoted to an official disciple, and already he is contemplating the path to becoming an inner disciple. Such ambition. Yet one must possess the requisite strength to back it up. How foolishly presumptuous. The other officially promoted disciples from different courtyards exchanged a few words. Their gazes toward Meng Chuan rife with derision. Meng Chuan remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Senior Brother Hua before him, patiently awaiting a response. Senior Brother Hua, seated in the front row, appeared momentarily taken aback by the directness of the inquiry, as if he had not anticipated such a question. He cast a glance at Meng Chuan, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes, before he spoke. To become an inner disciple, one must undergo a series of assessments and trials. Among these, the most significant is the disciple ranking competition. The disciple ranking competition? Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. Indeed, the disciple ranking competition is a grand event held annually by the sect, open to all disciples. The competition unfolds in multiple stages, with the top 50 ranked disciples ultimately attaining the status of inner disciples. Thus, this is the reality. Meng Chuan silently repeated the words, and a plan began to form in his mind. The disciple ranking competition appeared to be a commendable option. If he could secure a position within the top 50, he would gain entry as an inner disciple and fulfill his mission. He expressed his gratitude to Senior Brother Hua with a respectful bow. Senior Brother Hua nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and proceeded to organize the upcoming training arrangements. Is everyone clear on the relevant arrangements? Shortly, a disciple will guide you to your respective accommodations, and training will officially commence tomorrow. Yes. A quarter of an hour later, a disciple arrived at the inner hall to lead them to their lodgings. Meng Chuan and the other newly initiated disciples found themselves settled in a residence within the inner sect. Setting aside other considerations, the ambience here was undoubtedly a far cry from that of the herb garden. Not only was the spiritual energy significantly more abundant, but all manner of cultivation facilities were also readily available. Yet, despite the splendid surroundings, the hearts of men remained inscrutable. Meng Chuan soon realized that he was not particularly welcomed by these newly appointed formal disciples. A mere servant emerging from the herbal garden dares to consider himself our equal? As dusk approached, while Meng Chuan was immersed in his cultivation, he inadvertently overheard several disciples nearby engaged in animated discussions, their words rife with disdain and mockery directed at him. Meng Chuan frowned slightly, despite his inner dissatisfaction. He maintained a composed demeanor. Please do not speak in such a manner. At that moment, A gentle voice unexpectedly interrupted the disciples' discussion. Meng Chuan turned at the sound and beheld a graceful female disciple who had, unbeknownst to them, positioned herself behind. She regarded the disputing disciples with a reproachful gaze. "Why do you speak on his behalf? He is merely a waste who has emerged from the herb garden," one disciple remarked with dissatisfaction. No sooner had he spoken than another disciple chimed in. "Indeed, we are not of the same ilk. Since we are all fellow disciples, why must we be so adversarial?" Meng Chuan interjected. "The fact that he has become an official disciple speaks to his exceptional qualities." "Exceptional qualities? I highly doubt it," retorted the disciple with a derisive laugh. "Perhaps he has merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck." Meng Chuan casually smirked at the corner of his mouth and slowly closed his eyes. "Can you really endure this?" Ning Yu's voice drifted from behind him. Without lifting his eyelids, Meng Chuan replied casually, "Let them say whatever they wish. What concern is it of mine?" His foremost priority was to ascend to the inner sect, and if he were to involve himself in every trivial matter, it would surely lead to his own demise. Upon hearing this, Ning Yu fell silent for a moment, ultimately deciding to support Meng Chuan's resolution. "Very well, since you have made your choice. I shall refrain from discouraging you. I wish you success." That night, under the cloak of silence, Meng Chuan stealthily approached Brother Hua's residence and gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Brother Hua's voice resonated from within, tinged with a hint of caution. "It's me, Meng Chuan." The door creaked open, revealing Brother Hua, who scrutinized Meng Chuan with a curious gaze, seemingly taken aback by the late-night visit. "Meng Chuan, what brings you here at such an hour?" Meng Chuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to be forthright. "Senior Brother Hua, I would like to inquire about the specific requirements for becoming an inner disciple." Senior Brother Hua was momentarily taken aback, then a knowing smile graced his lips. "Oh? Is it your earnest desire to become an inner disciple?" Meng Chuan nodded, acknowledging the sentiment without denial. Chapter 23. A heavy aura of murderous intent. "Having ambition is commendable," remarked Senior Brother Hua with a hint of admiration in his smile. As his words settled, he casually leaned against the doorframe, his thumb and index finger fidgeting restlessly, as if fearing his actions would go unnoticed. He deliberately raised his fingers before Meng Chuan's eyes. As a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, Meng Chuan was well aware of the unspoken cues. He promptly retrieved a jade vial and a jade box from the system's repository and presented them with both hands. The vial contained a 3rd-grade recovery pill obtained after completing the Blackstone mission, while the box held 2 low-grade spiritual herbs he had discreetly tucked away when leaving the herb garden. "Please provide your esteemed guidance, Senior Brother." Of course, of course." Senior Brother Hua replied without hesitation, swiftly accepting the items. After inspecting the contents of the box and vial, he took a step back, allowing Meng Chuan to enter the room. "This is a fine tea I recently acquired. Do have a taste, my younger brother." With the favor granted, Senior Brother Hua's demeanor was notably warmer than before. Meng Chuan received the teacup offered by the other party with both hands, feigning a look of pleasant surprise. After savoring a sip, he immediately praised, "Senior Brother, your taste is exquisite. I have never encountered such fragrant tea." "Haha, as long as it suits your palate." Senior Brother Hua replied, in high spirits. He lifted the teacup, attempting to indulge in a couple of sips with an air of sophistication. Before Meng Chuan could urge him further, he proactively broached the main topic. The so-called disciple ranking competition is akin to a selection event, open to all formal disciples who may register to participate. Those who rank within the top 50 are eligible for promotion to inner disciples. This explanation he had already articulated during the welcoming of the newly appointed formal disciples earlier in the day. Noticing the subtle dissatisfaction etched on Meng Chuan's face, he smiled and added, "On the surface, this disciple ranking competition appears to have no stringent requirements, yet it conceals numerous intricacies. For instance?" Meng Chuan's curiosity was piqued. "Before and after you become a formal disciple, have you had no interactions with the 4 halls?" Senior Brother Hua did not provide a direct explanation. Instead, he cast a playful glance at Meng Chuan. A sudden jolt surged through Meng Chuan's heart as he recalled the enigmatic woman in the black veil from the herbal garden, along with Lu Ming. Taking a discreet breath, he feigned a look of bewilderment and shook his head, stating, "Upon careful reflection, it seems there is no one. If no one approaches you before the ranking competition begins, you must exercise caution." Senior Brother Hua abruptly adopted a serious tone. "The 4 halls have long been in rivalry, and the disciple ranking competition provides them with a splendid stage to showcase their prowess." Meng Chuan, perplexed, furrowed his brow in confusion. To clarify, Senior Brother Hua continued, In each disciple ranking competition, the 4 halls select a group of seed contestants from the eligible formal disciples in advance, providing them with covert support. As for those who are not seed contestants, they are merely stepping stones. Noticing Meng Chuan's continued lack of comprehension, Hua patiently elaborated, no matter how the competition unfolds. 50 individuals will ultimately be inducted into the inner sect, with each of these 50 entering one of the 4 halls. Whichever hall secures the championship will be able to hold their head high before the other 3. At last, the revelation dawned upon Meng Chuan. Senior brother Hua's gaze flickered slightly, his lips pressed together, betraying a moment of hesitation. However, this indecision was fleeting, as he gently counseled, "My younger brother, you have just become a formal disciple. There is no need to rush into that exhausting ranking competition." Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, silently lamenting, "I wish I could avoid it, but this is a task assigned by the system." If he failed to become an inner disciple within a month, he was uncertain what kind of punishment awaited him. It's all about participation. Consider it a way to accumulate experience for the future, he attempted to sound nonchalant. "My dear younger brother." Senior brother Hua's expression turned grave as he grasped Meng Chuan's shoulders with urgency. "I shouldn't be saying this, but I simply cannot bear to watch you walk into danger. Isn't that a bit excessive, senior brother?" "It's merely an intersect competition," Meng Chuan chuckled awkwardly. "This is the Demon Sect. There is no room for half measures." Senior brother Hua tightened his grip, asserting, "Once one chooses to participate in the competition, it is tantamount to wagering one's life and future." With that, he released his hold and let out a heavy sigh. After more than half a minute, he adopted a slightly gentler tone. "You are still young. There is no need to rush. It would be prudent to prepare for a year or 2 before entering the competition." As he listened to this unexpectedly sincere advice, Meng Chuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. For the first time since arriving in this world, he felt the warmth of another's concern. However, he quickly reminded himself that this individual was also a seasoned veteran within the Demon Sect. He discreetly pinched his waist, using the sharp sting to regain his composure. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I will be cautious." With a sigh of resignation, senior brother Hua finally refrained from further persuasion, wishing him success in his endeavors. "Thank you, senior brother." Meng Chuan rose to take his leave, apologizing for the prolonged disturbance. He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and, as he turned to exit the room, endeavored to maintain an air of decorum. Once he had completely exited the courtyard and evaded the gaze of brother Hua, he rubbed his temples. It seemed imperative to ascertain the identities of the chosen seeds from each hall. As the saying goes, one must know both oneself and one's adversary to emerge unscathed from every battle. Being an adept practitioner of the path of survival, he understood that caution was the cornerstone of his existence. Nevertheless, whom could he approach to gather such intelligence? Logically, brother Hua could be considered a reliable source of information. However, Meng Chuan preferred not to forge a close relationship with him, prompting an instinctive urge to seek alternative channels. With a quiet sigh, he scratched his scalp in contemplation. Just then, the system emitted a warning. "Ding! A foreign consciousness has been detected probing your presence. Please remain vigilant." As the system's words echoed in his mind, Meng Chuan felt a sudden chill in the air, and every hair on his body stood on end. A palpable aura of murderous intent loomed. He instinctively shuddered and assumed a defensive stance. However, after waiting for 3 to 4 minutes, he did not encounter the source of that malevolent spiritual presence. Instead, the evening breeze, startled by his movements, rustled the grass and trees in a seemingly affectionate response. "I've only just come from the herb garden. Surely I'm not already being targeted," he muttered, his brow furrowing deeply. After a while, he shook his head, retracting his gaze from the depths of the night. Following this incident, he remained acutely aware of any external disturbances. Fortunately, until he returned to his quarters, nothing untoward occurred. However, upon seeing the graceful silhouette draped across his bed, his eyelids fluttered with surprise. "Sister, at this late hour, are you not concerned about being misunderstood?" Chapter 24. An unwarranted calamity. "Fear not. I am exceedingly cautious. No one will know of my visit," Ningyu replied languidly, turning over, propping herself up slightly, her eyelids lifting just enough for her to cast a fleeting glance with her captivating eyes. Meng Chuan withdrew his gaze from her and turned to the table, pouring himself a glass of cool water. "So, what brings your esteemed presence here? Are you intending to participate in the disciple ranking competition in half a month?" Ningyu did not beat around the bush. Indeed, Meng Chuan did not deny it. "Why?" Ningyu furrowed her brows tightly. "I cannot comprehend this. Is it not natural for one to strive for higher grounds? You are merely at the initial stage of foundation building. What is the difference between entering the ranking competition and courting death? Ning Yu's tone was severe, as if she sought to dissuade him. What? Are you afraid that if I perish, no one will assist you in searching for treasures in the back mountains Forbidden Valley? Meng Chuan smiled lightly, appearing more relaxed than her. Ning Yu did not deny it, but replied in a firm tone, You are a man, having promised to cooperate with me. You must follow through. There are countless men in this world, so why do you fixate on me? Meng Chuan feigned discontent, his tone laced with ambiguity. As he spoke, he prepared himself for an impending tirade. To his surprise, after a lengthy pause, Ning Yu did not unleash her wrath upon him. Hey, are you all right? He asked, suppressing his discomfort as he waved his hand at her. What could be wrong with me? After all, it is not me who is rushing towards death. With a dismissive huff, Ning Yu rose from the bed and, before leaving, tossed a scroll over her shoulder. To avoid being struck, Meng Chuan hastily caught the scroll. I picked it up on the way here, she remarked coldly, and with a flick of her sleeve, she vanished into the night. Observing her retreating figure, and then glancing at the scroll in his hand, Meng Chuan could not help but murmur, What is wrong with this woman? However, upon examining the contents of the scroll, he was rendered speechless, for inscribed within were the very details he desperately needed at that moment. Indeed, Ning Yu had brought him comprehensive information regarding the selected candidates. It is I who must be unwell. From this day forth, you shall be my dear sister. At that moment, Meng Chuan's gratitude towards Ning Yu was entirely sincere. Even the remnants of resentment harbored from their earlier confrontation dissipated. Once I successfully become an inner disciple, I will wholeheartedly assist you in your quest. Understanding the value of reciprocity, he was willing to offer his help, even though he remained unaware of what Ning Yu sought. Clutching the scroll, he meticulously read through it twice, and only when the night grew deep did he finally drift into a profound slumber. He slept remarkably soundly. Upon waking the next morning, he felt a long-lost sense of clarity and vigor. After a hearty breakfast, a clamor of gongs echoed through the air. Shortly thereafter, Brother Hua, their instructor, summoned all the newly initiated disciples to gather on the expansive grassland. Now that everyone is here, let us commence our first day of training. Today, you will learn the foundational fist technique of our sect, known as Rending Cloud Fist. I will demonstrate it once, so pay close attention. Brother Hua was straightforward, providing no time for the group to acclimate before he assumed his stance. He then commenced a series of rapid movements. The speed of his transitions was so astonishing that even Meng Chuan could not determine whether he was demonstrating the technique or merely showcasing his agility. The entire sequence was completed in under 5 minutes. At last, Brother Hua, with an expression of impatience, addressed the bewildered students. Did you all see that clearly? Under the weight of his indifferent gaze, not a single disciple dared to respond immediately. I'm speaking to you. Brother Hua intensified his tone. Could you please demonstrate that again? I didn't quite catch it. At last, a newly initiated disciple mustered the courage to speak, his voice cautious. Upon hearing this, Brother Hua's expression instantly soured, his brows furrowing as he exclaimed with indignation, After all my hard work, you still failed to comprehend it? Have you fed your eyes to the dogs? I apologize, but your speed is simply too rapid for me to follow, the reprimanded disciple replied, shrinking back and timidly offering a feeble defense. This single remark darkened Brother Hua's countenance further. Your inability to keep up merely reflects your own inadequacy. The chastised disciple clenched his fist in silence, a flicker of resentment igniting in his gaze. To progress from a novice to the foundational stage within a week. He felt a sense of pride swelling within him. Taking a deep breath, he boldly raised his head, no longer evading Brother Hua's piercing gaze. I am not the only one struggling to keep up. He directed his gaze towards his despondent peers. I ask you all, who among you was able to discern the techniques Brother Hua just demonstrated? At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone seemed to bow their heads even lower. Observing this scene, the defiant disciple lifted his chin, a trace of disdain creeping into his eyes as he glanced back at Brother Hua, as if to convey, See? It is clearly your failure to teach. As an instructor, as a senior brother, and as a true inner sect disciple, how could Brother Hua tolerate such insolence? Who says no one understood? His gaze shifted abruptly to Meng Chuan. Meng, you shall demonstrate the boxing technique I just displayed for them. Caught off guard, Meng Chuan nearly choked on his own saliva. One hand grasping his throat, he pointed incredulously at himself. Are you referring to me? Is there anyone else here with the surname Meng? Brother Hua replied, nodding. You must have been able to see it clearly. His inquiry, though phrased as a question, carried the weight of a threat. Meeting Brother Hua's suddenly icy stare, a chill ran down Meng Chuan's spine. In that moment, He felt immense relief that he had not bared his heart to this man the previous night. Indeed, his wariness had proven justified. Yet, amidst his relief, a wave of frustration washed over him. Damn it, why did he have to call on me? I haven't done anything to provoke him. As a true low-key individual, he earnestly wished to avoid the spotlight at such a moment. Brother Hua, however, grew impatient, urging him in a sharp tone, "Why are you still hesitating? Begin at once." Noticing the scornful glances cast by his fellow disciples, Meng Chuan instinctively sought an excuse to refuse. Yet, upon realizing that he would have to endure a month under the tutelage of senior brother Hua, he found himself lacking the courage to decline. "Oh, heavens! Why must you treat me thus? I merely wish for a few peaceful days." At that moment, Meng Chuan nearly scratched his own head raw. Utterly incapable of making a firm decision, his inner turmoil and distress were evident in his eyes, betraying his efforts to conceal them. Even Ningyu, observing from a distance, couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion for him. Chapter 25. One must not lack temper. How could a mere fortunate individual, having ascended from the herb garden, replicate the earlier martial technique after a single glance? Indeed, how could a waste from the herb garden accomplish what we all find impossible? Surely, this senior brother Hua cannot be a fool, choosing to single out a talentless disciple like Meng Chuan. In a brief span, disdainful murmurs began to circulate in the arena regarding Meng Chuan. To be frank, Meng Chuan found it perplexing that these individuals harbored such strong prejudices against those from the herb garden. Yet, that was inconsequential. The crucial realization he gleaned from the reactions of his peers was that, within this demonic sect, there existed no camaraderie among classmates, nor any semblance of brotherhood. It was evident that he could never forge friendships with this group. Thus, why should he continue to concern himself with the feelings of these ruffians? With this thought, Meng Chuan finally formulated a plan and stepped forward before senior brother Hua could urge him. If senior brother had such faith in him, he would have to display his skills, and if there were any errors, he humbly invited guidance. As his words fell, Meng Chuan adopted a stance and promptly unleashed an accelerated version of the Shattered Stone Fist. Indeed, he did not execute the Cloud Rift Fist demonstrated by senior brother Hua. 5 minutes later, he withdrew his fists, panting, and bowed respectfully to senior brother Hua, adopting a posture of anticipation for evaluation. Senior brother Hua did not expose the truth, crossing his arms and approaching leisurely. Remarkably, to see a novice perform this technique with such resemblance brings me great solace. However, mere imitation is insufficient. One must grasp the true essence of the fist to unleash its genuine power. "I have been enlightened," Meng Chuan expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Senior brother Hua patted his shoulder before turning, casting a glance over the faces of the astonished disciples. "So, have you all seen clearly now?" We, the disciples, stuttered and hesitated. A bunch of worthless fools. Senior brother Hua did not spare them, scolding them on the spot. This time, no one dared to retort, all shrinking their necks in shame. However, although the disciples remained silent, their eyes directed at Meng Chuan were filled with resentment, as if they attributed their public humiliation squarely to him. Meng Chuan undoubtedly felt wronged, yet he refrained from wasting his breath on unnecessary explanations. Firstly, it was simply unwarranted. Secondly, offering an explanation at that moment would only serve to offend his senior brother Hua as well. On this day, throughout the subsequent training session, Meng Chuan found himself entirely sidelined by his fellow disciples. It was not until the training concluded that Ningyu approached him, her small hands clasped behind her back, reveling in schadenfreude. "Congratulations, congratulations. On the very second day of becoming an official disciple, you've already become the target of public disdain." "Haha," Meng Chuan, his lips trembling in agitation, retorted irritably. "Then you should swiftly distance yourself, lest you be implicated. Fear not, when the truth comes to light. I shall merely hurl a few choice words in your direction." It was evident that Ningyu had devised a flawless strategy to evade the impending risks. Meng Chuan felt increasingly frustrated and, unwilling to engage in further conversation, quickened his pace, running so swiftly as if he were in a race to be reborn. Ningyu, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to the need for a modicum of decorum. As Meng Chuan stumbled, nearly falling flat, he turned back in frustration, gritting his teeth and declaring, "You better pray that you never fall into my hands. Rest assured, such a day will never arrive." "Is that so? Let us wait and see." With a vigorous flick of his sleeve, Meng Chuan did not linger any longer. Shaking off Ningyu, he strode purposefully towards the square in front of the main hall. The disciple ranking competition was set to commence in half a month, and thus, the formal disciples could begin their registration. The registration point was located at the northeast corner of the square. Upon arriving, Ming Chuan immediately noticed the throng of people densely packed in that corner. Goodness, could it be that all the formal disciples from the sect have come? As his gaze swept over the multitude of heads, he couldn't help but reflect. Host, please be advised that a marked spiritual consciousness has been detected. The system's sudden notification pulled his attention back. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Ming Chuan inquired, "What do you mean by marked spiritual consciousness?" Before the task of becoming an inner disciple is completed, this system will specially mark all spiritual consciousness that spies on the host or displays hostility towards the host, in order to assist the host in avoiding potential dangers. The marked spiritual consciousness detected this time first appeared last night and exhibited clear murderous intent towards the host. Please exercise caution. I understand. Ming Chuan nodded. Can you identify the owner of this marked spiritual consciousness? The individual, possessing a magical artifact, has somewhat confused this system's detection. With the currently available basic probing function, it can only generally locate the direction of the spiritual consciousness's owner. Indeed, the owner of that marked spiritual consciousness is mingling among the crowd before the registration point. How intriguing. Narrowing his eyes, Ming Chuan stood still for a moment before striding towards the registration area. The inner disciple in charge of the registration was overwhelmed with work, merely tossing a form at him to fill out. After a struggle to obtain a brush, just as he dipped it in ink, a scarred youth snatched the form from his hands. Oh, isn't this Meng from the herbal garden? Are you also participating in the ranking competition? What? Is that not allowed? Ming Chuan replied coldly. The scarred youth did not respond immediately, instead sizing him up with a sidelong glance for a while. When everyone else turned to look, he disdainfully scoffed, I don't think it's worth wasting an extra registration form on you. Though his words were few, each one dripped with contempt and disdain for Ming Chuan. At this, the onlookers erupted into laughter, with some even gasping for breath in amusement. Ming Chuan harbored no desire to instigate trouble. He suppressed the simmering anger within and turned his gaze away. He intended to retrieve another registration form. But as he reached out, he was halted by a senior disciple overseeing the stall. Do you think the sect's paper is free? With a forceful flick, the senior disciple dismissed Ming Chuan's hand, scoffing, to be unable to safeguard even a registration form, yet still have the audacity to participate in the ranking competition. How absurd. As Ming Chuan's hand recoiled, he found himself frozen mid-motion upon hearing those words. He glanced at the indifferent inner sect senior and then at the rowdy crowd of onlookers. A chill coursing through his heart. Fairness and justice? Such concepts are non-existent within the Demon Sect. If one wishes to avoid being bullied, one must resort to the language of fists. Indeed, maintaining a low profile has always been his motto, yet that does not imply he willingly accepts oppression. A person may possess a gentle temperament, but they must not be devoid of spirit. Return it to me. Slowly turning, he fixed a cold gaze upon the scarred youth, his voice chilling as he commanded. However, instead of handing over the registration form, the scarred youth brazenly tore it before Ming Chuan's eyes. The hissing sound of the paper shredding was not loud, yet it pierced the eardrums of those present. What are you staring at? Do you believe I won't tear your pretty face to shreds as well? The scarred youth, oblivious to the murderous intent lurking in Ming Chuan's eyes, continued to provoke him. Chapter 26. The toad yawns with sleeves rolled up. The scarred youth stepped forward, deliberately advancing towards Ming Chuan. Though the stride was not significant, it heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Simultaneously, the crowd of spectators erupted with excitement. Now there is a spectacle to behold. Whether it would be entertaining remained uncertain, but it certainly appeared that there would be amusement. What do you think? Can that lad who just ascended from the herb garden withstand a few blows from Senior Brother Chen? Clearly, many in the audience recognized the scarred youth. Senior Brother Chen had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. How could he be compared to a mere waste who had just come from the herb garden? In my opinion, Senior Brother Chen could easily knock that lad to the ground within 2 moves. The chatter among the crowd was incessant, but upon closer inspection, one would find that not a single voice believed Ming Chuan had a chance of success. In fact, countless individuals were eagerly anticipating the sight of him being thoroughly beaten by Chen Xiong. As the atmosphere reached such a fever pitch, Chen Xiong resolved to satisfy the spectators' expectations. The disciple ranking competition was not an event for just anyone to enter. Lacking strength would only lead to disgrace. Since Meng Shidi insisted on registering, why not allow me, as a senior brother, to gauge your abilities? If you can endure even 2 of my moves, I shall concede that I have misjudged you. Chen Xiong wore an expression of absolute confidence, completely dismissing Meng Chuan. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke. Not enough. The two simple words left the majority of the audience utterly bewildered. Meng Chuan cast a sweeping glance around the room, and upon redirecting his gaze to Qin Xiong's face, he calmly added, 2 moves are too few. I shall grant you 3 opportunities. If you can merely touch the hem of my garment, you shall be deemed a victor. At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, as nearly everyone was taken aback by his audacious arrogance. The frog croaks loudly indeed. Puffing up one's cheeks does not make one a robust figure, it merely transforms one into a jester. Contempt, derision, and mockery, these sentiments were vividly articulated by the audience at that moment. Provoked in public, Qin Xiong's countenance darkened, and the murderous intent pooling in his eyes threatened to overflow. Meng Chuan did not wait for him to speak, but took the initiative to provoke. Senior brother Qin, could it be that you lack confidence in yourself? With fists and feet that bear no eyes, dear junior brother Meng must exercise utmost caution. Qin Xiong, eager to impart a lesson, raised his arm with vigor. Hold on. Meng Chuan suddenly lifted his arm, palm facing vertically upwards. Are you seeking mercy? It is too late. Qin Xiong let out a heavy snort. Do not misunderstand. Meng Chuan maintained his composure. Since we are to engage in this game, why not make it grand? And how do you propose we play? Qin Xiong could not afford to show any weakness at this critical juncture. If I emerge victorious, I demand that you piece together this torn registration form and swallow it. As he spoke, Meng Chuan deliberately stepped on the scattered fragments of paper on the ground. The once relatively clean scraps were quickly sullied by mud. Witnessing this scene, Qin Xiong's eyelids twitched violently, yet due to pride, he ultimately refrained from objecting. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Meng Chuan and declared, should you lose, you shall kneel before everyone and bow your head to me 3 times, calling me ancestor aloud so that all within the clan may hear. Though these words may sound somewhat childish. The astute observers silently lamented Qin Xiong's ruthlessness. If Meng Chuan were to truly utter the words ancestors, his future within the Demon Sect would be irrevocably ruined. Meng Chuan was well aware of this principle, yet he resolutely agreed to the wager. Kid, you've certainly invoked your ancestors. Qin Xiong remarked ominously, without any further delay. His speed of attack was astonishingly rapid, catching Meng Chuan off guard, as his fist hurtled toward Meng Chuan's chest in the blink of an eye. As it seemed the strike would undoubtedly connect, Qin Xiong grinned with a cruel satisfaction. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, yet none dared to question Qin Xiong's martial ethics. After all, this was the Demon Sect, where notions of fairness and righteousness were utterly disregarded. However, just as Qin Xiong's determined strike was about to land, it unexpectedly missed its target. Upon closer observation, Meng Chuan had mysteriously vacated his original position and had silently drifted to Qin Xiong's right rear. Ignoring his opponent's bewilderment, Meng Chuan leisurely extended a single finger. 1 move had passed. Humph, I merely allowed you to save face. I didn't want your defeat to be too humiliating, he remarked. Qin Xiong, undeterred, swiftly pivoted and launched himself forward with great speed. As he leaped, he swung both arms, unleashing a torrent of punches wrapped in a shimmering blue aura, layered upon each other. In an instant, he enveloped Meng Chuan with a ferocious onslaught, the gale force causing Meng Chuan's garments to flap wildly. Although this attack was somewhat slower than the previous one, its potency had increased exponentially. Having noted Meng Chuan's extraordinary agility, Qin Xiong had deliberately sealed off Meng Chuan's escape route. Let us see how you evade now. You better keep your eyes wide open. As his voice fell, Meng Chuan's feet shifted slightly, his body swaying in response. Too slow. Qin Xiong sneered contemptuously. However, when his fist struck what he believed to be Meng Chuan, he felt absolutely nothing. In a moment of distraction, he realized that the figure before him had suddenly vanished. With his eyes wide open, he stood frozen for 3 seconds before suddenly coming to his senses. He had struck nothing but an afterimage. The real Meng Chuan had already stealthily positioned himself behind him, smirking as he observed Qin Xiong like a fool. 2 moves have passed, senior brother Qin. You really need to put in more effort, Meng Chuan taunted, embodying the essence of confidence as he encouraged his opponent. Enraged, Qin Xiong's face twisted with fury. Meng Chuan merely cast a sidelong glance at him, disdainfully curling his lip. Completely incensed, Qin Xiong drew forth a 4-foot-long sword. As the blade emerged, a colossal sword shadow, towering 2 yards high, materialized in the air and swung down toward Meng Chuan to cleave him in twain. Meng Chuan's gaze sharpened as he gathered his spiritual energy, channeling it into his legs. Temporarily setting aside the enigmatic aspects of his movement technique, he devoted himself entirely to enhancing his speed. In the end, He succeeded in breaking free from the lethal range of the giant sword's illusion just before it could sever him in two. Once the phantom blade dissipated, the side of his unscathed form left Qin Xiong's face as dark as the bottom of a pot. It appeared that victory belonged to Ming. With an elegant flick of his sleeve, Meng Chuan stood tall and declared his triumph with calm assurance, embodying the spirit of a true gentleman, willing to accept the stakes of the wager. "Brother Chen, I trust you will not dispute this?" As his words echoed, Meng Chuan raised his hand and swept it through the air. The gust of his palm sent the scattered fragments of the registration form swirling towards Qin Xiong's feet. Chapter 27. Resilience and Adaptability. The onlookers could scarcely fathom that Meng Chuan would emerge victorious, even long after the competition had concluded. They remained ensnared in a web of astonishment and confusion. Meng Chuan, however, was indifferent to the audience, his gaze fixed coldly upon Qin Xiong's face. Why was he delaying the meal? What was Qin Xiong waiting for? How could Qin Xiong possibly lower himself to such a degree? With a stomp of his foot, he scattered the paper debris at his feet and then turned away with a flick of his head. As he walked away, he did not hesitate to rudely shove aside the obstructive onlookers in his path. Meng Chuan did not intervene. After all, with the disciples' ranking competition imminent, he preferred not to reveal too many of his tactics at this juncture. However, the spectators who had been riled up were far from pleased. They began to hurl disdainful remarks at Qin Xiong. "He can't even maintain control over a newcomer, yet he dares to flaunt his prowess before us." In hindsight, it seemed they had overestimated Qin Xiong. Upon reflection, he was merely ordinary. With so many witnesses present, he was audacious enough to renege on his promises. How his reputation would surely suffer henceforth. The onlookers appeared to have forgotten that just moments ago, they had been rallying in support of Qin Xiong. Listening to the collective disparagement of Qin Xiong, Meng Chuan felt little exhilaration, only disdain. After regaining his composure, he cast a glance over the littered ground, then turned his gaze toward the inner sect disciple responsible for registration not far away, sighing softly, "System, what will happen if I fail to become an inner sect disciple within a month?" The response was clear. Failure would incur penalties. What sort of penalties? Meng Chuan felt a twinge of anxiety. A deduction of 3,000 spiritual points, 1,000 spiritual rhythms, and 500 contribution points. Meng Chuan muttered softly, "But I simply do not possess enough spirit points and spirit elegance to deduct." The system replied, "You may first record the account. You only need to gather the required spirit points, spirit elegance, and contribution points within the stipulated time frame." Meng Chuan swallowed nervously. "What if I cannot fill this gap within the deadline?" The system calmly responded, "In that case, certain functions will be judiciously disabled, such as the functions for the cultivation techniques, physical prowess, or realm progression." Despite the system's unwavering calmness, Meng Chuan's heart surged with turmoil. "That is absolutely unacceptable," he thought. The system's predictive function was his ultimate reliance for growth. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists. After considerable mental preparation, he cautiously approached the inner sect disciple. "Brother, I admit losing the registration form was my fault. I implore you to grant me another chance." In pursuit of his task, Meng Chuan concealed the arrogance he had displayed in front of Qin Xiong, replacing it with a facade of ingratiating smiles. After a prolonged silence from the other party, he steeled his resolve, intending to offer some incentives. However, before he could commence his bribery, the inner sect disciple unexpectedly slid a registration form before him. "Here, fill it out and return it." "Thank you, brother." Meng Chuan, fearing a change of heart, quickly accepted the form. He filled it out in haste. And only after witnessing the disciple secure his submission did he finally exhale in relief. With another word of gratitude, he departed the square. Feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, the sky had begun to darken, and the inner sect disciple responsible for registrations did not linger in the square. Just after submitting the organized registration forms and the list of participants, someone approached him. "Brother Liu, what brings you here? You just did me a great favor." "I must express my gratitude properly," Lu Ming chuckled. "It was merely a registration form. You are being overly courteous." The inner sect disciple waved his hand, appearing pleasantly surprised. Meanwhile, the gamble between Meng Chuan and Qin Xiong began to circulate from the main hall. Even the prominent figures of the four halls soon learned of Meng Chuan's name. Our sect hasn't seen such an active newcomer in a long time." Ultimately, he was merely a foundational ant, not worthy of excessive attention. The elders observed with a mix of amusement and disdain, yet unanimously regarded Meng Chuan as inconsequential. Only Lu Ming's master recited Meng Chuan's name twice, pondering. "Qin Xiong is the chosen seed of the artifact hall this year, and he cannot seem to handle that Meng Chuan. Murmuring softly, the elder squinted slowly, tapping his fingers against the armrest. Very well, let us first test Meng's worth in the ranking competition, should he indeed possess the capability to enter the top 50. We must bring him into our shadow hall. As he spoke, a flicker of light in his eyes appeared both wise and cunning, momentarily shrouded in an eerie aura. A sudden sneeze escaped Meng Chuan as he returned to his chamber. Rubbing his itchy nose, he murmured softly, "Who was speaking ill of me?" Weariness engulfed him, prompting a yawn. Just as he prepared to rest briefly, a sudden knocking reverberated through the door. "Meng, it's me," came the familiar voice of senior brother Hua, echoing in Meng Chuan's ears. "What brings him here?" A sense of bewilderment washed over Meng Chuan. After a moment's hesitation, he leisurely approached the door and pulled it open. "Greetings, senior brother. Please, come in." "Ah, little brother, I have been quite worried about you," Hua remarked as he entered, his gaze scrutinizing Meng Chuan. "I heard you had a scuffle with someone named Chen Xiong. I trust you are unscathed?" "Thank you for your concern, senior brother." "I am perfectly fine," Meng Chuan replied, though his curiosity deepened. To discern the true intent of his visitor, he intentionally inquired, "Did you come specifically for a matter to discuss? What kind of question is that? Am I not allowed to pay you a visit?" Senior brother Hua feigned irritation. Meng Chuan hastily apologized, even going so far as to slap himself across the face in a theatrical display. "There is no need for such dramatics, my brother," replied Hua, regaining his usual demeanor and adopting a tone of earnest gravity. "I come to remind you that, for the time being, it would be prudent to refrain from wandering about aimlessly." "Why do you say that, brother?" Meng Chuan inquired. "The hero you face today is not an ordinary individual." Hua let out a sigh. "Is he not merely a formal disciple?" Meng Chuan dismissed the notion. That was the case before. This year he has already become a favorite seedling within the Artifact Refinement Hall. "And what of that?" Meng Chuan pressed. "Moreover, that individual wields considerable influence among the formal disciples, and it would not be surprising if he sought to cause you trouble in secret." Hua suddenly thumped his chest, resolutely adding, "Of course, as long as I am here, that fellow named Chun would never dare to cause a ruckus in this place. So, you may remain here in peace." The implication of his words was clear. He was willing to act as a protective shield for Meng Chuan. Yet, in this life, Meng Chuan never believed in free lunches. Almost instantaneously, as the words left Hua's lips, a surge of suspicion swelled within him. What scheme is this fellow truly concocting? Despite the wariness that filled his heart, Meng Chuan's words were laced with gratitude. To have encountered such a brother in this life must surely be a blessing accrued over 8 lifetimes. Chapter 28. The day of the competition. After bidding farewell to Hua, Meng Chuan felt no inclination to move. He didn't even bother with dinner before burrowing into his bed. After a deep slumber, he was awakened the following morning by the familiar sound of the gong. Just as the day before, he had a light meal before promptly immersing himself in training. Heeding Hua's advice, Meng Chuan remained at the training camp thereafter, never straying from its confines. Of course, his motivation was not solely rooted in fear of retribution from Chen Xiong, but rather a commitment to prepare himself as thoroughly as possible for the upcoming ranking competition. To this end, he intensified his training in the Serpent's Glide and the Fractured Stone Fist. Furthermore, in addition to his routine exercises, he dedicated time to practicing the first verse of the Ling Xin hand, striving to master this technique for confronting adversaries. Efforts, after all, do yield rewards. With the passage of time and training, he could distinctly sense his improvement in physical prowess. Yet, this realization did not bring him solace. Instead, it stirred an inexplicable restlessness within him. Ultimately, what I am doing now bears little difference from mere theoretical discussions. I remain devoid of practical validation. To achieve absolute certainty, I must contemplate strategies concerning my realm and spiritual energy. Meng Chuan seldom holds himself in high regard. Most of the time, he accurately perceives his own shortcomings. Upon formulating a thought, he skillfully summoned the system interface. Name, Meng Chuan. Spirit points, 0. Spirit resonance, 50. Contribution points, 300. Martial art, magical heavens treasure record, anticipated backlash suppressed by 10. Physical body, earth grade, initial level, 5 poisons corrosion body, enhanced by spiritual energy. Realm, initial foundation establishment, actual realm suppressed, equipped weapon, earth grade, low quality longsword, shadow. Having previously spent 200 contribution points to exchange for the Spirit Origin Foundation establishment technique, his remaining contribution points were not substantial. Seeing the glaring 0 in the Spirit points column, Meng Chuan sighed in frustration. After the ranking competition concludes, he must dedicate time to earn a significant amount of Spirit points. Recalling the vast fields of earthly spirit herbs in the herbal garden, Ming Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Regardless, he resolved to invest all of his remaining resources in enhancing his strength. As if sensing his intentions, the system confirmed aloud, "Does the host wish to allocate all spirit resonance and contribution points to deduce the realm?" With his physical body having ascended to the earth grade, further deductions seemed unlikely to yield substantial breakthroughs. Focusing on realm advancement appeared far more advantageous. Investing 50 spirit resonance and 300 contribution points into realm advancement, he absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and the essence of the sun and moon, taking 95 years to finally succeed in ascending to the peak of foundation establishment. The mechanical voice of the system resonated at that moment like celestial music. Simultaneously, Ming Chuan felt a powerful energy coursing through his limbs and bones. The familiar sensation of fullness compelled him to let out a joyous exclamation towards the sky. However, soon after, the ever-increasing energy within him reached its limit, followed by an intense sense of obstruction. It seemed that his realm enhancement had hit a bottleneck. Having experienced something similar upon reaching the pinnacle of qi cultivation, he remained calm. To make further progress, he must first break through the barrier between foundation establishment and golden core. With this thought, he accessed the system's warehouse interface, gazing at the foundation establishment pills within, eager to act. After all, the primary effect of the foundation establishment pill is to assist the user in overcoming bottlenecks. However, Ming Chuan ultimately refrained from using the pill. With no additional resources at hand, even if he consumed the foundation establishment pill, advancing further would be challenging. It would be wiser to reserve it for a future opportunity to break through to the golden core realm. With this in mind, Ming Chuan closed the system panel, deciding to focus on solidifying his current realm. The days of training and cultivation were far from entertaining, yet time would not slow its pace due to monotony. Unbeknownst to him, the day of the official disciple ranking competition had arrived. After a fortnight, Ming Chuan once again made his way to the main hall. As anticipated, the square was already teeming with people. Naturally, not all of those present were participating disciples. The majority were merely there to witness the spectacle. Perhaps due to the encounter with Chun Xiong a fortnight prior, Ming Chuan unexpectedly garnered considerable attention. The gazes directed at him ranged from disdain to scrutiny, and even wariness. However, regardless of the nature of these stares, Ming Chuan remained unperturbed, entirely unaffected. Among the crowd, Chen Xiang squinted malevolently in his direction. After hiding for half a month, "You have finally emerged. Allow me to settle the score on the arena." Reclaiming every ounce of resentment with interest, he clenched his fists tightly, softly muttering his hatred towards Ming Chuan. Just as his words faded, the entire square suddenly trembled. The throng of people amassed in the square swiftly receded towards its edges. Like a receding tide, Ming Chuan initially believed it was a sudden earthquake, racing faster than anyone else. As he leaped out of the square, he sought a place to hide, but when his gaze inadvertently swept across the square, he was immediately taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. The previously flat square began to undulate like ocean waves. Subsequently, square platforms arose from the central area of the square. Surrounding the square were now 18 tiers of trapezoidal stone steps. In less than 10 minutes, an arena resembling a gladiatorial coliseum had materialized in the expansive square. Unlike traditional arenas, there were not merely one, but a total of 9 square platforms, each separated by arrays. The 18 tiers of stone steps surrounding them were specifically designed as seating for the spectators. Swallowing hard, Ming Chuan found himself unable to suppress his astonishment. He had never anticipated that the Demon Sect possessed such formidable capabilities, nor did he realize that the ordinary square he had passed by several times concealed such grand secrets. However, before he could calm his racing heart, the elder responsible for presiding over this disciple ranking competition gracefully descended. The competition is divided into 3 rounds, and the specific rules and procedures have been posted on the bulletin board. You have 1 hour to review them and complete the lottery. After 1 hour, the first round of the competition will officially commence. Ming Chuan was utterly bewildered by the opening remarks of the elder servant. It must be said, the organization of this competition was rather haphazard, though he felt a wave of frustration rising within him. He dared not linger and hurried towards the notice board on the west side of the main hall. He managed to reach the site successfully, but the content of the notice was utterly indecipherable due to the overwhelming crowd obstructing his view. With no other option, he had to push his way forward. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and plunged into the throng of people. Relying on his peak foundation establishment cultivation, he forcefully carved out a path amidst the mass. After considerable effort, he he finally reached the front of the crowd. Without a moment to catch his breath, he glanced at the notice. However, before he could fully comprehend the competition rules, a sudden wave of intense foreboding washed over him. Even the system issued an urgent warning, a strong murderous intent detected. Host, please evacuate this area immediately. Chapter 29. The beginning. Unlike previous instances, this time the system's alert carried a palpable urgency. It seemed to recognize that Meng Chuan's continued entrapment among the crowd could lead to dire consequences. Meng Chuan was evidently aware that he needed to swiftly extricate himself from the throng. However, before he could struggle his way out, a hand infused with spiritual energy struck him from behind. Just prior to the impact, the hairs on his body stood on end, an instinctive premonition of danger. Almost reflexively, he summoned his own spiritual energy. He then deftly activated the U technique of the Lingxian hand. Immediately, a muffled thud echoed as the hand that had lunged towards his spine was thwarted by his counter. Upon contact, the energies coursing through their palms reacted violently, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the crowd surrounding Meng Chuan reeling in disarray. Without a moment to catch his breath, he swiftly turned to discern the assailant's visage. Yet, all he could see were the undulating figures of the crowd, akin to waves of grain, and a narrow gap amidst the throng. This scoundrel was exceptionally adept at evasion. Meng Chuan, filled with frustration, gritted his teeth and couldn't help but utter a curse, although he yearned to pursue. Breaking free from the throng of people was evidently no easy feat. Meanwhile, the group outside, who had just managed to steady themselves, turned their glares upon him in unison. What the hell has gotten into you? They seemed to convey. Don't think that just because you managed to defeat that useless Chen Xiong, I want he dare to take you down. In the blink of an eye, Meng Chuan found himself overwhelmed by a sea of hostile gazes, with some even puffing out their cheeks and glaring at him. Fortunately, with the ranking competition about to commence, everyone tempered their anger and refrained from taking any real action against him. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, refraining from wasting words on elaborate explanations. He swiftly perused the contents of the notice before departing alone. The rules of this ranking competition were quite straightforward. The first round employed an elimination system until the top 200 participants were determined. The second round adopted a point-based system, where each of the top 200 competitors would start with 2 initial points and could earn points through duels. Those whose points dropped to 0 would be eliminated, while the top 50 in point rankings would advance to the next round. The disciples who made it into the top 50 would have their rankings provisionally determined by the number of points amassed in this round. In Meng Chuan's view, the competition could very well conclude at this juncture. However, the sect had deliberately arranged for a third round. This round would follow a challenge format, allowing any disciple ranked lower to challenge those ranked higher. Should the challenger emerge victorious, their rankings would be exchanged with the defeated. There were no restrictions on the number of challenges any disciple could initiate, nor on the number of times one could be challenged. Ultimately, the top 10 disciples would gain the privilege of selecting their departments of service. Furthermore, each set of 10 would receive rewards of varying tiers, be it elixirs, secret manuals, or spiritual artifacts. Yet, the rewards offered by the sect did not sway Meng Chuan's heart. After all, he wielded an Earth-grade spiritual sword and practiced an Earth-grade body technique. He held little regard for mere low-tier mysterious manuals and artifacts. In essence, his sole objective was to secure a position within the top 50. Perhaps due to his lack of ambition regarding the final rankings, Meng Chuan's demeanor was markedly more relaxed compared to others. Even upon returning to the square, a radiant smile graced his face. After a considerable pause, he finally remembered that he had yet to collect his drawn number, and he hurriedly turned to the drawing area. No one contested him in this endeavor, as drawing lots was a swift process, and the sect had prepared a full 20 boxes for the task. Number 734, oh. This will certainly keep you waiting. As Meng Chuan opened his numbered ticket, a head suddenly peeked out beside him. Ningyu, what brings you here? He swiftly turned his head, unable to conceal his surprise. Ningyu giggled, raising her ticket high and waving it at him. I should be the one to take the stage first. I just wonder if we'll have the chance to encounter each other in the arena afterward. Her tone, laced with a hint of mischief, caused Meng Chuan to furrow his brow into a deep frown. Facing her eager gaze, he let out a soft hum. Regardless, I am certain to enter the inner circle. Should we unfortunately meet, I won't show any mercy. Huh, are you so sure you can win? Ningyu retorted, a smirk tugging at her lips. Just as they were conversing, a resounding drumbeat filled the air, and simultaneously, the elder in charge of presiding over the ranking competition reappeared. Now that everyone has drawn their tickets, let us not waste any more time. With his words, a flurry of movement echoed through the venue, replacing the earlier drumroll. 9 figures gracefully ascended to 9 platforms. With a shared understanding, these 9 elders, serving as judges, surveyed the arena and called out 2 numbers each. Following their announcement, the disciples who had drawn tickets numbered 1 to 18 swiftly took to the platforms. At last, it had begun. Standing below, Ming Chuan wore a solemn expression. The 18 contestants atop the platforms appeared markedly more anxious than he was. As the judges declared the commencement of the match, the 18 competitors lunged at their opponents almost in unison. Their demeanor resembled that of famished beasts, eager to devour one another whole. For a fleeting moment, Ming Chuan questioned whether he had stepped into a primordial jungle. This contest was not aligning with his expectations. He had anticipated witnessing extraordinary techniques showcased on stage. Yet, in reality, the 18 disciples were mostly engaged in close-quarters brawling. The participants were merely formal disciples, lacking ample opportunities to master advanced martial skills. Ningyu seemed to discern his thoughts and spoke with a tone that hinted at a warning. Ming Chuan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He squinted and turned his head, gazing intently at the young lady before him. "Why are you staring at me?" Ningyu inquired nonchalantly, raising her eyes. "It will soon be your turn. You should focus on preparing for your performance," he replied. Ming Chuan withdrew his gaze and casually uttered a remark. No sooner had he finished speaking than a muffled groan echoed from the 8th arena, followed by a figure tumbling off the stage. The remaining contestant on the platform undoubtedly emerged as the victor of this contest. The judge, with an impassive expression, announced the result and promptly called out 2 more numbers. As the contestants numbered 19 and 20 ascended the 8th arena, the battles in the other rings began to reach their conclusion. Given the considerable number of participants and the fact that his draw was relatively late, Ming Chuan assumed that it would not be his turn to compete today. However, by evening, his number was unexpectedly called by the judge of the 3rd arena, alongside contestant number 733. Regaining his composure, Ming Chuan ascended the stage at a measured pace. Upon recognizing the opponent emerging from the opposite side, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. What a coincidence it was that his first match would be against none other than him. Chapter 30, A Narrow Path for Rivals. What a twist of fate it is to have these 2 adversaries collide. After a day of anticipation, it finally promised to be an intriguing spectacle. "Hey, do you think Qin Xiong will eliminate that kid Ming Chuan in the arena?" As the saying goes, those who enjoy the spectacle thrive on chaos, and the spectators, well aware of the enmity between the two, began to murmur among themselves. Despite Ming Chuan having triumphed over Qin Xiong once a fortnight ago, the crowd still seemed skeptical of his chances. Ultimately, this competition was fundamentally different from their previous wagered fight. Ming Chuan indeed demonstrated remarkable agility, yet he has never substantiated his prowess in terms of raw strength. Moreover, the constraints of the arena for this tournament may hinder the full expression of his nimbleness. The spectators' murmurs naturally permeated the arena. Qin Xiong raised his chin, glaring fiercely at Ming Chuan, and menacingly remarked, "Did you hear that? Everyone is eagerly anticipating the sight of your battered and bloodied form. How dare you, a defeated foe, boast before me? Who granted you the audacity?" Ming Chuan, however, would not indulge him. Qin Xiong's expression darkened instantly, his fists cracking ominously as he clenched them. "Last time was merely a lapse on my part. I shall not repeat the same mistake." With a swift motion, he drew his 4-foot-long sword, pointing it directly at Ming Chuan's nose. "Boy, are you ready to meet your doom?" Even with the referee nearby, he showed no inclination to temper his aggression. Ming Chuan furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at the indifferent referee. At this juncture, what was I still hoping for? A bitter smile flickered across his face as he redirected his gaze towards Qin Xiong. "My apologies, but it seems that Ming has yet to exhaust his time on this earth." With that thought, he grasped the hem of his garment, giving it a vigorous shake, and assumed a stance ready for combat. Qin Xiong, without further ado, swung his colossal sword, aiming a fierce blow at him. The massive blade, mid-swing, bizarrely split apart, transforming into a multitude of equally enormous sword shadows that descended upon him. The half of the arena where Ming Chuan stood was instantaneously enveloped by the shadow of his opponent's sword strike. In this circumstance, no matter which direction he attempted to evade, he could not escape the impending assault. Regrettably, there was no time left for him to utter his final words. Realizing that his opponent had nowhere to flee, Qin Xiong's lips curled into a cruel smile laced with satisfaction. He was certain that Ming Chuan lacked the strength to withstand such a blow. Yet, in the next moment, the corners of his mouth began to tremble involuntarily. With a mere flick of his right arm, Ming Chuan astonishingly deflected the massive sword that had been aimed at him. The colossal sword illusion that had descended alongside the strike dissipated with a sharp, piercing clang. Witnessing this scene, not only was Qin Xiong left speechless, but the onlookers were also filled with disbelief. Surely, I did not just witness Meng Chuan block senior brother Qin's fierce attack with nothing but his bare hand? No, no. There must be some mistake. Isn't that Meng just a newly appointed disciple? How could he possibly be this formidable? After this exchange, the audience's perception of Meng Chuan seemed to shift subtly. Qin Xiong's countenance darkened, his grip on the great sword producing a creaking sound. I only used 6/10 of my strength. If you're capable, try enduring another strike. With a mighty roar, a tremendous aura surged from him, quickly enveloping the entire arena. The sudden gust of wind not only lifted Meng Chuan's garments, but also tousled his long hair. Then, Meng Chuan's body involuntarily swayed, as if struggling to withstand the pressure exerted by his opponent. Qin Xiong keenly seized upon the opening that had been revealed, raising his sword and charging forward. The great sword shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, accompanied by a wave of azure energy, aiming directly for Meng Chuan's left chest. Sensing the imminent danger, Meng Chuan barely had time to steady his unsteady body before he hastily pushed off the ground. However, after just 2 steps back, he found himself at the edge of the arena. Due to his unstable footing, he was unable to retaliate as he had moments before. Watching this unfold, most spectators held their breath in anticipation, while a few could not suppress their derisive laughter. This is how it should be. I was beginning to think that Meng was truly capable. Indeed, the first to fall on the arena would have to be the fool from the herbal garden. Haha. Those who had previously begun to revise their opinion of Meng Chuan promptly abandoned their unrealistic fantasies about him. Yet, the blood-soaked spectacle that everyone had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, the seemingly assured Qin Xiong unexpectedly tumbled off the arena in a bizarre manner. The thud of his heavy fall was not only abrupt, but also exceedingly jarring. Meng Chuan resembled a startled butterfly, poised precariously at the edge of the arena, his body forming an angle of 120 degrees with the platform. As he flailed his arms in a state of agitation, after much effort, he finally managed to retract himself onto the stage, only to feel a lingering trepidation as he patted his chest. Phew, I'm fortunate not to have fallen. That truly frightened me, he murmured, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Once he regained his composure, he turned to gaze down at the ground. Brother Qin, why are you lying there? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong glared up in indignation, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet Meng Chuan did not wait for him to speak. Instead, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Could it be that I have emerged victorious in this match? Qin Xiong, whose complexion was already far from favorable, now bore a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Rising from his stance with the great sword, he seemed intent on leaping back onto the arena. However, before his feet could touch the platform, the referee delivered a resounding slap, sending him flying. This impact was far more severe than the previous fall, as he tumbled 4 or 5 meters before coming to a halt. Thus, Meng Chuan triumphed. The referee, however, did not spare Qin Xiong a second glance. Coldly declaring the outcome, Meng Chuan let out a quiet sigh, bowing respectfully before retreating from the arena. However, the audience remained entranced by the fierce battle between him and Qin Xiong, who could elucidate the events that had transpired. It was likely that senior brother Qin had simply stumbled, leading to his fall from the stage, while Meng Chuan had merely been fortunate. My friend, your analysis holds merit. Yet Qin Xiong's misfortune seems rather pronounced. The narrow-mindedness of individuals often stems from their inability to acknowledge the excellence of others. Amidst such discussions, Meng Chuan felt no irritation. Instead, he secretly reveled in their opinions. Excellent, this is precisely the reaction I desired. Rather than being perceived as a formidable master or genius, he preferred to be regarded as a somewhat fortunate mediocre individual. Only in this manner could he continue to navigate his circumstances. His self-assured performance had indeed deceived many. Yet the audience was not entirely gullible. Indeed, in the southeastern section of the stands, a couple discerned his ruse. From avoiding the great sword to tripping his opponent, this young man named Meng Chuan executed his entire sequence of movements seamlessly and with remarkable speed. It was Qin Xiong who truly had no time to react. Hee. This lad is intriguing. I can hardly wait to make his acquaintance, the man mused, while the woman sensuously licked her alluring red lips. Chapter 31. The hidden threat of the night. Perhaps sensing the gaze emanating from the southeast, Meng Chuan instinctively turned his head to glance at the stands. Not finding the source of his unease, he shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he chose not to linger at the scene. After collecting his new identification card, he returned alone to the training camp. At this moment, news of his initial victory had already reached the palace. The glances of his contemporaries, having just finished their training, bore a noticeable shift. Some were envious, others awkwardly eager to please, and a few appeared anxious and distant. Even as he settled down, someone promptly poured him a cup of tea. "Brother Ming, you have worked hard. Here, have a cup of tea to refresh yourself." The speaker was a tall, graceful young woman, albeit with a few freckles adorning her face. Upon hearing her words, Meng Chuan showed little reaction. Instead, a burly man with a bushy beard let out a cold snort. "She has tea even become an inner disciple yet? Might your attentiveness be a tad premature?" Unfazed, the bearded man did not conceal his disdain for the freckled woman. "One cannot say that. Brother Ming has already demonstrated his strength by defeating Chen Xiong twice. I believe that with Brother Ming's abilities, he will undoubtedly secure a promotion in this ranking tournament." The woman's tone was filled with admiration for Meng Chuan. "Defeated?" The bearded man scoffed. "Aside from being flustered on stage, what else has he accomplished? Senior Brother Chen's loss was entirely due to his choice of footwear. It had nothing to do with this Meng fellow." The bearded man strode before Meng Chuan and continued. "I refuse to believe that you could advance to the third round merely by sheer luck." Observing Meng Chuan being openly mocked, the freckled girl hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing silence. After a prolonged wait for Meng Chuan to retort against the bearded man, she could not help but murmur to herself, "Could it be that I have overestimated him? This is quite pitiful." With such thoughts, she even began to regret her earlier attempts at flattery. The bearded man tilted his chin upwards, casting a scornful glance at Meng Chuan. At that moment, Ning Yu emerged from the side, slowly approaching Meng Chuan and coldly directing her gaze towards the bearded man. "Whether he can make it to the third round is not for you to decide," she asserted firmly. "I am stating it unequivocally today. Meng Chuan will absolutely not advance to the third round." The bearded man stiffened, showing no sign of retreat, and directly confronted Ning Yu. The sudden tension between the two created an atmosphere that left Meng Chuan feeling bewildered. What is wrong with this woman today? Has she taken the wrong medicine? He thought to himself, casting a perplexed glance at Ning Yu. Naturally, Ning Yu could not hear his thoughts. Coldly, she challenged the bearded man. "Care to make a wager?" "Ah, a wager it is. Who is afraid?" The bearded man replied, his demeanor brimming with aggression, as if he were ready to engage in a fight rather than a bet. "If I win, you will respectfully apologize to Meng Chuan, and from now on, whenever you see me and Meng Chuan together, you must address us as senior brother and senior sister." "Agreed," the bearded man replied without hesitation. "But if I win, you must spend the night with me." He dismissed Meng Chuan entirely, not bothering to mention him further, which left Meng Chuan feeling like an outsider in this exchange. With his lips quivering slightly, he quickly tugged at Ning Yu's arm. However, before he could speak, Ning Yu had already nodded in agreement to the wager with the bearded man. "It has been a long time since I've been with a woman. The prospect of spending a delightful evening with such a charming lady is indeed enticing." The bearded man smirked, eyeing Ning Yu with a predatory gaze. Yet, Ning Yu chose not to engage further. She took Meng Chuan's large hand and briskly led him away through the crowd. Upon returning to the dormitory, Meng Chuan finally extricated his hand from hers and sighed. "What was the need for that? I was standing up for you." Ning Yu turned back, her irritation evident. "Well, I truly appreciate it." Meng Chuan's words clearly did not reflect his true feelings. "Don't mention it," Ning Yu retorted, her anger still simmering. A heavy silence then enveloped them, lingering for quite some time. It was only when the chilling evening breeze seeped through the door that Meng Chuan softly broke the oppressive quiet. "You've had a long day too. You should return and rest." His rather tactful dismissal was issued, and Ning Yu immediately rose in a huff. Without uttering a single word, she stormed out the door. "What have I done wrong?" Watching her retreating figure, Meng Chuan was enveloped in a sense of gloom. Upon returning to her room, Ning Yu promptly buried herself in her blankets. The man's strength surpassed her expectations significantly. Relying solely on threats to ensure his continued cooperation would likely yield poor results. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a friendly rapport with him. However, recalling the indifference he had displayed earlier ignited her ire. Furthermore, the memory of that obsequious freckled woman stirred a subtle, unnoticeable bitterness within her heart. Gritting her teeth, she fixated on the ceiling for quite a while before speaking again. Regardless, the matter of finding that item could no longer be postponed. Taking a deep breath and clenching her delicate fists, she seemed to resolve herself to a determination of sorts. Meanwhile, Meng Chuan did not hasten to bed for rest. After leisurely enjoying dinner and practicing for a while, he finally lay down. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened significantly, and the evening breeze rustled the trees outside, creating a soft whisper. In a state of drowsiness, the system's alert sounded in his mind, detecting an individual stealthily approaching. Please remain vigilant. Accompanying the system's voice was a faint rustling sound. Shortly thereafter, the wallpaper was punctured from the outside, and a tubular object poked through the breach. Subsequently, wisps of blue smoke began to waft from the tube. Detecting low-grade hallucinogenic smoke, the system swiftly identified the specific components of the smoke. Simultaneously, a wave of dizziness swept over him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Meng Chuan's awareness returned to clarity. Resorting to such despicable tactics indicates that the person outside harbors a deep-seated animosity towards him. Contemplating this, he refrained from opening his eyes or moving a muscle. After the intruder had dispensed the hallucinogenic smoke, he waited nearly 5 minutes before making his next move. With a sharp crack, the window latch was violently broken. Almost instantly, a figure darker than the night itself slipped through the window. Upon landing, the intruder unsheathed a dagger, stealthily making his way towards the bed. The blade gleamed ominously even in the darkness, mesmerizing and striking. In the silence of the room, the deliberately muted footsteps of the intruder remained jarringly audible. The greatest mistake you have made in this life is persistently provoking me. Tonight, you shall quietly meet your demise in your next life. Remember to keep your eyes wide open, lest you fall into my grasp once more. As the words fell, the intruder brandished a dagger, aiming it menacingly at Meng Chuan's chest, and thrust it down with ferocity. Chapter 32. Justice has its owner. Perhaps due to an overconfidence in the effectiveness of the poison he employed, the assailant never considered that the man on the bed might resist. It was only when his wrist was ensnared, and the blade hung suspended in midair, that the malice etched on his face faltered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he instinctively attempted to withdraw his arm. Yet, Meng Chuan's grip was akin to a vice, firmly clasping the intruder's wrist. Chen Xiong, one must possess a conscience. At the moment Meng Chuan lifted his eyelids, he forcefully flung his hand. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed within the room. Chen Xiong, clad in night attire, was compelled to retreat from the bedside, colliding violently with the square table, finally halting his staggering steps. The table, however, shattered upon impact. The moment Chen Xiong fell onto the broken tabletop, he collapsed to the ground as the splintered wood scattered debris, covering his face in dust and grime. Observing this scene, Meng Chuan felt no sympathy. He leisurely tossed aside the covers and rose with composure. If memory serves me correctly, from our very first encounter, it has always been you who provoked me. Meeting the wicked glare directed his way, Meng Chuan continued, it was indeed you who tore my application form. It was also you who sought someone to exchange for that signature on number 733 today. Having persistently sought to trouble me, I am still inclined to spare your wretched life. Should you not feel gratitude? Yet you do not. Not only do you lack gratitude, but you even have the audacity to come here in the dead of night to attempt an assassination. As he spoke, Meng Chuan's expression grew icy, his tone laced with a chilling severity. Seeing Chen Xiong struggle to rise, he deliberately intensified his tone, demanding, are you truly unafraid of the sect's retribution for your actions? Ha! Chen Xiong scoffed, a cold sneer on his lips. You, a mere insect who has just ascended to the rank of an official disciple, could not possibly invoke the elder's attention. Pausing briefly, he appraised Meng Chuan with a gaze full of disdain, continuing, do not presume that merely taking your life here would cause the elders to bat an eye. Even if I were to hang your corpse at the entrance of the training camp, that would not spare you a second glance. With a casual flick, Chen Xiong brushed away the dust clinging to him, discarding the dagger and drawing forth his 4-foot-long sword. The familiar azure glow instantly flowed along the blade. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure akin to crashing waves surged through the air. Boy, prepare to die. As the cold shout reverberated, Chen Xiong immediately swung his sword upward. A phantom sword, a fusion of spiritual energy and sword aura, emerged from the blade, hurtling toward Meng Chuan. With this move executed, Chen Xiong did not remain stationary to await the outcome. Almost instantaneously, as the phantom sword took form, he propelled himself toward Meng Chuan. With arms in motion, dozens of sword lights followed closely behind the phantom sword, encircling Meng Chuan single-handedly. It appeared he was intent on concluding the battle in one fell swoop, affording Meng Chuan no opportunity to retaliate. Unfortunately, Chen Xiong had evidently overestimated his own prowess. Unlike his earlier performance in the arena, Meng Chuan no longer felt the need to play to the audience. Thus, the moment his opponent launched the attack, he was fully prepared to counter with all his might. He then drew forth his unutilized treasure sword, Shadow of the Abyss. A ground-level sword paired with the peak of foundational spiritual energy could shatter any assault through sheer brute force, even without sword techniques. In the blink of an eye, he ruthlessly shattered Chen Xiong's sword aura and phantom sword. Witnessing this, Chen Xiong's eyelids twitched. Yet, in the heat of battle, there was no time for contemplation. Suppressing his astonishment, Chen Xiong wielded his sword with both hands, striking down with brute force. I refuse to believe your head is harder than my profound-grade spiritual sword. The words escaped his lips, revealing a row of jagged white teeth, each gleaming ominously. Meng Chuan remained silent, discreetly channeling spiritual energy into his right arm, brandishing his sword with vigor. In the next instant, a sharp clang resonated above him. Subsequently, a spiraling blue radiance was unleashed. The 4-foot-long sword, firmly grasped in Chen Xiong's hand, shattered into 2 pieces amidst the fierce clash. The upper half spiraled away, directly crashing through the wooden wall where the door was situated, creating a gaping hole. Chen Xiong, on the other hand, clutched the remaining half as he fell back into the pile of broken tables and chairs. My head, of course, is no harder than your sword, but Meng Chuan stepped forward, swiftly approaching his opponent before they could rise once more. With a flick of his shadowy blade, he precisely positioned it against the adversary's throat. It was only after the cold blade had tilted their chin upward that he continued. However, my sword is undoubtedly far more formidable than yours. Cowering on the floor, Chen Xiong no longer exuded the arrogance he once displayed. The malice that had previously adorned his face vanished, replaced by a pallor reminiscent of winter's first snow. What are you planning to do? I warn you. I am a disciple designated by the refining hall. Meng Chuan chuckled rather unkindly. Perhaps before the ranking competition commenced, you were indeed a chosen seed of the refining hall. But now, you are merely my defeated foe, a discarded pawn of the refining hall. With a smirk and a raised eyebrow, he added each word deliberately. To those cold-hearted elders of the refining hall, your remaining value pales in comparison to that of a newly initiated disciple like myself. Chen Xiong faltered, his lips trembling as if he sought to retort. Meng Chuan, with a wicked grin adorning his face, playfully suggested, "Shall we put this to the test?" With that, he deliberately extended the blade of his sword a mere 2 millimeters forward. If the elders of the artifact refining pavilion truly come seeking vengeance on my behalf, I shall certainly burn paper in your memory. His tone bore no trace of malice. Instead, it was imbued with an inexplicable gentleness. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong felt an icy chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Please, do not kill me. I am not ready to die. His defenses crumbled, and fear engulfed his pride and dignity like a relentless tsunami. Before Meng Chuan could interject, he began to weep, snot running down his face as he offered his apologies. I did not intend to cross you. It was Lu Ming. He forced my hand. If you're seeking retribution, it ought to be directed at him. In the shadow of death's embrace, Chen Xiong unhesitatingly divulged the identity of the mastermind behind it all. I merely stumbled into this mistake. You are magnanimous. Why must you hold a mere errand boy accountable? Meng Chuan was utterly unprepared for the revelation that this affair involved Lu Ming. Did he send you to take my life? How many others have been corrupted besides you? He took a deep breath, striving to quell the surging anger within, and with a frigid demeanor, he pressed for answers. Chen Xiong, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily responded, to my knowledge, this year's ranking tournament has seen nearly all the disciples anticipated to secure a position in the top 10 receiving favors from Lu Ming. And what else? Meng Chuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. A flicker of hesitation crossed Chen Xiong's gaze, yet he ultimately chose not to conceal the truth. However, just as he was about to speak, a shard of cold light pierced through the gap created by the broken sword. Chapter 33. The Art of Deception. The sudden appearance of that cold glimmer took both the system and Meng Chuan completely by surprise, leaving them unaware of any forewarning. By the time they finally sensed the threat, the poison needle was already perilously close to Meng Chuan's spine. Acting on instinct, he employed the agile movements of the spirit serpent to evade the impending danger. The needle grazed the fabric of his sleeve before he could revel in his narrow escape. However, Chen Xiong, who was half collapsed on the ground, suddenly convulsed. Witnessing this, Meng Chuan's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly pulled Chen Xiong to the corner of the wall. Upon crouching down to assess Chen Xiong's condition, he realized it was already too late. Lying on the ground, Chen Xiong's brow stained with blood, his eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an unwillingness to part from this world. Even in his final moments, that profound attachment to life lingered upon his visage. Meng Chuan clenched his fists and abruptly turned, bursting through the door. Yet outside, beyond the ever-present darkness, he could discern no suspicious figures. Could it have been Lu Ming's doing? Such a blatant act of silencing seemed to suggest that only Lu Ming possessed a clear motive. Naturally, the first suspect across Meng Chuan's mind was the one bearing the surname Lu. However, it was not Lu Ming, but rather Hua Wenfeng. The system interjected suddenly, refuting his conjecture. Hua Wenfeng, after all, was the instructor of this training camp, the esteemed brother Hua. If you were aware of this, why did you not disclose it sooner? Meng Chuan's lips twitched in irritation, openly expressing his reproach towards the system. As the instructor of the training camp, Hua Wenfeng's solitary inspection of the grounds was not inappropriate, and he had never shown any overt hostility towards the host. Therefore, the system had not deemed it necessary to mark him in any special way, nor had it anticipated his sudden aggression towards Chen Xiong. From this moment forth, I demand that he be marked. The instant that man's presence is detected within 100 meters, an alert must be issued. A special marker has been assigned to Hua Wenfeng, and the system has elevated its vigilance level regarding him. Ding. Host, please be advised that the specially marked individual, Hua Wenfeng, is now 98 meters away. Just as the marking was completed, the system issued a warning to Meng Chuan. The thought of the fresh corpse lying in his room caused his expression to shift dramatically. Can the system's storage accommodate a corpse? Not at this time. With urgency pressing upon him, Meng Chuan did not inquire why it was only temporarily unfeasible. Before Hua Shixiang could enter the courtyard, he hastily rushed back to his room, shoving Chen Xiong's body beneath the bed. Just as he adjusted the sheets, the door was rudely pushed open. In rushed Hua Wenfeng, exclaiming loudly, "Meng, my brother, are you all right?" At that moment, Meng Chuan had just retreated under the covers. Upon hearing the inquiry, he feigned confusion and lifted his eyelids. As his gaze swept across Hua Wenfeng's face, he suddenly sat upright. He deliberately scanned his room and then asked, puzzled, "What brings you to my humble abode at this late hour?" Simultaneously, Hua Wenfeng had already surveyed the room and, not spotting the corpse, his eyebrows involuntarily twitched. "I was patrolling the camp and suddenly heard some commotion coming from your courtyard, so I came to investigate." Commotion? Meng Chuan feigned bewilderment, recalling that wild cats had indeed been frequenting the yard these past few nights. "I fear it may not be just wild cats," Hua Wenfeng declared, producing a half-drawn sword he had retrieved from outside. Meng Chuan's eyelids subtly trembled, yet he feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "This broken sword appears rather familiar." "Oh, I remember now. It is the very same type wielded by brother Chen Xiong." He continued, "I discovered this in your courtyard just now." Hua Wenfeng narrowed his eyes. Meng Chuan seemed taken aback, attributing his surprise to his younger brother's deep slumber, which had led to the oversight of a thief's intrusion. With a hand upon his chest, he expressed gratitude, saying, "I am truly fortunate that brother arrived in time to chase away the intruder. Otherwise, I might have found myself in peril." "I have yet to see the owner of this broken sword," Hua Wenfeng remarked in a low voice. His tone suggested a degree of dissatisfaction with Meng Chuan's deliberate display of ignorance. However, since he had not witnessed Chen Xiong's corpse, he refrained from piercing through that veil of ambiguity. Meng Chuan would naturally never willingly hand over any leverage to his opponent. Thus, he resolved to continue feigning ignorance. "Senior brother, please do not be modest. If it were not for your exceptional prowess, how could one possibly disrupt such a formidable spiritual sword?" Meng Chuan was not merely filled with gratitude. He also infused his words with compliments and admiration. Hua Wenfeng furrowed his brow, silently scrutinizing him for several minutes. "Senior brother, what troubles you?" Meng Chuan inquired with deliberate concern. "Nothing." Hua Wenfeng averted his gaze, flicked his sleeves, and turned away. "It's getting late. You should rest, junior brother." With that, he made no further stay in the room, clasping his hands behind his back as he disappeared into the night. Once the footsteps outside faded away, Meng Chuan exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fellow did not insist on searching the place. Otherwise, today's troubles would have escalated significantly. Rubbing his temples, he muttered under his breath, "Though I managed to send Hua Wenfeng away for the time being, why did he want to kill Chen Xiong? Moreover, what were the unfinished words of Chen Xiong before his demise?" Confusion settled in, accompanied by a sudden wave of irritation and an overwhelming sense of unease that enveloped his heart. After a long while, Meng Chuan slapped his cheeks, forcing himself to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he descended from his bed, secured the windows and door, and glanced beneath the bed. Regardless, he needed to figure out how to dispose of the corpse. although the Demon Sect did not explicitly prohibit killing among disciples. Murdering a senior brother would certainly provide grounds for being targeted. Hence, it was imperative to dispose of Qin Xiong's body before it was discovered. Hey, do you have any suggestions? Lacking relevant experience, Meng Chuan reluctantly sought advice from the system. Ordinary storage artifacts could not contain living beings. Yet a corpse no longer fell under that category. You must be jesting, Meng Chuan rolled his eyes. This low-grade storage bag in my possession barely has a cubic meter of space. How could it possibly accommodate such a large corpse? While the whole may not fit, perhaps the pieces might, the system replied unflinchingly, causing Meng Chuan to retch. Are you implying I should dismember the body? Even after 2 lifetimes. Meng Chuan had never felt such a chill run down his spine due to his own words. Perhaps the host could seek a high-grade storage treasure capable of containing an entire corpse. Alternatively, the host could refine the body to ashes using a cauldron. Or, the host might strive to elevate his cultivation to unlock the storage capabilities of the system further. The solutions offered by the system seemed numerous at first glance. Yet upon closer examination, none were feasible for Meng Chuan to accomplish immediately. For the sake of survival, he might have to temporarily assume the role of a butcher. Firmly resolved, Meng Chuan dragged Qin Xiong's body out from beneath the bed once more and summoned his shadowy sword, preparing to make the incision. Almost simultaneously, Hua Wenfeng knocked on the door of another dormitory within the camp. Chapter 34. A Windfall. Hua Wenfeng knocked 3 times in quick succession. Following the sound, an impatient male voice echoed from within. Who the hell is bothering me at this late hour instead of being at home sleeping? Accompanying the deep male voice was a series of heavy footsteps. It was I, Hua Wenfeng declared sternly, his voice resonating through the door. The footsteps within the room quickened abruptly, and soon the door creaked open. Calm yourself, brother. I assure you, I harbor no disrespect towards you, exclaimed the burly man with a bushy beard, who immediately slapped himself across the face as he spoke. If Ningyu were present, she would surely recognize him as the one with whom she had made a wager. However, Hua Wenfeng chose not to engage further. Instead, he stepped into the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Once the bearded man closed the door and respectfully followed him to the table, Hua Wenfeng spoke in a calm tone. I have a task to entrust to you. Brother, I am prepared to face any peril, be it a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, the bearded man replied without hesitation, not even inquiring about the specifics of the assignment. He understood that this might be his solitary opportunity to align himself with the esteemed Hua Wenfeng. With a look of approval, Hua Wenfeng's tone turned serious. From this day forth, I require you to keep a close watch on that fellow, Meng Chuan. The bearded man was evidently taken aback. What? Is that beyond your capabilities? Hua Wenfeng's expression hardened. Of course, it can be done. The bearded man, regaining his composure, thumped his chest in assurance. Excellent. Hua Wenfeng commended him with a pat on the shoulder. Should that fellow exhibit any unusual behavior, you must report it to me immediately. Rest assured. As long as you diligently serve me, I shall not treat you unfairly. To serve you, brother, is a rare fortune for me, the bearded man pledged earnestly. Pleased. Hua Wenfeng nodded and rose to leave. As he reached the door, he seemed to recall something and cautioned. It would be best if no third party learns of my visit here tonight. For a while, I shall also maintain some distance in our interactions. Yes, I shall remember. The bearded man replied, not daring to voice any objections. After bidding farewell to Brother Hua, he could not help but chuckle to himself. Meng Chuan. It turns out you are not in league with Brother Hua after all. In high spirits, he even wore a smile while drifting into slumber. The evening breeze howled, scattering the stars that had been frolicking with the moon. Before long, only a solitary moon hung high in the sky. Meng Chuan's drowsiness had long since dissipated by the time Qin Xiong infiltrated. Before beginning the grim task of handling the corpse, he took a moment to search the body thoroughly. As anticipated, Qin Xiong possessed a low-grade storage pouch. With a cacophony of clattering sounds, the contents of the pouch were emptied onto the ground. Aside from 2 low-tier spiritual herbs that held a modest value, there was little of significance. A flicker of disappointment crossed Meng Chuan's eyes as he prepared to discard the worthless debris. Please wait, host. The system, which had been silent for a brief period, suddenly interjected. What is it? Meng Chuan furrowed his brow in confusion. This system has detected a concealed spiritual wave emanating from that rusted square iron plate. But why did I not sense it? Meng Chuan, now a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, pondered. According to this system's analysis, the iron plate appears to be inscribed with a form of advanced restriction. However, The specifics of this restriction and the secrets hidden within the plate require further deduction. This deduction necessitates energy, be it in the form of spiritual points, spiritual resonance, or contribution points. Unfortunately, the reserves of these three resources on your person are currently 0. Since you suspect this item harbors some mystery, I shall keep it for now. With that, Meng Chuan placed the square iron plate into the system's repository. Casting his gaze back to the pile of junk on the floor, he couldn't help but mutter in irritation. Didn't they say the 4 halls would provide resources for selected seed candidates? How is it that this fellow has no decent elixirs whatsoever? Host should check around his neck. What have you discovered? Meng Chuan inquired, though his hands were already at work. As he pulled open Qin Xiong's collar, he immediately spotted a silver chain hidden beneath. The craftsmanship of the chain was unremarkable, but the ring dangling from its end made Meng Chuan's eyes light up. If he was not mistaken, this ring was also a storage artifact, likely containing something of considerable value given its placement. With greedy anticipation, Meng Chuan eagerly wiped the ring clean. Instantly, 10 jade vials and 3 ornate boxes appeared before him. In addition, there stood a tall, purple-black cauldron and 5 scrolls showcased among the items. Goodness, the space within this ring must be no less than 20 cubic units. The thought of not having to dismantle the corpse himself lifted Meng Chuan's spirits significantly. However, as he regained his composure, another question arose in his mind. How does a mere formal disciple like Qin Xiong possess such a high-grade storage artifact? With a heart full of curiosity, he began inspecting the contents of the vials and boxes. Yet, aside from 2 vials of recovery elixirs, he found himself utterly unfamiliar with the remaining 8 vials' contents. System, please assist me in examining these. The system did not hesitate, promptly announcing a series of elixir names. From left to right, the remaining 8 vials contained, in order, a 6th-grade low-tier spirit cultivation pill, a 4th-grade low-tier spirit refining pill, a 3rd-grade mid-tier explosive spirit pill, a 3rd-grade high-tier vitality nourishing pill, along with 3 vials of 4th-grade high-tier blood revitalizing pill. 6th-grade elixirs? Meng Chuan was utterly astonished. Indeed, furthermore, the 3 ornate boxes housed Earth-grade spiritual ore. Please hold on for a moment. I am feeling a bit lightheaded, Meng Chuan said, steadying himself against the wall, his face flushed with excitement. After a considerable pause, he inquired with eager anticipation, what about that cauldron? Is there anything extraordinary about it? The system replied, currently. This system is unable to discern the grade of the formation inscribed upon the cauldron. To uncover detailed information about the cauldron, it is advised that the host attempt to utilize this system's deduction function. Meng Chuan swallowed hard and forced a bitter smile, suggesting it would be best to wait. With that, he swiftly redirected his attention to the pile of scrolls before him. It was only when he discerned the insights recorded on one particular scroll regarding the crafting of heavenly-grade spiritual artifacts that he suddenly realized the significance. Could it be that Qin Xiong had inherited the legacy of a master craftsman? If this were indeed the case, it would elucidate the origins of the spatial ring and its contents. With such a legacy in hand, it would not be surprising that Qin Xiong had previously showcased his innate talent for crafting, thus being selected as a seed candidate by the crafting hall despite his cultivation being at the late foundation establishment stage. Taking a deep breath, Meng Chuan murmured to himself. Yet a profound sense of worry crept back into his heart. After a considerable pause, he whispered, has the crafting hall already sensed the existence of his extraordinary inheritance? If not, that would be ideal. However, if they have, then Qin Xiong's demise may not go unnoticed by the hall master. Chapter 35. When ruthlessness strikes hard. After accounting for the spoils, Meng Chuan used the spatial ring as a makeshift coffin and placed Qin Xiong's lifeless body within. Since Qin Xiong had succumbed to a poison needle from Hua Wenfeng, there were no bloodstains that required additional cleaning. Stifling a yawn from exhaustion, Meng Chuan meticulously searched the room twice. Once he was certain that no suspicious traces remained, he finally climbed back into bed to rest. The night was filled with the chirping of nightingales and the croaking of frogs, as they debated amongst themselves. It was not until the break of dawn, startled by the sound of a gong, that they finally fell silent. Meng Chuan tousled his tousled hair and, as usual, fetched water to freshen up. After a simple breakfast, he set off with Ningyu, making their way towards the main hall. Following a full day of fierce competition, nearly half of the official disciples participating in this year's ranking contest had been eliminated. However, to determine the top 200, it seemed they would need to engage in at least 2 more rounds of battle. After the conclusion of the first match yesterday, Meng Chuan, having drawn a favorable lot, was promptly summoned to compete. Give it your all. Should you dare to lose, my dear, I shall not spare you, Ning Yu exclaimed, playfully shaking her delicate fists, encouraging him in a mock-threatening manner. Meng Chuan did not engage further. Instead, he calmly raised his right hand and gave a gentle wave. Upon ascending the arena, he immediately began to scrutinize his opponent. The man before him was in his 30s, towering at 6 feet 3 inches, with a light-colored birthmark adorning the left side of his face. Overall, while his features were not particularly striking, his imposing physique was undeniably attention-grabbing. Standing in the ring, he resembled a small mountain, exuding an invisible aura of pressure without the need to manifest any force. Meng Chuan could not help but reflect that this man's shoulders were likely broader than his own thighs. Even my dog at home is more robust than you. The burly arena attendant, however, did not introduce himself. Instead, he curled his lip and scoffed derisively. Meng Chuan was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not succumb to anger. The larger one was, the louder the crash would be upon falling from the stage. Humph! The man with the birthmark let out a cold snort, declaring that he had presented a splendid idea, for shortly he would graciously toss Meng Chuan off the platform. As he spoke, he revealed a set of gleaming white teeth and cracked his knuckles menacingly. With the referee's announcement signaling the commencement of the contest, he immediately swung his fist. The rushing wind of his punch was akin to a waterfall cascading from the heavens, descending upon Meng Chuan with tremendous force. Meng Chuan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly executed the serpent's dance, elegantly evading the attack. However, the tattooed man's momentum remained unaltered. As he forcefully struck the ground with his fist, the instant his punch made contact, the arena seemed to tremble in response. Frustrated at missing his target, the tattooed man furrowed his brow and cast a glance towards Meng Chuan. If you're a man, don't evade. Why practice my footwork if you won't stand your ground? If you possess the skill, come and pursue me. Meng Chuan was far from a mere child of 3, thus, he could not be provoked by the taunts of his adversary. Instead, it was his opponent who, incited by his words, charged forth with a ferocious demeanor. While the newcomer's spirit was undeniably fierce, his speed left much to be desired. Consequently, each time the opponent managed to close the distance, Meng Chuan effortlessly evaded, employing his agile footwork to maintain a safe separation. Determined, Meng Chuan resolutely refused to engage in a direct confrontation. This not only left his opponent in a state of frustration, but also elicited a chorus of discontent from the onlookers. We came to witness a battle, not to watch you play a tiresome game of cat and mouse. How dare you sign up for a competition if you lack the courage to fight? Aren't you the least bit embarrassed, Meng? Undoubtedly, the lackluster contest between Meng Chuan and the burly fighter had sparked widespread dissatisfaction among the audience. Amidst the barrage of insults and the disdainful glares directed his way, Meng Chuan remained entirely unfazed. You know nothing. This is merely my understated approach. Given the sluggish reflexes of this oaf, I could dispatch him with ease in less than 3 moves. He mused inwardly, while keeping a vigilant watch on his opponent's expression. As time passed, the complexion of the tattooed fighter subtly paled, beads of perspiration beginning to dot his forehead. Such evident signs of fatigue should have been apparent to the keen-eyed spectators. With a sly smile, Meng Chuan recognized that the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. No longer would he evade. He suddenly launched a counterattack. The tattooed fighter's eyes sparkled with renewed determination as he unleashed another punch. Behind him materializing the fierce shadow of a tiger, his fist enveloped by a phantom claw resembling that of the great beast. Tiger's descent. Prepare to fall, he bellowed, panting heavily yet audaciously boasting. With a smirk curling at the corner of his lips, Meng Chuan retorted loudly, "The one who should be lying down is you." In that instant, his body twisted with an uncanny grace, his steps becoming ethereal. The fighter's confident strike, much like Chen Xiong's before him, ultimately met only with Meng Chuan's afterimage. By the time he regained his wits to adapt his approach, it was already too late. With agile footwork, Meng Chuan maneuvered to his opponent's flank, delivering a powerful kick. Accompanied by a dull thud, the birthmark-laden man's right knee struck the floor with considerable force. With a swift and decisive strike, Meng Chuan left no opportunity for his opponent to retaliate. In the next moment, he stepped directly onto the ankle of his adversary, who lay prostrate on the ground. A piercing scream of agony erupted, revealing the contorted face of the tattooed man, veins bulging in pain. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience instinctively fell silent, until Meng Chuan dragged the tattooed man's foot and hurled him off the stage, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Thankfully, it was not I who was cast aside. Otherwise, I would be left with no face to show to the world. One cannot deny that when Meng Chuan is timid, he is truly timid, Yet when he is fierce, he is undeniably fierce. Alas, it is a pity that if not for Ming's unscrupulous tactics, that giant might have secured a victory. Perhaps due to the deeply ingrained biases, almost no one in the crowd cheered for Meng Chuan's triumph. Fortunately, Meng Chuan felt no disappointment. Rather, he was elated internally. It seemed his performance had succeeded, as few had noticed him. Once the referee announced the results, Meng Chuan swiftly exited the stage and slipped into an empty corner. Initially, he had intended to patiently observe as a spectator until the third round commenced. However, someone could not resist the urge for attention and approached him, eager to assert their presence. Who would have thought that, by sheer luck, you could win 2 matches in a row? Yet, this is the extent of your fortune. Should someone of your opportunistic nature advance to the second round, it would be a profound insult to those brothers who progressed through sheer skill. The newcomer donned a purple robe, appearing to be of similar age to Meng Chuan, exuding an exceptional aura and handsome visage. However, the words he spoke were far from melodious. Meng Chuan furrowed his brows, studying the newcomer for over 10 seconds before muttering, "Do we know each other? You are not worthy of knowing me." The other retorted, "Is that so? Then I wish you a pleasant journey. No need for farewells." Meng Chuan waved his hand impatiently. He had no desire to engage further with such an arrogant individual. With that, he crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and feigned a state of drowsiness. Chapter 36. The arrival of the artisan hall. Only after the young man in the purple robe had turned away did Meng Chuan lift his eyelids once more. Could it be that this fellow had also received benefits from Lu Ming? Although the stranger had not revealed his name, Meng Chuan had made it a point to familiarize himself with those so-called seed candidates. If he was not mistaken, this young man in purple was indeed one of the chosen seeds from the Shadow Hall. His name was Lu Jie, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, regarded by most elders as a primary contender for the championship in this ranking competition. Surely, he wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics in the third round, would he? Taking a deep breath, Meng Chuan felt a twinge of unease. To be honest, he was not keen on facing a formidable opponent like Lu Jie in the first round, as it would hinder his efforts to conceal his true capabilities. However, given that Qin Xiong had previously exchanged his draw, it was entirely possible that Lu Jie might do the same. Reflecting on this, Meng Chuan scratched his head vigorously. Hadn't he already secured a victory? Why was he still wearing a frown? Ningyu approached with her hands behind her back, teasingly grinning. "I fear I might be under someone's scrutiny." Meng Chuan sighed dejectedly. "You mean Lu Jie?" Ningyu had evidently noticed the exchange between Meng Chuan and Lu Jie. "Indeed," Meng Chuan nodded. "Didn't you say you would protect me? I'm not confident I can defeat him. As a man." Meng Chuan did not feel ashamed to seek refuge from a woman. After all, offering protection was a proposal that the woman had willingly put forth as part of their collaboration. "Can't you muster a bit of backbone?" Ningyu retorted sharply. "What good is backbone when it can't be eaten? What is the point of that?" Meng Chuan replied. Ningyu's lips quivered in exasperation. "Fine. I'll help you this once." With that, she retrieved her draw and handed it over to Meng Chuan. "What do you mean by this?" Meng Chuan asked, puzzled. Based on the previous calling pattern, it could be surmised that holders of draws towards the end would be exempted in the third round. After all, the numbers were called sequentially, and after the second round concluded, only 375 participants remained. To meet the requirement of 200 advancing to the second round, only 175 would be eliminated from the 375. Furthermore, elimination could only occur through competition. This meant that ultimately, 25 individuals among the 200 progressing to the second round would be exempt from the third round of the first stage. Upon hearing the explanation, Meng Chuan felt even more hesitant than before. This was a direct ticket to the second round. Could she truly part with it? Stop the chatter and take it already. Decisively thrust the sign into his hand. "Are you confident in defeating the one surnamed Lu?" Meng Chuan gazed at her, a wave of unease swelling quietly within him. "Who said I intend to fight that Lu?" Ningyu chuckled. Before Meng Chuan could respond, she took the initiative and snatched the sign from his waist. With a casual flick of her hand, she chose not to linger by his side any longer, observing her retreating silhouette and the fragrant sign still in his grasp. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow. "Fine, consider it a debt owed to you." Aware of the woman's complexity, he refrained from returning the acquired sign. Taking a deep breath and glancing at the sky, he stood up, brushing off his clothes. The first round of the competition concluded the following day, with both spectators and participants vacating the premises. After a night of rest, the final day of the first round commenced. As Ningyu had anticipated, the sign Meng Chuan had acquired was, indeed, a buy. However, to his astonishment, The clearly designated participant, Ningyu, also proclaimed herself to be on a buy. Wait a moment, where did you acquire this buy sign? Ming Chuan stared at the number on her sign, which was conspicuously different from the previous day, filled with skepticism. My dear, it is hardly difficult to procure another buy sign. She replied with confidence, her demeanor and tone far more relaxed than his. Hearing this, Ming Chuan couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, murmuring, let's hope so. After exchanging only a few words, both turned their attention to the competition on stage. For them, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to gather intelligence on their opponents. After all, once they entered the second round, there would be no more drawing of lots. Any advancing contender might face them. As night fell, the final battle finally concluded. With a gait lighter than usual, Ming Chuan returned to the training camp. Just as he approached the camp's entrance, he collided with two stern-faced inner disciples. Are you blind? Get the hell out of my way. The lanky figure on the left raised his arm and forcefully shoved Ming Chuan back several meters. Ming Chuan steadied himself against a pine tree by the roadside, narrowly avoiding a fall. Furrowing his brows, he raised his gaze, an undercurrent of anger flickering in his eyes. The audacity of someone who, after colliding with him, failed to offer an apology and dared to glare back was infuriating. The slender figure, perhaps in a foul mood, advanced with a menacing stride, preparing to strike. The commotion at the entrance of the camp clearly attracted the attention of those within, who observed the unfolding drama from a distance, none willing to come to Ming Chuan's aid. Only Ningyu lingered at the entrance, her small fist clenched, her face a portrait of indecision. Just as the slender figure seemed poised to deliver a resounding slap to Ming Chuan's face, she finally sprang into action. However, as she raised her arm to intervene, a voice emerged from behind the slender figure, a burly man with dark skin. Hold on, Ho-san, it seems this lad is Ming Chuan. With a dismissive scoff, the slender figure paused, disbelief etched across his features. This pretty boy could possibly defeat Qin Xiong? With that, his expression hardened, and he brought his poised hand crashing down once more. Ming Chuan's eyes flickered, and he instinctively executed a swift maneuver, deftly evading his opponent's strike. Xiaoke, I have encountered both of you, my esteemed senior brothers. Before the slender figure could continue, he bowed respectfully. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Furthermore, the duo had indeed come seeking him. Has Qin Xiong sought you out in the past couple of days? The stout man in black approached, cutting straight to the point, his tone stern. Ming Chuan feigned contemplation for a brief moment, stating, since our match the other day, my younger brother has not had the fortune of encountering senior brother Qin. He deliberately infused a hint of curiosity into his gaze and inquired softly, do you have matters to discuss with senior brother Qin? To avoid suspicion, he promptly added, should I happen to encounter him, I could convey your message. Typically low-key and cautious, Ming Chuan momentarily donned the guise of a warm-hearted individual. Are you certain he has not come by? Monkey 3's brow furrowed, clearly skeptical that Qin Xiong had not sought trouble with Ming Chuan in recent days. Well, I have not yet developed the kind of closeness with senior brother Chan that would entail visiting each other. Ming Chuan scratched his head, his face a canvas of embarrassment as he replied, I shall trust you this once. The stout figure with dark skin let out a quiet sigh, concluding, in any case, wherever you encounter that scoundrel Qin Xiong in the future, be sure to convey to him that he must hasten to the refining hall to seek us out. A sudden pang of unease struck Ming Chuan's heart as he thought, the forging hall has ultimately come to confront me. Chapter 37, the second round of the competition. In order to avoid revealing any weaknesses, Ming Chuan endeavored to maintain his composure. Fortunately, Monkey-san and the others were still unaware of Qin Xiong's demise. Thus they did not harbor any profound suspicions towards him. After finally managing to send them away, Ming Chuan took a deep breath. How are you? Ningyu stepped forward, her concern subtly evident. I'm fine, he replied. Ming Chuan endeavored to muster a faint smile, turning away to discreetly wipe his perspiring palms on his garments. He exchanged little with Ningyu and swiftly returned to his dormitory. Securing the doors and windows, he immediately contacted the system. Could you ascertain the cultivation levels of those two individuals? He inquired. They bore no artifacts to obscure their presence, thus the system has discerned their realms. Monkey-san, male, 45 years of age, in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. The other individual, whose true name remains temporarily unknown, is 37 years old, also at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Should the host desire more detailed information, it can be acquired by gazing directly into the opponent's eyes while employing the deduction function. The system was forthcoming, revealing all the information it had gathered thus far. It's no wonder those two exerted such formidable pressure. It seems they are indeed masters of the golden core. Meng Chuan took a deep breath, secretly relieved that he had not confronted those two individuals earlier. He raised his hand to massage his temples and spoke again. Do you think those two have met with Hua Wenfeng? This system cannot draw conclusions based on unfounded conjectures, came the response. However, I am inclined to believe they must have encountered him. Meng Chuan continued. After all, this is Hua Wenfeng's territory. Those two disciples from the Refiner's Hall would not come here seeking someone without first consulting him. This system must correct the host. Those two individuals are likely not merely disciples of the inner sect, it interjected. After extensive observation, I have confirmed that only the core disciples of each hall bear the hall emblem embroidered on their sleeves. The two individuals earlier indeed displayed the emblem of the Refiner's Hall on their cuffs. Meng Chuan retorted with a hint of irritation, since you are so adept at observation. What else have you discerned? This system has also confirmed that there are hardly any good individuals among the disciples of the Demon Sect. Meng Chuan chuckled wryly. The Demon Sect never nurtures the virtuous. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured out for a humble evening meal. In an effort to conserve his energy and prepare for the second round of the tournament commencing the following day, he retired to bed unusually early. Perhaps due to the depth of his slumber, he nearly missed the assembly the next day. Fortunately, with his agile movements, he arrived at the venue just in the nick of time. Unlike the rules of the first round, every participant advancing to the second round would receive 2 initial points. Competitors could engage in battles to seize each other's points, wagering a maximum of 1 point per match. There were no restrictions on the number of battles a participant could undertake throughout the competition. The entire round would span 12 hours, commencing at the hour of the snake today and concluding at the same hour tomorrow. Following the matches, rankings would be determined based on the points held by each contestant, with the top 50 advancing to the third round. Though he was already aware of the format for this round, Meng Chuan could not suppress his frustration. This system would likely render him a target for those participants who had been bought off by Lu Ming. His concerns were soon validated. As soon as the referee announced the commencement of the second round, a familiar figure swiftly approached him. You've managed to infiltrate this round, but this is where it ends, Lu Jie declared, his face contorted with malevolence, his cold and cruel gaze locked onto Meng Chuan. His voice, gravelly and ominous, resonated like a demon sharpening its fangs. However, such fierce eyes and harsh words were evidently insufficient to intimidate Meng Chuan. What promises has Lu made to you? Lu Jie's eyes flickered momentarily, and he suppressed his unease with a disdainful snort. This has nothing to do with senior brother Lu. I merely find you irksome, he continued. I once thought you were a hound obeying another's command, but it seems you are merely a mad dog. Meng Chuan lashed out with unrestrained vitriol, showing no regard for his opponent's dignity. What an insolent brat, daring to insult me. Lu Jie, not one to be easily outdone, thought, you are allowed to bark incessantly. Yet I cannot even retort? Enraged, he resolved to silence that foul mouth. His face darkened with fury, he could hardly contain his anger. Without waiting for Meng Chuan to continue, he abruptly raised his arm and swung his fist with tremendous force. In terms of striking speed, it surpassed even Chen Xiong's swordplay by more than double. Meng Chuan's gaze sharpened, and in the rush of the moment, he had no time to evade, only managing to raise his fist to block. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided with a dull thud. Following this, a series of cracking sounds ensued. The force of the impact jolted Meng Chuan backward involuntarily, and he staggered back a few paces. Perfectly seizing the upper hand, Lu Jie smirked with arrogance. I have only exerted 70% of my strength, and he cannot withstand it? With no intention of allowing Meng Chuan a moment to regroup, he surged forward. Like the wind, he swiftly approached Meng Chuan once more. Tiger roars in the 9 heavens, accompanied by this fierce exclamation. A phantom of a ferocious tiger enveloped Lu Jie's entire arm. The gaping maw of the tiger merged with Lu Jie's striking fist, creating a chilling gust of wind akin to a raging tide. Aware of the formidable nature of this move, Meng Chuan did not dare to be complacent and immediately activated the U-character technique to counter it. In an instant, the spiritual energy around him converged into his palm, allowing him to withstand the opponent's punch with sheer force. The impact elicited a surge of spiritual energy that swept through the air, forcibly pushing back several onlookers. Could it be that Lu Jie's renowned signature move was actually blocked? Is it possible that Meng Chuan truly only possesses the early foundation building stage? Why on earth do I find that so hard to believe? Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Meng Chuan's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, he feigned being pushed back by his opponent, bending his previously straight posture by more than 10 degrees. To make his act more convincing, He even let out a muffled grunt during his retreat. Whether the audience was deceived, he could not ascertain, but his opponent seemed genuinely fooled. Patience. I shall conclude this tedious battle with the next move. Lu Jie raised his chin, already adopting the demeanor of a victor. As his words settled, he lunged forward once again. Before he even arrived, 3 shadows of tiger fists struck towards Meng Chuan. He could not afford to take another hit, otherwise his cover would surely be blown. To conceal his strength and avoid drawing attention, Meng Chuan opted to evade. The agile movement of the serpent successfully created distance between him and Lu Jie. Simultaneously, all of Lu Jie's attacks fell short, seeing that his adversary was still relentless. Meng Chuan smirked mockingly. Did you not say you would end the battle? Why do you still chase after me? Indeed, a barking dog cannot be trusted. Shut your mouth. Lu Jie seethed, his expression darkened, nearly grinding his silver teeth in frustration. I have changed my mind. If I do not make you cry out for mercy today, it shall not be over. With a fierce declaration, he produced a pair of tiger claws and donned them upon his fists. Chapter 38, An Irreconcilable Grudge. The moment the claws emerged, the violent aura that had long enveloped Lu Jie mysteriously receded. Even his entire demeanor underwent a transformation. If he had previously resembled a raging volcano, he now stood as a proud and majestic peak reaching towards the heavens. Gulping involuntarily, Meng Chuan could not help but wonder how this individual had seemingly transformed into someone entirely different. His heart murmured, and his wariness towards Lu Jie intensified exponentially. However, Lu Jie did not grant him the luxury of time for further contemplation. Both fists surged forward, unleashing an overwhelming force. The shadow of the tiger's claw accompanying his punch had solidified 2 or 3 times more than before his fist could strike Meng Chuan's body. The forceful wind it generated had already obscured Meng Chuan's vision. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes, transforming into a mere wooden post. Not only failing to evade, but even forgetting to resist. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the stands collectively sighed. TSK. I told you that the Ming family could never be a match for Lu Jie. Brother Lu should take it easy. Just look at how terrified that kid Meng Chuan has become. As Meng Chuan stood frozen like a wooden stake on the platform, the audience realized that this round belonged to Lu Jie. Meng Chuan remained unaware of the spectators' thoughts, silently calculating the distance to his opponent's fists. Just as he was about to be knocked to the ground, he once again employed the technique of the U character. A tremendous roar echoed as he was propelled backward, sliding 4 or 5 meters. After a struggle to regain his balance, his right arm, hanging limply at his side, trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, that fellow's brass knuckles were of inferior quality. Otherwise, this strike would have been sufficient to fracture my bones. He muttered softly to himself, scanning the arena. To his dismay, he realized that there were no other combatants in the ring besides himself and Lu Jie. Goodness. Could it be that all these fellows are merely queuing up to seek my downfall? With this thought, a chill ran down Meng Chuan's spine, and he turned his gaze back to Lu Jie, a trace of hesitation flickering in his eyes. He was uncertain whether he should take advantage of Lu Jie to establish his authority. It was not until another gust of fierce wind from Lu Jie's punch approached that Meng Chuan finally made up his mind. In the next moment, he executed his movement technique, swiftly increasing the distance between himself and Lu Jie. Now, having reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, fellow cultivators of the same realm posed little threat to him. Therefore, there was no need to reveal his strength to such a non-threatening opponent, thereby attracting the attention of Golden Core or even higher-tier experts. Taking a deep breath, Meng Chuan smiled languidly. After all, I am not in a hurry. We can take our time. Although I may lack an advantage in martial arts, when it comes to agility, I undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Moreover, in terms of spiritual energy intensity, I am not at a disadvantage either. With a plan in mind, Meng Chuan unleashed the finesse and peculiarity of the spirit snake's movement to the fullest. Initially, Lu Jie pursued him with great confidence, but soon he began to break into a cold sweat. After failing to catch up, Lu Jie's punches repeatedly missed their mark, and he gradually became agitated. Cowardly rodent. If you have the guts, take a punch from me. You don't seem that old. How come you are already senile? If memory serves, I have endured several of your punches, haven't I? A smirk crept upon Meng Chuan's lips, while it was you who, until now, has yet even grazed the hem of my garment. Pausing momentarily, Meng Chuan adopted a mocking tone. Is my behind so fragrant? After sniffing for so long, why aren't you tired of it yet? As he finished speaking, he deliberately patted his backside. Several nearby contestants, unable to contain their amusement, burst into laughter. Hearing the ridicule, Lu Jie's already unattractive face turned a mottled shade of green and white. Bastard! In a fit of rage, he forced himself to accelerate, suddenly closing the distance between himself and Meng Chuan. It was as if he had transformed into a ravenous tiger ready to pounce. Die? He refrained from vocalizing those words, instead opting for a mental transmission. Although he concealed his voice, the murderous intent emanating from him was impossible to mask. In the blink of an eye, a colossal tiger illusion accompanied his punch, lunging towards Meng Chuan's head. Yet Meng Chuan remained utterly composed. In his eyes, although Lu Jie's assault had become more ferocious, it had lost its previous structure. In other words, Lu Chuan's current onslaught was rife with flaws. Moreover, his excessive aggression equated to a forfeiture of the opportunity for a sudden change of tactics, forcing him to rely on a singular, outdated move. With effortless grace, Meng Chuan pivoted and swiftly evaded an attack, seizing the moment just as his opponent's strikes grew predictable, launching a powerful counterpunch. Simultaneously, he executed a sweeping kick that forcefully tripped Lu Jie at the calf. Am I seeing things? Meng Chuan actually seized the chance to retaliate. It was merely Lu Shixiang intentionally leaving an opening, I thought. Just wait, Meng is bound to be knocked down in no time. The spectators doubted that Meng Chuan could triumph with such a lackluster punch and sweeping kick. Yet in the next moment, the audience gaped in disbelief. For the Lu Jie they had backed had indeed fallen to the ground. Meng Chuan, disregarding the reactions of onlookers, delivered a powerful kick to Lu Jie's abdomen. In pain, Lu Jie instinctively cradled his belly, involuntarily sliding 4 meters across the ground. Despite this, Meng Chuan showed no intention of halting his assault. With the swiftness of lightning, he surged forward just as Lu Jie emitted a grunt, swiftly closing the distance. Then, with a calculated force, he dislocated both of Lu Jie's elbows. As his actions concluded, Lu Jie's grunting morphed into a piercing scream of anguish. The cacophony was unbearable. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, placing his foot firmly upon Lu Jie's chest. As Lu Jie gasped for breath, his wails abruptly ceased. The audience, whether in the stands or on the arena floor, fell into an unexpected silence. Meng Chuan appeared to be rather discontent with the prevailing silence. Slowly lowering his head and letting out a faint hum. Alas, it seems you shall not become an inner disciple this year. Meng Chuan, I will not rest until you are no more. Lu Jie gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain as he shouted. If a glare could kill, Meng Chuan would have perished countless times by now. You are forcing my hand. Meng Chuan sighed. At that moment, Lu Jie finally recalled that the duel had yet to be declared over. In the interest of preserving his own life, he momentarily set aside his earlier threats and hurriedly exclaimed, I concede, I concede. Meng Chuan displayed little reaction, leaving the referee and the audience momentarily dumbfounded. Is this truly the once formidable Lu Jie? How could I have held him in such high regard, only to discover he is nothing more than a coward? TSK. Has the Shadow Hall lost its vision, selecting such a weakling as a seed? The disciples present, naturally, seized the opportunity to disparage the Shadow Hall. After this battle, the image and reputation Lu Jie painstakingly crafted lay in ruins. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for regret. Each individual must bear the consequences of their actions. Once the referee announced the result of the match, Meng Chuan finally withdrew his foot from Lu Jie's chest. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a stranger appeared before him. Who are you? Meng Chuan frowned at the middle-aged man with a horse-like face, who had suddenly emerged. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that your points belong to me. The horse-faced man was even more arrogant than Lu Jie, seemingly oblivious to the impropriety of taking advantage of another's misfortune. Are you acquainted with Lu Ming? Meng Chuan sighed, seeking confirmation. As expected, upon hearing Lu Ming's name, the man's expression shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort. It seemed there was no need to waste further words. With a chill in his tone, Meng Chuan understood that his low profile today was no longer an option. Nevertheless, he did not intend to reveal his trump card, hoping to rely on the abilities he had already displayed to endure until the end. Brother Lu's carelessness allowed you to exploit his weakness. I shall not make the same mistake. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan's eyes glinted as he deliberately raised his voice. It sounds as though you are quite familiar with Lu Jie. Indeed, the horse-faced man, unsuspecting, readily affirmed. Before Meng Chuan could respond, he continued, enough talk. Prepare to receive my attack. With that, he swiftly drew a long, soft whip, cracking it as it lunged towards Meng Chuan's neck. Observing this, Meng Chuan merely smirked, showing no intention of evading. Instead, He raised his hand and seized the whip's tail. I can defeat Lu Jie at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. What makes you, a mere late-stage foundation establishment practitioner, worthy of concern? You arrogant brat, allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. The horse-faced man snorted coldly and suddenly twisted the handle of the whip with force, accompanied by a series of sharp cracking sounds. The previously smooth whip sprouted numerous sharp spikes. In an instant, Meng Chuan's palm was punctured by nearly 10 wounds, and a searing pain radiated from his hand. Lowering his gaze to see his palm smeared with dark blood, Meng Chuan's eyes flickered. Poison spikes. However, the venom of the blood-devouring grass was trivial in the face of a host possessing the earthly grade 5 poison's corpse physique. It is essential to understand that the unique constitution known as the 5 poison's corpse is characterized by its immunity to all toxins. During his dialogue with the system, the middle-aged man with a horse-like face once again lashed out with the whip in his hand. The whip danced like a serpent, swiftly coiling around Meng Chuan's side. Meng Chuan swiftly regained his composure as the burning sensation in his hand faded. He pushed off the ground and deftly evaded the reach of the long whip's assault, promptly tearing off the sleeve from his right arm. Without delay, he wrapped the torn fabric around his right hand and launched a counterattack. Overconfident, the middle-aged man with a horse-like face sneered dismissively, relying on the densely packed poisonous barbs of his whip, displaying an air of invulnerability. In fact, he deliberately slowed the speed of his whip to allow Meng Chuan the opportunity to seize it, aiming to incapacitate his right hand. However, the moment Meng Chuan grasped the whip's tail once more, he forcefully yanked it back. Logically, this should have been sufficient to sever Meng Chuan's hand along with the fabric wrapped around it. Yet, the reality was that he could not reclaim the whip even an inch from Meng Chuan's grip. Instead, as Meng Chuan's right arm surged with strength, the man stumbled backward. Caught off guard. My apologies, but I have no interest in the taste of your so-called snakebone whip. You may savor it yourself. As the words left his lips, Meng Chuan seized the whip's tail and swung it vigorously. The whip, propelled into the air, coiled around the middle-aged man's body like a childhood jump rope. Subsequently, his body was riddled with puncture wounds oozing dark blood. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, unable to retrieve the antidote. His eyes rolling back as he foamed at the mouth, succumbing to unconsciousness. It seems that, in this encounter, victory belongs to me. Meng Chuan, appearing utterly unfazed, leisurely loosened the tattered sleeves of his garment and turned towards the referee. Once the referee, belatedly aware, announced the outcome, he immediately lifted his chin, casting a provocative gaze that swept across the faces of the remaining competitors. Anyone daring to stand up for Lu Jie was welcome to step forward. Meng Chuan would accept all challengers. His voice, though not excessively loud, resonated throughout the arena. With his declaration made, he showed no intention of retracting his gaze, even infusing a hint of derision into his challenging stare. Initially, after the defeat of the middle-aged man with a horse-like face, several individuals had begun to stir restlessly. However, upon hearing Meng Chuan's seemingly ostentatious taunt, they all hesitated and withdrew their steps. Observing this, a sense of triumph brewed within Meng Chuan. Though his expression remained as indifferent as ever, without uttering another word, he turned away, silently tending to the wounds on his hands. Meanwhile, the group of competitors who had just retracted their steps stood there, exchanging glances. The spectators in the stands were filled with regret for their earlier misjudgments, redirecting their frustration towards the bewildered contestants. Were these individuals fools? Meng Chuan had already fought twice. Surely he was exhausted. Why not continue the contest at this moment? Indeed, Meng Chuan had amassed 4 points, making him the most enticing target in the arena. Yet, not all in the stands were similarly naive. A few astute individuals remained. To make a move against Meng Chuan now would be tantamount to acknowledging a willingness to support Lu Jie. The seeds chosen by the Shadow Hall were one thing. But how could the seeds selected by the other 3 halls dare to make a move at such a time? As for the non-seed competitors, who knew which hall they might join in the future? Associating with Lu Jie, marked by the Shadow Hall, would offer them no advantage. This young fellow named Meng Chuan possessed quite a sharp mind. Outside, the chatter continued, but within the arena, Meng Chuan found himself involuntarily sneezing, wiping his slightly itchy nose. He discreetly contacted the system. Please meticulously track the allocation of points in the arena and provide me with a real-time ranking every half hour. This minor task, of course, posed no challenge. Additionally, keep a close watch on Ningyu. Meng Chuan hesitated slightly. To what extent should I monitor her? As long as she is not eliminated and remains out of mortal danger, that suffices. The system comprehended the hostess' intent. Should Miss Ning ever face the peril of elimination or life-threatening danger, the system will promptly issue a warning. I understand. Must you articulate it? Meng Chuan rolled his eyes. The system, however, did not respond, merely commencing its tasks in silence. As time elapsed, the competitors gradually diverted their attention away from him. Subsequently, several battles commenced within the arena, leaving no respite. Meanwhile, Meng Chuan appeared to have been entirely forgotten by everyone, until the early hours of the following day. As the second round of the competition drew to a close, no one else approached him for a challenge, although he relished the tranquility. Sitting alone for an extended period inevitably grew somewhat tedious. Meanwhile, the other contestants were still pouring their sweat and toil into their rankings. As the sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn, Meng Chuan took the initiative to reach out to the system once more. Pray tell, how many competitors currently rank ahead of me? Chapter 40. Brother Xiaochuan the host is presently ranked 46th. Wait. This cannot be right. I only possess 4 points. Meng Chuan was astonished by his ranking. Having been the first to initiate battle, he found himself at the pinnacle as the second round commenced. However, as the competition progressed, his position steadily declined. Remarkably, after nearly a day had passed, he had not fallen out of the top 50. Based on his initial estimations, he believed that to maintain his standing within the top 50, he might need to actively seek out additional opponents for further matches. The system, seemingly attuned to his uncertainties, offered a calm explanation. Theoretically, the second round presented a bounty of 400 points to be distributed. Yet, in practice, numerous participants were compelled to withdraw due to injuries, resulting in a significant number of voided points. According to the system's projections, even possessing a mere 6 points could afford one a chance to secure a position within the top 10. In essence, this round was likely to witness a considerable number of competitors sharing identical scores. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, Meng Chuan's position within the top 50 appeared secure. That said, his naturally cautious disposition prevented him from lowering his guard. It was only when the bell signaling the conclusion of the second round resonated throughout the Demon Sect that he finally exhaled in relief. Subsequently, the elder in charge of the ranking tournament publicly announced the final list of qualifiers. To his delight, Meng Chuan found himself precisely ranked at 50. This position was fortuitous. He need not fear challenges from others, nor worry about being excluded from the inner sect. In that moment, his heart brimmed with a sense of fulfillment, knowing that his efforts had finally borne fruit. With a light heart, he departed from the main peak of the Demon Sect, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way back to the training camp. Meng Chuan, wait for me, Ningyu called out, her face bearing a hint of fatigue as she hurried to catch up. Turning to acknowledge her, Meng Chuan raised his hand in a slight bow, smiling as he said, Congratulations, Miss Ning, on your successful advancement. Spare me the formalities. You also made it to the third round, didn't you? Ningyu retorted, a smirk on her lips. Had I known that 4 points would guarantee my advancement, I would have fought fewer matches. Unfortunately, due to those extra bouts, she found herself ranked 9th, subsequently attracting the attention of certain elders from the 4 halls. May you ascend with grace, dear sir, and do keep me in your thoughts, Meng Chuan teased. Seizing the moment. Thoughts? Nonsense, Ningyu replied with a dismissive wave. Once the third round begins, should anyone challenge me, I shall concede without hesitation. Determined to drop my rank into the 40s. I've heard that the top 10 receive a 4th grade high-tier elixir. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss out? A mere 4th grade elixir? I scarcely find it worthy of my concern. Ningyu scoffed, utterly dismissive of the prospect. Meng Chuan felt a tremor in his eyelids. Pondering the true nature of this woman before him, her demeanor certainly did not suggest mere bravado. Why are you staring at me so intently? He inquired. You're quite appealing. So I couldn't help but gaze, came his casual response. Ningyu was evidently taken aback by his sudden levity, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Observing the shift in her expression, Meng Chuan hastily clarified, once we truly enter the inner sect, we might not have as many opportunities to meet as we do now. Are you perhaps reluctant to part with me? Ningyu's lovely eyes lifted, her delicate hand discreetly clutching the hem of her garment. Of course I would be reluctant. After all, within this demonic sect, you are my sole friend. Having genuinely benefited from her assistance, Meng Chuan's perception of her had undergone a significant transformation. Not only had his impression changed, but he also felt a newfound closeness to her. Who said I wanted to be friends with you? Ningyu retorted with a light huff, tossing her hair back as she quickened her pace. Watching her distance herself, Meng Chuan chuckled awkwardly, wiping his nose. How did I end up being the one chasing after her? He mused, suppressing the flicker of disappointment in his heart. Ultimately, he refrained from pursuing her. However, Ningyu abruptly halted. We had an agreement. You cannot go back on your word. A striking young man with red lips and white teeth stepped in front of her. Who are you calling Yuer? Xiao Junong. Do not presume. Ningyu's brows knitted tightly, her disdain evident in her eyes. The young man, Xiao Junhong, seemed incensed by her indifference, his handsome features contorting in anger. When you asked me to switch tokens, you were the one who called me senior brother. You even promised to be my partner if I agreed. Now that I have exchanged tokens with you and you have advanced to the third round, you intend to renege on our agreement? Let me be clear, there is no way. Since the pact has been established, you shall henceforth be my woman. Do not think that just because you are not yet an inner disciple, you can back out. With that, Xiao Juhong reached out, attempting to grasp Ningyu's delicate wrist. Naturally, she would not allow him to succeed. She swiftly turned and darted a few steps to hide behind Meng Chuan. Brother Chuan, you must stand up for me, she exclaimed, her hand instinctively clutching his shoulder, adopting a thoroughly pitiful demeanor. This subtle, yet inexplicably intimate gesture ignited a fierce fury within Xiao Junong. Meng Chuan, get out of my way, he shouted, and before his words had fully dissipated, he lunged forward. Failing to dislodge Meng Chuan with his initial push, he decisively infused his arm with spiritual energy. Hand over my woman. From its appearance, it seemed less inclined to push Meng Chuan away and more intent on skinning him alive. Meng Chuan felt a sense of frustration brewing within him, yet it seemed too late to extricate himself from the situation. Upon seeing a beautiful young lady, he declared her to be his own partner. Was there something amiss with his judgment? Meng Chuan wore a look of utter disdain, directly questioning Xiao's intelligence and character. It was her promise. Xiao Junhong pointed at Ningyu, gritting his teeth. Is that so? Meng Chuan turned back, feigning a confirmation with Ningyu. He is lying. Ningyu would certainly not concede, for it was he who relentlessly pursued her, insisting on acquiring her number for safekeeping. Before Xiao could retort, she continued. I initially had no intention of giving it, but he refused to relent, pestering me to the point where I had no time to prepare for the upcoming competition. Suddenly, Ningyu clasped Meng Chuan's arm, explaining in a flustered yet subtly affectionate tone, Brother Chuan, you mustn't listen to his nonsense. There has always been only one person in my heart. Although her words were not overtly explicit, the longing glances she cast were unmistakably revealing, indicating that the man she cherished was, in fact, Meng Chuan. Only Meng Chuan understood that he was merely a makeshift shield. Infuriated, Xiao Junhong was unwilling to concede defeat and shifted his focus directly onto Meng Chuan. If you are a man, then let us duel. Whoever emerges victorious shall claim her. Chapter 41. The second disciple. The commotion drew the attention of passers-by, and soon, voices of provocation emerged. After all, Meng Chuan had already secured his qualification as an inner disciple. He could hardly back down before an eliminated contender. This battle was a matter of masculine honor, and he had to stand firm. The onlookers, eager to see Meng Chuan accept the challenge, urged him with their words. Xiao Junhong, not remaining idle, deliberately raised his chin and taunted, if you are afraid, you can just say so. Meng Chuan, who had remained silent, suddenly chuckled twice. In the next moment, he extended a finger, playfully lifting Ningyu's chin. Have you forgotten? She has always belonged to me. Without giving Xiao Junhong a chance to respond, he continued in a mocking tone. I must say, your calculations are rather astute. You stand to lose nothing if you fail, yet if you win, you gain a stunning beauty. Xiao Junhong momentarily faltered, instinctively wanting to defend himself. However, Meng Chuan did not wait for him to finish speaking, but instead interjected with a cold hum. Why not do it this way? Since we are to gamble, let us wager your life. His tone remained as indifferent as ever. Yet Xiao Junhong could not help but shudder involuntarily. The onlookers surrounding them erupted into a frenzy, enthusiastically voicing their support for Meng Chuan's proposition. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Junhong found himself thrust into the flames. Yet Meng Chuan did not grant him the time to deliberate, adopting a tone laced with provocation. If you lack the courage, you might as well confess. I assure you, I shall not mock you. Despite his words, a smirk brimming with derision adorned his face. Xiao Junhong bit down hard on his lip, his fists clenched tightly. If you seek my demise, you must possess the capability. Driven by pride, Xiao ultimately acquiesced to the wager proposed by his opponent, simultaneously raising the stakes. Should I prevail, not only will I claim that woman, but I shall also demand your life. Rest assured, You shall not triumph, Meng Chuan retorted with a cold smile. Thus, both parties acknowledged their stakes. The atmosphere charged with tension. Just as the onlookers prepared for a clash of life and death, Xiao Zhuhong unexpectedly reigned in his imposing aura. Ignoring the spectators' reactions, he declared, "Since this is a matter of life and death, I certainly cannot take advantage of you. Make sure to rest well tonight. Tomorrow at noon. At the eastern suburbs viewing Moon Peak, those with courage should come." With those parting words, Xiao flicked his sleeve and cast a final glance at Ningyu before turning away. The spectators were left in stunned silence, voicing their bewilderment. "I've even brought my seeds. Are they really not going to fight? Could it be that the Xiao fellow suddenly lost his nerve?" Amidst the rising chorus of discussions, Meng Chuan remained unfazed. After leading Ningyu a short distance away, he gently tugged at his arm still nestled in her embrace. With no one else around, "You need not continue the charade." At his words, Ningyu hastily released her delicate hand, stepping back. With pursed lips, her gaze toward Meng Chuan was awash with complexity. "I apologize. I did not anticipate that fellow would create such a scene in front of so many." "No need for apologies. Strictly speaking, this matter originated with me." Meng Chuan waved his hand, showing no intention of placing blame on anyone. After all, Ningyu had deceived Xiao Zhuhong for his sign because he had taken Ningyu's signature. "The hour was late. You should return and rest," he suggested with a faint smile, feigning exhaustion as he yawned. Without waiting for a response, he decisively turned and made his way back to his dormitory. Observing his retreating figure, Ningyu couldn't help but stretch out her small hand, yet ultimately refrained from stopping him. It was only after his silhouette had completely vanished that she let out a slightly sulky hum. "I am not yours. Who gave you the right to gamble with me?" Her tone was laced with irritation, yet a delicate blush, previously absent, crept onto her cheeks. Meanwhile, within the shadow hall, Lu Ming stood with his head bowed in the main chamber. Seated at the top was his master, the vice hall master of the shadow hall, Situ Jing. Haha, that young man Meng Chuan has not disappointed me. He truly has surged into the top 50 of this ranking competition. Holding a teacup, Situ wore a broad smile, every wrinkle on his face revealing pride and appreciation for Meng Chuan's achievements. Lu Ming remained silent, though he tightly clenched his hands at his sides. This subtle gesture did not escape Situ Jing's notice. However, he chose not to address it, instead calmly stating, "Spread the word that I intend to recruit Meng Chuan as my second-named disciple." "Master." Lu Ming could no longer contain himself. "Meng Chuan has been with our Demon Sect for less than 2 months. While he has displayed some talent and cleverness, his potential is certainly not exceptional. Moreover," pausing briefly, he adopted a more earnest tone. "Moreover, his background is unclear. Hastily accepting him as a named disciple could bring you unnecessary trouble." "Are you implying that he might be an undercover agent sent by a righteous sect?" Situ Jing narrowed his eyes. "Such a possibility cannot be dismissed." Lu Ming nodded, adding a touch of flattery. "After all, you are the vice hall master of the Shadow Hall, a pillar of our entire sect. You cannot be hindered by an individual of unknown origins." "You have a point." Situ Jing stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Very well. Conduct a thorough investigation into Meng Chuan's background. If anything suspicious arises, report it immediately." "Understood." Lu Ming, though still somewhat reluctant, could only acquiesce to this task for the time being. Upon exiting the council chamber, he wore a dark expression and let out a cold snort. Just a worthless individual who lucked his way up from the herb garden. How could he possibly be worthy of being my junior brother? My master does not need a second disciple, nor does the Shadow Hall require another candidate for the position of Vice Hall Master. Upon reflecting on this, a layer of menace enveloped Lu Ming's countenance, and his gaze abruptly turned several degrees colder. Within the training camp, Meng Chuan, having just finished his evening meal, vigorously rubbed his arms. "Why is it growing increasingly chilly?" he murmured softly, casting a sidelong glance at the camp. Perhaps due to the cold, everyone had retreated into their quarters, with no one lingering outside. As his eyes wandered, Meng Chuan gazed longingly towards the medicinal herb garden. "With a day of respite before the commencement of the 3rd round of competition, perhaps I could take a stroll in the herb garden tonight." In order to deduce the earth-level sword technique inherent to the shadowy sword, he must diligently accumulate spiritual points. Furthermore, to elevate his realm or physique, spiritual points are an indispensable resource. Chapter 42. Show some mercy. Upon returning to his dormitory, Meng Chuan promptly instructed the system to conceal his presence. Confirming that Hua Wenfeng was not paying attention to his vicinity, he stealthily scaled the wall and slipped out of the camp. Having previously benefited from the care of the enigmatic woman guarding the herb garden, he resolved to seek an opportunity to express his gratitude. However, it was evident that this evening was not an opportune moment for such a gesture. After all, the night had fully descended, and disciples were prohibited from wandering outside the herb garden after dark. This meant that Meng Chuan needed to quietly infiltrate the garden without alerting anyone. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps harmonized with the whispering night breeze, creating a monotonous melody. As he drew nearer to the herb garden, the swirling noxious mist thickened before his eyes, the flickering red lights dancing within the toxic haze, having been absent from his sight for some time, now felt oddly familiar to him. It seems you've all been thriving in my absence, but today, Hu Hansen has returned, observing the clusters of earth fiends. Meng Chuan instinctively licked his lips. The earth fiends, upon noticing his presence, bared their vicious fangs and roared in unison. In the darkness, a bearded man stood at a distance, watching this scene unfold, his gaze trembling. Isn't that Meng? Is he really daring to enter the herb garden at night? Does he have a death wish? Due to the considerable distance, even the system failed to detect the presence of this observer. Gathering his composure, Meng Chuan chose not to squander any more time outside the herb garden and plunged directly into the toxic mist. Just before being encircled by the earth fiends, he employed his agility to successfully conceal himself within the cave where he had previously hidden. Thus, the multitude of earth fiends could not surround him completely, but could only approach from the cave's entrance. Meng Chuan need not worry about the rear defenses. He must solely focus on dealing with the current earth fiend spirit. The host successfully absorbed the mysterious energy within the toxic mist, gaining 1 spirit points. Continuously absorbing the mysterious energy from the toxic mist, he gained an additional 2 spirit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring an earth fiend spirit, earning 68 spirit resonance. Since entering the cave, the system's notification sound had not ceased. As various energies continuously flowed in, a subtle weariness began to creep across Meng Chuan's face. Nevertheless, he had no intention of leaving the cave, resolutely persevering. Perhaps due to his elevated cultivation level, devouring the earth fiend spirit proved to be significantly easier than before. In contrast, the rewards gained from devouring the earth fiend spirit had noticeably diminished compared to previous experiences. Fortunately, the toxic mist in the herb garden and the earth fiend spirits were plentiful. Thus, throughout the entire night, Meng Chuan's gains were considerable. At the moment the sun pierced through the night's veil, the toxic mist enveloping the herb garden retreated to the edge of the Forbidden Valley, and the earth fiend spirits also withdrew near the valley entrance. Stretching lazily in the morning sun, Meng Chuan summoned the system panel to review the rewards of the night. Name: Meng Chuan Spirit Points, 673 Spirit Resonance, 306 Contribution Points, 0 Cultivation Method, Demon Heaven Treasure Record, Repressed Backlash 10, Physical Body. Earth Grade Initial Stage 5 Poison Corruption Corpse Body, Enhanced Spirit Power, Realm. Foundation Establishment Early Stage, Actual Realm Repressed, Held Weapon, Earth Grade Lower Quality Longsword Shadow with a broad grin. Meng Chuan nodded in satisfaction. He then addressed the system directly. Invest all spirit points to deduce the shadow, no matter what. He was determined to acquire the sword technique concealed within the shadow sword. The system alerted him. Insufficient spirit points to initiate this deduction. Then let us use spirit resonance as well. Meng Chuan showed no hesitation. The system reminded him. Insufficient spirit points to initiate this deduction. Hey, could you be malfunctioning? Why do you keep repeating this line? To initiate this deduction, a total of 1,000 spirit points and 300 spirit resonance are required. What? Meng Chuan's lips trembled. Is it really that expensive for merely an earth-grade sword technique? Indeed, it is. Please continue to strive, host. Fine. I want to deduce the shadow. Just give me a deduction for this iron piece. Meng Chuan reached out to retrieve the maple-shaped iron piece he had obtained from Qin Xiong. This time, the required contribution points were insufficient. How many contribution points are necessary? Meng Chuan suppressed his disappointment and gritted his teeth as he inquired. A rough estimate indicated that he would need 10,000 contribution points. How much did you say? Meng Chuan's lips twitched once more, casting doubt upon his own hearing. 10,000 contribution points. The system had indeed reiterated this to him. Well then, he would not delve into other matters. He would focus solely on the realm. The host is currently at the pinnacle of foundation establishment and cannot advance further within this level. To break through to a higher realm, sufficient resource points are required. Otherwise, the system cannot simulate. Presently, the host's reserve of resource points is inadequate. Please gather enough resource points before attempting again. The system's mechanical and indifferent voice incessantly reminded Meng Chuan just how impoverished he truly was. Damn it, all his efforts that night were in vain. Frustrated, he retracted the iron plate and, with a weary and dejected expression, emerged from the cave. He had intended to return and indulge in a well-deserved sleep. But as he stepped outside, a chilling wind suddenly enveloped him. Following that, an earthly fiend spirit dove down from above, charging directly towards him. What on earth? Shouldn't the earthly fiend spirits have retreated to their lairs at this hour? Startled, and amidst his bewilderment, Meng Chuan did not falter. As his arms moved, he successfully grasped the thick neck of the earthly fiend spirit. Just as he was about to absorb it, the spirit unexpectedly uttered human words. "Young man, please show mercy." Caught off guard, Meng Chuan jumped back several steps in shock. What in the world? Has the earthly fiend spirit gained intelligence? Instinctively releasing his grip, he took 3 or 4 steps back. The earthly fiend spirit did not pursue him, but remained suspended in midair. "I am not an earthly fiend spirit. I merely borrowed this body," it explained. Borrowed a body. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, remaining on guard. "Only in this manner can I converse with you for a moment. Do we know each other?" Meng Chuan summoned the shadow sword, assuming a defensive stance. At such a young age, why the immense wariness? The earthly fiend spirit said gently, "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you." "Then why have you sought me out?" "It is your continuous consumption of earthly fiend spirits and toxic mists that has weakened the energy composing the seal within the Forbidden Valley, allowing my soul fragment to successfully break free from its confinement." The earthly fiend spirit's tone carried a palpable sense of gratitude. Meng Chuan felt a sudden jolt in his heart, realizing that this entity appeared to be sealed within the Forbidden Valley. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly inquired, "Who exactly are you, and what is your connection to the Demon Sect?" "That is of little importance. What truly matters is that I can assist you." The earthly fiend spirit responded in a seductive tone. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Offer of Assistance. "Assist me?" Meng Chuan's eyes flickered with intrigue. "Indeed," the earthly fiend spirit affirmed. "The Demon Sect's tome, the Demon Heaven Treasure Record, possesses inherent flaws." Concerned that Meng Chuan might not grasp the gravity of his words, he elaborated. "The prolonged cultivation of the Demon Heaven Treasure Record can lead one to gradually lose their sanity. Even those with exceptional talent, who manage to safeguard their consciousness from being consumed by demonic power, ultimately become mere vessels for the demon lords to refine their own abilities. I am not merely indulging in alarmism. Should you wish to verify, you may investigate for yourself. Over the past millennium, there have surely been numerous prodigies within the Demon Sect who have successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage, yet how many have met a favorable end? How many remain active to this day?" Noticing Meng Chuan's furrowed brow and the worry etched on his face, the earthly fiend spirit abruptly shifted his tone. "I can assist you in rectifying the flaws in your cultivation technique. Why would you help me without reason?" Meng Chuan scoffed lightly. He had never been one to believe in gifts falling from the heavens. "Because I possess the capability to help." And the earthly fiend spirit paused momentarily. "I, too, require your assistance. To release you from your seal in the Forbidden Valley." Meng Chuan seemed to grasp the implication. "No." To his surprise, the earthly fiend spirit dismissed his assumption. "If you were to truly release me, the demon lords of the Demon Sect would spare you no mercy. How could I allow you to take such a grave risk on my behalf? What else could I possibly assist you with?" Feigning confusion, Meng Chuan maintained a guarded stance towards the creature's words. "You could convey a message for me." "Oh, to whom?" Meng Chuan instinctively probed. "My fragment of soul is on the verge of dissipating, leaving me unable to elaborate. You must seize the opportunity to visit the Forbidden Valley, and at that time, we shall discuss further." As these words left his lips, the possessed earthly fiend spirit suddenly trembled violently, as if seized by a fit. Once it stabilized, it lunged at Meng Chuan with claws bared. Meng Chuan did not indulge it. He retaliated with vigor. Once he subdued the earthly spirit, he collaborated with the system to commence the process of devouring. After investing considerable time, he finally acquired 60 points of spiritual resonance. To avoid detection by the servant disciples foraging nearby for medicinal herbs, he refrained from releasing his aura, stealthily navigating through the surroundings. It was not until midday that Meng Chuan finally emerged from the spirit herb garden. Ding! The system detected the presence of a uniquely marked individual, located 99 meters from the host. Hua Wenfeng? Meng Chuan's gaze sharpened, instinctively slowing his pace. Besides him, there was another unmarked spiritual consciousness lurking, observing the host. Pretend not to have noticed. Meng Chuan hesitated momentarily, ultimately opting for a strategy of indifference. Ding! The veiled woman was drawing closer. With system notifications ringing out one after another, Meng Chuan felt a sudden pang of anxiety as he murmured, "Could it be that the woman has discovered my infiltration into the herb garden?" With such a suspicion arising, he immediately began to contemplate a justification. However, before he could formulate a coherent explanation, the woman in the black veil had already approached him from behind. "I have seen my senior sister. You have forgotten the gift I gave you." The enigmatic figure was not there to seek retribution. In the midst of her words, she hurriedly placed an object into Meng Chuan's hands. Caught off guard, he found himself utterly bewildered. When he lowered his gaze, his cheeks flushed crimson at the sight of what had been thrust into his hands, a woman's bodice. Panic surged within him, and he quickly opened his mouth to defend himself. Yet, before any words could escape, his lips were silenced by a delicate, slender finger. Having never experienced such intimate contact with her, Meng Chuan stood there, stunned into silence. The woman in the black veil, her eyes brimming with tenderness, chose not to speak further but instead communicated through a whisper. "You truly possess immense audacity. You are no longer one of the herb garden's inhabitants. Returning there would be a grave offense. After finally managing to rank within the top 50, how could you jeopardize your future?" Her words were laced not only with concern but also with a reprimanding tone, filled with disappointment. "You have been out all night. Without a valid reason, it will be challenging to deceive those two who have been lurking outside all night. If you wish to avoid inquiry from above and do not want to remain a mere servant disciple for life, you had best cooperate with me." The black-veiled woman made it abundantly clear that there would be no room for negotiation in her tone. Meng Chuan was no fool. He quickly discerned the woman's intentions. Yet, simultaneously, a more profound question arose within him. What could she possibly seek by risking her own reputation to assist me? Before he could arrive at an answer, the woman in the black veil leaned closer to his ear, her voice laced with ambiguity. "This bodice was just recently discarded. You must cherish it." Her sultry tone, tinged with seduction, compelled Meng Chuan to swallow hard twice. "Senior sister, in the future, when no one is around, feel free to call my name." The woman in the black veil maintained her alluring demeanor, even going so far as to nestle closer into Meng Chuan's embrace. Meng Chuan found himself utterly bewildered. Unable to withstand the unexpected fortune that had befallen him, he must remain composed, lest his true feelings be revealed. Observing his rigid demeanor, the woman in black lace graciously took hold of his arm, encircling her delicate waist with it. "Aware of your propensity for suspicion, I shall clarify my intentions from the outset. My assistance is not without conditions. Once you successfully gain entry into the inner sanctum, you shall be required to perform a small favor for me. Was it that you refrained from driving me away from the herb garden last night solely to ensure that I owe you a debt of gratitude today?" The fleeting sense of gratitude in Meng Chuan's heart dissipated in an instant, and he muttered sullenly. The woman in the black veil did not refute him. Instead, she replied with an air of indifference. "You should be aware that I can easily deliver you directly to the Bloodslaughter Hall. As the enforcement department of the sect, the Bloodslaughter Hall never showed mercy to disciples who transgressed the rules. I truly appreciate your leniency, senior sister." Meng Chuan harbored a deep aversion to the sensation of being manipulated. "Very well, you should depart quickly if you delay any longer. The spectators atop the viewing moon peak will grow anxious." It was evident that she was aware of his impending duel with Qiao Junhong at the peak. The senior sister had yet to disclose to him the nature of the task that required Xiao Ke's involvement. "Once you obtain the waste token of an inner disciple, I shall reveal it to you." The veiled woman did not easily divulge her information, and with that, she gracefully withdrew from his embrace. Meng Chuan's eyes flickered, and he ultimately refrained from asking further questions. Casually, he tucked the belly band into his storage bag and turned to make his way towards the Moonwatch Peak. At this moment, the Moonwatch Peak was already bustling with a considerable gathering. However, those present to witness the spectacle were primarily the formal disciples. The duel between merely two Foundation establishment cultivators evidently failed to pique the interest of the inner sect disciples. Naturally, the prominent figures within the sect had even less reason to make a special trip to observe the spectacle. Meng Chuan arrived just in time. As soon as he made his appearance, he was met with several pairs of icy gazes. In the first two rounds of the ranking competition, apart from Chen Xiong, nearly all those who had fallen to him had gathered. It was evident that everyone had been waiting impatiently. "Let us commence." Qiao Junhong lifted his garment and playfully beckoned Meng Chuan with a finger. Chapter 44. A trivial skill in stark contrast to his frantic demeanor when he issued a challenge to Meng Chuan yesterday. Today Qiao Junhong exuded an air of confidence. With a signature provocative gesture, The emotions of the audience surged instantaneously. During the second round, it was merely Meng Chuan's sharp tongue that had thrown senior brother Liu into disarray, allowing him to seize an unexpected opportunity. In terms of sheer strength, it was likely that even two Mengs combined would not match senior brother Liu's prowess. It was indeed wise not to engage in battle yesterday. After a night's contemplation, Xiao had evidently regained his composure. With the stakes involving a man's dignity, Meng Chuan was unlikely to find any loopholes this time. Compared to the support for Xiao Junhong, the audience seemed primarily eager to witness Meng Chuan's downfall, a disciple who had recently ascended from the herbal garden, and yet managed to infiltrate the top 50 in his first ranking competition. Such fortuitous achievements had clearly ruffled the feathers of the fellow registered disciples present. Fueled by jealousy, a vast majority of onlookers harbored a sense of animosity towards Meng Chuan. Naturally, Meng Chuan sensed this hostility but remained unaffected by the disparaging voices surrounding him. How many spirit points would it require to deduce this fellow's capabilities? Would the host spend 50 spirit essence to conduct a real-time analysis of his opponent? Indeed. Lacking not in spirit essence, Meng Chuan did not hesitate to affirm his decision. The system did not linger either, providing preliminary analysis results within mere seconds. Xiao Junhong, male, age 23, had joined the Demon Sect 3 years prior and currently possessed a late-stage foundation establishment realm. His foundational technique, Magic Heaven Treasure Record. Proficient in martial arts, Earth level low-tier Crumbling Sky Palm. Weapons held, Earth level low-tier Crimson Scale Dagger, accompanying magical artifact. Earth level mid-tier Python Twisted Garment. Meng Chuan listened in silence, his heart tightening suddenly as he inquired, is Python coiling around the carved garment truly formidable? The system diplomatically suggested that the host should employ the shadowy sword, for relying solely on the boulder fist would render ineffective strikes against his opponent. The system's response was relatively tactful, allowing Meng Chuan to retain some dignity. However, the individual opposite him, Xiao Junhong, exhibited none of the system's patience. With a raised brow, he coldly urged, "Are you prepared?" Xiao's fists have long been eager for action. As he spoke, he deliberately lifted his fist, brandishing it in a show of bravado towards Meng Chuan. "Since you are so impatient to meet your demise, I shall graciously fulfill your wish." Meng Chuan's lips curled into a smirk, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a punch that sent forth a golden arc of light, rapidly advancing towards his adversary. The velocity of this strike was astonishing, further accentuated by the serpentine, unpredictable footwork he employed. It was evident that this maneuver was deliberately executed to deny his opponent any chance of evasion. Xiao Junhong's gaze sharpened. Fully aware that he could not avoid the impending blow, yet he remained unperturbed. In the next instant, he thrust his right palm forward, directly meeting Meng Chuan's oncoming fist. Upon impact, the energies enveloping both their hands intertwined in the air, transforming into a tempest that surged forth. At the center of their battleground, fragments of foliage and clouds of dust were swept outward in a tumultuous wave. The spectators positioned nearby instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands. Neither combatant gained the upper hand, each retreating half a step. Ultimately, it was Meng Chuan who regained his footing first, arms poised for another strike. "I see you wish to clash head-on," he taunted. Xiao Junhong pushed off the ground, his knees slightly bent, adopting a stance prepared for a direct confrontation. Moments later, a resounding thud echoed as their fists collided once more. Unlike their initial exchange, both fighters were now ready with their other hands, bracing for subsequent moves. As Meng Chuan struck the right side of his opponent's chest, he too received a resounding slap upon his own right shoulder. He staggered backward, retreating 3 or 4 steps before he barely managed to regain his balance. Xiao Junhong, unwavering, did not retreat a single step nor advance to pursue. Instead, he leisurely brushed his chest where he had been struck. "If this is all you can do, then Ningyu shall be mine." With a sidelong glance at the bystander Ningyu, he provocatively licked his lips. In response, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Ningyu's eyes. Yet, she quickly adopted a saccharine tone to bolster Meng Chuan. "Brother Chuan, you are always the best. I'm famished. Let us hasten to conclude this tedious battle and go for lunch." Implicitly, she dismissed Xiao Junhong entirely. The smug expression on Xiao's face darkened considerably, his gaze turning more ominous. She was right. This tiresome skirmish should indeed come to an end. "Meng Chuan, I shall swiftly send you to your demise." As the words left his lips, Xiao Junhong swung his arms wide, summoning dozens of palm shadows trailing crimson as they swirled around him. With a powerful thrust of his arms, these palm shadows surged forth in unison towards Meng Chuan, resembling a multitude of hands converging upon him. Such trivial techniques, How dare you present them to embarrass yourself? Meng Chuan disdainfully curled his lips, and with a flick of his wrist, the shadow sword unleashed a dazzling arc of light. In a mere exchange, he shattered the dozens of palm shadows conjured by his opponent. Xiao Hongjun remained unfazed, bringing his hands together. Instantly, a giant palm imprint, towering like a man, materialized in the air. As Xiao Hongjun forcefully pushed his palm, the colossal imprint surged towards Meng Chuan. Lie down. How annoying, Meng Chuan retorted, raising his gaze in defiance. Just as the massive palm imprint was about to strike him, he nonchalantly swung his sword upwards, even without mastering sword energy. The inherent sharpness of the shadow sword was sufficient to effortlessly obliterate his adversary's attack. In that fleeting moment of the imprint's destruction, Xiao Hongjun's eyelids involuntarily twitched. The onlookers, too, were astonished by Meng Chuan's effortless display of skill. Was the legendary sky-splitting seal, capable of flattening mountains and rivers at its pinnacle, so easily dispelled? Wait, was this the first time Meng Chuan wielded his sword? Had he not exerted his full strength during the ranking matches? No way, concealing his prowess in the ranks. This fellow was utterly arrogant. The low-profile Meng Chuan unexpectedly donned the label of arrogance due to this casual sword strike. However, at that moment, he had no mind to consider the spectators' murmurs. With one successful strike, he swiftly darted forward, using his agility to close in on Xiao Hongjun. Only then did Xiao Hongjun remember to evade, but regrettably, it was a moment too late. In a flurry of motion, Meng Chuan danced with his sword, leaving 2 gashes on his opponent's arm and side. The pain contorted Xiao Hongjun's face, yet he seemed more distressed about his tattered attire than his own wounds. Ah, you actually ruined my python-entwined garment. What are you so excited about? I'm just getting started. Meng Chuan, sword in one hand, casually flicked the blood off his blade, reminding him, let us not forget, our duel bets our very lives. With those words, he grinned, his reflection in the sword's surface appearing exceptionally menacing. Chapter 45. Not yet ready to die with the earth-level spirit sword, Shadow, Meng Chuan easily seized the advantage. No, it was far more than mere advantage. Throughout the ensuing battle, he was utterly dominating his opponent. The so-called python-entwined garment and the so-called crimson scale dagger were utterly impotent before the shadow. As Xiao Hongjun lay weak and bloodied in a pool of his own blood, the spectators recoiled in dismay. The earlier criticisms and disdain directed at Meng Chuan vanished entirely, replaced by a profound reverence emanating from their very souls. No one dared to meet Meng Chuan's gaze, wishing instead to hide their heads within their chests. Meng Chuan paid no heed to the spectators, his cold gaze fixed upon the pale visage of Xiao Junhong, who had lost all capacity for action. Are you prepared to meet your demise? A tremor coursed through Xiao Junhong, his voice hoarse as he pleaded for mercy. Do not kill me, I beseech you. The fault lies entirely with me. I should never have overestimated my abilities by challenging you. If you spare my life, I am willing to serve you like an ox or a horse for the remainder of my days, obeying your every command without complaint. Master Meng, no, father. I implore you to forgive this unworthy son just this once. In his desperation to survive, Xiao Junhong cast aside his pride and dignity, leaving even his principles behind. To keep such a useless wretch as you as my servant would merely squander resources. Meng Chuan remained utterly unfazed, sheathing his sword and clenching his fists. Before the eyes of the audience, he directly shattered Xiao Junhong's energy reservoir. As he felt the sudden and rapid depletion of his internal spiritual energy, Xiao emitted a desperate wail. In this demonic sect, the consequence of losing one's cultivation was nothing less than death. Meng, just you wait, even as a ghost. I shall not spare you. However, let us reserve such words until you truly become a ghost. Meng Chuan's expression remained impassive as he flicked his sleeve and chose not to cast a glance at anyone else, resolutely turning to leave. As he passed by Ningyu, he deliberately paused for a moment. Ningyu immediately extended her delicate hand, attempting to wrap it around his arm. I knew it. Brother Chuan is truly formidable. While speaking, the woman intentionally leaned her head against Meng Chuan's arm. Previously, when the two were seen being affectionate, onlookers found it rather bothersome. However, for reasons unknown, observing them now, one could not help but feel they were becoming increasingly well-matched. As the crowd at the moon viewing peak gradually dispersed, Hua Wenfeng finally emerged from behind a large boulder. Accompanying him was the burly henchman he had just recruited. Despite Meng Chuan's formidable strength, he purposely concealed it during the ranking competition. Surely, there were ulterior motives at play. The burly man's eyes darted around as he murmured softly, it seems he is hiding something. Upon hearing this, Hua Wenfeng immediately furrowed his brow and scoffed. You wish to use my hand to deal with Meng Chuan, thereby nullifying your bet with Ningyu? Ha! Your little scheme is rather clever. Brother, I assure you, I harbor no such intentions. I merely find Meng Chuan to be suspicious, the burly man stammered, trembling as he defended himself. Hua Wenfeng, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively and began to stride forward. After taking 3 or 4 steps, he spoke again. If he can subdue the so-called eternal ice mountain Black Veil, then indeed, Meng Chuan is no ordinary individual. If you believe that he poses a threat, I would not hesitate to dirty my hands to eliminate him. The burly man did not conceal his hostility towards Meng Chuan. For the time being, he could not be allowed to perish. Why? The burly man wore a puzzled expression. This was the Demon Sect, where numerous lives were lost daily. Even if Meng Chuan were suddenly to vanish, it would undoubtedly go unnoticed by those above. You're becoming rather verbose. Hua Wenfeng's expression hardened. In response, the burly man let out a dry laugh and retracted his neck, refraining from further comment. Once these 2 individuals departed from the mountaintop, Lu Ming quietly revealed himself from behind a tree. Meng Chuan, oh Meng Chuan, you have indeed provided me with many surprises. You cannot wield a sword yet possess such a rare and precious blade. What a waste. Murmuring to himself, a layer of greed glimmered in his eyes. Simultaneously, as Meng Chuan arrived at the foot of the mountain, he involuntarily shivered. He was already a foundational stage cultivator. Surely, he could not still fear the cold. The recent weather had indeed turned somewhat chilly. Yet, Meng Chuan did not feel ashamed of being cold. Why do I feel that the recent weather is just right? As before, Ningyu's attire appeared rather thin, causing the soft sensation against Meng Chuan's arm to feel exceptionally vivid. Could you let go now? The tardy discomfort and faint embarrassment prompted him to instinctively tug at his arm. However, Ningyu showed no intention of releasing her grip. Instead, she tightened her embrace around his arm. It had never occurred to him before, but he found her bashful demeanor rather endearing. Meng Chuan paused for a moment, secretly pondering, isn't this something typically said by a boy teasing a girl? Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the fluttering of his heart and replied earnestly, I am merely concerned for your well-being. You have not taken advantage of me. What loss do I suffer? Ningyu remarked nonchalantly. However, I am, after all, a man. Are you not worried that your current closeness to me might incite jealousy in your future beloved? Are you so certain that you will not become the object of my affections in the future? Ningyu playfully blinked her large eyes. Meng Chuan was taken aback by the question, pondering, could this woman truly be teasing me? Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, it was violently shattered by Ningyu's subsequent inquiry. By the way, where did you acquire that sword you used earlier? I've never seen you wield it before. Upon hearing the question, Meng Chuan's heart tightened instantaneously. Why are you so curious about my belongings? He then feigned a look of enlightenment and continued, wait a moment. You wouldn't happen to have an interest in me, would you? The abrupt shift in conversation left Ningyu momentarily stunned. And if I did, would you be willing to show me that precious sword? I'm afraid I don't have the habit of drawing my sword for friends, Meng Chuan politely declined. You stingy person, I want to snatch it from you. Ningyu pouted, feigning displeasure. By the way, the 3rd round of the competition begins tomorrow. Shouldn't you take some time to adjust your condition? Meng Chuan did not wait for the other party to respond. Instead, he forcefully withdrew his arm and elegantly waved his hand. I shall not disturb you further and wish you triumphs in the competitions tomorrow. He uttered nonchalantly before quickening his pace, heading back to his dormitory. Ningyu furrowed her brows, pursing her lips as she gazed at his departing figure, her eyes flickering with intrigue. It is rare for one to acquire a regional-level spirit sword. Could it be that this fellow, like myself, is deliberately infiltrating the Demon Sect? Taking a deep breath, Ningyu clenched her delicate fist and murmured, it seems I must devise a way to uncover your true intentions. Chapter 46. Would you care to become my disciple? Unbeknownst to Meng Chuan, he had inadvertently captured the undue attention of certain individuals. Upon returning to his dormitory, he indulged in a much-needed slumber. Last night, he had been preoccupied with devouring the earthly fiend's spirits, leaving him no time to rest. As soon as his head met the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep, only awakening the following morning, his hair resembling a bird's nest. Fortunately, there was ample time before the commencement of the 3rd round of competition, allowing him to proceed with his morning routine unhurriedly. Once he was properly groomed and had not disturbed anyone, Meng Chuan set off alone for the main peak. As anticipated, the disciples who had advanced to the 3rd round were already present. However, the audience in the stands was noticeably fewer than in the previous rounds. as half of the seats were occupied by elders and senior disciples from the four halls. The eager formal disciples and servant disciples chose to stay away for fear of inadvertently offending the elders. As the hour passed, the elder in charge of presiding over the event gracefully descended onto the arena. This final round will serve as your last opportunity to showcase your abilities. Those who perform exceptionally may find themselves directly accepted as disciples by the present elders. Such instances are not without precedent. The chance for swift ascension lies before you, and I hope each of you will give your utmost in this round. Now, without further ado, I declare the third round of competition officially begun. Having concluded his address, the elder did not linger on the arena but leapt back to the stands. The 50 contestants remaining on the stage did not make any rash movements. Instead, they scrutinized one another with vigilant eyes. Their glances sparkled with calculation, as if weighing their options. A full 15 minutes passed before a young man, with a sallow complexion, bounded in front of Ningyu. "I am Wang Cheng. I seek your guidance, miss." Though he appeared courteous, the forced smile on his face was rather off-putting. Ningyu did not respond immediately. Instead, she surveyed the stage. She soon realized that, aside from this Wang Cheng, there were a dozen pairs of eyes fixated upon her. These rascals, do they believe a woman is easy prey? She thought to herself. Yet she remained composed, refusing to allow her irritation to cloud her judgment. "You flatter me, Senior Wang. It is I who should seek your instruction." Thus, the greetings were finally exchanged. No one was pretentious. They immediately took their stances and engaged in combat. Influenced by Ningyu and her companion, challengers began to emerge from the crowd, targeting the higher-ranked competitors. Meanwhile, Meng Chuan sat quietly on the sidelines, appearing as an outsider, neither engaging with others nor being engaged himself. Being ranked 50th certainly had its advantages. He relished the tranquility. Why, knowing the opponent's martial prowess, would one choose to attack head-on? And you, with such a commendable agility technique, how have you reduced it to this pitiful display? As the saying goes, one who watches the commotion does not shy away from drama. This underdog, indeed, began to critique the unfolding spectacle. It must be admitted that observing the match from a privileged position offered a profound sense of immersion. However, his comments were merely mumbled, lacking the volume to attract much attention. Some even speculated he might be hurling curses in secrecy. Regrettably, Meng Chuan's moment of peace lasted less than an hour. During this time, Ningyu suffered 3 consecutive defeats, plummeting to the 47th rank. Seeing no one else stepping forward to challenge, she gracefully approached Meng Chuan. While the others jostled for position, she noted his calm demeanor. "Aren't you the same? Having fought 3 matches, I doubt you've even broken a sweat." As they exchanged playful banter, they simultaneously sought to gauge each other's strengths. Yet, both were astute enough not to reveal any weaknesses. After an entire day of watching, they endured until the hour of the dog, when the elder in charge finally declared the end of this round of competition. Although injuries were sustained, miraculously, no lives were lost, and there were no severe injuries either. Indeed, during this round, everyone seemed to value their lives more. Standing at the back of the crowd, Meng Chuan couldn't help but voice his thoughts, as the elder announced that all 50 participants would successfully advance to the inner sect. The system notification that Meng Chuan had eagerly awaited throughout the day finally chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on becoming an inner disciple of the Demon Sect. You have successfully completed the challenge of becoming an inner disciple within the designated time frame. Reward, 1,000 contribution points and a mid-tier Earth-level martial technique, credited in real time. Please check your account. Regardless of the presence of others, Meng Chuan promptly summoned the system panel. After all, this interface was visible solely to him. Name, Meng Chuan Spirit Points, 673 Spirit Resonance, 316 Contribution Points, 1,000 Martial Technique, Demon Heaven Treasure Record, Rebound suppressed by 10, Physical Body. Earth Level Initial Stage, 5 Poison Corpse Body, Spirit Power Enhanced, Realm. Foundation Establishment Initial Stage, Actual Realm Suppressed, Weapon Held, Earth Level Low Grade Longsword, Shadow of the Night New Item Acquired. Black Gold Martial Technique Scratch Card. Ling Xian's hand was crafted using similar cards, hence Meng Chuan was quite familiar with the process of scratching for prizes. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the operation, all the while offering a silent prayer. Heaven, grant me the fortune of uncovering a sword technique. I cannot possibly continue wielding the shadow sword as if it were merely a kitchen knife. As a dazzling screen, visible solely to him, erupted in brilliance. The results of the scratch-off finally materialized. However, upon seeing the technique revealed on the card, Meng Chuan's initial excitement swiftly diminished. Xuanlong Palm, well? At least it sounds somewhat impressive. Suppressing the wave of disappointment swelling within, Meng Chuan tucked the newly acquired technique into the system's repository. System. Now that I possess these 1,000 contribution points, I can finally attempt to deduce my realm, correct? Please confirm, host, whether to invest 1,000 contribution points for realm deduction? Let us not rush. I'll address that upon my return. Meng Chuan was not urgent about it. He was still conversing with the system mentally when suddenly, a small hand reached out. Meng Chuan, are you all right? Ningyu waved her hand in front of him, and when he did not respond, she resorted to pinching him at the waist. The sudden pain jolted Meng Chuan back to reality. He turned with an irritable glare, expressing his vexation. I haven't done anything to you. Why do you pinch me out of the blue? The elder in charge is speaking with you. If you don't respond, he might become upset. Ningyu lowered her voice, discreetly gesturing towards the elder's direction. At her words, Meng Chuan was taken aback and quickly glanced over at the elder. Noticing the frown etched on the elder's brow, he promptly bowed. Disciple Meng Chuan is present. Please give your instructions, elder. Although he was unaware of what had been said, Meng Chuan understood the necessity of displaying an attitude of unconditional cooperation at this moment. Suddenly, Situ Jing stepped forward, patting the still vexed elder on the shoulder. Then, in front of the panting contestants who had exerted themselves throughout the day, the Vice Hall Master cordially inquired of Meng Chuan. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Chapter 47. A gentleman does not usurp others' joys. Situ Jing's amiable inquiry left everyone present in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Half of them regarded him with skepticism, while the other half stared incredulously at Meng Chuan's bewildered expression. It seemed they could not comprehend why the esteemed Vice Hall Master would take interest in someone like Meng Chuan, who was trailing at the back. Nor could they fathom why Meng Chuan was so fortunate. Even Meng Chuan himself was astonished, unable to believe that someone of Situ Jing's stature would choose him. Amidst the shock, however, he felt no joy, only a profound sense of anxiety. As I've always said, I never believed in free lunches falling from the sky. Lu Ming hails from the Shadow Hall. Could it be that this Vice Hall Master shares similar intentions towards me? In his naturally suspicious disposition, he immediately contemplated an unsettling possibility. He could not help but swallow hard, and as he glanced towards Situ Jing, his heart suddenly filled with trepidation. To err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to refrain from entering the Shadow Hall. A flicker of thought crossed Meng Chuan's mind as he racked his brain for a tactful way to decline the invitation. Situ Jing, however, did not rush him. Instead, arching his lips in a knowing smile, patiently awaiting his response. The onlookers, unable to contain themselves, were the first to break the silence. Their remarks dripping with a mocking tone. What was Meng waiting for? To be accepted under the tutelage of Master Situ was a fortune that an ordinary person could only dream of in several lifetimes. Though inwardly they reveled in delight, they feigned indifference, attempting to maintain an aloof demeanor. Go ahead, they seemed to say, just wait until Master Situ changes his mind. Then you will have cause to lament. It was palpable that the spectators spoke with an undercurrent of envy that bordered on disdain. Yet Meng Chuan found himself in a predicament. Unable to contain his grievances as he muttered inwardly, I would gladly trade places with you. Although he had firmly resolved to decline, he dared not openly refuse in front of Situ Jing. After all, he needed to survive within the Demon Sect. Offending a figure of Situ's stature would undoubtedly make his future untenable. Heaven, you have granted me a second chance at life. Could you not allow me to enjoy a more favorable existence this time around? As he lamented his fate, a man with silver-streaked hair, seated not far from Situ Jing, suddenly spoke up. Brother Situ, hold on a moment. I find this young man Meng Chuan quite promising. Upon hearing this, the smile on Situ Jing's face instantly froze, and he turned to glare. Isn't Tao a smith? How is it that I have not observed any latent talent for forging in Meng Chuan? Indeed, I am a smith, Tao replied, but in terms of cultivation, my prowess should not be significantly inferior to that of my fellow brothers. After a brief pause, Elder Tao smirked slightly and continued. Moreover, Meng Chuan simply has yet to demonstrate any aptitude for forging. This does not imply a lack of potential, though his tone was not forceful. A palpable tension began to permeate the atmosphere. Even the air in the stand seemed to grow several degrees colder, and the surrounding disciples felt a sharp sting in their nostrils with each breath. Why? What merit does Meng possess that warrants such contention between the two halls? I refuse to accept this. What qualities does this waste, who emerged from the herb garden, possess that surpass my own? As Meng Chuan unexpectedly became the center of attention, the newly initiated inner disciples, who were still awaiting selection, glared with envious eyes. Nevertheless, the esteemed figures on the platform paid little heed to the discontent brewing among the crowd below. Meng Chuan let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, he could hardly ponder the reasons that Elder Tao might have for choosing him. He was simply overwhelmed with joy. Although the Artisan Hall was not his first choice, it was certainly preferable to joining the Shadow Hall. With this thought in mind, Meng Chuan suddenly raised his gaze, donning a respectful expression as he looked towards Elder Tao. However, before he could utter a word about his willingness to join the Artisan Hall, another elder from the hall had already pulled Elder Tao aside and exchanged pleasantries with Situ Jing. A gentleman does not covet another's desires. Since Brother Situ is inclined to take on a disciple, it is only fitting that we, the brethren of the Artisan Hall, lend our support. With that, the speaking elder immediately turned his attention back to Meng Chuan, adopting a stern tone once more. Meng Chuan, is it? From now on, you shall follow Brother Situ and dedicate yourself to diligent practice. Do not tarnish your senior's illustrious reputation. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately brightened Situ Jing's previously cold demeanor. Meng Chuan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The mere thought of facing Lu Ming's irritating visage every day henceforth sent shivers down his spine. However, given the current circumstances, to refuse would be tantamount to humiliating two crucial departments, the artifact forging and Shadow Hall, by rubbing their faces in the dirt. Offending both major factions was a transgression that Meng Chuan knew he could not afford. What a predicament! Was I truly left with no choice but to follow Hall Master Situ? Clenching his fists, he cast a hopeful glance towards Elder Tao in the stands. At that moment, he desperately wished Elder Tao would intervene and contest with Situ Jing once more. Yet, the reality was that Elder Tao had fallen silent, even closing his eyes. Seated like a stone statue, as if he had never uttered a word. Reigning in his disappointment, Meng Chuan slowly turned towards Situ, bowing his head in submission. Since resistance was futile, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Who knows, perhaps his anxieties were unfounded. Though he endeavored to maintain an optimistic demeanor, his bow was slower than that of a snail. Disciple Meng Chuan pays his respects. Struggling to part his lips, his voice betrayed not a hint of joy. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden, high-pitched, urgent male voice cut through the air. Wait, lame of one leg. Lu Jie suddenly leaped forth. As his words fell, all eyes in the arena turned towards him. Swallowing hard, Lu Jie straightened his back, struggling to maintain his composure. Situ Jing, however, darkened his expression, coldly rebuking, What? Do you have objections to my taking on a disciple? Though framed as a question, it bore an unmistakable undertone of menace. The false calm that Lu Jie had feigned crumbled easily under the weight of that icy reprimand, and he involuntarily shivered. I dare not, he began. But after a deep breath, he summoned his courage to continue. Meng Chuan must not become your disciple, for he is a mole planted within our sect by those so-called righteous factions. He raised his voice deliberately at the end, ensuring that all could hear his accusation. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this claim, some in shock, others in realization. Before the parties involved or the dignitaries could respond, the long silent group of 50 elite contestants could no longer contain themselves. Lu Jie, your certainty implies you must possess irrefutable evidence, they urged. Now that we are all present, produce the evidence so we may all see. If this is true, Meng Chuan, the spy, must not be spared. Chapter 48. Circumstances overrule individuals. The collective outrage reflected the current atmosphere in the arena. Even before Lu Jie could present his so-called evidence, many had already accepted Meng Chuan's identity as a traitor. Only the prominent figures in the stands remained silent, casting indifferent glances at Lu Jie. Hearing the collective condemnation of Meng Chuan, Lu's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Without affording Meng Chuan the opportunity to defend himself, he initiated the next act of his performance. Surely the sword you wielded during your duel with junior brother Chao yesterday is still in your possession. Why not present it for all to admire? Upon hearing this, a chill ran through Meng Chuan's heart, and his gaze instinctively hardened. In front of such a multitude, he was certainly reluctant to reveal the shadow blade. Yet, Lu Jie had no intention of granting him a chance to decline, chuckling derisively. Many of our fellow brothers have already witnessed your prowess with it yesterday, so you cannot hide it. Instead of being evasive, why not be forthright and bring it forth? The longer you delay, the more it will seem as though you are harboring insecurities. As soon as Lu finished speaking, the crowd immediately began to jeer in agreement. It is merely a sword. What is there to hide? With the elders present, do you truly fear that we would covet your insignificant blade? Meng Chuan furrowed his brows, his head bowed, and his hands tightly grasped the hem of his garment. Lu Jie deliberately cast a glance at him before shifting his attention to the rowdy crowd. What you may not realize is that this is no ordinary sword. If I am not mistaken, its rank has reached the Earth grade. At these words, a profound silence enveloped the scene, and after a considerable pause, someone stammered, "Could it truly be an Earth-grade treasure? A sword?" Lu Jie, are you certain that you did not misjudge? Ming Chuan had only just entered the sect and had scarcely been a formal disciple for a few days. How could he possibly possess an Earth-grade sword? Nearly everyone wore expressions of astonishment, their voices thick with skepticism. Lu Jie grinned, redirecting his gaze back to Ming Chuan, and said with a broad smile, "It seems we must invite junior brother Ming to elucidate this matter for us." In the stands, the elders, who had initially remained composed, also changed their countenance upon hearing the term Earth-grade sword. An elder from the Blood Slaughter Hall was the first to lose his composure, abruptly rising to his feet and exclaiming, "Ming Chuan, why do you not promptly retrieve the sword? Do you wish for this elder to take matters into his own hands?" Not only the elder from the Blood Slaughter Hall, but also Elder Tao and Situ Jing were now shrouded in a veil of greed. The atmosphere suggested that if Ming Chuan hesitated for even a second, these elders would rush forward to search him. It is often said that circumstances are stronger than individuals. In light of this situation, even Ming Chuan had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, both the body of Chun Xiong and the storage ring containing it were items that could not be exposed. In a flash of thought, he feigned nonchalance as he opened his storage pouch and withdrew the shadow sword. As the blade glimmered, all the elders fixed their eyes upon it. Indeed, it was unmistakably an Earth-grade sword. Elder Tao, as a weapon craftsman, was the first to speak up. "Well done, Ming Chuan. How dare you steal the sect's treasured possession? Come now, do not hesitate to apprehend this scoundrel." The elder from the Blood Slaughter Hall was quick to react as well. Once Ming Chuan's act of theft was established, it would naturally fall upon the Blood Slaughter Hall to conduct the interrogation. At that moment, seeing a throng of Blood Slaughter Hall disciples advancing towards him, Ming Chuan's heart raced. Before being subdued, he hastily defended himself. "Elders, I assure you, this sword was not obtained through theft. Rather, it is, what is it?" Situ Jing's expression hardened as he coldly pressed for an answer. Ming Chuan feigned a look of distress, responding only when he found himself pressed to the ground. "This sword was bestowed upon me by Chen Xiong the night before last." "Nonsense," Lu Jie retorted with a cold laugh. "Everyone within the sect is aware of your rivalry. Do you truly believe that he gifted you a terrestrial-grade spirit sword solely for you to wield against him?" He made no effort to conceal his mockery of Ming Chuan, subtly indicating to all present that Ming Chuan's narrative was utterly implausible. "Brother Lu is correct," he continued. "If you must fabricate a story, Ming Chuan, at least concoct a more credible excuse. It is laughable that Chun Xiong, merely a formal disciple, could possibly acquire a terrestrial-grade sword." Unquestionably, the majority in attendance were skeptical of Ming Chuan's claims, even casting doubt upon his intelligence. Only the esteemed elders of the Artifact Refinement Hall exchanged fleeting glances, their expressions revealing an unspoken intrigue. "Where is Chen Xiong?" Elder Tao suddenly inquired, exhibiting more excitement than when he first laid eyes on the shadow sword. At that moment, Brother Chun was preparing to slip into the back mountains. As instructed by Brother Monkey San, I intended to relay a message to Brother Chun. However, upon seeing me, he was startled. Ming Chuan paused briefly to collect himself before adding, just as I was about to speak, Brother Chun thrust the sword into my hands and insisted that I must not disclose to anyone that I had encountered him in the back mountains. I too was curious about how he came into possession of such a treasure, but before I could voice my inquiries, he dashed off towards the Forbidden Valley, mentioning that if all went well, I would be rewarded. With a gulp, Ming Chuan maintained a facade of trepidation as he continued to defend himself. I have only just embarked on my journey of cultivation and have not yet mastered sword techniques. This terrestrial grade sword is merely a burden to me. If you doubt my word, I am willing to venture into the Forbidden Valley and confront Brother Chen Xiong. Having heard tales of the dangers within the Forbidden Valley, Ming Chuan deliberately claimed that Chen Xiong had headed there. In that eventuality, should he cast Chen Xiong's corpse into the valley and return the spatial ring to him, he might just escape undetected. Of course, this was contingent upon Ming Chuan's own survival upon entering the valley. What business does Chen Xiong have in the Forbidden Valley? Si-Tu Jing demanded sharply. I do not know, Ming Chuan replied, shaking his head. Aside from giving you this sword, he did not mention anything else? Elder Tao of the Artifact Refinement Hall descended from the viewing platform, slowly approaching Ming Chuan. Ming Chuan was firmly pinned to the ground, his face contorted against his will. Yet his mind raced with thoughts. To escape this predicament, It seemed he would have to rely on the aid of the artifact refining hall. Glancing at the sinister expressions of the elders from the Bloodfiend Hall and the Nether Hall, he murmured to himself, with a plan forming. He rolled his eyes and feigned a look of deep recollection. Once he successfully piqued Elder Tao's interest, he exclaimed loudly, "Ah, I remember now. Senior Brother Chen mentioned that a mere earthly-level spirit sword is of little consequence, as long as one thoroughly studies the insights in hand, with time. Crafting a heavenly-level spirit artifact would be well within reach." Upon hearing this, Elder Tao's eyelids fluttered, and his breathing grew rapid. C2 Jing furrowed his brows and muttered, "What insights?" It seemed Ming Chuan was too cautious to neglect the question, opening his mouth to respond. However, before he could finish, Elder Tao forcefully covered his mouth. Chapter 49. Heaven's blessing. Elder Tao's sudden action left the other elders and all present disciples in a state of confusion. C2 Jing, feeling increasingly dissatisfied, remarked, "Elder Tao, what are you doing? This earthly-level treasure sword, which I have just confirmed, is the latest creation of our hall's master." The master, recognizing Qin Xiong's potential in artifact refining, temporarily bestowed this sword to ensure his smooth advancement to an inner disciple. If it is indeed a gift from the artifact refining hall, why has Qin Xiong never utilized it, failing even to progress to the third round? That boy has always been quite proud. Perhaps he simply desires to win in a more honorable manner, or perhaps he wishes to avoid bringing unnecessary scrutiny upon the master due to his own actions. Elder Tao was quite adept at weaving tales. Yet the elders present were no fools. They had already discerned some underlying truths from Ming Chuan's earlier words. If Qin Xiong were so considerate, how could he so casually pass on something granted by our esteemed master? Elder Tao was momentarily taken aback, genuinely at a loss for further fabrications. Ming Chuan's eyes darted around restlessly as he whispered to himself. It turned out that this sword belonged to the artifact refining hall. And that scoundrel Qin Xiong actually dared to scheme against me. His voice was low, yet just audible enough for Elder Tao to overhear. Immediately, Elder Tao was struck with inspiration, remarking, "Is it not true that the favoritism of the hall master must come at a cost? That lad Qin Xiong must be fearful of incurring the master's wrath. I must admit, that fellow possesses some wit, having hastily found a scapegoat." With his words, Ming Chuan transitioned from being a suspect in the theft of the sword to a pitiable victim of Qin Xiong's machinations. The artifact refining hall not only inexplicably acquired a precious earth-grade sword, but also safeguarded the secret of Qin Xiong's significant inheritance. As the gazes of the elders shifted from greed and malice to reluctant disappointment, Ming Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his gamble had paid off. The artifact refining hall indeed recognized Qin Xiong's possession of a legacy. Straining against his bonds, he attempted to break free. But the hands pressing upon him showed no inclination to relent. "Well then, since it has been established that I am innocent, might I be released?" Ming Chuan gazed pitifully at the elders of the blood slaughter hall, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Perhaps you truly did not steal the sword. Yet your involvement as a spy for the righteous path is beyond question." Lu Jie, facing the cold stares of the formidable figures, resolutely declared. It seemed as though he would not rest until Ming Chuan was utterly destroyed. At this juncture, releasing Ming Chuan would undoubtedly result in a loss of face for the elders of both the Bloodslaughter Hall and the Netherworld Hall. Lu Jie seized upon this psychological leverage and boldly suggested, "I propose that we search Ming Chuan's quarters. As a spy, there must be evidence linking him to the righteous forces." In truth, he possessed no substantial proof to substantiate Ming Chuan's culpability. Yet, at this moment, few cared whether Ming Chuan was truly innocent. Only by solidifying his identity as a spy could the overwhelming majority present save their own reputations. The vice master of the Blood Slaughter Hall took the lead, accompanied by a throng of subordinates, forcefully escorting Ming Chuan toward the training camp. Naturally, the onlookers followed in anticipation. The imposing procession instilled a chilling silence among those at the training camp. Even Hua Wenfeng hurried to greet them at the camp's entrance. However, the leading members of the Blood Slaughter Hall paid him no mind and proceeded directly to Ming Chuan's room. Before long, a cacophony of sounds erupted from Ming Chuan's dormitory. After thoroughly rummaging through every nook and cranny 2 or 3 times, the disciples responsible for the search emerged. Looking sullen, the vice master of the Blood Slaughter Hall, with a frigid expression, inquired, "Where is the evidence?" The leading disciple, keeping his voice low, replied, "We have meticulously searched Brother Meng's room and found no evidence of contact with the outside world, especially any links to the righteous forces." The vice master's countenance darkened, and he swiftly turned, striding up to Lu Jie in 2 steps. Confident Lu Jie had not even the chance to speak before he was met with 2 resounding slaps across the face. The sharp crack echoed, followed by a dull thud as Lu Jie was sent sprawling to the ground, a streak of glaring crimson marring his lips. Seize the scoundrel who dares to slander a fellow disciple, and deal with him according to the hall's regulations. The vice master of the blood slaughter hall disdainfully wiped his hands and issued the order. The individuals restraining Meng Chuan immediately released him and lunged toward the unconscious Lu Jie. In no time, Lu Jie was dragged away from the training area. A sudden gust swept through, causing the onlooking disciples to shudder involuntarily. "It is already late. Let us disperse for the day," spoke the elder in charge of the ranking competition after a lengthy silence. With that, he cast a glance at the 50 newly promoted inner disciples and continued, "As for the departments to which you will be assigned, a formal announcement will be posted tomorrow afternoon." Having said what needed to be said, he turned sharply and strode away. With his departure, the disciples watching the scene naturally did not linger at the training camp. The group that had been promoted to inner disciples alongside Meng Chuan did not forget to cast a few disdainful glances in his direction before leaving. Situ Jing, revealing a faint smile, calmly remarked, "Consider carefully and give me your answer by tomorrow morning." As he turned to leave, he paused momentarily by Lu Ming's side. "If memory serves me right, that lad named Lu Jie should be your fellow townsman, correct?" Without waiting for Lu Ming to respond, he resumed his pace, heading back to the Shadow Hall. Meanwhile, Lu Ming could not help but blanch, cursing under his breath at the direction in which Lu Jie was dragged away. "A useless fool who only brings misfortune. You've caused me great trouble." Beside him stood the recent arrivals from the Blood Slaughter Hall. Once assured that no outsiders were present, the deputy hall master of the Blood Slaughter Hall whispered instructions to a few trusted confidants. "Keep a close watch on everyone inside. The evidence that young Lu has hidden in Meng Chuan's room cannot simply vanish without a trace." Only a few elders from the weapon refining hall remained around Meng Chuan, their expressions increasingly grave. "Did Qin Xiong truly go to the Forbidden Valley?" Elder Tao inquired sternly. The disciple indeed witnessed senior brother Qin heading towards the Forbidden Valley. At such a moment, Meng Chuan knew he could only stick to this narrative. "I will trust you this once." Elder Tao's tone carried a subtle threat. "No matter what you may have heard from Qin Xiong, it would be wise not to divulge it to anyone outside the weapon refining hall. Otherwise, I and everyone in the hall shall be displeased." "I understand," Meng Chuan replied, nodding vigorously with a retracted neck. "Very well, rest well tonight. And remember to report to the weapon refining hall tomorrow." With a wave of his hand, Elder Tao, holding the Shadow Sword, finally departed with the members of the weapon refining hall. It was only when all the prominent figures had vanished and the audience had dispersed that Meng Chuan collapsed onto the ground. A delayed cold sweat drenched him in an instant. "Heaven help me. It seems I have temporarily preserved my life." Chapter 50. Offering unsolicited kindness after sitting for a while. Meng Chuan dragged himself to the threshold of his dormitory. Leaning against the doorframe, he gazed upward at the rather unremarkable night sky. As the beads of sweat dried in the evening breeze, he gathered his arms and slowly withdrew his gaze. Though his life had been spared, the shadow sword that had been taken from him would not be allowed to benefit those scoundrels in the weapon refining hall. As he grumbled inwardly, a profound sense of resentment overshadowed the earlier relief that had filled his heart. Although he had yet to conceive a plan to recover the shadow sword, Meng Chuan silently vowed, in the future, he would ensure that the weapon refining hall and that greedy group of elders from the demonic sect would pay dearly. Upon reflecting on this, he could not help but clench his fists tightly. A leaf, swept down by the wind, spiraled and gently descended upon his brow. He reached out and forcefully crumpled the leaf, causing Meng Chuan's gaze to grow distant and contemplative. As he meticulously reviewed all the events of the day in his mind, his brows gradually knitted together. The individual surnamed Lu, daring to incite the Blood Slaughter Hall to search my quarters, must have been thoroughly prepared. However, if that fellow were to infiltrate the training camp in such a limping manner, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to evade detection by those within the camp. Meng Chuan harbored suspicions that Lu Jie might have accomplices in the matter of his wrongful accusation, or rather, his framing. Furthermore, why did the members of the Blood Slaughter Hall fail to uncover anything from my chamber? Was it that someone had disowned Lu Jie and his cohort's conspiracy in advance and thus came to my aid? Or did the Blood Slaughter Hall's members actually find something yet chose to conceal it? Meng Chuan's mind was entangled with a myriad of thoughts, rendering it impossible for him to discern a clear line of reasoning. He scratched his head vigorously, propping himself up against the wooden wall as he rose to his feet. Turning his gaze towards the disheveled room, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Dragging his weary body, he finally managed to tidy up the space. Just as he lay down on the bed, a sudden knock at the door jolted him back to his feet. Who could it be? Disturbing my peace at this late hour? Suppressing the frustration bubbling within, he impatiently swung open the door. Upon seeing the burly figure standing outside, his eyelids involuntarily quivered. What do you want? Blocking the entrance, Meng Chuan made no attempt to conceal the wariness and disdain reflected in his eyes. The burly man bit down hard on his lip, seemingly torn between hesitation and conflict. However, he did not linger at the threshold for long. Bending his waist with a sense of urgency. Brother Meng, I apologize. Seeing Meng Chuan's bewildered expression, he took the initiative to bring up the wager he had made with Ningyu a few days prior. I was blinded by ignorance and spoke those foolish words. Brother Meng possesses extraordinary talent and will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Demon Sect in the future. Please do not hold my previous nonsense against me. Do not lower yourself to the level of someone as insignificant as I. As he spoke these words, the burly man not only failed to straighten his back, but even dared not lift his head for a moment. Meng Chuan leisurely crossed his arms and cast a languid glance around. Your sudden display of maturity is rather disconcerting. Upon hearing this, the burly man involuntarily shuddered and promptly slapped himself across the face. It is my loathsome tongue that has displeased my senior. One slap was insufficient. He deftly followed it with 2 more resounding blows. By the time he ceased, both sides of his face were flushed a deep crimson. Begone. Just ensure you do not appear before me again. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Meng Chuan did not impose too harshly on the fellow. Once the burly man hastily retreated, he cast a distant glance towards Ningyu's chamber. One wonders to which hall that woman will be assigned. Muttering softly to himself, he closed the door once more, and the moment he reclined back onto the bed, he shut his eyes. The evening breeze whistled, harmonizing with the rustling of the foliage, continuing its serenade throughout the night. The following day, the sun was tardy in making its appearance, and Meng Chuan only stirred from his slumber as midday approached. Oh no! I have yet to respond to the hall master Situ. He hastily donned his garments and splashed water on his face before rushing out of his room. Just as he stepped outside, a delicate hand reached out from the side. What is the hurry? Isn't the announcement supposed to be posted in the afternoon? I am heading to the Shadow Hall. Meng Chuan furrowed his brows and turned with a hint of vexation. After everything that transpired yesterday, Vice Hall Master Situ has not abandoned his intention to take you as a disciple? It appears so. He requested my reply this morning. Meng Chuan raised his head with a wry smile, glancing at the already late sky. I believe there's no need for you to make this trip, he remarked. Ningyu chuckled softly. Why do you say that? After all, you have no intention of joining the Shadow Hall. The difference between refusing in person and neglecting to respond is rather negligible. After a brief pause, she added with a smirk, moreover, you have now become a prominent figure in the Demon Sect. Rushing to the Shadow Hall at this moment may only invite scrutiny from others regarding Deputy Hall Master Situ. However, leaving him in suspense might lead to misunderstandings, and that could spell trouble for you later. Meng Chuan expressed his concern. You are merely overthinking. Ningyu replied with unwavering cheerfulness. If you do not make this trip, outsiders will simply assume that Deputy Hall Master Situ had already given up on you yesterday, viewing him as calm and rational. Yet, should you visit the Shadow Hall today, not only will they mock you for your persistence, but they may also secretly criticize Deputy Hall Master Situ for his coldness. Gently patting Meng Chuan on the shoulder, she continued, after all, he is the Deputy Hall Master and must maintain his own reputation. If he were to expend great effort to deal with you, it would essentially reveal to everyone that he, a mere deputy, was rejected by someone of your standing as an inner disciple. If I were in his position, I would not only avoid causing you trouble, but would even go so far as to send you some form of compensation. Retracting her hand, Ningyu turned her gaze toward the direction of the Shadow Hall, as if to suggest something to Situ Jing from afar. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan felt a slight easing of his mood. Have you had lunch? He inquired, patting his stomach and realizing that he had tea eaten since the previous night. I specifically waited for you to eat together, Ningyu replied with a sweet smile, retrieving an exquisite food box. Ignoring the surprise on Meng Chuan's face, she effortlessly pulled him back into the room. Once the door was shut, she skillfully arranged the contents of the food box onto the table. Give it a try. Everything here is prepared by my own hands. Meng Chuan grasped his chopsticks, hesitating to take a bite, instead fixating intently on her eyes. As the saying goes, flattery without cause is either deceitful or malicious. Out of caution, Meng Chuan began to suspect the motives behind this woman's preparation of the meal. Could it be that you have resolved to reveal to me the nature of the object you seek within the Demon Sect? Squinting, Ming Chuan spoke in a tone that was both teasing and probing. Chapter 51. If one night is insufficient, you may find it hard to believe. But I truly do not know what I am searching for. Ningyu bit her lip, feigning a sigh. Ming Chuan, of course, was not swayed by her words. This fish is quite delectable. He selected a piece of fish, savoring a bite. I speak the truth. Ningyu tilted her head, gazing unwaveringly into his eyes. From her sleeve, this girl produced a palm-sized crystal disc. The disc was bordered with metal, and within the crystal lay a black dot resembling an ant. What is this? Meng Chuan inquired, his expression one of confusion. This is a specially crafted tracking disc. Ningyu did not conceal the truth. Once the object I seek comes within a 2-mile radius of this disc, the black dot will begin to crawl in the direction of that object. At that point, one need only follow the path of the black dot to locate it. It was evident that Ningyu possessed a thorough understanding of the disc's utility and was filled with confidence. However, her expression soon darkened, and she spoke bitterly. Having been in the Demon Sect for nearly 2 months, I have scoured every possible location, yet the black dot remains utterly still. As she spoke, she pushed the tracking disc toward Meng Chuan. Currently, the only place I have yet to explore is the Forbidden Valley at the rear mountain. You must assist me. Due to reasons related to her cultivation techniques and physique, Ningyu was unable to enter the Forbidden Valley. This was also the reason she had sought Ming Chuan's collaboration. Inside is an antidote pill, which significantly reduces the likelihood of being affected by the valley's toxic miasma, to prove that she was not sending Ming Chuan to his demise. She subsequently produced a jade vial. Ming Chuan did not take the 2 items offered to him, instead continuing to munch on his food. Observing this, Ningyu pouted and playfully shook his arm. You had clearly promised to assist me. At that time, I had no choice but to agree. Ming Chuan rolled his eyes, unwilling to relent. Regardless of the reasons, you made a commitment. Ningyu persisted, insisting, after all, you are a man. How could you go back on your word? Realizing that her charms were not proving effective, Ningyu confidently resorted to provocation. I am not even certain if Ningyu is your true name. Why would I help you? Oh, I see. Ningyu feigned a moment of realization, sliding closer to him. You wish to know more about me? With a coy smile. She deliberately tilted her face upward, bringing her rosy lips near his ear, continuing, once you emerge from the Forbidden Valley, I can ensure you have a thorough understanding of me in every sense. In just a few words, she masterfully embodied the essence of seduction. Ming Chuan could not help but swallow hard, attempting to mask the turmoil within him with a cough. If one night is insufficient, I am willing to allow you to know me over several nights. Ningyu, her allure undiminished, spoke with a sultry tone and even blew a gentle breath against his ear. Unable to endure such teasing any longer, Ming Chuan instinctively leaned back, striving to create a semblance of distance between them. Yet, before he could exhale a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a tightening around his neck. Looking down at the enchanting woman who had unexpectedly settled upon his lap, her arms entwined around him, Ming Chuan's eyelids fluttered. For something he could not even name, she was willing to sacrifice her dignity. What could possibly be the reason for this? Are you scolding me or expressing concern for me? Ningyu boldly straddled his lap, gazing directly into his eyes. However, Ming Chuan turned his head away and refrained from gazing at the beautiful face that was so close. If you did not start eating soon, the meal would grow cold. What are you feeling guilty about? Ningyu seemed to have seized upon his weakness. I have nothing to feel guilty about. Ming Chuan certainly would not admit it. Then why do you dare not look at me? Ningyu cupped his face, attempting to turn his averted gaze back towards her. The intoxicating fragrance of the woman had already set his heart racing. At that moment, he was merely pretending to be composed. I am already full. You may continue at your leisure. Lacking the confidence to persist, he abruptly set Ningyu aside and swiftly rose, hastening out the door. Thud, thud, he dashed out of the training camp area and found a stone to sit upon. Once the cool mountain breeze had whisked away the heat from his heart, Ming Chuan finally cast a glance back. What on earth is going on? Has that woman lost her senses? He mumbled to himself, yet his mind was filled with images of being teased by Ningyu moments ago. After all, if she, a woman, was unconcerned, what was there for him to be flustered about? The more he pondered, the more regret he felt, lamenting that although he was no gentleman, he had been pretending to be one. However, he soon shook his head, casting away those chaotic thoughts. In this demonic sect, where survival itself was in question, there was no room to indulge in romantic entanglements. Finally muttering to himself, he rubbed his face vigorously and made his way toward the main peak. Upon arriving at the notice board area, his eyes were immediately drawn to a brand new announcement. Please do not let it be the Shadow Hall. While praying in his heart, Meng Chuan searched for his name on the notice. Fortunately, the words Weapon Refining Hall adorned the space before his name. Coincidentally, Ningyu had also been assigned to the Weapon Refining Hall. Could it be that he could not shake her off? Staring at Ningyu's name for a while, Meng Chuan could not help but feel a sense of frustration bubble within him. Not lingering near the notice board, he turned and hurried towards the Weapon Refining Hall. Apart from the main peak where the main hall was situated, the demonic sect also boasted 4 side peaks to the east, west, south, and north. Naturally, the height and scenery of these 4 side peaks varied significantly. The highest was the south peak, which housed the Blood Fiend Hall. The east peak, rich in vegetation, was crowned by the Shadow Hall. The north peak was fraught with traps and mechanisms, presided over by the Nether Hall, while the west peak, known for its peculiar stones and rugged paths, held a mine that had always been controlled by the Weapon Refining Hall. As it was his first visit to the Weapon Refining Hall, Meng Chuan felt a tinge of apprehension. Upon reaching the summit, a massive bronze cauldron immediately captured his attention. Beneath the cauldron was a giant furnace, its mouth measuring a full yard across. This furnace was connected to the molten lava beneath, should one fall in. No one would be able to rescue them. As Meng Chuan leaned in to peer into the furnace, a cool male voice drifted from beside him. Junior brother Meng Chuan. I have met you, senior brother. Meng Chuan's reaction was not sluggish. A figure clad in a blue robe approached, and upon hearing the greeting, his eyelids noticeably twitched, his gaze suddenly taking on an evaluative quality. After a pause of 5 or 6 seconds, he finally let out a faint hum and remarked, You possess not even 2 tails of flesh. What exactly could Elder Tao see in you? Meng Chuan chuckled softly, unable to resist the urge to rub his nose. May I inquire which direction the newcomers should proceed? Follow me. The man in the green robe gestured with a casual wave of his hand before deftly turning away. Meng Chuan naturally did not dare to be negligent, closely following in the footsteps of the other party. Chapter 52. A new challenge awaits. The place to which Meng Chuan was led was neither the main hall of the Artifact Refining Hall nor the plaza where other disciples gathered, but rather a study. Seated within was Elder Tao, whom he had encountered the previous day. Disciple Meng Chuan pays his respects to the elder. No need for such formalities, Elder Tao replied. Setting aside the tome in his hands, his gaze cool and composed. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of the Artifact Refining Hall. Meng Chuan felt honored to join the hall, and he vowed to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to bring glory to it in the future. Meng Chuan, with a face full of sincerity, unabashedly expressed his unwavering loyalty to the Artifact Refining Hall. Such devotion is indeed commendable. However, one must never act in haste. Elder Tao, seemingly pleased, nodded his head. After all, you are the individual I have chosen, and from now on, you must be particularly mindful of your words and actions, lest you provide others with ammunition. The disciple pledged to perform admirably, vowing not to disappoint you. At the mention of performance, Elder Tao suddenly hesitated. For there happens to be an opportunity for you to showcase your abilities. A sudden jolt coursed through Meng Chuan's heart, yet his countenance remained resolutely dignified. Please, command me. I shall not shirk even the most perilous of tasks. It is not quite so dire. Elder Tao waved his hand dismissively. Recently, news has reached our sect that a new mystical realm has emerged near the Zisha Plain. The sect leader has decreed that each hall must immediately dispatch personnel to explore it. The emergence of such a realm is bound to create a sensation throughout the cultivation world. Thus we must endeavor to comprehend the secrets of this realm before those who consider themselves righteous do. Ideally, we should seek to gain complete mastery over it. Elder Tao paused briefly, casting a meaningful glance at Meng Chuan before continuing in a hushed tone. Though your cultivation is not yet profound, you possess considerable potential. Should you manage to contribute to the sect during the exploration of this realm, it would indeed be a significant achievement. Even if you cannot, merely uncovering a few opportunities for yourself would not be without merit. As he concluded, he turned specifically to Meng Chuan, a smile playing upon his lips as he inquired, What are your thoughts? Meng Chuan's heart sank heavily, pondering, knowing that the emergence of the secret realm would incite great commotion. Why would they send a mere novice like me to face certain death? He was acutely aware of his own limitations, instinctively wishing to decline the task. It was then that the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated a new challenge mission to explore the Purple Sand secret realm. The mission is divided into 4 stages, with the first stage requiring you to enter the secret realm and collect 9 soul recovery herbs. The rewards for this stage include 500 spirit essence, 100 contribution points, and a platinum martial technique scratch card. The system rattled off an array of information. leaving Ming Chuan utterly bewildered. After a considerable pause, he managed to grasp the gist, only to be engulfed by hesitation. The prospect of acquiring 500 spirit essence for collecting a few low-tier mystical-grade herbs seemed highly profitable. Yet, he felt an overwhelming unease regarding the 3 undisclosed stages of the mission. A primal fear of the unknown gnawed at him. Can I refuse? After much deliberation, he inquired with his consciousness. Of course, you may decline, but doing so will result in a temporary cessation of all task assignments from the system. Until when? Until the system confirms that the host has regained the willingness to accept tasks. This could be 3 days, 3 years, or perhaps even 30 years. The exact duration remained uncertain. Meng Chuan felt his lips quiver uncontrollably, ultimately choosing to concede. Very well, I have succumbed to you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the task of exploring the Purple Sand Secret Realm. Overall task completion progress, 0. Current stage task completion progress, 0. There are still 90 days remaining until the final deadline for this task. Ming Chuan was evidently taken aback to discover that this was, in fact, a time-sensitive task, and he soon felt a twinge of regret. Observing his prolonged silence, Elder Tao across the table rapped his fingers against the surface, expressing his displeasure. I am inquiring about your response. A chance to serve the sect is one that a disciple should embrace with utmost dedication. Very well. Elder Tao nodded in satisfaction, affirming that he had not misjudged the individual before him. Almost immediately, he produced a red token adorned with golden edges, extending it towards Meng Chuan. With this, you shall have the freedom to enter and exit the mountain gate at will. Thank you, Elder. Meng Chuan did not hesitate to accept the token. Feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of finally witnessing the scenery beyond the Demon Sect after 2 months in this world, respectfully exiting the study, he soon realized that the brother in the green robe who had accompanied him had not departed. Your dormitory has been arranged. Follow me, he stated coldly, leading the way without further ado. The west peak was lined with dormitories for disciples, stretching from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain. Having recently joined the refining hall, Ming Chuan's dormitory was situated at the very end, near a small stream, where a modest 2-story wooden building stood. Aside from a neglected vegetable garden, the building was encircled by a wooden fence, barely forming a small courtyard. Each dormitory in our refining hall is protected by a formation, and the key to activate and deactivate this formation is your identity token, so be sure not to lose it. The green-robed brother demonstrated the process of activating and deactivating the protective formation before tossing Ming Chuan his identity token, departing without uttering another word. That fellow seems to harbor some grievances towards me, Ming Chuan murmured quietly, watching the brother's retreating figure. After weighing the newly acquired identity token in his hand, he mimicked the brother's earlier actions, easily unlocking the courtyard gate. Upon entering, he promptly reactivated the formation he had just closed. Stepping into the small building with a relatively brisk pace, the sight of dust and cobwebs made him shudder. Is this truly fit for habitation? He waved his hand in front of his nose, hardly daring to imagine the effort required to clean this place. Yet, in pursuit of a semblance of home and to avoid the harshness of the elements, he rolled up his sleeves and set to work. He toiled until late afternoon, finally collapsing onto the recently dried wooden bed in exhaustion. After catching his breath and brushing off his clothes, he intended to stroll through the herbal garden when, unexpectedly, Zhao Laowu arrived at his door. Brother Zhao, what brings you here? Ming Chuan was filled with surprise and quickly invited the guest into the courtyard. Zhao Laowu, in good spirits, laughed heartily, saying, I must express my gratitude to you. If it weren't for your influence, how could Lord Haisha have bestowed this token upon someone as inept as me? As he spoke, he produced a token granting access to the herb garden and waved it in front of Ming Chuan. I certainly don't possess such influence. It is your own merit that has earned you the recognition of Sister Haisha. Ming Chuan waved dismissively, unwilling to claim any credit. By the way, how is Sister Haisha? And what about everyone in the herb garden? How have they been lately? You mentioning her reminds me, Lord Haisha sent me to convey her message. She misses you. Before Zhao Laowu's words had fully settled, a forced grin appeared on his face. Chapter 53. The crisis erupts. Caught off guard, Ming Chuan found himself momentarily stunned. Upon noticing the envious gaze from Zhao Laowu, he quickly cleared his throat a couple of times, concealing the embarrassment that had suddenly crept onto his face. He pretended to mumble, It has only been 2 days since we last met. She is quite something. Zhao Laowu immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet the sycophantic smile on his lips grew even brighter. Congratulations, my dear brother. I hope you will continue to support me in the future. The formalities that had been overlooked upon their initial meeting were finally exchanged by Zhao Laowu. Meng Chuan extended his hand in a gesture of feigned modesty. Smiling as he spoke, "Brother Zhao, you are being too formal." As Zhao Laowu straightened his back, he quietly added, "I will ensure that my senior sister is well informed." "Thank you, my younger brother." "Oh no, thank you, Brother Meng." With just this lukewarm promise, Zhao Laowu felt a wave of gratitude, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Meng Chuan withdrew his hand, which had been resting on the opponent's elbow, and slowly took a step back. He gazed at Zhao Laowu several times before speaking in a calm tone. "You may return now. I will tidy up and set off shortly." At this moment, Zhao Laowu had yet to perceive the sudden detachment woven into Meng Chuan's tone, and he nodded eagerly in response. "Then I shall take my leave to report to Lord Haisha." With a subtle wave of his hand from Meng Chuan, Zhao Laowu swiftly turned and, with a single stride, vanished from sight. Meng Chuan stood still for quite some time, until a sudden gust of wind brushed against his face, forcibly returning his wandering spirit. He let out a gentle sigh, returned to his dwelling to wash his face, and subsequently locked the courtyard gate before hastening to the herbal garden. As dusk had yet to settle, upon entering the garden, he noticed several familiar figures anxiously searching for spiritual herbs. However, upon spotting him, these figures hastily concealed themselves. The fearful glances that stealthily darted in his direction evoked a sense of melancholy within Meng Chuan. Ultimately, he refrained from acknowledging them, and with a heart laden with inexplicable emotions, made his way to the residence of the Veiled Lady. As he ascended the stone steps before her garden, just as he prepared to knock on the door, it unexpectedly swung open. Inside, the Veiled Lady remained adorned in her flowing black dress and veiled face. Yet her eyes sparkled with a warmth absent from previous encounters. Without uttering a word, she extended her delicate hand and warmly drew Meng Chuan into her chamber. "Senior sister, did you seek me?" Meng Chuan stifled the discomfort within him, striving to maintain his composure. However, as the door closed behind him and the intoxicating fragrance of rouge enveloped him, he could not suppress the fluttering in his heart. He inadvertently glanced towards the Veiled Lady's obscured cheek, pondering if perhaps she had adorned herself with makeup today. Seemingly attuned to his thoughts, the Veiled Lady purred. "Are you eager to discover my true appearance?" With those words, she raised her right hand, poised to unveil her veil. In that moment, Meng Chuan felt as if he had momentarily ceased breathing, his eyes wide with anticipation. Yet, after a prolonged wait for the unveiling that never arrived, he gradually recognized his own folly. He quickly averted his gaze, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At that very moment, the Veiled Lady stepped closer, her voice laced with both provocation and allure. "Since I turned 12, I have never willingly revealed my visage to any man. Do you truly wish to see?" Before Meng Chuan could respond, she rose onto her toes, leaning close to his ear. "If you look, will you take responsibility for me?" Her words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, drenching him in surprise. To be held accountable merely for gazing upon her countenance seemed far too much. Regaining his composure, Meng Chuan instinctively took a half step back, attempting to create a momentary distance between himself and the woman. Yet, before his retreat could be completed, an untimely system notification echoed in his ears. "Ding. A marked individual has been detected, 97 meters from the host." Meng Chuan furrowed his brow. The visitor was not Hua Wenfeng, but rather the enigmatic expert who had previously attempted to assassinate him before the notice board. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan's gaze trembled with urgency, and even his little heart involuntarily contracted. Perhaps this was a splendid opportunity to discern the true visage of that person. With a clenched fist, he abruptly turned around, intent on dashing towards the door. However, just as he took a step, he suddenly felt a tight grip on his arm. In the next moment, a powerful force surged forth, causing Meng Chuan to inadvertently collide with the soft bosom of the woman in black gauze. Before he could comprehend the situation, the woman seized his hand and placed it upon her slender waist. Subsequently, she elegantly twisted her body and reclined against the nearby square table. Meng Chuan found himself inadvertently pressed against the woman, his heart racing. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" In all his 2 lifetimes, he had never felt such a flustered state as he did now. The woman in the black veil, however, offered no reply. She removed her veil with one hand while forcefully grasping his collar with the other. In the next moment, Meng Chuan's first kiss was stolen. The warm sensation that enveloped his lips nearly caused his eyes to bulge in astonishment, and his mind buzzed with confusion. He struggled to articulate a response, yet only incoherent sounds escaped his lips. The stunning beauty of the veiled woman was unveiled before him, her visage tinged with an alluring crimson blush. Despite her evident shyness, she cast furtive glances toward the door, Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the door was violently flung open from the outside, shattering the latch and causing half of the door to detach from its frame, crashing into the room. Standing outside was a young man clad in white, appearing to be merely 25 or 26 years of age. Upon witnessing the scene within, his hair and garments were lifted by the surge of murderous intent he exuded. Without uttering a single word, he lunged forward, effortlessly closing the distance to the table in a single stride. His right hand shot up, precisely seizing Ming Chuan by the neck. In an instant, Ming Chuan was wrenched away from the black-clad maiden and forcefully pinned against the cold wooden wall behind the table. With his feet dangling in the air, his eyes rolled back, and he gasped for breath, overwhelmed by an intense sensation of suffocation. Am I to die again? The pervasive feeling of helplessness seeped into his very bones, filling him with despair. Just as his consciousness began to wane, a woman's furious shout jolted him back to awareness. If anything happens to my man today, I shall not live. With that, the woman in black drew a slender, dark purple sword and pressed it against her delicate neck. As the blade grazed her skin, a thin line of crimson emerged. Witnessing this, the newcomer's eyelids twitched violently, his face contorted in a mixture of rage and indignation. Meng Chuan momentarily regained a semblance of clarity in his mind, yet he remained utterly bewildered by the circumstances surrounding him. All he could do was incessantly pry at the sinister claw still gripping his neck. Chapter 54. The half-year pact. He was merely a lowly inner disciple. Why subject yourself to such degradation? The young man in white glared intently into the eyes of the veiled woman, his voice laced with fury. If the lady so desires, what business is it of yours? The woman, with her free hand, gestured towards the door. Enough of your prattle. Begone and do not disturb the intimate moment between me and my dear Chuan. Upon hearing her words, the flames of anger in the young man's eyes intensified, and he tightened his grip even further. Meng Chuan could not help but roll his eyes, his tongue even protruding beyond his lips. Xiao Chuan, I shall take my leave first. When I arrive in the underworld, do remember to seek me out. The woman in the black veil did not plead for mercy, nor did she show any intention of softening her stance, instead adopting an air of noble sacrifice. In that moment, Meng Chuan was utterly unresponsive. Yet the young man in the white robe was the first to panic. His gaze trembled, and ultimately, before the veiled woman could take her own life, he forcefully threw Meng Chuan aside. A dull thud resonated as Meng Chuan tumbled to the threshold, finally coming to a halt. Collapsed on the ground, he curled up, clutching his neck, coughing violently. Saliva and tears flowed simultaneously down his face, which turned an alarming shade of crimson. The veiled woman rushed to his side, feigning deep concern as she enveloped him in her embrace. Xiao Chuan, are you all right? Please don't scare me. Observing the two figures entwined once more, the young man's face darkened to a hue reminiscent of a soot-laden pot. All these years, my feelings for you have been known throughout the sect. Must you humiliate me so? He retorted. Withdraw your ridiculous affections. I, Xiaoyin, have no interest in them. The veiled woman did not conceal her disdain for him, her eyes betraying a flicker of concealed hatred. My feelings for you have never wavered, but do not presume that my tolerance will remain unchanging. The young man in white adopted a threatening tone, implying that he was no longer averse to coercing Xiaoyin. A tremor coursed through her delicate form, and a fleeting shadow of fear passed through her eyes. As Meng Chuan finally caught his breath, he sensed the tremor she had produced. With a furrowed brow, an internal struggle ensued, yet Meng Chuan ultimately found himself unable to remain a mere spectator. He understood all too well that even if he were to sever ties with Xiaoyin, it would not earn him the understanding of the approaching individual. Given that the adversarial relationship could not be reversed, his sole option was to align himself with Xiaoyin. In doing so, he would at least gain an additional ally, despite the fact that this ally was also the architect of his current perilous predicament. Struggling to lift his head from Xiaoyin's embrace, Meng Chuan suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? The newcomer retorted, turning away with disdain. You are merely 2 years my senior. What exactly is there for you to be so proud of? Meng Chuan curled the corner of his mouth, feigning a haughty demeanor despite his weakened state. Resting in Xiaoyin's embrace, before his opponent could retort, he continued, had I trained for a year, no, merely 6 months, today it would be you lying on the ground. With that, he deliberately reached out to caress Xiaoyin's exquisite visage, sneering, to covet another's heart while resorting to threats on their life. How utterly pathetic. No wonder my dear Yin looks down upon you. Who is it that you deem pathetic? The young man in white raised his eyebrows, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him. Who else but you? Ming Chuan replied without hesitation, if you truly possess any skill, then await my return from the purple sand plains. At that time, I shall demonstrate to the world that Yin Yin's judgment is infallible. You, on the other hand, are merely a worthless relic of age, utterly unworthy of her affection. Ming Chuan boldly inscribed the words Zhang Kuang upon his visage, relentlessly provoking his adversary with his words. The individual had yet to impose any force upon Cao Yin, which led him to believe there resided within his opponent a semblance of pride typical of a man. In this dire predicament, the only recourse he could conceive was this singular approach. Xiao Yin's gaze quivered, seemingly taken aback by his audacity. In my eyes, Xiao Chuan, you are the most formidable man in the world. The newcomer, stirred by the fervent confidence Cao Yin exhibited towards Ming Chuan, ultimately fell into the trap. I shall grant you 6 months. After this period, I will personally sever your head before the entire sect. I will ensure that the world knows the dire consequences that befall those who dare to covet what is mine. With a sinister finality to his words, the stranger cast a cold glare at Cao Yin and turned away, departing as if compelled by an unseen force. It was only after the figure had vanished from sight that Ming Chuan finally exhaled in relief. Shouldn't that man have imposed additional conditions, such as forbidding me from spending time alone with senior sister Cao in the coming months? Pondering this, he abruptly realized, perhaps that man did not harbor such deep affections for senior sister Cao after all. Ming Chuan remained oblivious to the fact that the moment the observer witnessed his kiss with Cao Yin, she had already tarnished her image in their eyes. Once something is tainted, even if it continues to soak in foul water, it evokes no sympathy. Shaking off those tumultuous thoughts, Ming Chuan struggled to free himself from Cao Yin's embrace. The intimacy they had feigned moments ago evaporated in an instant. Reflecting on that earlier kiss, Ming Chuan could almost ascertain that Cao Yin had deliberately staged their closeness in light of the impending arrival of the observer. Although he could not yet fathom the motives behind her actions, it was undeniable that he had attracted a formidable adversary. Recalling the perilous moment they had just experienced, Ming Chuan felt not only a lingering fear but also a surging tide of anger. Do I bear any grudge against you? He asked. No, Cao Yin shook her head. Then why have you harmed me? Ming Chuan nearly resorted to cursing. If I were to say that everything was merely a coincidence, would you believe me? Do you think I would still dare to believe that? Ming Chuan retorted indignantly. Cao Yin hesitated, her lips moving as if to explain. Yet the chill of his gaze made her heart uneasy. Taking a deep breath, she turned back to the table, filled her cup with the now lukewarm tea, and after taking a sip, spoke coldly, if I truly wished to harm you, you would have perished long ago when I dealt with that imprisoned demon beast. Furthermore, let us not forget that during your night of hiding in the herbal garden, I was the one who provided cover for you. Slamming the teacup onto the table, a fierce expression crossed her face. That kiss was my first in 30 years, a treasure I had never been willing to part with. To be precise, I was the one at a disadvantage here. After all, she had been quite young when she ascended to the Golden Core realm, and upon entering that state, the pace of aging slowed considerably. Thus, she appeared to be merely in her early 20s. So, who exactly was that person, and what is your relationship with him? Ming Chuan, however, was no longer inclined to continue the debate regarding right and wrong. He merely sought to gain a deeper understanding of his adversary. As the old adage goes, to know yourself and your enemy is to win 100 battles without peril. Chapter 55. Grasshoppers on the same rope. Having just regained his composure, Ming Chuan had initially failed to realize that he could utilize the system to deduce information about the youth in the white robe. Now that he had come to this realization, he could only seek intelligence from Cao Yin. While Cao Yin organized her words, he discreetly summoned the system, spending 50 Ling Yun to conduct a detailed analysis of this woman. Cao Yin, female, age 30, had been a member of the Demon Sect for 16 years. Possessing a purine spiritual body, and her current cultivation level was at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Her foundational technique was the Demon Heaven Treasure Record, and she excelled in martial skills, particularly the advanced Xian level Thousand Autumn Sword technique. Her weapon of choice was the advanced Xian level Purple Ling Sword, and she currently possessed no accompanying magical artifacts. While the other details were manageable, Ming Chuan was profoundly shocked to learn that this woman had already advanced to the nascent soul realm. Surely, there must be some mistake. During her previous confrontation with Lu Ming, who was at the Golden Core stage, she did not seem to gain any significant advantage. The art of feigning weakness is not solely the domain of the host. The system, devoid of any reservations, openly mocked Ming Chuan, offering him no semblance of dignity. Ming Chuan wished to exchange a few words with the system, when suddenly, Cao Yin at the table interjected. The individual in question was named Tua Ba Lan, the son of Tua Ba Hao, the deputy leader of the Nether Hall. Besides his distinguished lineage, he possessed an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. At merely 28 years of age, he had already approached the threshold of the nascent soul stage, making him an unequivocal standout among his peers, and indeed, he could rightly be deemed a genius within the entire realm of cultivation. Ming Chuan listened with a hint of displeasure, lightly snorting, if he is indeed so exceptional, why not submit to him? My bond with him is utterly impossible. Chao Yin spoke with unwavering determination, no longer concealing the hatred simmering in her eyes. Why? Meng Chuan hesitated momentarily, yet resolved to probe deeper. Because, alongside me during our abduction to the Demon Sect was my own younger brother. Chao Yin clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she continued. Xiao Feng lacked my cultivation talent. He could not endure until I ascended to the inner sect disciple from the herb garden, and was instead captured by Tuoba how to be transformed into a puppet. At this juncture, the veins on her hands stood out prominently, and the table beneath her arm emitted a series of creaking groans. Meng Chuan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation of the woman's tragic past. Before I acquire sufficient strength to avenge Xiao Feng, I understand that I must endure in silence. Thus, I intentionally caused a mishap, resulting in my banishment to the herb garden. The herb garden is a place shunned by nearly all disciples, allowing me to cultivate my skills in peace. Regardless of the time it may take, I firmly believe that one day I shall surpass the Tuoba father and son. As the conversation unfolded, Chao Yin suddenly sighed, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness and a tinge of bitterness. What has transpired? Meng Chuan instinctively inquired. My unique constitution has been discovered, Chao Yin replied, biting her lip tightly. Meng Chuan felt a moment of bewilderment, yet he feigned a look of confusion. Before he could inquire further, Chao Yin took it upon herself to explain. I am a pure Yin spirit body, regarded by countless demonic cultivators as a natural dual cultivation furnace. Since then, Tuoba Lan has relentlessly sought to harass me, even going so far as to feign warnings to the entire sect regarding his peers. He proclaimed that anyone who dared to oppose me would be considered an enemy of Tuoba Lan. In truth, his actions stem from a mere fear of more individuals discovering my unique constitution. To further exert control over me, he even bribed those around me, poisoning my meals. Humph. Does he believe that such tactics would compel me to humbly seek his favor? He is sorely mistaken. Even in death, I shall never bow to any scoundrel of the Tuoba clan. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan's expression shifted, a flicker of concern surfacing in his eyes. What poison? Is it resolved now? He asked, only to realize that his tone had grown somewhat urgent. Chao Yin paused, momentarily taken aback by the sudden concern reflected in his anxious face. Just moments ago, he had reproached her. Now, he seemed genuinely worried. I am not the only one who has lost my first kiss. You owe me an explanation. A soft giggle escaped from Chao Yin as she covered her mouth. With such a disposition, you are likely to encounter difficulties in the demonic sect. Meng Chuan feigned ignorance, propping himself against the door frame before inquiring. Why did you pull me into this? Because I have heard that you are the designated disciple of Situ Jing. Chao Yin replied, her eyes half closed. Situ Jing, coincidentally, was the greatest adversary of Tuoba Hao within the Demon Sect. With a sigh, she added in a husky voice, I had initially hoped to use you to provoke a conflict between Situ and Tuoba, thereby weakening Tuoba Hao's influence. However, I did not anticipate that you would ultimately join the artifact refining hall. Now, I find myself regretting not having taken Situ Jing as my master. Meng Chuan, with a swift flick of his tongue, suddenly wished for time to reverse. Regrettably, this world possesses neither a time machine nor an elixir of regret. Some opportunities, once missed, are irrevocably lost. Chao Yin rose, brushing off her attire, and approached him with measured steps, bending down with a resolute demeanor. Now, we are like grasshoppers on the same string, and thus I hope for our future collaboration. Whether we shall cooperate remains to be seen upon my return from the Purple Sand Plains. Meng Chuan's resentment towards this woman did not dissipate due to the circumstances. Previously, when he spoke of dealing with Tuoba Lan, he was so full of bravado. Why had he suddenly grown timid now? Gently lifting his chin with her fingers, Chao Yin continued, if, after 6 months, you truly managed to conquer that scoundrel Tuoba Lan, I might indeed consider allowing you to be my first man. Meng Chuan flicked his chin with force and retorted disdainfully, I have no interest in the old lady. How annoying. Chao Yin playfully smacked his head and teased, come on, call me sister. Meng Chuan did not heed the advice to call out. Instead, as soon as his legs regained some strength, he swiftly rose from the ground. I pondered for a moment, realizing that collaboration was indeed feasible, but it was essential to first test your sincerity. Oh, how do you intend to conduct this trial? Chao Yin appeared to be intrigued. Meng Chuan did not hesitate. He cast Qin Xiong's lifeless body from the spatial ring. Did you not assert that he ventured into the Forbidden Valley? Chao Yin's brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, I did mention that. Which is precisely why I require you to deliver the body to the Forbidden Valley. If I am not mistaken, members of the Artifact Refining Hall have already ventured into the Forbidden Valley in search of him. Once you enter, it would be prudent to keep a low profile around those individuals. You hold me in far too high regard, dear younger brother. I have yet to hear of any disciple from the Demon Sect who has entered the Forbidden Valley and returned alive. Chao Yin did not acquiesce, but instead appeared anxious and fearful. Ordinary disciples typically reach only the Golden Core stage, yet you must possess capabilities beyond that, do you not? Meng Chuan implied. Chao Yin's gaze suddenly turned frigid, a flicker of murderous intent swiftly passing through her eyes. Meng Chuan, however, maintained an impassive demeanor as he deftly slid the storage ring back onto Qin Xiong's finger, remarking languidly, "You may freely take everything within the ring as your reward. Aside from that large cauldron and the set of refining techniques." Chapter 56. One cannot only seek personal gain having said what needed to be expressed and leaving behind what was meant to stay. Meng Chuan did not linger at Chao Yin's residence. As he departed, Chao Yin leaned against the doorframe, her eyes flickering with myriad emotions. After a considerable pause, she finally shifted her gaze to Qin Xiong's finger. After much hesitation, she ultimately removed the storage ring and examined it closely. Upon seeing its contents, a look of astonishment spread across her face. Could that be the Earth-grade obsidian cloud essence crystal? At that moment, she was unaware that the items Meng Chuan had left in the ring were not the entirety of its original contents. The high-quality spiritual pills originally obtained from the ring had all been stored in Meng Chuan's system warehouse. Additionally, he had withheld 2 of the 3 Earth-grade spiritual ore pieces. Furthermore, he had taken special care to back up the 5 scrolls within the ring, which constituted the complete set of refining techniques. Lastly, to avoid the ring appearing too empty, Meng Chuan had stuffed it with all the scrap metal he had on him. In essence, apart from the cauldron and the refining techniques, the refining hall would find little of value within. Had it not been to dispel their suspicions towards him, he might have even withheld the cauldron itself. As he strolled along, Meng Chuan tilted his head back and yawned, casting a glance at the sky, which had quietly succumbed to the night. In any case, he decided to rest for a couple of days, not feeling an immediate urgency to rush towards the purple sand plains. Murmuring softly to himself, he instinctively reached up to touch his neck. Although the mark imprinted on his skin was invisible, the lingering pain and humiliation were palpable. "Just half a year, Tuobalan, you shall wait for me." Lowering his hand and forming a fist, a glint of murderous intent inadvertently crept into Meng Chuan's gaze. Upon returning to his humble abode, he prepared a simple dinner with his own hands. Sated, he fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until the afternoon of the following day. A sudden knock on the door roused him from his slumber. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Meng Chuan opened the door, his face adorned with a frown. Ningyu, dressed in a flowing yellow gown, did not wait for an invitation but instead entered unceremoniously. "Qin Xiong is dead." At this revelation, Meng Chuan feigned astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. Ningyu recounted the events she had just witnessed. Merely half an hour prior, the 2 elders of the refining hall, along with Qin Xiong's corpse, had been carried back to the western peak. What happened to those elders? Meng Chuan's heart tightened. It is said they were afflicted by the poisonous miasma of the Forbidden Valley. Ningyu cautiously glanced outside the door, then lowered her voice. "But I sense that those 2 elders were actually injured by someone. In this demonic sect, who would dare to harm the elders?" Meng Chuan spoke those words, yet could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety in his heart, pondering whether that woman, Chao Yin, might have been caught in the act of disposing of a corpse by the 2 elders of the Artifact Refining Hall. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of worry surged within him. "I share your confusion, which is precisely why I took the initiative to inquire about it at another peak before coming here." Ningyu chuckled mischievously, crossing her arms and suddenly deciding to keep him in suspense. Meng Chuan rolled his eyes in exasperation and reluctantly inquired, "May I ask what information you have gathered?" "Interestingly, an elder from the Shadow Hall was injured today," Ningyu replied with a smile. "And so?" Meng Chuan feigned ignorance, as if he had completely missed her insinuation. "Thus, I suspect that Qin Xiong harbors a significant secret. Otherwise, how could it provoke a brawl between the 2 halls?" Before Meng Chuan could retort, she leaned closer, gazing up at him, and continued, "You were the last person Qin Xiong encountered before entering the Forbidden Valley. Did he not divulge anything to you at that time? I doubt that Qin Xiong and I are on such intimate terms." Ming Chuan replied curtly. "Why don't you think it over again?" Ningyu pressed on relentlessly. "Why are you suddenly so interested in someone with the surname Qin?" Ming Chuan narrowed his eyes. "I am merely intrigued by the secrets he possesses," Ningyu instinctively clarified, regardless of the nature of that secret. The fact that it could incite a confrontation between the Shadow Hall and the Refining Hall indicated its immense potential value. As she spoke, Ningyu's expression turned fierce, and her tone became markedly colder. If utilized properly, it might even incite chaos within the Demon Sect. Ahem, what did you just say? Meng Chuan's lips twitched, questioning his own hearing. Ningyu paused momentarily, then suddenly realized her slip of the tongue. In an effort to mask her inner turmoil, she hastily changed the subject. "By the way, I heard you're going to explore the secret realm in the Purple Sand Plains. You seem quite well informed." Meng Chuan did not deny it. It is said to be a newly emerged secret realm, undoubtedly filled with treasures. Ningyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she suddenly clung to his arm and urged, "You can't just keep all the wealth for yourself. Hold on a moment." Meng Chuan swiftly detached her grip and stepped back. Yet, Ningyu once again drew close, playfully wrapping her arms around his left arm. "Brother Chuan, you simply must take me along." Pouting her lips, she tilted her face up, blinking her large, innocent eyes in a pleading manner. Meng Chuan was left with goosebumps, hastily shaking off her small hand. It was said that the sect leader encouraged disciples from various sects to venture to the Purple Sand Plains for training. Why not apply to join on your own? However, for a girl to venture alone to such perilous grounds would indeed be daunting. Ningyu feigned a timid demeanor, and moreover, everyone within the sect was aware of the nature of their relationship. "If you were to abandon me so callously, would you not fear the gossip of others?" The mere mention of this irked Meng Chuan, yet despite his annoyance, he recognized the truth in Ningyu's words. Of course, he was not particularly concerned with the idle chatter of outsiders. His real apprehension lay in the possibility that his own circumstances might incite the ire of certain individuals towards Ningyu. Lu Ming and Tuoba Lan were hardly virtuous characters. If they could secure one or two opportunities within the secret realm, both he and Ningyu would possess greater means for self-preservation. Surely, that could only be advantageous. With this in mind, after much contemplation, Meng Chuan ultimately acquiesced. "I can allow you to accompany me, but on the journey, you must heed my every command." "Not a problem," Ningyu replied with unhesitating resolve. "Very well, prepare yourself to depart. We shall set off the day after tomorrow at dawn." "Why not tomorrow? If we delay, we may not be able to rent a beast cart." "Before we embark, I have certain personal matters to attend to," Meng Chuan stated sternly, refusing to divulge further details. "What is it? May I assist you?" Ningyu, ever eager to help, inquired. "No need. I can manage on my own. In any case, you should return for now." Meng Chuan directly extended his hand and unceremoniously pushed Ningyu out. After securely locking the doors and windows, he returned to his bedroom, seated himself cross-legged on the large bed, and immediately contacted the system. "I am prepared. Let us commence." Chapter 57. The final entry into Golden Core. Shall I invest 1,000 contribution points to deduce the realm? Yes. Meng Chuan did not hesitate in the slightest. As his words fell, the number in the contribution points column on the system panel rapidly dwindled to 0. Simultaneously, a colossal surge of energy began to pour into him from the crown of his head. The spiritual essence surged through his meridians like a torrent that had burst its banks, causing an unprecedented, intense pain to radiate throughout his limbs and bones. Unable to contain himself, Meng Chuan contorted his face, and veins began to surface on his forehead and arms. This sensation was vastly different from any previous breakthroughs, filling him not only with confusion but also an overwhelming sense of dread. Ah, the Foundation Establishment Pill. Recalling the elixir he had set aside for this moment, Meng Chuan struggled to access the system's storage panel. Finding the vial containing the Foundation Establishment Pill, he unhesitatingly removed the cork and poured the pill into his mouth. As the pill dissolved, the excruciating pain coursing through his body noticeably eased. Crackling sounds of something fracturing began to resonate in his ears. The spiritual essence coiled within his dantian continued to condense, gradually forming a gleaming golden orb. Initially warm and gentle like the morning sun, the golden core soon became as scorching and radiant as the midday sun in summer. "It is done." With a gulp, Meng Chuan withdrew his energy. He turned to glance at the square table in the room and casually pointed with his finger. Pure spiritual energy erupted forth, swiftly creating a bowl-sized indentation in the tabletop. In the past, such an action would have merely caused the table to wobble twice. At that moment, he perceived a significant transformation in the spiritual essence within him. Not only had it become denser and more refined, but it also seemed to have sharpened, with enthusiasm ignited. He exited the door and began practicing the Xuanlong palm in the courtyard. In the absence of the shadow sword, this palm technique had become one of his few remaining supports, necessitating swift mastery. However, despite his commendable aptitude, he was unable to make substantial progress in mastering the Xuanlong palm within just 2 days. After taking a shower and packing some daily necessities, Meng Chuan summoned Ningyu, and together they headed towards the beast taming garden. This establishment provides bicycles for guests needing to travel long distances throughout the year, available for rental at a reasonable fee. It is worth noting that if a renter fails to return the bicycle on time, they will be subjected to a mandatory threefold compensation. Consequently, individuals with even a modest amount of wealth prefer to purchase outright rather than risk renting. However, for the newcomers Meng Chuan and Ningyu, amassing the funds necessary to buy a vehicle is utterly unattainable. Even after exhausting their family resources, they still find themselves considerably short of the rental fee. Should their finances fall short, they could utilize magical artifacts as a form of compensation, as kindly suggested by the senior brother overseeing the beast car management. At that moment, Meng Chuan instinctively began to check his system inventory when suddenly, a melodious female voice captured his attention. "We are also in need of some funds here. If junior brother Meng does not mind, we could share a rental vehicle." Turning towards the sound, he beheld a tall young woman clad in red, her striking beauty illuminated by a warm smile. Behind her stood a petite girl in a blue dress, exuding a sweet charm. Unacquainted with one another, Meng Chuan hesitated. Ningyu, feeling her storage pouch, discreetly urged him forward. "I have nothing to offer as collateral. Perhaps we should accept their proposal." Noticing his lingering indecision, Ningyu added, "We might glean valuable information regarding the secret realm from them." After all, these two women were absent from the recent disciple rankings, which suggests they have been inner disciples longer than we have and likely possess more extensive connections. To assuage Meng Chuan's reservations, the woman in red deliberately produced her identity token. "Junior brother may not recognize me, but your name is well known in the Artifact Refining Hall." Realizing they were both senior sisters from the Artifact Refining Hall, Meng Chuan's expression shifted to one of enlightenment as he returned a respectful gesture. "Evidently, Elder Taos holds you in high regard. Your future in the Artifact Refining Hall is undoubtedly bright." The woman in red reciprocated with a bow, adding playfully, "My sister and I have long wished to meet junior brother, and now that the opportunity has finally arrived, we certainly cannot let it slip away." With her compliment came a hint of jest. "You flatter me, elder sister." Meng Chuan humbly waved his hand. Given the earnestness of the proposal, further refusal seemed rather impolite. After a moment of deliberation, he finally acquiesced to the suggestion of sharing a residence with the others. Once the payment was settled, he drove the beast cart, carrying 3 women, as they departed through the mountain gate. Although the speed of the swift wind wolf was not slow, reaching the purple sand plain would require at least 20 days. Along the journey, the 4 of them shared meals and accommodations, growing increasingly familiar with one another. In time, Meng Chuan naturally learned the names of his 2 senior sisters, the woman in red, surnamed Chu, named Hong Ying, and the woman in blue, surnamed Mu, named Ping Er. In terms of cultivation, Mu Ping Er was still at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, while Chu Hongying had already reached the initial stage of the golden core. After traveling for 5 consecutive days, a small town finally appeared before them that evening. Upon seeing the curling smoke rising above the town, the 3 women exclaimed in excitement. After several days of cold flatbreads, they were finally going to enjoy a warm meal. "Surely, there must be an inn in the town. If I don't get a proper bath soon, I shall surely stink. I can already smell the aroma of roasted duck." "Meng Chuan, why are you dawdling?" Hearing this, Meng Chuan turned around and rolled his eyes, retorting, "If you are so eager, why not sprout wings and fly in?" Despite his words, he still gave the swift wind wolf a sharp crack with his whip. With a cry, the wolf's speed suddenly increased. In less than 10 minutes, the beast cart entered the town. The appearance of the magical beast did not startle the townsfolk. They continued with their tasks as if nothing unusual had occurred. Meng Chuan was unexpectedly taken aback by the calm demeanor of the townsfolk, until his gaze fell upon a cluster of beast carts parked at the town's edge, which finally enlightened him. It seemed that numerous cultivators were traversing this route. Before he could finish his thoughts, Ning Yu and the other 2 women had already leaped from their cart and made a beeline for the town's sole inn. with a subtle twitch of his eyelid. Meng Chuan let out a quiet sigh and proceeded to secure his handcard in the town. Upon turning towards the inn, he anticipated a warm welcome of sumptuous food and fine wine, but instead, he encountered a significant predicament. The moment he stepped inside, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The three women, seated by the window, witnessed a burly young man violently overturning the dining table before them. The dishes and utensils shattered into countless fragments, leaving the patrons in the hall utterly speechless with shock. Chapter 58. The silver-plated spearhead Meng Chuan stood at the entrance of the inn, witnessing the scene of the table being overturned in its entirety. The burly youth who had flipped the table seemed unsatisfied, forcefully kicking away an adjacent empty stool. Instantly, a dull thud resonated through the room as the stool spun and collided with the wall, shattering upon impact. In my life, I rarely invite anyone for a drink. If you show me such disrespect, I shall take great offense. With that, the muscular youth lowered his head, casting a chilling glance over the three young women, his voice laden with menace. And what of it if you are angry? Chu Hongying replied coldly, raising her head dismissively. You don't truly believe that I would mistake your temper for kindness, do you? As he spoke, the burly youth seized a wine jug from a table behind him and raised it menacingly above Chu Hongying's head. The patrons at that table, instead of intervening, grinned widely, anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Brother Wang, your reputation seems to hold little weight here, doesn't it? This is quite a unique way of toasting. I wonder what the outcome will be. One full jug down, and he'll surely be inebriated. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, the youth tilted the jug. Chu Hongying's eyelids flickered slightly as she swiftly raised her hand to swat the jug away. The jug traced a less than graceful arc before crashing in front of the raucous group. With a loud crash, the jug shattered on the table, also demolishing a porcelain bowl filled with soup. The wine mingled with the soup, splattering across the table and unexpectedly dousing the fine garments of the diners, creating a starry array of greasy stains. Meanwhile, the burly youth, now clutching his stomach, knelt on the ground. A sudden silence enveloped the room, lingering for a full 3 seconds. After avoiding the cascade of liquid from the table, the companions of the burly youth rose to their feet, swiftly encircling the three young women. Chu Hongying's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Yet, upon seeing Meng Chuan, she feigned a look of terror. Brother Meng, please save us. Her cry drew the attention of the troublemaking men, who turned to glance at the inn's entrance. Upon spotting Meng Chuan standing by the door, one of the burly men in black robes scoffed. A mere waste blown over by the wind. And he thinks he can save anyone? With that, the man turned back, casting a sinister gaze at Chu Hongying. Dare to strike my junior brother without facing consequences? How about this? If you serve me well tonight, I shall spare these two young ladies. As he spoke, his gaze descended unabashedly, fixating on Chu Hongying's prominent bosom. Upon hearing his words, his companions erupted into narrow, mocking laughter. Chu Hongying's complexion darkened instantly, her fists clenched tightly, producing a sound reminiscent of cracking knuckles. Nevertheless, she refrained from reacting aggressively, instead observing Meng Chuan from a distance. In that moment, she portrayed the fragility and helplessness of a woman through her expressive eyes. Not only she, but Mu Pinger and Ning Yu also looked pitifully from the inn's entrance. Did these women intend to use this opportunity to gauge my true capabilities? The thought crossed Meng Chuan's mind, causing his raised foot to freeze mid-air. Noticing his prolonged silence, the onlookers could not help but scoff. Is he truly a man? Or does he resemble a timid turtle more and more? Thus, it is said that when venturing out, one must choose the right protector of flowers, lest they end up with a mere fade. It appears that the so-called virtue of speech is something the audience lacks entirely, subjected to various belittlements and ridicule. Meng Chuan found it impossible to remain indifferent. What are you all clamoring about? Will you compensate for the damages? As he scanned the room, his gaze ultimately settled on the burly figure clad in black robes. Or perhaps, will you be the one to pay? Ha ha. The man in black roared with laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke. You need not worry about compensation. I shall offer your precious life to the innkeeper. With that, he stepped forward, swiftly leaving Chu Hongying's side. A gust of wind swept through the hall as the man in black lunged towards Meng Chuan at the doorway, perhaps to showcase his prowess. He unleashed two substantial manifestations of spiritual energy with his initial strike. Each punch shadow loomed larger than Meng Chuan's head. However, only one was aimed at Meng Chuan. The other struck the wall first. With a thunderous crash, a square hole measuring a meter was blasted into the wall. Amidst the flying wooden debris, the burly man in black grinned, proclaiming, "Now is your chance to kneel and beg for mercy." The spectators collectively gasped, their eyes filled with sympathy for Meng Chuan. Should he be struck, it would likely leave his internal organs irreparably damaged. Your life is at stake. Perhaps you should consider yielding. In response, Meng Chuan let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Yield to someone inferior to me? How absurd you are to even suggest it. Though his cultivation was lacking, his bravado was immense. The burly man in black thrust his hand forward with great force. In an instant, the fist aimed at Meng Chuan swelled even larger. Witnessing this, Ningyu's expression hardened, a layer of concern creeping onto her face. Meng Chuan did not even blink, forming his palm into a blade and slicing through the air. As the palm blade emerged, the incoming shadow of the fist was instantly cleaved in two. Meng Chuan lightly waved his sleeve once more, effortlessly dispersing the shadows of fists that loomed before him. The fierce gust generated by the rolling sleeve fiercely struck the face of the burly man in black robes. Consequently, the man found himself involuntarily stepping back a pace. Meng Chuan, however, did not pursue immediately. Instead, he leisurely crossed his arms and coldly gazed at the suddenly pallid face of his opponent. In a chilling tone, he stated, "You have two choices. Either sincerely apologize to my 3 senior sisters and compensate for the damages incurred by the shopkeeper, then leave without further ado. Or I shall end your existence with a single slap." The burly man in the black robe refrained from responding, but his companions could not contain themselves. "Do you even comprehend who you are dealing with? Even if you wish to boast, you ought to consider your own position first." Initially, Meng Chuan had no intention of acting immediately, but upon hearing those words, he swiftly executed the serpent's dance technique. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the black-robed man gathered strength in his legs, attempting to distance himself from Meng Chuan. However, just as he was about to spring into action, a sudden blur appeared before him. In the next instant, a resounding slap struck his face, covering his cheek. He looked at the figure now standing before him and was struck with a chilling realization. The disparity between them was far greater than he had imagined. He had mistakenly provoked the wrong individual from the very beginning. Yet, to realize his folly now was clearly too late. Chapter 59. Beware of eavesdroppers. The sound of the slap not only left the burly man in shock, but also rendered his companions utterly speechless. Even other patrons in the inn could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. A disciple of the Changla sect had been publicly slapped. Who would believe such a tale? What kind of person was this audacious fellow? So brazen as to provoke the Changlu sect without fear of retribution? Originally, they had intended to rest comfortably here for the night, but now, they felt compelled to continue their journey. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, some patrons hastily approached the innkeeper to settle their bills, fleeing as if their lives depended on it. Those departing wore expressions of urgency, clearly fearing any repercussions for lingering. As they listened to the discussions around them, the members of the Changla sect gradually regained their composure, deliberately puffing out their chests. "How dare you be so blind?" Before the burly man could finish his threatening remarks, Meng Chuan suddenly propelled himself forward. A shadow dashed through the hall and directly plunged into the midst of the Changlu sect disciples. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, accompanied by muffled groans, abruptly filled the air. Once all the disciples of the Changla sect were toppled to the ground, Meng Chuan leisurely wiped his hands. Ignoring the cacophony of complaints at his feet, he turned back, casting a cold glance at the black-robed man still clutching his face. "Are you not leaving? Do you wish for me to personally throw you out?" Upon hearing this, the burly man clad in black could not help but shudder, subsequently gritting his teeth and casting a fierce glare at Meng Chuan. Yet, ultimately, he refrained from retorting, casting aside his purse and dragging his heavy steps, burdened by the humiliation he felt as he left in silence. Naturally, the group of Changlu sect disciples sprawled across the floor dared not linger any longer, supporting one another as they stumbled away. The onlookers, who had been clamoring just moments before, now sealed their lips, no longer daring to utter a word. Their sounds of chewing and breathing reduced to a mere whisper. Only the 3 women, Ningyu and her companions, laughed heartily, unencumbered by any reservations. "Boss, bring forth a splendid feast and 2 more jugs of fine wine." Meng Chuan raised his hand in a gesture towards the counter, then with a flourish of his robe, seated himself beside Ningyu. The young waiter's eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly propped up the fallen table frame and replaced it with a pristine tabletop for Meng Chuan and his companions. Even when serving the dishes, this young lad displayed an extraordinary level of caution, trembling at the mere glance from others. Observing this scene, Ningyu could not help but tease, "Look at how you frightened him." Meng Chuan wiped his nose and retorted with annoyance, "Could you not keep your mouth shut? and simply enjoy your meal? To be honest, he did not wish to appear overly ostentatious, yet his prowess rendered such restraint impossible. During his confrontation with the disciples of the Demon Sect, he had effortlessly secured victories solely through the strength of his spiritual energy and agile movements, to the extent that he had not even needed to employ his shattering stone fist technique. Sighing inwardly, he remained oblivious to the subtle chill that was surging within Zhu Hongyi and Mu Ping'er's eyes. After hastily consuming a bite of food, in order to avoid being treated like a spectacle, Meng Chuan decided to leave the table first and requested a room from the innkeeper. Having been preoccupied with travel and scarcely resting, he climbed onto the large bed as soon as he returned to his chamber. The moment his eyes fluttered shut, a wave of fatigue washed over him. However, as this was not his home, Meng Chuan dared not succumb to a deep slumber. In a haze, he was abruptly roused by a movement at the door, prompting him to swiftly open his eyes. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of a gleaming silver blade probing through the crack of the door. What audacious little thief dared to be so brazen? Meng Chuan's eyelids twitched slightly as he nimbly rose to his feet, gliding towards the door. Without hesitation, he flung open the door, eager to administer a stern reprimand to the intruder outside. However, upon recognizing the figure beyond the threshold, all his words of admonition lodged in his throat. Stunned, he remained rooted behind the door for 3 seconds before finally regaining his composure, exclaiming with a hint of annoyance, "What are you doing?" Outside, Ningyu offered no response, stepping across the threshold and shutting the door behind her. Once she secured the latch, she lowered her voice, cautioning, "Keep your voice down. Be wary of eavesdroppers on the other side of the wall." Meng Chuan was utterly oblivious to what she was guarding against, his brow furrowing in irritation. Why was she here, prying open my door instead of staying in her own room? Is this not my sanctuary? Ningyu approached the bedside with measured steps, her hand gracefully gliding over the surface of the bed. Meng Chuan thought he had misheard and instinctively rubbed his ears. What did you say? However, Ningyu offered no reply. Instead, she deftly shook off her shoes and reclined onto the bed. Tonight, you'll have to make do over there, she said, covering herself with a blanket before gesturing toward the table in the room. Meng Chuan felt his eyelids grow heavy, suddenly recalling the time spent sleeping on the floor in the herbal garden. Yet now, he was no longer the novice practitioner he once was, nor the ineffectual individual easily manipulated by others. In the next moment, he shed his outer garment and, stifling a yawn, leaned towards the side of the bed. What are you trying to do? Ningyu exclaimed in a panic, clutching the blanket tightly and stammering her inquiry. This room, which I paid for, is naturally intended for my own rest. Meng Chuan turned his head and cast a glance at the darkening sky, adding, at this hour, it is time for slumber. With that, he promptly flung himself onto the bed, casually snatching the blanket from Ningyu. Ningyu immediately sat up, her teeth clenched as she glared at him. I am a girl, you know. Could you not show me a modicum of consideration? Would a typical young lady wield a knife to pry open someone else's door? Would she disregard another's wishes and forcibly intrude upon their quarters? Would she claim another's belongings without a second thought? You are hardly a girl. You are a bandit. Meng Chuan retorted without hesitation. Do you think I desire to be here? I am merely trying to prevent Zhu Hongyi and Mu Ping'er from becoming suspicious. Ningyu pouted, deliberately adopting a woeful expression. Meng Chuan, however, was not easily swayed. With a swift motion, he turned over, embracing the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. For him as a man, the presence or absence of a false partner like Ningyu made little difference. Yet for the stunningly beautiful Ningyu, finding a reliable shield was paramount to living a peaceful life in the Demon Sect. Thus, despite her discontent, she chose to remain in his room. Hesitating, she rose from the bed, reluctantly slipped on her shoes, and ambled over to the table. Without lighting a candle, Ningyu perched on a stool, leaning against the wall, murmuring softly, how could a grown man be so petty? With that, she pouted at Meng Chuan in irritation, crossed her arms, and closed her eyes. Perhaps the fatigue accumulated from their journey was too great. Before long, she drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, not only had Meng Chuan's room fallen silent, but the entire town had succumbed to tranquility. The howling night wind drowned out the rhythmic breaths within the town, even silencing the barks of dogs. The only thing it could not smother was the inferno that soared skyward. Chapter 60. Just the next one thick smoke enveloped Meng Chuan, rousing him from his near slumber. He sprang from the bed and flung open the wooden window. He intended to take a breath of fresh air, but before he could inhale, he was forced back by the serpentine flames climbing from below. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he gazed outside, horrified to find the entire town transformed into a sea of fire. What on earth was happening? His gaze then fell upon Ningyu, still sprawled over the table, and he rushed towards her. She was still asleep. She needed to wake up. Calling out to her, he shook her shoulders vigorously. Yet, no matter how he called or how he shook, Ningyu remained unresponsive. Panic surged within him. Without a second thought, he lifted Ningyu into his arms. He didn't bother with the door, opting instead to leap from the window before the flames consumed the entire room. Fortunately, the fire had not yet spread to the main road of the town, allowing him to escape the inferno relatively unscathed. Once he was certain he had distanced himself from the flames, Meng Chuan gently laid Ningyu on the ground. Hey, don't scare me like this. Wake up, he urged, patting her face anxiously, unable to conceal the worry etched on his features. It was only upon confirming that Ningyu still breathed that he let out a quiet sigh of relief. After waiting for a considerable time without seeing anyone else escape from the town, Meng Chuan instinctively glanced back towards it. Something was amiss. It was impossible for the entire population of the town to be asleep. Upon reflecting upon this moment, a foreboding sense of dread surged within him. As he accessed the system's repository interface, he searched in vain for a vial of antidote. In desperation, he resorted to exchanging 500 spirit points for a single bottle from the system store. With the elixir in hand, he hesitated not a moment, prying open Ningyu's mouth and inserting the pill. After completing this urgent task, Meng Chuan cast his gaze back towards the inferno, his expression fraught with conflict. He was no fool. He could not accept that the raging fire consuming the entire town was merely an accident. Although he could not ascertain the identity of the perpetrator, he could not dismiss the possibility that the arsonist lay in wait nearby. Thus, he could not abandon Ningyu to race back to the town alone to save others. In his 2 lifetimes, Meng Chuan had never so profoundly experienced the torment of conscience. Clenching his fists tightly, he paced restlessly in place. His nails dug into his palms. Yet at that moment, he felt no pain. After 6 or 7 minutes, a soft moan finally escaped, and the unconscious Ningyu began to awaken. Upon witnessing the towering flames, her foggy consciousness cleared instantly. What has happened? How do you feel? Meng Chuan reached out to assist her. Hearing his inquiry, Ningyu quickly assessed her condition. Aside from a lingering dizziness, she found herself relatively unscathed. That is a relief. Meng Chuan exhaled deeply before turning, stating, "You should rest here. I must return to the town to check." However, Ningyu had no intention of staying behind. She stepped forward resolutely, declaring, "I'm going with you." Without waiting for Meng Chuan's response, she hurriedly moved ahead of him, her urgency seemingly surpassing his own. Yet, after only a few steps, her eyes suddenly brightened, for among the shadows of the town, 2 familiar figures were seen, supporting one another. Wonderful. Sister Chu and the others are safe. Seeing her acquaintances escape unscathed, Ningyu could not hide her elation. Perhaps drawn by her voice, Chu Hongying and the others lifted their heads, struggling to raise their hands in a wave. Observing this, Ningyu instinctively quickened her pace. Yet, Meng Chuan, trailing behind her, suddenly changed countenance. Without uttering a word, he swiftly employed his agile movements, darting in front of Ningyu. "Be careful," he warned as he grasped her into his embrace. Simultaneously, he did not halt his steps, spinning like a top before retreating rapidly. His reflexes were remarkably quick, yet he was still grazed by 2 flying poison needles that pierced his right arm. The sharp steel easily penetrated his sleeve and flesh, and dark crimson lines of blood began to seep from the wounds. Ningyu gazed at the 2 gaping injuries, her eyes widening in alarm. "You have been poisoned." With a surge of anxiety, her complexion turned pale. Once Meng Chuan halted his retreat, she indignantly lifted her head, gritting her teeth as she glared at the 2 women, Chu Hongying and her companion. She was not blind, she clearly discerned the origin of the 2 poison needles. Indeed, the poison was crafted by none other than Chu Hongying herself. "Have you lost your minds?" Quickly hand over the antidote. Chu Hongying, her expression devoid of emotion, completely ignored her. While casually toying with the remaining poison needle in her hand, she addressed Meng Chuan. "We must not have revealed any flaws. How did you manage to see through us?" Meng Chuan smirked disdainfully, sneering, "With your meager acting skills, do you really think you can fool me? It's utterly laughable." "Oh, it seems we have been underestimated." Mu Pinger, shedding her usual silence and reserve, let out a sinister laugh. "So what if you've seen through us? You still fell into our trap. Are you so certain that those 2 steel needles coated with the deadly poison of the intestinal grass will be effective against me?" Meng Chuan suddenly flexed his powerful frame, effortlessly breaking free from Ningyu's support and gradually straightening his spine. Simultaneously, A formidable aura emanating from the golden core realm erupted within the space, swiftly bearing down upon Chu Hongying and Mu Ping'er. Both women involuntarily twitched their eyelids. However, the one most astonished was Ningyu, her face instantly adorned with an expression of disbelief. In just a brief span of 2 months, transforming from an ordinary civilian devoid of any cultivation into a master of the golden core realm. How could this be possible? Gulping repeatedly, she shook her head and murmured to herself. Before being captured by the Demon Sect, this individual must have possessed considerable cultivation. He likely merely concealed his powers through secret techniques, much like I have. With this thought, a sense of relief finally washed over her heart. At this moment, Ming Chuan chose to disregard her, casting a cold glance at the 2 women across from him. In consideration of the fact that they had journeyed together thus far, I shall grant you a chance at survival. As long as you answer my questions truthfully, you may leave unscathed. Ming Chuan spoke to himself, then leisurely raised a finger. Continuing, the first question, was the arson an impulsive act or a premeditated scheme? Haha, Chu Hongying laughed heartily. It seems you have yet to grasp the current situation. Skillfully brushing her fingers over the deadly needle in her hand, her tone suddenly turned icy. How many golden elixirs have perished under my lethal needles? You are merely the next in line. With that, Chu Hongying flicked her needle sharply. A flurry of sound erupted as dozens of poison needles flew forth like a vast net, descending upon Ming Chuan. Chapter 61. The hidden manipulator. Ming Chuan stood resolute, extending his right hand to sweep through the air. With the invocation of the Yu incantation, an ethereal shield of spiritual energy materialized above him. The venomous needles, launched with ferocity, collided relentlessly against the shield, unable to breach its protective barrier in the slightest. Ming Chuan wore an expressionless face as he forcefully swung his arm. The aura shield dissipated in an instant, scattering the poison needles that had been affixed to it across the ground. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ming Chuan stepped over the needles, casting a derisive glance at Chu Hongying. It seems you are unwilling to answer my questions honestly. With a regretful sigh, Ming Chuan slowly turned to Ningyu and said, that wretched woman with the surname Mu is now your responsibility. Do you want her alive or dead? Ningyu inquired earnestly. Life or death is of no concern. Ming Chuan feigned contemplation. Chu Hongying and Mu Ping'er's faces darkened, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Such audacity. Unfortunately, it is you who shall meet your demise here today. After bellowing with fierce killing intent, Mu Ping'er drew a flexible sword from her waist and charged forward without hesitation. Naturally, Ningyu would not stand idly by to be struck. She summoned 2 curved blades, confronting Mu Ping'er with fierce determination. As the sound of clashing metal resonated, the 2 women became entwined in combat. Satisfied that Ningyu was holding her own, Ming Chuan shifted his gaze back to Chu Hongying. Let us begin. The moment his words fell, he executed the spirit serpent's agile movement technique. Seeing him approach, Chu Hongying nimbly retreated, deftly creating distance between them. Simultaneously, she flicked her fingers, unleashing a barrage of poison needles. However, unburdened by Ningyu, Ming Chuan's movements now surpassed his previous agility by leaps and bounds. Although he had yet to close the gap with his opponent, he was no longer struck by the poison needles. As time passed, it was Chu Hongying who began to panic. After all, she was acutely aware of the limited number of poison needles at her disposal. If she could not inflict substantial harm on her opponent before exhausting them, she would inevitably find herself at a disadvantage. What kind of technique is this scoundrel practicing? It's slipperier than an eel. Frustrated, Chu Hongying muttered to herself, wondering why the poison from the gut-wrenching grass had yet to take effect. Unbeknownst to her, Ming Chuan practiced an earth-level technique and was immune to all poisons. As the last 2 poison needles were clenched in her palm, Chu Hongying dared not recklessly launch another attack. Glancing back at Mu Ping'er, who was still embroiled in combat with Ningyu, her expression suddenly shifted. Without a word, she pivoted and sprinted towards the forest outside the road. Stop. Ming Chuan certainly would not allow her to escape easily. However, after just a couple of steps in pursuit, he abruptly turned back and charged into the fray where Ningyu and Mu Ping'er were engaged. Prior to this, Mu Ping'er had already been startled by his thunderous shout and had caught a glimpse of Chu Hongying's fleeing figure. At this moment, upon seeing Ming Chuan's advancing silhouette, Mu Ping'er was thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Ningyu struck with precision, delivering 2 swift slashes, one beneath Mu Ping'er's arm and the other to her side. The pain forced Mu Ping'er to retreat, and just as she intended to retaliate with her sword, her sluggish response thwarted her efforts. In the next instant, a clink rang out. Ming Chuan had seized her wrist. compelling her to release her soft sword. A muffled groan barely escaped her lips before she felt her feet lift from the ground. "Do not kill me. Do not kill me," she cried as she crashed heavily to the ground, her plea for mercy spilling forth. Upon seeing the sharp blade poised at her throat, her voice trembled uncontrollably. "Not only did you poison me, but you also intended to burn us alive. How can I quell my rage without ending your life?" Ningyu exclaimed furiously, driving the knife forward. Feeling the blade slice through her skin, Mu Ping's body stiffened in terror. "Brother Meng, save me," she pleaded. But he remained unmoved, replying, "That title of brother is too lofty for me. Do you not wish to know who truly seeks to harm you?" Mu Ping urged anxiously. "Must I know?" Meng Chuan replied with an indifferent expression. Mu Ping, taken aback, set aside her pretense and conditions, eager to demonstrate her acknowledgement of wrongdoing by revealing the orchestrator behind the scheme. "If it weren't for the direct orders of the Hall Master, even with 1,000 lives, I would not dare to act against you. Please, considering my plight, spare me this once. I promise to keep my distance from you henceforth, never to be a nuisance again." At that moment, the woman had entirely shed her previous arrogance, now exhibiting an abject humility. Having listened in silence, Meng Chuan showed no inclination to relent, coldly inquiring, "Which Hall Master do you speak of?" "Of course, it is our Hall Master from the Forging Hall," she replied. "Our?" Meng Chuan scoffed. "Aren't you and Chu Hongying from the Nether Hall?" Caught off guard, Ningyu turned in astonishment, her mouth agape in bewilderment. Mu Ping's complexion turned ashen, her eyes wide with shock as she exclaimed, "How do you know?" Meng Chuan could never disclose to her that the information he possessed was obtained from the system. In truth, upon encountering Chu and Mu, Meng Chuan had expended considerable spiritual essence to conduct a thorough analysis of these two individuals. He had long been aware that they were specifically dispatched by the Underworld Hall to infiltrate the Artifact Refining Hall. It is precisely for this reason that he had consistently maintained a heightened vigilance towards these women. It was this very vigilance that enabled him to rescue Ningyu from beneath the poison needles. "Now it is my turn to inquire," Meng Chuan asserted, his expression stern. Mu Ping recoiled slightly, her voice trembling as she replied, "Deputy Hall Master Tooba indeed sought us out." Just that one word caused Meng Chuan's heart to constrict, leading him to ponder. It seems that the claim regarding the Artifact Refining Hall's intent to eliminate me is no mere fabrication. What did Tooba Hao convey to you? Why does the Hall Master of the Artifact Refining Hall wish to take my life? Meng Chuan clenched his fists tightly, struggling to contain the surging anger within him, and coldly demanded an answer. Perhaps sensing the turmoil in his heart, Ningyu instinctively reached out, covering his icy knuckles with her hand. Yet, this gesture evidently failed to calm Meng Chuan's agitation. "Answer me," he barked, his voice suddenly rough, causing Mu Ping to shudder in fright. The Bone Dragon was the most formidable weapon of the Underworld Hall, yet it had not been successfully forged due to the theft of the Earthly Pearl. Although the exact reasons remained unclear, it appeared that the Tooba father and son were suspicious of the Earthly Pearl being in your possession. After a brief pause to collect her scattered thoughts, she continued, "As for the Forging Hall, I suspect it is to silence you. The secrets hidden within Qinxiong seem crucial to the Forging Hall, and they would never allow even a whisper of information to escape. Moreover, you happen to be the last person Qinxiong saw before his demise. Furthermore, the Forging Hall has never bestowed upon Qinxiong any earthly-grade sword. Keeping you, the former owner of that sword, poses no benefit to them and could indeed be a liability." Mu Ping's words indeed provided some answers to the questions piling up within Meng Chuan. For instance, why Tooba Lan intended to assassinate him even before rumors of his involvement with Chaoyin surfaced, and why Elder Tao specifically sent a newcomer like him to explore the distant Purple Sand secret realm. Taking a deep breath, Meng Chuan endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. However, gazing at the town almost entirely engulfed by flames, tranquility eluded him. The mere thought that he had brought calamity upon the townsfolk gnawed at his conscience relentlessly. Pointing to several critical acupoints to seal Mu Ping's energy, Meng Chuan suddenly pivoted and strode towards the town. Though he was somewhat delayed from his initial plan, he still hoped to find some survivors amidst the inferno. Before him, Ningyu had already dashed back into the town. However, it seemed she was too preoccupied with the chaos of flames, as no living townsfolk had emerged from the fiery abyss. "It's futile," Mu Ping murmured as Meng Chuan disregarded her. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan abruptly halted, his gaze cold and piercing. "What do you mean by that?" "From the very beginning, the massacre of the town was a scheme devised by the Forging Hall's master." Mu Ping inhaled deeply, her voice barely above a whisper, nervously avoiding his eyes. Explain yourself. Meng Chuan's brow furrowed, his tone suddenly more forceful. Mu Ping'e shrank back, fluttering her eyelids, and after a considerable pause, she replied softly, in truth. Even before we entered the town, that vile Chu Hongying and I were already aware that the people from Chongla's sect would be resting here. Noticing Meng Chuan's lingering confusion, she whispered further, you may not have realized, but since leaving the mountain gate, the pace of our journey has been firmly in the hands of Chu Hongying and me. In essence, we are destined to enter the town today. It has been meticulously orchestrated from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan finally grasped the reality he had been unwittingly led by the nose. The master of the refining hall harbors animosity towards the Changel sect? To be precise, it is the Changel sect that bears enmity towards our Demon Sect. Mu Ping'e spoke with a tone laden with complexity as the closest righteous sect to the Demon Sect. The Changel sect has always prided itself on being the vanguard against demonic forces. After a brief pause, she continued with a bittersweet smile. It is not merely a matter of opposing stances. In the struggle for numerous resources, the Changel sect has consistently been our most direct competitor. Over the past 3 centuries, the refining hall of the Demon Sect has had 3 spiritual or veins seized by the Changel sect. For this reason, the hatred the refining hall harbors towards the Changel sect is more profound than that of any other faction within the Demon Sect. The goal of the massacre is to frame the Changel sect? Meng Chuan, at least, was not entirely foolish. Indeed, Mu Ping'e nodded. The burly man in the black robe you dealt with harshly is a close disciple of the Changel sect's leader. If we can create the narrative that he instigated the fire and slaughter in the town, it will be challenging for the Changel sect to extricate themselves. Pausing once more, she cautiously glanced at Meng Chuan's expression and added in a hushed tone, precisely because we harbored such intentions before igniting the flames. Chu Hongying and I had ensured that no townsfolk would be left alive. What have you done? Meng Chuan's expression turned icy as he demanded angrily. Although I am unaware of why you and Sister Ning remain unscathed, the poison that Chu Hongying cast into the well is beyond the resilience of ordinary townspeople. Mu Ping'e's tone was resolute. At that moment, Ningyu, having traversed through the inferno, returned covered in grime. I have scoured the entire town and have failed to find a single living soul. With a disappointed sigh and a lingering gaze of frustration, she raised her hand to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. Upon hearing those words, Meng Chuan suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over him. His fists clenched so tightly that they creaked under the pressure. Yet, they were merely a swarm of ants. Their demise bore no significance. Mu Ping'e, evidently oblivious to his fury, pouted and casually remarked. Upon hearing this, the anger that Meng Chuan had struggled to suppress erupted violently, and with a single punch, he cleaved the nearby tree in 2. In my eyes, you are but an insignificant ant. Mu Ping'e froze in shock, the remnants of her earlier panic resurfacing on her face. No longer daring to speak carelessly, she bit down hard on her lower lip. Meng Chuan managed to regain his composure and posed one final inquiry. Given the long-standing animosity between the Demon Sect and the Changel sect, why did the master of the refining hall choose to orchestrate this scheme now? To this, Mu Ping'e replied, shaking her head slightly, I am not entirely certain. This implied that keeping her around served little purpose. Ningyu, brimming with hostility, stepped forward and glowered at her. Mu Ping'e trembled and hastily interjected. You all must eventually return to the refining hall. If I perish here, the master will only heed Zhu Hongying's one-sided narrative. Taking a deep breath, she added, however, if you spare me, I can provide cover for you, and even assist in confronting Zhu Hongying, and perhaps the master as well. Humph. Ningyu clearly harbored distrust towards her. What if you turn around and betray us? Turning to Meng Chuan, she proposed, in my opinion, it would be best to eliminate this potential threat entirely. Undoubtedly, she had no intention of allowing Mu Ping'e to survive. I swear by the way of heaven, should I betray you both, I shall meet a fate of thunderous retribution. Mu Ping'e's countenance changed dramatically as she crawled on her knees to Meng Chuan's side, clutching his right leg tightly. The way of heaven has no time for your pleas. Ningyu scoffed coldly. In her view, a cold-blooded demon like Mu Ping'e, regardless of the oaths taken, was merely a farce. Yet, it seemed Meng Chuan held a different perspective. My expectations of you are modest. All I require is for you to keep a vigilant watch on Tua Balan. Upon hearing this, both Ningyu and Mu Ping'e were momentarily taken aback. Recovering swiftly, Mu Ping'e showed no hesitation and promptly nodded in agreement. I will ensure that my sister keeps a close eye on Tua Balan and will not betray your trust. Senior brother. Very well, your presence here is no longer required. You may leave. Meng Chuan impatiently waved his hand, clearly indicating a desire to release someone. Upon witnessing this, Ning Yu felt a sharp twitch in her eyelids, her lips trembling as if she wished to intervene. However, it was only after Mu Ping'er hastily departed that she finally found her voice. Surely, you cannot genuinely believe that woman's words about aiding us. Of course not. Meng Chuan replied with calm assurance. Then why did you let her go? Ning Yu's tone carried an air of reproach. I merely thought that, compared to our futile search, perhaps that woman could locate the elusive Chu Honging more swiftly. Meng Chuan chuckled lightly. Perhaps she might even deliver Chu Honging right to us. Are you suggesting that those two women will strike at us again? Ning Yu's realization dawned upon her. If they fail their mission, how could they dare return? Meng Chuan nodded. Before long, we shall meet her again. Chapter 63. You are not welcome here after watching Mu Ping'er leave. Meng Chuan and Ning Yu did not linger in the town, learning that the recent inferno was not entirely of their making, and that the townsfolk's demise was not directly linked to them. Meng Chuan's conscience felt slightly less burdened. However, the brutal events of the town massacre had once again exposed him to the merciless nature of the Demon Sect. What are you contemplating? As she lifted the curtain of the carriage, Ning Yu peered out, noticing his pensive demeanor, and inquired softly. I am considering that this might be an opportunity. After all, my initial enrollment in the Demon Sect was not voluntary. Thus, even if I were to escape, I see no fault in it. Ning Yu's gaze flickered, as if she grasped the deeper implications of his words. No, that instinctive response escaped her lips. Realizing her overzealous reaction, she hastily added, given your current strength, it is utterly impossible for you to evade the pursuit of the underworld hall. Should you be captured and returned, you would face punishments worse than death. You can scarcely imagine the cruelty with which the Demon Sect treats traitors. Fearing that Meng Chuan might doubt her, she vividly recounted several examples she had heard. Listening in silence, Meng Chuan smirked, his tone laced with mockery. Are you truly concerned for my well-being? Or is it that you fret over that elusive object still sought by the Demon Sect? Can I not be worried? Ning Yu did not shy away from his gaze. Rest assured, for the time being, I have no intention of leaving the Demon Sect. Meng Chuan averted his gaze, temporarily dismissing the notion of fleeing from the Demon Sect. Firstly, he had yet to reclaim the Shadow Sword from those incompetent fools at the Artifact Refining Hall. Secondly, as a man, he could not casually abandon the promises he had made. Whether to Ning Yu or to Chao Yin, he felt compelled to honor his commitments. Ning Yu let out a subtle sigh of relief, deciding to emerge from the carriage and take a seat beside him. They engaged in idle chatter, their banter mingling with occasional laughter, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Although there was no urgency, Meng Chuan did not seek out resting spots during their journey. After all, the cart was spacious enough to shield both him and Ning Yu from the elements. After nearly half a month of travel, they finally arrived at the edge of the purple sand plains. Gone were the towering mountains, replaced by an expanse of endless desert. As the wind swept through, it stirred up clouds of fine sand. Under the glow of the setting sun, the sand took on an eerie purple hue, swirling like ribbons of violet aurora unevenly draped across the sky. Look, there seems to be smoke rising over there. Ning Yu's eyes suddenly brightened as she pointed towards the northwest. That area also marked the periphery of the purple sand plains and was not far from where they stood. Judging by the volume of smoke, it appeared that there were indeed people nearby. Meng Chuan took notice as well. Shall we investigate? Ning Yu's gaze flickered with a hint of hope. Why not? Perhaps they could glean some information related to the secret realm. Truth be told, Meng Chuan had grown weary of foraged vegetables and flatbreads, desiring a better meal. With a decision made, he tugged on the reins, steering the beast cart towards the source of the smoke. As they drew closer, over 30 weathered tents gradually came into view. Outside the tents, a group of individuals busily prepared for the evening meal. Perhaps alerted by the sounds, the bustling crowd turned their heads towards Meng Chuan and Ning Yu. But after a cursory glance, they promptly returned to their tasks. Feeling slightly embarrassed by such blatant disregard, Meng Chuan instinctively wiped his nose. After waiting for a moment without anyone acknowledging them, he decided to take the initiative. Excuse me, my apologies for the intrusion. He dismounted the cart and approached the nearest elderly man with white hair, bowing slightly. When the elder looked up, Meng Chuan continued. We happened to pass through your esteemed territory and, with nightfall approaching, I wonder if we might impose upon you for a night's stay? Chance encounter, my foot. Don't think I'm unaware. You've come for that damned secret realm too. The elder, initially calm, suddenly raised his brow and erupted into expletives. Meng Chuan was caught off guard, momentarily at a loss for how to react. At this juncture, Ning Yu leapt gracefully from the vehicle. offering a polite bow accompanied by a smile. "Esteemed sir, could it be that there is some misunderstanding between us?" As she spoke, her gaze swept across the faces of the nearby group, who wore equally displeased expressions. "Be cautious. These individuals seem to harbor a certain animosity towards us." Her smile remained intact, yet discreetly, she communicated a warning to Meng Chuan. "I understand," Meng Chuan replied telepathically. The old man, now undeniably impatient, waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. "Leave at once. You are not welcome here." His words acted as a signal, prompting the others to grasp their spatulas and hunting bows, encircling them. Observing this tense situation, both Meng Chuan and Ning Yu could not help but furrow their brows. Surely, these ruffians do not perceive us as easy prey. Ning Yu instinctively reached for her storage pouch, adopting a defensive stance. Meng Chuan placed his hand firmly on her arm and gently shook his head twice. Observing her expression soften, he then turned back to the old man and once again clasped his hands in a gesture of humility. "I have been presumptuous. Please do not take offense. We shall take our leave now." With that, he deftly grasped Ning Yu's sleeve and smoothly turned back to the cart. Even before the vehicle had completed its turn, several young men near the old man spat in disdain at the beast cart. "Those rascals!" Ning Yu's brows furrowed in anger, as if she were on the verge of erupting. Meng Chuan's expression was far from pleasant, yet he managed to maintain his composure. What is there to argue about with a group of individuals who possess no cultivation? He forcefully pushed Ning Yu back into the carriage, striving to muster a smile. The day was drawing to a close. Let us find a place nearby to rest for the night. Do we truly need to be their neighbors? I fear I might be unable to resist the urge to confront them in the middle of the night. What fuels such anger? Meng Chuan retorted with irritation. They are merely spitting at us. Ning Yu clearly remained agitated. It did not land on us. Meng Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. Since when have you become so easygoing? Ning Yu furrowed her brow. What kind of statement is that? When have I ever had a bad temper? Meng Chuan suddenly puffed out his chest, a hint of pride gracing his countenance. While the two conversed, the inhabitants of the tent camp were far from idle, observing the meager attire of those two individuals. I was certain they were utterly ignorant of the purple sand plains. Everyone was on high alert. It was entirely possible they would attempt to pilfer our belongings under the cover of night. These so-called cultivators and immortals were nothing more than common brigands, and we held no fear of them. Under the leadership of our captain, the camp's inhabitants skillfully established a defensive perimeter. Chapter 64. A frightening transformation in the cold night. Meng Chuan had not driven far when he noticed the suddenly erected defense line within the camp. His eyelids fluttered, and his lips twitched for a considerable time. Yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. After securing the carriage, he retrieved 2 cool baked buns, offering one to Ning Yu while placing the other into his own mouth. Having barely satiated his hunger, Meng Chuan, as was his habit, retreated back into the carriage. He and Ning Yu reclined on the long bench within, resting their eyes, as the night breeze whisked away the day's lingering heat. Only the coldness remained upon the sandy ground. In their slumber, both Meng Chuan and Ning Yu instinctively curled into themselves, gradually inching closer together until the warmth of one another's bodies eased the pallor of their frostbitten faces. Tick, tock. As the night deepened, dew began to trickle down the edges of the beast cart, occasionally accompanied by sands stirred by the wind, striking against the exterior of the carriage. Overall, the night maintained a semblance of tranquility until a sudden, piercing scream shattered the stillness. Startled by the anguished cry, Ning Yu shivered involuntarily. Upon opening her eyes, she instinctively glanced towards the door of the carriage. However, unlike before, she could not see the door this time, only a pair of frantic eyes staring back at her. Momentarily taken aback, it was only upon sensing the large hand wrapped around her waist that she jolted back to reality. A flush of crimson swiftly crept up her cheeks, and a similar agitation clouded her gaze. Taking a deep breath to steady her inexplicable fluttering heart, she spoke in a subdued tone. "How much longer will you hold me?" At her words, Meng Chuan, whose limbs had stiffened, finally regained his senses and hurriedly retracted the hand that had encircled her waist. He stammered, seemingly attempting to explain. Ning Yu, however, pursed her lips, gazing at him with an expression laced with bashfulness. "Why are you flustered? I'm not upset with you." With that, she hastily rose to her feet and flung aside the door curtain. Meng Chuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he suppressed the urge to explain further, moving towards the entrance. At a mere glance, he was rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before him. Could it be that a robbery was indeed taking place? At that moment, not far from him, The tent encampment had descended into chaos. Undoubtedly, two factions were engaged in a fierce melee, yet it was impossible to discern which side held the upper hand. The only visible evidence was the blood splattering under the moonlight and the anguished figures collapsing to the ground. Amidst the cacophony of cries, one could even hear the feral howls akin to those of wild beasts. The pungent scent of blood was swept by the wind, forcefully invading Meng Chuan's nostrils. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the vehicle, just as he intended to call out to Ningyu. He noticed that she too had drawn her curved blade and followed suit. The words he had ready were decisively swallowed back. Wasting no more time, he swiftly advanced, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he plunged into the fray. Ironically, the old man who had expelled him from the encampment earlier that evening was now being pinned to the ground by a robber. The old man struggled desperately, yet he could not free himself from the robber's grasp. In his moment of despair, he caught sight of Meng Chuan rushing towards him. His eyes brightened with hope, and he implored, "Young hero, please, save me." His demeanor was now one of urgency, starkly contrasting the indifference he had shown earlier. Fearful that Meng Chuan might abandon him, he added loudly, "This afternoon, I was in the wrong. You, with your compassionate heart, might consider sparing a thought for this old fool." With great effort, he pressed against the robber's shoulder, his eyes glistening with tears. Meng Chuan was not one to harbor grudges, especially since his purpose here was to save lives. Therefore, he did not linger unnecessarily. Grasping the robber by the collar, he lifted him away from the elderly man. Just as he was about to deliver a well-deserved lesson to the brigand, he was suddenly taken aback by the robber's ghastly appearance. Although he retained a semblance of humanity, Meng Chuan could hardly be certain that this creature was still alive. One of its eyes hung grotesquely outside its socket, and its lips had long since rotted away, leaving behind a gaping, decayed jaw. To make matters worse, its nose had completely collapsed, and a yellowish fluid oozed from its ears. The putrid stench wafting from the creature nearly induced Meng Chuan to retch on the spot. Yet, this corpse-like robber continued to claw at him with a ferocity that allowed it to break free from his grip. "Get away from me," he managed to utter, suppressing his nausea as he swung his fist with unrestrained force. The blow landed with such brutality that it obliterated half of the robber's body. As he surveyed the ground now slick with pus, Meng Chuan could no longer contain himself and vomited violently. The elderly man seized the opportunity to escape his bonds, rising swiftly to his feet and grasping Meng Chuan's arm. "Please, I implore you to save my poor kin," he beseeched. Words alone were insufficient. The old man dropped to his knees before Meng Chuan. Under the relentless assault of the zombie-like robbers, nearly half of the elderly man's kin had already perished. Realizing that he could not stem the tide of these undead creatures alone, he had no hesitation in seeking Meng Chuan's aid. Having witnessed the power of Meng Chuan's recent strike, he was convinced that this young man could indeed rescue his family. "As long as you are willing to assist, I would gladly serve you like a beast of burden." "That won't be necessary," Meng Chuan replied, having no inclination to exploit the elderly. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he regained his composure, turned, and strode toward the other undead in the fray. What seemed insurmountable to ordinary individuals was, in his eyes, merely a matter of effortless eradication. With Ningyu's assistance, the field of adversaries was cleared in less than 10 minutes. The surviving townsfolk breathed a collective sigh of relief, but upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of their beloved, sorrow engulfed them. There was no joy in their survival, only an overwhelming chorus of grief. Meng Chuan sighed, leading Ningyu out of the camp, wisely refraining from causing any disturbance at that moment. As dawn broke, the survivors who had buried their unfortunate kin approached in a group. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed upon them. Over 40 individuals knelt before the carriage, prostrating themselves in reverence. Above the carriage, a resplendent sun radiated its golden light. The morning rays cascaded down, enveloping Meng Chuan and Ningyu in a sanctified and dazzling mantle. Meng Chuan feigned calmness and, once the round of formalities concluded, leaped down from the carriage. It was merely a fortuitous encounter. Any capable individual faced with the circumstances of last night would undoubtedly have acted. The Xie tribe would forever cherish the profound gratitude for safeguarding our bloodline, setting aside past grievances. The chief of the Xie tribe spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his words resonating with genuine intent rather than mere pleasantries. No sooner had the chief finished his speech than the tribe's people presented their most beautiful single maiden, proclaiming her as a gift for Meng Chuan to serve as a maid. Meng Chuan was momentarily taken aback, just as he intended to wave his hand in refusal. His arm was seized by Ningyu. He believed that having this young lady to care for him was sufficient. He had no need for any maidservants. Chapter 65. You cannot abandon me. Ning Yu unexpectedly stepped forward, rejecting the kind overture from the Xie clan on behalf of Ming Chuan, leaving everyone in the clan momentarily stunned. However, upon seeing her closely nestled against Ming Chuan's arm, it seemed that all understood the underlying implications. Only Ming Chuan remained utterly perplexed. Had this woman become increasingly meddlesome? As an independent individual, he had always preferred to make his own decisions. Instinctively, he pulled his arm away and cast a displeased glance at Ning Yu. Ning Yu keenly detected the dissatisfaction in his gaze and pouted. Do not forget what we are here for. Do you truly wish to drag along such a burden? The secret realm was fraught with countless unknown dangers, and it would be unwise to accompany someone who lacked any cultivation. Clearly, Ming Chuan was aware of this, and thus he refrained from blaming her. The members of the Xie clan collectively sighed in relief, save for the young girl who had been rejected, who pouted sulkily. To express their gratitude to Ming Chuan and Ning Yu, the Xie clan had prepared a lavish breakfast that morning. After a few rounds of drinks, Ming Chuan could no longer conceal his curiosity regarding the secret realm and inquired further. Upon hearing his questions, the attending Xie clan leaders all grew somber. Silence suddenly descended and lingered for quite some time. It was only the clan leader who finally broke the oppressive quietude. The zombie-like creatures from last night were likely from the secret realm. What? Ming Chuan was taken aback. In fact, over the past 2 months, numerous tribes had encountered attacks from such zombies, with several tribes even facing extermination. The Xie clan was fortunate to have retained a few remnants of their lineage. The purple sand plain was vast and boundless, dotted with countless oases. Consequently, many indigenous people lived within the plain, with the Xie clan being one of the largest indigenous groups. Taking a deep breath, Ming Chuan inquired in as calm a tone as he could muster. What exactly has transpired within the secret realm, or rather, the purple sand plain? Sighing, the clan leader replied. Ever since those cultivators began to swarm into the purple sand plain, there has been no peace to be found. The emergence of the secret realm had drawn intense attention from various factions. Following this, exploration teams dispatched by these factions began to flood into the purple sand plain. The influx of outsiders inevitably impacted the lives of the indigenous people. Gradually, some factions began to seize the indigenous people's food and even occupy their villages. What was more despicable was that some scoundrels forced indigenous women into servitude. Scoundrels! Ning Yu's expression darkened as she could no longer contain herself. Gritting her teeth and uttering a curse, Ming Chuan's expression darkened, and he felt a surge of sympathy for the indigenous tribes who had suffered such misfortunes. We too wish to resist, yet we are no match for those scoundrels. As the chieftain spoke, he bowed his head, his hands clenched into fists. Since we cannot confront them, we must retreat, to preserve the last vestiges of their dignity. The indigenous tribes were compelled to abandon the land where their ancestors had thrived for generations. Just then, the zombies emerged, rampaging across the Xisha plain and ruthlessly slaughtering the indigenous people. At this juncture, the chieftain paused slightly, casting a deep gaze at Ming Chuan and his companion, and bitterly remarked, most tribes have perished due to the zombies, and like us, those who managed to escape to the fringes of the Xisha plain are uncertain how many tribes will ultimately remain. Ming Chuan possessed a profound empathy for the sorrow of the other party, thus hesitating momentarily before gently inquiring. How do you know that those zombies originated from the secret realm? Of course, we are unaware. It is merely the ramblings of those scoundrels who managed to escape from the secret realm. Escape? Ming Chuan's gaze flickered with intrigue. Indeed, the chieftain nodded. It is said that a certain anomaly occurred within the secret realm, causing misfortune to many who ventured in for exploration. At this juncture, a rather gleeful expression unexpectedly crossed his face. However, such morbid delight was fleeting, swiftly supplanted by a sense of helplessness and animosity. According to the accounts of those individuals, the zombies surged forth from the secret realm following this bizarre transformation. Crack! Just as the chieftain concluded his statement, a dull thud resonated from the sound of tightly clenched knuckles. Upon hearing this, Ming Chuan and Ning Yu exchanged bittersweet smiles, as they seemed to finally grasp the reasons behind the profound hostility the Xie clan harbored towards the visiting cultivators. With a silent sigh, Ming Chuan endeavored to compose himself and continued, what is the situation within the secret realm now? We are equally in the dark. The chieftain shook his head. If we tally it up, it has indeed been quite some time since we last laid eyes on any escaping cultivators. His tone was notably nonchalant. However, a sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of Ming Chuan and Ning Yu. Although the nature of the anomaly within the secret realm remained a mystery, It was evident from the chieftain's words that the secret realm had become exceedingly perilous, which accounted for the mass exodus of explorers. Now, with the escapees absent, could it be that they had all perished within the confines of the secret realm? Ning Yu posited, her voice tinged with apprehension and alarm, her unease unmistakable. In response, Meng Chuan forced a smile and gently remarked, "Your analysis lacks completeness. There are at least two other possibilities." Pausing briefly, he awaited Ning Yu's gaze before he added softly, "The purple sand is vast. There are indeed multiple paths of exit. It is possible that those who escaped simply chose an alternate route. Alternatively, they may have resolved the crisis instigated by the anomaly within the secret realm and are now resuming their explorations." He personally leaned toward the latter possibility. After all, due to the existence of a system task, it was imperative for him to venture into this secret realm. Of course, he harbored no intention of dragging Ning Yu along with him. "Your concerns are valid. How about this? I shall first venture inside to ascertain the situation." "Absolutely not. You shall not leave me behind." Ning Yu immediately protested, her determination evident as she exerted a bit more strength on her arm. Meng Chuan found that the arm she held him with was unexpectedly gripped tightly, causing him a slight discomfort. "Could you perhaps let go for a moment?" he inquired. "No way." Ning Yu pouted her lips, resembling a child fearful of being abandoned by her parents. Meng Chuan sighed in exasperation, casting a notably irritated glance. "If you continue like this, others might misunderstand." As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at the group of Xia tribe members, young and old alike. At that moment, observing their playful banter, the Xia tribe's faces were adorned with a knowing smile. Yet, Ning Yu remained unfazed, even leaning her head against Meng Chuan's arm. "In any case, wherever you go, I shall follow. Whether it be the secret realm or elsewhere, do not even think of leaving me behind." Coughing, Meng Chuan rubbed his neck. If it weren't for his awareness of this woman's ulterior motives, he feared he might have been misled himself. "Well, since you wish to accompany me, so be it." Resigning to her insistence, he lifted his wine bowl and took a hearty gulp. Chapter 66. Trouble approaches. After spending a night in the Xia tribe's camp, dawn broke, and Meng Chuan set forth with Ning Yu once more. Fortunately, the swift wind wolf's pace had not been significantly hindered in the desert. Thus, in merely 5 days, they traversed the distance that had taken the Xia tribe half a month to cover. Suddenly, a serene and clear lake came into view. The swift wind wolf accelerated, rushing to the lakeside to drink eagerly. Taking advantage of this moment, Meng Chuan surveyed the verdant oasis surrounding the lake. The most striking feature was undoubtedly the town built alongside it. This was the ancestral home crafted by the Xia tribe over generations. However, now it stood desolate, with many structures in ruins. Through the remnants of bloodstains and sword marks left in the town, one could easily imagine the horrific battles that had recently transpired here. Even in the roadside thickets, rotting human limbs could be seen. The thick, lingering scent of blood mingled with a nauseating odor, causing discomfort to both Meng and Ning. After thoroughly searching the town twice and confirming that no living souls remained, nor any lurking zombies, Meng Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Let us find a clean house to rest in first. Once we have recuperated, we shall proceed to the Gale Gorge." According to the information provided by the Xia tribe, the entrance to the secret realm should be near the Gale Gorge to the west of the town. However, as the entire gorge was sealed off by cultivators, the Xia tribe was unaware of the exact location of the entrance within the valley. To proceed with caution, Meng Chuan decided to first restore his energy before embarking on the exploration. The days spent traversing the vast desert had evidently been more exhausting than his journey to the purple sand plains. Indeed, as soon as he discovered a somewhat cleaner house, Ning Yu threw herself onto the bed. Watching her curl up like a cat, Meng Chuan gently draped a blanket over her. Having completed this act of kindness, he settled against the door, arms crossed. "I need to rest for a while. Should anything arise, remember to wake me immediately. Rest assured, the system's detection function is fully activated, monitoring every blade of grass and tree within a radius of 500 meters. Then I appreciate your efforts." Upon receiving a response from the system, Meng Chuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. With a gentle closure of his eyes, he leaned against the wall and succumbed to slumber. As the night settled in, a cascade of newly formed dew droplets tumbled from the eaves. Suddenly, an alert sounded. "Attention. Host. An individual has entered the town." Another chime followed. "Warning. A stranger is steadily approaching the host." The system's voice escalated. "Warning. The intruder is now within 100 meters of the host." In the midst of his deep slumber, a series of notifications from the system abruptly invaded Meng Chuan's consciousness. shattering the remnants of his drowsiness. Instantly, he snapped his eyes open and peered through the crack of the door. In the pale moonlight, a dark figure was advancing towards the building. Utilizing his extraordinary vision, Meng Chuan discerned that the individual appeared to be a man in his 30s. Though the stranger looked somewhat disheveled, there were no visible wounds upon him. As he continued to approach, the stranger suddenly slowed his pace and cast a cold glare in this direction. This is bad. He has been discovered. Meng Chuan's gaze turned stern as he prepared to awaken Ningyu from the inner room. However, the man outside swiftly brandished his broadsword and declared loudly, "I have only been away for a single night, and yet you have taken advantage of my absence. Depart from my residence at once, before I unleash my wrath." The authority in his voice resonated with such intensity that it jolted Ningyu awake from the inner room. It appeared that this individual was also a practitioner of the Golden Core stage. Hearing footsteps emanating from the inner room, Meng Chuan lowered his voice to offer caution. Ningyu, however, furrowed her brows in irritation, clearly displeased at being roused from her slumber. Was this not the ancestral home of the Xie clan? How had it transformed into that fellow's abode? Perhaps he arrived before us, Meng Chuan pondered calmly. What shall we do next? Ningyu inquired in a muffled tone, suppressing a yawn. There are countless houses within the town. We can simply find another one to rest in. Meng Chuan had always preferred to avoid trouble. Thus he chose to take the initiative to retreat. Moreover, upon careful reflection, it seemed that he was indeed at fault in this matter. With this thought in mind, he creaked open the door and immediately cupped his fists in greeting. "I was unaware that this dwelling was your residence, and it was not my intention to intrude. I hope for your understanding." However, the stranger paid him no heed, remaining rooted in place, fixated on Ningyu's face with an inexplicable intensity. The unnerving gaze made Ningyu quite uncomfortable, prompting her to subtly retreat behind Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan remained oblivious to her subtle gestures and continued, "Since you have returned, we shall take our leave." Upon finishing his words, he immediately turned back and called to Ningyu, "Pack your belongings. We are departing at once." "There is nothing to pack. Let us leave now." Ningyu responded with a decisiveness that surpassed his expectations. With that, she briskly crossed the threshold, not lingering for even half a second within the room. Observing this, Meng Chuan did not hesitate and promptly followed suit. Just as they were about to exit, an unexpected voice interrupted, "Halt. Do you have any further instructions, my lord?" Meng Chuan paused and turned back. The newcomer did not reply immediately. Instead, he swiftly approached the doorway and surveyed the interior of the room. Once his inspection concluded, he turned his chilling gaze upon Meng Chuan and Ningyu. "Not only have you trespassed into my abode, but you also dare to steal my dust-repelling pearl. What audacity you possess! What dust-repelling pearl?" Meng Chuan furrowed his brows in confusion. "Do not feign ignorance." The intruder suddenly growled angrily. He brandished a large blade, pointing it directly at Meng Chuan's nose. "That is a treasured heirloom passed down through my family. If it is lost, how shall I face my ancestors during their worship?" With a surge of power, a formidable aura characteristic of a Golden Core expert emanated from him, crashing down upon Meng Chuan and Ningyu like a relentless tide. Meng Chuan was certainly not intimidated by the imposing demeanor of his adversary. In a cold voice, he remarked, "I sincerely apologize, but we have never encountered such a thing as the dust-repelling pearl." Ningyu was not idle either. She scoffed with skepticism. "If that so-called dust-repelling pearl is of such paramount importance to you, why do you not carry it with you?" The intruder did not respond directly, letting out a disdainful grunt instead. "It appeared that you were unwilling to acknowledge the truth. Very well, I shall personally retrieve it." As he spoke, his gaze swept towards Ningyu, and a lascivious glint suddenly surged in his eyes. Noticing the vile look in his gaze, Ningyu's face turned icy, and she retorted furiously, "I shall gouge out your eyes." Observing her intense reaction, the intruder taunted, "Could it be that the dust-repelling pearl is indeed on you? Perhaps I must conduct a thorough search of your person." With that, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a swift shadow aimed at Ningyu. At that moment, fueled by anger, Ningyu did not evade. Instead, she clenched her fist, prepared to strike back. Such audacity! The intruder scoffed derisively. Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze in place. Meng Chuan had suddenly positioned himself in front of Ningyu, emanating a formidable aura that rivaled that of the intruder. Chapter 67. The Might of the Soon Dragon Palm Seeking Death. The intruder's eyes narrowed slightly. Yet he did not retract his assault simply because Meng Chuan also possessed Golden Core cultivation. On the contrary, his blade, originally aimed at Ningyu, now turned towards Meng Chuan, descending with even greater swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the sharp edge was poised above Meng Chuan's head. Just as it seemed Meng Chuan would be cleaved in two, a powerful gust of wind erupted. Dust and debris swirled into the air, transforming into the ethereal form of a young dragon, shielding him from the impending strike. With a sharp clang, the dissipating force shattered the leafy apparition. Simultaneously, the figure of the intruder, who had been charging forward, came to an abrupt halt. The relentless gale continued to swirl, carrying fragments of leaves and dust in a tempestuous stance before the courtyard. Thousand-leaf soaring dragon. Meng Chuan's right wrist violently twisted, sweeping through the air with a flourish. The fragmented leaves and swirling dust, suspended in midair, coalesced once more in response to his movements. Simultaneously, a miniature tornado materialized on the scene. The column of wind expanded relentlessly, exhibiting an ominous tendency to ensnare the intruder within its grasp. Realizing the peril, the visitors swiftly retreated, wielding a large blade. Thanks to their agile footwork, they temporarily evaded the wrath of the whirlwind. However, the dragon-shaped shadow, conjured from leaves and dust, leapt forth from the eye of the storm, effortlessly catching up to the intruder's pace, and in an instant, it devoured them whole. Gulping audibly, Ningyu watched this scene unfold in shock. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, sensing the resistance emanating from the dragon's belly. In the next moment, the illusory dragon was cleaved into two by a blade of celestial energy. After piercing through the dragon's abdomen, that golden force did not dissipate. Instead, it resembled a collapsing celestial pillar, descending upon Meng Chuan with immense pressure. Should it strike true? Even if he did not become mere pulp, he would surely be left bloodied and battered. Dodge. Ningyu could no longer contain her anxiety and shouted loudly. The assailant emerged from the swirling sands, sneering disdainfully. Rest assured, he cannot escape. As the words left his lips, his gaze turned cold, and the speed of the descending blade of light inexplicably increased twofold. With such meager skills, do I even need to dodge? Meng Chuan scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked the technique of the imperial character. Just as the opponent's blade energy was about to strike, a robust shield of spiritual energy materialized in the air. With a thunderous roar, the blade energy collided violently against the spiritual shield, producing a sound akin to an explosion. Meng Chuan instinctively pressed down on his knee, the soles of his shoes sinking into the mud. His opponent was evidently in no better condition, having retreated 3 steps before finally stabilizing himself. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern the sudden emergence of dense blood spots on the assailant's body. The wounds inflicted by the shadow of the dragon-shaped fist only now began to manifest. With a muffled grunt, the figure dragged a large blade, his eyes flickering. Clearly, he had not anticipated Meng Chuan's formidable skills. However, it was equally surprising to Meng Chuan himself. After all, this was his first time employing the Sun Long Palm in combat, and he was uncertain of its true power. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, this technique had not disappointed him. It seemed that the arduous training along the way had not been in vain. At present, Meng Chuan had cultivated the Sun Long Palm to a minor success, although his application of it was still somewhat unrefined. It appeared sufficient to deal with the adversary before him. Thousand leaves, flying flowers. He intended to afford the enemy no further respite. With a sweeping motion of his leg, he stirred up a flurry of fallen leaves, and then he raised his palm to strike repeatedly. The agitated leaves, imbued with spiritual energy, transformed into flying daggers, cascading down upon his foe like a torrential rain. The assailant's gaze sharpened, and with a flourish, he wielded his large blade, conjuring a protective barrier of blade energy around himself. The sound of crashing leaves and blade energy colliding filled the air, disintegrating into ash. Yet, a few leaves managed to breach the gaps in the blade energy, viciously cutting into the assailant's flesh. Realizing that mere defense was too passive, he gritted his silver teeth and forcefully carved a path through the torrent of leaves. Then, he swiftly advanced, breaking through the opening. Requiem of the Yellow Spring. Before he arrived, the blade energy surged forth. Meng Chuan's gaze was piercing, as if he had suddenly found himself swept away in a torrential current. The blade aura unleashed by his opponent surged like waves, fierce and tumultuous, attempting to engulf him. With a hissing sound, his pant legs and the hem of his clothing were suddenly rent with several gashes. Despite this, Meng Chuan remained utterly composed. He raised both arms and swiftly executed a hand gesture. As the final seal took form, the blade aura swirling around him suddenly plunged downward. In an instant, the descending blade aura carved a substantial pit into the earth surrounding him. This was the manifestation of the second character technique, the Jin technique, unlocked after his breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Along this journey, while honing the Xuanlong Palm, he had consistently pursued the study of the Jin technique. You cannot harm me. After neutralizing his opponent's offensive, Meng Chuan could not resist smirking in triumph. The assailant's expression darkened, one hand gripping his large blade while the other tended to his wounds. "Today, you are fortunate. I shall settle the score with you another day," with gritted teeth. He uttered this and turned away, intent on retreating. Meng Chuan no longer concealed his formidable prowess, allowing the ethereal serpent of his spirit to unfurl in its utmost magnificence. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly circled to stand before his opponent. The newcomer's gaze sharpened with urgency, and instinctively, he halted his advance, hastily swinging his blade. Did he not desire to hasten his defeat by wielding such a large weapon at such close quarters? Meng Chuan continued to mock, stepping forward just as his opponent's blade struck. In that moment, he nearly pressed himself against the adversary, deftly evading the lethal arc of the sword. With a flick of his left hand, he struck the opponent's forearm, where the grip of the weapon resided. His right fist met the oncoming left palm of his foe with a resounding clash. With a blend of intention and instinct, Meng Chuan effortlessly seized the upper hand. As his punch landed, taking advantage of his opponent's unsteady stance, he unleashed another blow. This second strike found its mark squarely against the left side of the opponent's chest. A subdued grunt escaped the adversary as he staggered back, retreating 3 or 4 meters before managing to steady himself. A trickle of blood meandered down from the corner of his mouth, and the once formidable figure now appeared diminished, his previously upright posture now hunched. "Have you given up on your dust-avoiding pearl?" Meng Chuan inquired softly, a devilish grin adorning his face. Noticing his opponent's silence, marked only by clenched lips, he adopted a stern expression, his tone turning icy. "Are you pretending to be mute? Do you dare to challenge me to render you truly mute? If it weren't for my lack of rest these past few days, you wouldn't have had the upper hand." The adversary, seemingly unconvinced, lifted his pale visage, indignantly retorting. Before Meng Chuan could respond, Ningyu interjected with scorn, "Only a loser seeks excuses for their ineptitude." Chapter 68. A clash of blows in the face of Ningyu's merciless taunts, anger surged within the opponent's countenance. However, having sustained grave internal injuries from the previous strikes to his chest, he refrained from further posturing. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his right fist, endeavoring to regain control over the tumultuous energy within him. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Meng Chuan stepped forward with determination. Before he even arrived, his hand swung outwards, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Following another move, the assailant was completely engulfed by a tempest of leaves. As the leaf-like blades descended, the figure of the assailant re-emerged, bloodied and battered. At that moment, his attire was riddled with holes, every inch of exposed skin marred and bruised. Kneeling on the ground, what had once been a deadly weapon was now reduced to a mere crutch. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at Meng Chuan with palpable fear. In that instant, he acutely sensed the murderous intent emanating from Meng Chuan. However, after enduring such severe injuries, he had utterly lost the will to resist. With a swallow, he could not help but feel the cold sweat trickling down from his forehead to his chin. His eyes widened, staring unblinkingly at the imminent threat before him. "What benefit would it bring you to kill me? Judging by your appearance, you must have just arrived here. I could guide you." Sensing the impending danger to his life, the assailant attempted to showcase his potential utility. "Humph." Ningyu let out a disdainful laugh. "Forgive me, but we have no need for a guide as deceitful as you. Trusting someone unworthy could easily lead them into peril. You have no idea how secretive the entrance to the secret realm truly is." The assailant refused to concede. After all, if his remaining value was unrecognized, his chances of survival would dwindle significantly. Ningyu had no intention of reconsidering. Observing Meng Chuan's silence, she could not help but urge, "This individual does not appear trustworthy. Leaving him alive would surely spell disaster." Upon hearing this, the assailant's heart sank. "Surely you do not think that I am the only one from the Changless sect? If my brothers cannot locate me, they will inevitably suspect you. At that time, with just the two of you, you may not withstand the wrath of the Changless sect." It must be acknowledged that this individual possessed a modicum of intelligence, attempting to leverage his sect's influence to intimidate his adversaries. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Meng Chuan and Ningyu had already crossed paths with others from the Changless sect. "Ha, do you know from which sect we hail?" Ningyu asked with a sinister smile. The assailant froze, instinctively conjuring the worst possible scenario in his mind. You are not from the Demon Sect, are you?" "Ha, so you are indeed clever." Ningyu did not deny it. Upon receiving confirmation, the assailant's face drained of color, and his trembling form betrayed his fear. "Fair maiden, no, esteemed lady, I was merely blind to your greatness and inadvertently offended you. Please, Show mercy and do not hold my ignorance against me. Since he hailed from Changle Gate, the newcomer was acutely aware of the enmity between Changle Gate and the Demon Sect. No longer able to concern himself with terms or demonstrate his worth, he hastily prostrated himself, pleading for mercy. Observing the figure crouched at her feet, Ningyu finally displayed a hint of satisfaction, her previously furrowed brow easing. After a prolonged silence, Mengchuan withdrew his gaze from her cheek and lowered his head to regard the figure on the ground. Speak. The cold command escaped his lips as he retrieved a potential enhancement pill from the system's repository. The individual on the ground was taken aback, hesitating before reluctantly opening his mouth. In the next instant, he felt something propelled into his mouth. Before he could react further, the substance dissolved entirely. Immediately after, an unexpected wave of heat surged down his throat. The already unstable inner energy became exceedingly tumultuous, causing chaos within his energy sea and violently impacting his meridians. In a matter of moments, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Wiping the corner of his mouth, the newcomer looked up in horror, trembling as he stammered. What have you made me consume? The potential enhancement pill forcibly extracts a cultivator's latent potential. Forcing the activation of someone already suffering from severe internal injuries would inevitably exacerbate their condition. To those unfamiliar with the properties of the potential enhancement pill, it might easily be mistaken for a form of poison. Judging by the newcomer's reaction, it was evident that such a misunderstanding had taken root. What Mengchuan desired was precisely this outcome. Thus, it was impossible for him to disclose to the other party that it was merely a simple. It was nothing more than a secret elixir that I had brought from the sect. As long as the antidote was taken in a timely manner, it would not result in any loss of life. Mengchuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if recounting a trivial matter entirely unrelated to himself. Yet this issue was a matter of life and death, creating a stark contrast to the easy demeanor he projected. Hurry, give me the antidote. Are you commanding me? Mengchuan's expression suddenly turned frosty. The newcomer froze, trembling as he stammered. I would never dare. I am merely beseeching you for the antidote. Whether or not to grant the antidote hinges upon your performance. Mengchuan elegantly swept his robes and settled down on the steps before the courtyard. The newcomer, however, dared not rise from the ground and cautiously inquired, What are your commands? Did you not just mention that there were many people at Changle Gate? So, where are they now? That was merely a fabrication of mine. Apart from myself, there is no one else here at Changle Gate. There must be more than just you sent to explore the secret realm, Mengchuan remarked, his brows furrowing. Indeed, there were others, the visitor replied with a bitter tone. But only I managed to escape from the secret realm. What transpired within the secret realm? Mengchuan asked, his curiosity piqued. I am not entirely certain. All I know is that a sudden tremor shook the ground, and then thousands of zombies crawled out from the fissures. My fellow disciples were either buried beneath the earth or torn to shreds by the zombies. Even though time had passed, the recollection of that moment still sent shivers down the visitor's spine. Counting you, how many remain active in the vicinity? Mengchuan shifted his inquiry. I do not know. In recent days, I have scarcely encountered anyone nearby. The visitor vigorously shook his head. In fact, no zombies have emerged from the secret realm lately. The other survivors must have re-entered the secret realm. Then why do you remain outside? Mengchuan narrowed his eyes suddenly. The visitor stammered. You no longer desire the antidote, do you? Mengchuan frowned and snorted coldly. The visitor, caught off guard, muttered. I merely wish for my fellow disciples to find peace in death. You seem intent on profiting from the dead. Ningyu ruthlessly exposed, extending her right hand with swift precision. Now, hand over all that you have scavenged from the deceased these days. Chapter 69. Profiting from the dead. Faced with Ningyu's sharp and perceptive gaze, the visitor hesitated before reaching into his bosom. Soon, a bloodstained storage pouch was produced. It's all in here. Do you take me for a fool? Mengchuan stepped forward. With a swift gesture, he sealed several key energy points of the visitor. Once he confirmed that the other could no longer wield spiritual energy at will, he tore open the visitor's garment. With a crack, another clean storage pouch fell from the visitor's grasp. Realizing his ulterior motives were exposed, the visitor hastily attempted to justify himself. I did not mean to conceal this. It was merely an inadvertent oversight. If you continue to be so careless, be wary of losing your life here. Mengchuan warned ominously. I won't be careless anymore. The visitor retracted his head, suppressing the pain, and dared not utter another word. Mengchuan then promptly opened the two storage bags and emptied their contents onto the ground. Subsequently, a multitude of storage bags lay scattered across the floor. It turned out that those initial two storage bags were solely employed to contain other storage bags. There must be nearly 40 of them, if not more. Ning Yu's eyelids twitched in disbelief, clearly astonished by this astonishing quantity. Meng Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly opened all his storage bags. It took him a full 2 hours to meticulously inventory the contents of the numerous bags. Among the treasures, there were over 100 vials of elixirs, predominantly healing potions, followed by those for restoring spiritual energy. Regrettably, he was unable to find a single vial exceeding the 4th rank. Nonetheless, this collection of elixirs could certainly be considered a substantial windfall. In addition to the elixirs, there were more than 200 spirit herbs and over 60 pieces of spiritual ore. Wait, is that the soul-returning herb? As Meng Chuan's murmurs faded, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring the task item, Soul Grass. Collection progress stands at 100. Congratulations on completing this round of tasks. Rewards are dispersed immediately for your perusal. The challenge task exploration of the Purple Sand Secret Realm has seen an overall completion progress rise to 25. The second phase of the exploration task is now activated. Task details. Please ascertain the true cause of the anomalies in the Secret Realm. Time limit. None. Task rewards. 3,000 spiritual points, 1,000 spiritual rhythm, 300 contribution points, and a scratch card for a black gold weapon. Would the host like to accept this phase of the task immediately? As a series of system notifications echoed in his mind, Meng Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. To his astonishment, he had completed the first phase of the task even before entering the Secret Realm. A strange sensation of having struck an unexpected fortune washed over him. I accept this task. The host has successfully accepted the second phase of the exploration task. Current phase task completion progress, 0. Overall task completion progress, 25. 61 days remain until the exploration of the Purple Sand Secret Realm task becomes invalid. 61 days? Well, that affords ample time, Meng Chuan mused aloud. With that, he proactively summoned the system panel to assess his current resource status. Name, Meng Chuan Spiritual Points, 673 Spiritual Rhythm, 666 Contribution Points, 100 Cultivation Technique, Magic Sky Treasure Record, Anti-Rebound Suppression at 10, Physique, Earth Level Initial Stage. 5 Poisons Corrupting Corpse Physique, Enhanced Spiritual Power, Realm, Initial Stage of Golden Core Practiced Martial Arts. High-level Yellow Grade Stone Shattering Fist, achieved. Intermediate Earth Grade Spirit Serpent Flowing Body, achieved. Intermediate Earth Grade Soon Dragon Palm, minor success. High-level Earth Grade Ling Xin Hand, minor success. New items. 1 Platinum Martial Technique Scratch Card. Upon confirming his status, Meng Chuan couldn't help but click his tongue in mild disappointment. With none of his resource points exceeding 4 digits, he felt as though he were tightening his belt to make ends meet. Just as he was lost in thought, a small hand suddenly appeared before him. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Ning Yu continued to organize her freshly acquired items. Snapping back to reality, Meng Chuan offered a faint smile. I was merely momentarily dazzled by the abundance of items. I'll take a mere 10,000 spiritual stones and a few bottles of elixirs. The rest are all yours. Ning Yu, however, did not hesitate to accept his offer. Spiritual stones are the universal currency in the cultivation world. With this sum, she would be free from worries about sustenance for at least a year. I see there are numerous secret manuals here. Are you not keeping any? Meng Chuan was taken aback by her generosity. My current martial techniques are more than sufficient. I have no need for any additional manuals. Ning Yu waved her hand dismissively, her disdain unmistakably evident in her gaze. Meng Chuan clearly noticed and couldn't help but ponder. Is this woman perhaps disdainful of these trinkets? He did not concern himself with such thoughts and promptly commanded the system to create backups of all the manuals. Subsequently, he returned the original manuscripts, along with the remaining spiritual materials, artifacts, and elixirs, into the storage bag, handing them back to the figure lying on the ground. Upon receiving the items, the prostrate individual appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected chance to reclaim what had been stolen. Thank you. Your great kindness is unforgettable, he exclaimed. I never said I would let you go, Meng Chuan replied with a smirk. Upon hearing this, the previously grateful individual froze, fear overtaking his features. Merely jesting. You may rise now. Meng Chuan abruptly changed his tone. The figure on the ground finally exhaled in relief, propping himself up with his large blade and unsteadily standing. You two have traveled far. I shall not impose further, he said, turning away, eager to leave the town without delay. Once they were a distance away, Ning Yu turned and asked, Are you truly going to let that fellow go? If he behaves and guides us without harboring ulterior motives. Noticing the concern in her eyes, Ming Chuan added, though the poison I administered was merely a ruse, it has nonetheless sealed his energy pathways. For now, he is nothing more than an ordinary person unable to wield spiritual energy, so there is no need for excessive worry. I still believe keeping him around poses a risk. Ningyu said, her brow furrowed. Patience. Once we enter the secret realm, we can dispose of him then. Ming Chuan seemed to have a plan in mind. Although this second phase of the task had no time constraints, the challenges of the subsequent phases remained uncertain. Thus, Ming Chuan wished to avoid wasting excessive time on the trivial matter of locating the entrance to the secret realm. Aren't you concerned he might escape? Ningyu's frown remained. Not at all. Ming Chuan replied confidently. Tonight, he will undoubtedly be preoccupied with determining the nature of the poison he has been subjected to, yet he will uncover nothing. And the more he learns, the less inclined he will be to act rashly. Every life is precious. Who would risk their own without absolute certainty? Chapter 70. The frightening rift. The following morning, the individual from Chang Lumin awaited Ming Chuan and Ningyu at the entrance of their residence, bearing dark circles under his eyes. As soon as the two arose, he immediately began preparing water for their faces. Such eager assistance made Ningyu feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Ming Chuan, however, remained unfazed and composed. By the way, what is your name? The name is Chundalong. A fine name indeed, Ming Chuan jested. Yet it seems the virtue does not quite match. You speak the truth. From this day forth, I shall strive to cultivate my character, in hopes of living up to my illustrious name. Chundalong replied with a smile, exhibiting utmost humility. Yet Ming Chuan refrained from continuing to jest about his name and instead inquired about the intelligence concerning Chang Lumin. After a seemingly casual exchange of conversation, the time unknowingly slipped into noon. Combining breakfast and lunch into a single meal, the three of them prepared a feast with the remaining provisions in the town. After satisfying their hunger and thirst under Ming Chuan's orders, Chundalong officially commenced his guiding duties. As they journeyed westward towards the fringes of the oasis, a vast chasm lay before them. A sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting countless grains of sand that rushed towards the trio. Caught off guard, Ningyu found her mouth filled with sand, and despite spitting several times, she remained uncomfortable. Observing this, Chundalong hastily retrieved 2 cloaks adorned with white gauze, handing one to each of Ning and Ming. Why did you not bring these out sooner? Ningyu chastised, snatching the cloak. I hadn't anticipated the ferocity of the winds today. Chundalong replied with a nervous chuckle as he donned a 3rd cloak himself. The entrance to the secret realm lies at the bottom of this fierce wind gorge. When we descend, you both must stay close to me. Upon reaching the edge of the chasm, he deliberately tossed a stone down and earnestly cautioned Ming Chuan and Ningyu. Ming Chuan leaned forward to cast a glance into the rift, and what met his eyes was a swirling mass of ominous purple mist. The dense fog obscured any view of the valley floor, and gazing at the undulating cloud evoked an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him, reminiscent of his initial encounter with the toxic vapors in the herb garden. However, Chundalong offered him no further time for contemplation, leading the way down the carved path along the cliff. As they distanced themselves from the summit, the chill in the air grew increasingly oppressive. Once they were enveloped in the encircling purple haze, their spiritual awareness was significantly restricted. By the time they reached the valley floor, they could only perceive the movements of flora within a 10-meter radius, while their visual range was severely limited to less than 3 meters. Fortunately, the purple mist itself bore no toxic gases or miasmas harmful to the human body. Thud, thud. The muffled sound of their footsteps echoed harshly in the stillness of the valley. We can't see anything down here. Are you sure we're not lost? Ningyu frowned as her legs began to feel weak. We're almost there, Chundalong replied with a slight smile, gesturing ahead. No sooner had he spoken than an eerie sound emanated from behind them. Alerted by the disturbance, both Ningyu and Ming Chuan instinctively turned to look. Amidst the rich purple haze, something seemed to flit past. Rubbing her eyes, Ningyu furrowed her brow and glanced back at Chundalong, intending to inquire about the fleeting figure. Yet, to her dismay, she could not find Chundalong anywhere in sight. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped her, prompting her to seize Ming Chuan's arm and exclaim, "That guy has run off." I know, Ming Chuan replied, his gaze darting back toward their previous path. Simultaneously, mingled with the eerie sounds, there arose a series of cries reminiscent of a wailing infant. Something is charging at us, he warned, realizing the gravity of the situation. As soon as the words left his lips, countless shadows materialized from the purple mist. Then, dozens of gaping maws, dripping with foul, viscous fluid, appeared before them. They were all zombies. Having encountered them before, Ming Chuan remained composed. While issuing warnings, he tightened his fists, ready for battle. Ningyu wasted no time either. She drew her curved blade and swung it in rapid strokes. Thud, 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 zombies fell to the ground, countless severed limbs rolling into the pooling filth. The increasingly putrid stench overwhelmed both Ming Chuan and Ningyu, nearly robbing them of their sense of smell, even as the corpses piled up like mountains beneath their feet. The relentless onslaught of zombies showed no signs of abating. This is not sustainable. There are too many zombies. We will eventually be worn down, Ningyu shouted, her grip on the hilt of her blade growing painfully tight. Ming Chuan deeply resonated with the situation and promptly suggested, "Let us pursue the direction in which that fellow Chen departed. I will cover our retreat." Very well. Aware that this was not the moment for modesty, Ningyu forcefully repelled the two zombies before her and swiftly turned to flee. As Ming Chuan fought while retreating, he successfully kept all the zombies at bay behind him before he dashed forward with wild abandon. The valley was shrouded in dense mist, making it nearly impossible to discern the direction. Both Ningyu and Ming Chuan instinctively chose to advance along the right cliff wall. In their desperate bid to completely shake off the zombies, they pushed their agility to the limit. However, after a short distance, Ningyu suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Quickly stopping, she realized the path ahead was obstructed, fearing that Ming Chuan might not be able to halt in time. She extended her jade-like arm to assist in blocking his way. Ming Chuan stood at the edge of the abyss ahead, struggling to halt his steps. A glance downward sent a shiver down his spine. At his feet lay another unfathomable chasm. It resembled a slumbering primordial beast, gaping wide, beckoning him to leap into its depths. The icy gusts emanating from the abyss numbed his toes with pain. Swallowing hard, he grasped Ningyu's hand and retreated 2 steps. After a moment of gathering his frayed composure, he cast a glance back down the path they had come. The shadow swirling within the violet mist loomed ever closer, threatening to ensnare them once more. Realizing they might be cornered, cold sweat began to bead in the palms of both Ming Chuan and Ningyu. If we were to perish here, would it be deemed a death cave? Who knows where the corpses would be dragged by the zombies? Ming Chuan thought with a bitter smile. Regardless, dying on the same day could be considered a form of fate, should we meet again in the next life. I hope you will still recognize me. Perhaps we need not meet our end just yet. Ming Chuan's ears perked as he squinted into the dense purple fog. The zombies that should have caught up to them were still nowhere to be seen, and the cacophony of footsteps from the mist had abruptly ceased. The indistinct shadows had vanished, leaving only the chilling gloom of the valley. Why have they ceased their pursuit? Ningyu finally reacted. I don't know, Ming Chuan grinned. But for now, it seems our lives are safe. Yet, his heart remained heavy when the system suddenly issued a warning. Warning, warning, an unknown spiritual entity is present nearby. Just as the system concluded its message, a tempest erupted from the abyss behind them, and a shadow like a cloud shot forth at breakneck speed. In the next moment, Ningyu was enveloped by the shadow and plunged into the abyss. Chapter 71. A narrow escape. The shadow moved with such swiftness that even with the system's alert, Ming Chuan could not react in time. By the time he grasped the situation, Ningyu had vanished from his side. His expression changed dramatically as he unleashed a powerful palm strike. The fierce gust of his strike surged toward the shadow, successfully dispersing the flickering dark energy enveloping it. However, this did not prevent the eerie shadow from descending into the abyss. Ningyu's panicked silhouette momentarily emerged, flailing as she struggled to break free from the shadow's grasp. Yet, the dissipated dark energy quickly reformed around her. Before she could be entirely consumed by the shadow once more, Ming Chuan managed to shout in haste, "Don't be afraid, I will find you." No sooner had the words left his lips than the shadow dragged Ningyu into the endless darkness below the abyss. He was left uncertain if his words had even reached her ears. Taking a deep breath, Ming Chuan compelled himself to regain his composure and began to seek a way to descend into the abyss. At that moment, just as a semblance of tranquility returned, the abyss surged once more with dark energy. A far larger shadow suddenly emerged from the edge of the chasm. Ming Chuan was already in a fit of rage when he encountered this entity. With arms raised in indignation, he struck out with great force. The fierce gust of his palm surged forward, instantly creating a substantial cavity in the area resembling the creature's chest. However, the shadow's speed remained unimpeded. It extended a colossal claw, descending upon Ming Chuan with ominous intent. Remarkably, even as the shadow loomed above him, the gaping wound in its chest had already healed completely. As Ming Chuan observed, his eyelids fluttered with trepidation, and he certainly had no intention of allowing that entity to make contact with him. In the next moment, he raised his arm skyward, forcefully shattering the colossal claw that the shadow had unleashed. The fragmented claw transformed into a cascade of inky black smoke, encircling him in a swirling embrace. Suddenly, the edge of the abyss became shrouded in this black mist, which even banished the violet haze that had previously permeated the area. Enveloped by the dark smoke, Meng Chuan furrowed his brow and struck out with both hands, initially intending to disperse the swirling black vapor. His actions instead incited it to surge back towards him. In the blink of an eye, a towering wall of darkness rose up around him. Meng Chuan felt as though he had been abruptly confined within a suffocatingly small black room. It was as if the very air within had been suddenly siphoned away. Involuntarily, his breathing became labored, and an unexpected wave of dizziness washed over him. As his feet seemed to lose contact with the ground, he bit down hard on his tongue, forcefully anchoring his drifting consciousness. In this moment of peril, he had no time to hesitate. He struck out with both fists, forcibly creating an opening in the claustrophobic darkness. He then sprang through the breach. The instant he broke free from his bindings, he turned back and struck with fervor. Only when the shadow completely dissipated into a swirling black mist did he finally cease his assault. Yet, almost immediately, the dense black vapor on the ground coalesced once more, forming a tall and sinister silhouette. It loomed like an insurmountable hill, or perhaps an indomitable deity. What on earth is this? Frustration gnawed at Meng Chuan as he glared at the shadow, retreating with determination, until he could devise a viable strategy to confront this foe. He resolved to cease the futile war of attrition. However, just as he took 2 steps back, the system's alert chimed again. Attention, host. Hostile entities detected nearby. Hostile? Meng Chuan's gaze darkened with urgency. Before he could inquire further, a sharp blade of light sliced through the air from his right. His heart raced as he instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Just as he turned to counterattack, another glimmer of steel approached from the left. Taken by surprise, Meng Chuan sprang back, striving to escape the lethal arc of the blade. Relying on his agile reflexes, he successfully evaded the attack, but in doing so, he found himself cornered at the feet of the shadow once more. In the next instant, the shadow's massive arm swept towards him, ensnaring him and drawing him into the abyss. Before the encroaching black mist enveloped him entirely, 2 familiar and sinister faces came into view. Chen Delong had, unbeknownst to him, allied with the disciple of the Demon Sect. Each held a weapon, one a dagger and the other a sword. It was clear that they were the ones who had just assaulted Meng Chuan. As he plummeted into the abyss, Chen Delong even raised his right hand in a gesture of farewell. Those 2 scoundrels. Anger bubbled within him, yet Meng Chuan could only suppress it deep inside. To avoid being shattered upon impact, he immediately contacted the system. How far is it to the bottom of the abyss? The magnetic field here is chaotic. The system's detection capabilities are limited and cannot measure the precise distance to the abyssal floor in real time. So, what you mean is, I can only wait for my demise. Meng Chuan was reluctant to be reduced to a mere pulp. Just as he was contemplating this, the dark energy encircling him began to morph into slender needles, piercing through his pores. As the sharp pain radiated through him, he also felt his stamina and spiritual energy being siphoned away in wisps. Hey, you need to come up with a solution quickly. If this continues, I will be drained completely. According to the observations of this system, such spiritual entities are manifestations of vengeful spirits, characterized by their nature, and are fearful of fire. Fire? A glimmer of hope ignited in Meng Chuan's eyes. In the next instant, he retrieved a fire starter from his storage pouch. With a puff, flames surged forth. He believed this would liberate him from his restraints. But to his dismay, the fire starter was extinguished in the blink of an eye by the encroaching darkness. Didn't you say this thing is fiery? He expressed his frustration, but before he could await the system's response, he felt his descent accelerate dramatically. Perhaps it was the act of playing with fire that provoked the shadow. Meng Chuan was abruptly hurled away. At that moment, he was not merely in free fall, but was endowed with a considerable initial velocity. This was disastrous. In his 2 lifetimes, Meng Chuan had never felt such despair. The sensation of being forced to await his predetermined fate was both helpless and debilitating. After struggling to reclaim a second chance at life, how could he resign himself to such an untimely end? With a surge of defiance, he twisted his body, disregarding the fierce winds assaulting his eyes, and focused his vision below. Simultaneously, he unleashed his spiritual awareness with utmost diligence. Was that trees? Upon sensing a dense thicket that intruded upon his awareness, Meng Chuan's eyes brightened anew. He endeavored to control his trajectory and aimed for the highest treetop. A cacophony of rustling ensued, accompanied by a few resounding thuds, as Meng Chuan crashed onto the damp ground with a cry. The excruciating pain coursing through his body rendered him immobile, curled on the ground, moaning in agony. Just then, an unexpected rustling sound invaded his ears. Ding! Unknown organism detected nearby. Please, host, remain vigilant. Due to interference with the detection function, the system could only issue this vague warning. However, that was enough to plunge Meng Chuan's heart into the depths of despair. Chapter 72. Misfortune becomes fortune. Enduring the excruciating pain, Meng Chuan gritted his teeth and sat upright against the tree trunk. He then grasped his dislocated right arm, forcibly realigning the displaced joint. The cracking sound was immediately drowned out by his piercing wail. Panting heavily, his chest heaved violently, drenched in sweat. Without a moment's respite, Meng Chuan swiftly retrieved a blood-replenishing pill and placed it into his mouth. As the elixir dissolved within him, its effects began to permeate his being, offering a slight alleviation to the pervasive pain that enveloped him. Leaning firmly against the tree trunk, he assumed a defensive stance, focusing intently on the direction from which the rustling sound emanated. In the enveloping darkness, a vague silhouette drew closer. Swallowing hard, Meng Chuan ultimately resolved to take the initiative. He clenched his right fist and struck fiercely towards the approaching shadow. However, before his fist could connect with the entity, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Without a second thought, he rolled swiftly along the ground. Simultaneously, a thunderous sound reverberated in his ears. Something swept past the tree where he had taken refuge. And in an instant, the massive trunk, thicker than a yellow barrel, snapped in two. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the scene erupted into chaos, leaves swirling tumultuously around him. Meng Chuan felt his eyelids fluttering, unable to suppress a quiet murmur. Goodness, is it truly this ferocious? Although he remained uncertain about what had severed the massive tree, he was acutely aware that had he not evaded swiftly just moments ago, his own fate would likely mirror that of the fallen giant. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he limped back 2 steps. To discern the nature of the creature before him, he ignited another firebrand. As the flames flickered, he finally beheld the true form of his adversary, a colossal crocodile, its tail exceeding 10 feet in length. Heavens, with my slight frame, I would to even suffice as a mere morsel. In that instant, a shiver ran down his spine. Noticing the armored scales adorning the crocodile's body, he instinctively abandoned any notion of confronting it directly. Given his current state, it would be prudent to avoid its wrath. All matters could be addressed once he had fully recuperated. Recognizing the creature's aversion to fire, Meng Chuan fashioned a makeshift torch from his outer garment. He swiftly gathered a bundle of dry twigs and ignited a bonfire to obstruct the crocodile's pursuit. Seizing the opportunity while the beast seethed impotently behind the flames, Meng Chuan, with his injured leg, stealthily retreated along the cliffside. As he moved forward, he gazed upwards, attempting to catch a glimpse of the enigmatic entity that had ensnared him in the abyss. Yet, it felt as though a shroud of darkness enveloped him, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The encroaching chill began to seep into his very bones, gradually slowing his movements. Fortunately, not far ahead lay a cave opening. Before entering, Meng Chuan deliberately kindled a large fire at the entrance. Crackling and popping, he meticulously tended to his wounds by the flickering light. However, as time passed, the colossal crocodile was soon joined by a multitude of other beasts gathering outside the cave. There were swarms of venomous scorpions, towering bears, and even serpents stretching over 20 feet in length. These creatures, separated by the fire, drooled hungrily at the sight of Meng Chuan. Have I stumbled into a zoo? He thought, momentarily dazed. But he quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth. If you wish to feast upon me, you must possess the means. Determined not to be trapped, he contemplated a forceful escape. These beasts can be devoured. The system interjected, albeit inopportunely. Meng Chuan's resolve to break free wavered. As long as the fire blazed, these creatures would hesitate to approach. The beasts dwelling in the gloomy abyss evidently harbored a natural fear of fire. Thus, Meng Chuan surmised he had ample resources to outlast them. Eventually, when their hunger became unbearable, they would retreat. At that moment, he would simply need to strike them down one by one. However, he evidently underestimated the ferocity of the monstrous beasts. Just as the gathered firewood was on the verge of depletion, the belly of the frost bear emitted a low rumble. Contrary to Meng Chuan's expectations, it did not retreat. Instead, it cast a covetous gaze upon the enormous python nearby. The python seemed to sense the impending threat, swiftly coiling its formidable body and raising its massive head. What followed was a brutal melee between the bear and the serpent, unfolding before Ming Chuan's very eyes. Could this be a twist of fate? Ming Chuan could never have anticipated that this group of beasts would engage in such a sudden internal conflict. In the blink of an eye, the colossal python had coiled around the formidable body of the great bear, while the bear tightened its grip around the serpent's neck. Both parties exerted their utmost strength, entangled and savagely biting one another, each intent on devouring the other. Even the massive crocodile observing the spectacle seemed to stir with interest. Meanwhile, the scorpions had long since crawled onto the entwined forms of the python and the bear. What an opportune moment. System, at this distance, can I consume? Almost there. Upon hearing the response, Ming Chuan shuffled closer to the fire by the cave entrance. Just as he settled himself, a burst of white light suddenly erupted from him, enveloping the battlefield outside. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed a dual-tailed scorpion, Spirit Points 1. Host has consumed another dual-tailed scorpion, Spirit Points 1. Until the entire swarm of scorpions was completely devoured, his total of 0 points multiplied over fivefold. Yet, this was not his only gain. Following the scorpions, the great bear and the python also fell victim to misfortune. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed the third-order beast, Great Bear, Spirit Essence 938. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed the third-order beast, Ensnaring Mountain Python, Spirit Essence 1026. The system detected additional beasts available for consumption on-site. Would you like to consume them immediately? Was there even a question? Devour. Ming Chuan did not hesitate for even half a second. No sooner had he spoken than the eerie white light enveloping the python's corpse surged toward the giant crocodile. The crocodile blinked in astonishment, abruptly turning around and bolting away at full speed. Ding! Target lock failed. The consumption program cannot be initiated. Please restrain the target so the system can successfully commence the consumption program. Ding! Target has exited the system's detection range. Consumption cannot proceed. With the system's final announcement, the brilliant light spilling from the cave swiftly retracted. Seizing this opportunity, Ming Chuan hastily summoned the system panel to check his current resource points. Name, Ming Chuan. Spirit Points, 3943. Spirit Essence, 2630. Contribution Points, 100. Technique, Magic Heaven Treasure Land. Rebound suppressed at 10. Physique, Earth Grade Initial Stage, 5 Poison Corrosive Physique, Enhanced Spiritual Power. Realm, Initial Stage Golden Core. Newly acquired item, 1 Platinum Martial Technique Scratch Card. As he perused the information, a broad smile broke across Ming Chuan's face. Exaggerated and carefree. What does the old adage say? Ah yes, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and fortune may harbor misfortune. Chapter 73, A Glimmer of Hope to Survive. In this lifetime, Ming Chuan had never felt so affluent. He was ready to invest all his spirit points to advance his realm. Remembering the 6-month agreement with Tuobalan, he was certain that what he needed most was a breakthrough in his realm. The system reminded him that he lacked sufficient spirit points to advance to the next minor realm. What? Looking at the numbers in the spirit points column, Ming Chuan's lips twitched. With nearly 4,000 spirit points, he was still unable to break through to the mid-golden core stage. The essence may be insufficient, but the ethereal charm should suffice, correct? Pray tell, host, are you prepared to invest all your ethereal charm to deduce your realm? Invest as much as necessary to break through to the mid-stage of the golden core. Successfully channeling 2,000 units of ethereal charm, the realm-deducing process is initiated. After 2 centuries of refining the essence of myriad demons and seizing the quintessence of countless beasts, the ascension to the mid-stage of the golden core is achieved. Simultaneously, the spirit energy within Ming Chuan surged, accompanied by a familiar sensation of breakthrough flooding his heart. Upon completion of the breakthrough, even the fatigue from his body and the pain from his injuries miraculously dissipated. With a deep exhale, he cleared the stagnant air and stretched his limbs beside the fire. Gazing at the remaining resource points, his eyes flickered with determination. Investing 3,000 units of ethereal charm, he evolved the Demon Heaven Treasure Land. The investment of 3,000 units was successful, and the cultivation method evolution process commenced. As the system's voice resonated, a diminutive figure suddenly materialized in his mind. Subsequently appeared a second figure, then a third. Each figure stood upon a golden light spot, resembling golden pathways of light. As the figures danced, those pathways began to stretch forward continuously. However, should any of the animated figures disintegrate, the pathways beneath them would likewise be severed. The imagery unfolding in his mind shifted too rapidly, the content too dense, resulting in a mounting ache in Ming Chuan's head. Fortunately, the duration of this process was relatively brief, allowing him to endure. The evolution of the Demon Heaven Treasure Land concluded, with backlash suppression elevated to 28. The host is encouraged to persevere further. Why was the increase so minimal? Ming Chuan lamented, scratching his head, just as he intended to reassess the remaining resource points. The flickering flames before him suddenly pressed downwards. A popping sound emerged, prompting Ming Chuan to instinctively glance skyward. There, a familiar dark shadow was plunging towards the ground. Alas, it has ultimately found me. Aware of the formidable nature of such an enigmatic spirit, Ming Chuan immediately assumed a defensive stance. To his surprise, the shadow did not charge at him, but instead lunged towards the two entangled beast corpses. Subsequently, a serpentine apparition and a bear-like specter were ruthlessly enveloped by the dark spirit. Concurrently, the black entity conjured countless enormous hands and grotesque human heads, commencing a savage assault upon the two beastly phantoms, creating a most unsettling spectacle. Could that be the souls of the serpent and the bear? Indeed. The system confirmed Ming Chuan's speculation and elaborated on the mysterious entity. According to this system's observations, the souls of the earth-shaking bear and the shadowy mountain python have become sustenance for that soul-devouring entity. What is a soul-devourer? Ming Chuan furrowed his brow. The enigmatic shadow you behold is a novel spirit formed through the mutual consumption and fusion of multiple souls. The soul-devourer feeds on souls, and the powerful can manipulate the minds of living beings, even extracting souls from their corporeal forms. Upon hearing this, Ming Chuan swiftly grasped a burning piece of wood and held it before himself. Noticing his movement, the soul devourer slowly turned around, opening its gaping maw to unleash a thunderous roar directed at him. The breath that erupted from its mouth nearly extinguished the flickering flames of the campfire. Under the wavering firelight, Ming Chuan's cheeks had already turned pale. What should he do about this creature that could neither be killed nor dispersed? The host could attempt to cultivate their own spiritual fire to ward it off. Easier said than done. A wave of darkness clouded Ming Chuan's mind. Only the rarest of talents could cultivate spiritual fire, paving their way to become either an alchemist or a smith. However, when surveying the entire cultivation realm, the number of smiths and alchemists combined was still exceedingly small. This merely proved that cultivating spiritual fire was no simple feat. As he observed the soul devourer baring its teeth at him, Ming Chuan steeled his resolve. There was no telling how many soul devourers lurked within the vicinity. Should he encounter an even more formidable one, relying solely on a couple of campfires would hardly guarantee his safety. Moreover, he could not remain stationary for long, as he still needed to search for Ning Yu's whereabouts. Taking a deep breath, Ming Chuan ultimately decided to give it a try. He retreated into the cave, adding more firewood to the flames, then summoned the system to retrieve the backup of the smithing insights. He isolated the section pertaining to the cultivation of spiritual fire and began to study and experiment simultaneously. Naturally, this was not a straightforward process, as the number of failures mounted, and upon seeing the soul devourer waiting outside the cave, Ming Chuan could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. What did it mean to use heart fire, supplemented by spiritual energy? What kind of nonsense was this? After numerous unsuccessful attempts, Ming Chuan could not restrain himself from cursing the senior cultivator who had left behind these insights. Unexpectedly, in his anger, he miraculously grasped a glimmer of understanding regarding heart fire. Through careful contemplation, he gradually realized that heart fire was, in essence, the fire of his own life. Spiritual fire required the life fire of the cultivator as a spark, with their own spiritual energy acting as fuel in order to ignite. With this epiphany, Ming Chuan felt a surge of joy and unwittingly immersed himself in a new round of attempts, neglecting even the campfire at the cave entrance. As the crackling sounds from the fire dwindled, and the air at the bottom of the chasm grew cold once more, the soul devourer waiting at the cave entrance stirred. It leaped from its position, resembling a dark, furry ball, swiftly blocking the entire cave entrance. Then, grotesque heads emerged from its body, shrieking as they surged toward Ming Chuan, who was seated in meditation. Just at that critical moment, a series of popping sounds erupted. Suddenly, a brilliant orange-red flame, resembling a lotus flower, erupted in front of Ming Chuan. All the menacing heads rushing toward him froze mid-attack. Ming Chuan's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, ignited by a fierce blaze within. Simultaneously, the cluster of flames before him expanded dramatically, doubling in size. The flames danced, the orange hue fading, replaced by a dazzling shade of crimson. When a stray flame inadvertently licked the edges, it emitted a sharp wail. The massive figure blocking the cave's entrance recoiled, retreating several meters before bowing its head and unleashing a furious roar against the ground. Ha ha, are you afraid? Come on, I'm not done playing yet. Having fallen into the abyss, he provocatively confronted the Soul Devourer for the first time, glimpsing a flicker of hope for survival. The Soul Devourer remained unresponsive, but a woman's startled cry echoed from the southeast. Chapter 74. The unusual presence of this woman. Upon hearing the woman's cry, Meng Chuan halted all movements. Deep down, he did not expect the presence of others at the bottom of this abyss. Naturally, he assumed the voice belonged to Ningyu. Alive, he murmured in joyous disbelief. Though he did not witness the relief that accompanied his thoughts, shutting down the system panel, he wasted no time, immediately employing his agility to rush towards the source of the voice. In a whirlwind of speed, he reached the vicinity in less than a minute, though the dim light of the abyss obscured the details of his surroundings. However, the commotion indicated that there was more than one woman present. In addition to the rustling winds, he discerned a flickering sword light. It was evident that those ahead were engaged in a fierce battle and appeared exceedingly tense. System. Can you detect Ningyu's aura? Ning, the young lady, is not here. The auras of the 5 individuals ahead are all new to this system. Upon hearing this response, Meng Chuan felt a pang of disappointment, his resolve wavering. As a disciple of the despised Demon Sect, he was reluctant to entangle himself with unknown practitioners. Just as he was about to turn back, a dull thud reached his ears, followed by a panicked male voice. Junior sister, please don't scare me. After this exclamation, the flickering sword lights ahead became increasingly dense. Enveloped in spiritual energy, the swords emitted glimmers of crystalline light. Amidst these luminous flashes, Meng Chuan finally discerned the foes engaged with that group. My goodness, there must be nearly 20 soul devourers. He gasped in astonishment, watching as the soul devourers scattered only to quickly regroup, witnessing the fallen woman engulfed by the dark mist released by the soul devourers, and seeing the other 4 individuals on the brink of being surrounded. He ultimately could not turn a blind eye. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Those creatures fear fire. Let us drive them away with flames." Suddenly, the 4 men, entangled by the sinister spirits, were taken aback by an unfamiliar voice. However, they had no time to ascertain the source of this alert. In a swift and forceful manner, the 4 men launched their attacks, creating an opening in the encircling net surrounding them. Almost simultaneously, they darted back towards the fallen woman. Upon their return, 3 of them continued to fend off the malevolent spirits, while one began to craft a makeshift torch. In no time, the torch was completed, igniting a brilliant blaze in the midst of the chaos. As soon as the torch was lit, the spirits that had been lurking around them began to retreat. Observing this, the men finally exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Had they known the torch would be effective, they would not have found themselves in such a precarious situation. Yet, what on earth were these dark entities that proved so troublesome? Without further ado, they turned their attention to the condition of their fallen companion. After some time filled with both frustration and relief, someone finally went to check on the woman. Suddenly, the spirits hovering above parted, creating a path through their ranks. A massive spirit, resembling a mountain, descended and charged towards the flickering torch. Witnessing this, Meng Chuan's eyes widened with urgency as he shouted, "Be careful, the earth spirit is coming." Just as the group regained their composure, darkness engulfed them. The enormous spirit swept down like a waterfall from the heavens, submerging the 5 and extinguishing the flickering torch. This is bad, Meng Chuan thought to himself, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Now that he had intervened, he could no longer remain a bystander. Almost the instant the torch was snuffed out, he propelled himself forward. Simultaneously, muffled groans emanated from the encroaching darkness. A sense of dread filled him, prompting him to quicken his pace. As he neared the colossal spirit, he summoned the ethereal flames he had just learned to conjure. The violet-red flames erupted, immediately igniting a conspicuous hole in the spirit's vast form. The giant spirit emitted a series of enraged roars, seemingly furious yet reluctantly retreating into the air. "Is everyone all right?" Meng Chuan called out, raising the ethereal flames. "I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention. Had you arrived even a moment later, I fear I would no longer be myself." The round-faced leader, a middle-aged man, wore an expression of profound gratitude, his tone revealing not only an uncontainable sense of lament, but also a fortunate relief at having survived a harrowing experience. Just moments ago, he sensed his consciousness being forcefully consumed, as if something sought to penetrate his mind. He was not alone in this sensation. The others experienced a similar, if not more intense, feeling. Consequently, after the round-faced man, the others bowed deeply to Ming Chuan in respect. This is no place to linger. Follow me. Ming Chuan waved his hand lightly, lifting his gaze to the objects still suspended in the sky, and spoke with solemnity. The others did not respond. Instead, tending to their unconscious junior sister, following closely behind him. They sped along the path until they returned to the cave where they had previously sought refuge. Once inside, Ming Chuan quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. The large soul beast that had pursued them abruptly retreated, while a few smaller ones lingered in the distance. Noticing the exhaustion etched on the faces of his companions, Ming Chuan cast the scant firewood available at the cave entrance into the flames. He then ventured outside alone to gather a substantial bundle of dry twigs. Upon returning to the cave, he found that of the few remaining individuals, only the still unconscious woman had yet to regain her strength. Observing the increasingly dense dark aura enveloping his junior sister's face, the 4 men within the cave grew progressively more anxious. They had already administered 2 spirit pills, yet she remained unresponsive. What would they say to their master if anything were to happen to her? She was his only daughter. The sight of 4 men huddled around the prone figure of a woman was, to say the least, rather peculiar. Ming Chuan could empathize with their concern for their junior sister. He set aside the firewood and comforted them, saying, "Perhaps the effects of the medicine have yet to fully manifest. There is no need for haste. It may be best to wait patiently for a while." Upon hearing his voice once more, the round-faced middle-aged leader suddenly leaned closer. "You are an esteemed individual. I kindly ask you to examine our young sister more closely." As he spoke, the round-faced man grasped Ming Chuan's arm, guiding him toward the unconscious woman. Ming Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, instinctively wiping his nose. "I'm only about 1.80 meters. That hardly qualifies as tall," he mused internally, though outwardly he assumed the demeanor of a so-called expert. He grasped the woman's delicate wrist, feigning a serious intent to take her pulse. While he could not discern the underlying issues, the system detected something amiss. This woman harbored an anomaly. Chapter 75. The Seed of Demon Qi. Upon hearing the system's words, Ming Chuan's lips quivered. Isn't that stating the obvious? If she were not peculiar, would she remain in a comatose state? The system clarified that within her body lay a seed of Demon Qi, intentionally implanted. "What did you say?" Ming Chuan's eyelids fluttered. Noticing the shift in his expression, the round-faced middle-aged men grew visibly anxious. "Is the situation with our junior sister very serious?" Hearing their inquiry, Ming Chuan temporarily halted his dialogue with the system. He then forced a grave expression and addressed the round-faced middle-aged man. "I must examine her more closely. Please remain quiet." "Yes, yes." The round-faced man immediately covered his mouth. Just then, the dark-faced young man pulled him aside and whispered, "Senior brother, could it be that?" Before he could finish, the dark-faced youth gestured with 2 fingers, slowly twisting them. Understanding the implication, the round-faced man promptly turned back to Ming Chuan and bowed. "As long as you can awaken our junior sister, we are willing to offer a reward of 100,000 spirit stones." Gulping, Ming Chuan discreetly swallowed, his fingers resting on the woman's wrist, trembling involuntarily. 100,000 spirit stones was no trivial sum. In fact, he had never encountered such a substantial amount in his life. After stabilizing his tumultuous emotions, he began to scrutinize the group of round-faced men. Though they appeared disheveled, their garments were of exquisite brocade, suggesting they hailed from a notable background. As Ming Chuan remained silent for an extended period, the 4 round-faced men grew increasingly anxious. "If you have any other conditions, please feel free to state them." Such a lavish statement stirred a sense of temptation within Ming Chuan, weary of impoverished days. Cautiously, before making any grand demands, he consulted the system. "Are you confident in treating this woman? If the host refers to merely awakening her, then certainly. It is a simple task. She merely requires the administration of a 4th-grade spirit refining pill. However, should you mean to eradicate the seed of Demon Qi from her body, I must regretfully inform you that this system is powerless. Even you cannot manage it?" Ming Chuan, filled with disappointment and surprise, questioned. "There are indeed methods, but they necessitate the host's personal intervention." The system, seemingly concerned that he might not fully grasp the situation, quickly elaborated. "To eliminate another seed of Demon Qi, one must possess not only formidable cultivation but also perfect control over one's own spiritual energy. Otherwise, once one transfers their own spiritual energy into another's body, they may find it too late to eliminate the seed of demonic energy, leading to a violent clash with the spiritual energy within the other. If such a conflict cannot be avoided, the lighter consequence could result in the other being consumed by madness, while the more severe outcome might sever their meridians, rendering them utterly incapacitated. The system's tone was not particularly forceful, yet Ming Chuan felt a sudden thump in his heart. What level of attainment is sufficient? After calming himself, he inquired softly. It is estimated that the host must at least break through to the nascent soul realm to potentially unsettle the deeply entrenched seed of demonic energy. What nonsense! Ming Chuan was filled with frustration. Setting aside the seed of demonic energy, it seemed rather shameless to attempt to extort others merely with a single divine elixir. With a quiet sigh, Ming Chuan dismissed the system's warehouse panel, searching for that vial of divine elixir within. Just then, a round-faced middle-aged man suddenly presented a sword box from his storage ring. Are you satisfied with this stunning rainbow sword? Suppressing the pain in his heart, the middle-aged man unveiled the box, his face adorned with a fawning smile. As the lid opened, a dazzling spectacle of colors unfolded before Ming Chuan's eyes. A fine sword indeed. Ming Chuan was instantly captivated by the resplendent sword before him. Seizing the opportunity, the system performed a brief analysis of the blade. The sword of stunning rainbows, a high-grade mystical weapon, forged from the rarest materials, blazing sky stone, secret silver, azure agate crystal, celestial iron from fallen meteors, and emerald-speckled fossils. Upon hearing this, Ming Chuan's heart ignited with fervor. After all, each of these 5 forging materials was a precious spiritual ore in its own right. This sword was undoubtedly a high-grade mystical artifact. Although he desired it immensely, Ming Chuan feigned disdain. The round-faced middle-aged man, suppressing his agitation, forced a smile and implored. This is already the highest-tier item we possess. Would you be so magnanimous as to assist my poor little junior sister? With that, he reverently placed the sword before Ming Chuan and bowed at a 90-degree angle. The others did not dare to lag behind, each voicing their requests. As the atmosphere became suitably charged, Ming Chuan reluctantly nodded. Very well, it seems fate has brought us together in this place. I shall save this young lady just this once. In that moment, he transformed from a novice in the realm of cultivation into a mysterious sage seasoned by the trials of the world. He retrieved a vial of spirit-quenching elixir, poured out a single pill, and deftly administered it to the unconscious woman. As the elixir dissolved, her pallid complexion began to regain its color at a visible rate. Before long, she fluttered her eyelashes and murmured as she awoke, "My head feels so heavy, so dizzy." Just as she attempted to rise, she collapsed back down. The round-faced, middle-aged man quickly extended a hand to support her, smiling as he said, "Don't move about too much. Take a moment to gather yourself." He then glanced at Ming Chuan and explained to the young lady, "It was this esteemed elder who saved you." Esteemed elder? The woman looked on in astonishment. To her, this man appeared to be of similar age, lacking any semblance of an elder's demeanor. "You should express your gratitude to the esteemed elder," urged the round-faced man. "Not only did he discern the weakness of the black mist that was pursuing us, but he also brought us to this safe haven." Upon hearing this, the woman realized the substantial debt of gratitude she owed to Ming Chuan. "I am the junior, Su Guanyin. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life." "There's no need for excessive formality. You've already expressed your thanks." Ming Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, how did you all come to be here?" Why would the esteemed elder ask when he already knows the answer? "At this time, we are here to search for the entrance to a secret realm, are we not?" As he spoke, the round-faced man's expression darkened, a bitter smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. "The entrance to the secret realm is below us?" Ming Chuan was taken aback. The round-faced man paused, scrutinizing him deeply. The others exchanged glances, their expression shifting from gratitude to a subtle disdain. Was this man feigning ignorance? If it were not confirmed that the entrance was indeed below, who would venture into such a place? Wait. Has he already discovered the precise location of the secret realm's entrance, and is he feigning ignorance in order to monopolize it? Such thoughts coursed through the minds of the round-faced middle-aged man and his companions, replacing any semblance of gratitude with a palpable wariness. Noticing the shift in the atmosphere within the cavern, Ming Chuan appeared utterly perplexed and could not help but inquire, "Why are you all staring at me so intently?" Chapter 76. The sooner, the better. The round-faced middle-aged man was the first to compose himself, feigning respect as he spoke. "Might I ask the esteemed title of the senior?" "My surname is Ming," Ming Chuan replied, withholding further information. His blatant reticence only intensified the suspicions of his interlocutors. This fellow is excessively cautious. He must have truly uncovered the entrance to the secret realm, the round-faced man mused. After formulating a plan, he communicated discreetly with his junior disciples. "Given our current predicament, we cannot contend with him, nor can we maneuver freely within this domain. In my opinion, we should urgently contact the sect to request assistance." We must not allow this individual to monopolize the discovery. A newly emerged secret realm holds immense significance for any faction, which explains the round-faced man's anxiety. Indeed. We must promptly inform the sect. The others unanimously agreed, including the recently awakened Shang Yin, who nodded in agreement. With the support of his junior disciples, the round-faced man stood up, brushing himself off. We shall never forget the kindness of our senior. However, having lingered here for so long without reporting our safety to our sect, we shall not impose further. Senior, should you remain here alone in the future, please take care. Meng Chuan felt a sudden jolt in his heart, pondering, could it be that these individuals are aware of the path leading out of the abyss? Considering this, he instinctively wanted to inquire about the way out. However, recalling his lofty persona, he ultimately waved his hand nonchalantly. This place is certainly not meant for prolonged stay. I wish you all safe travels. With that remark, he feigned weariness, stifling a yawn, and turned aside to close his eyes and rest. Meanwhile, the group of round-faced, middle-aged men began crafting torches on the spot, even resorting to their hidden fine wine. Observing their actions in silence, Meng Chuan could not help but murmur to himself, one must wonder, in this pitch-black abyss, have they never ignited a fire? If they had, they should be aware that the soul devourers fear flames. Has the host forgotten the consequences of your last fire? Upon hearing the system's reminder, Meng Chuan was abruptly struck by the realization. Could it be that these individuals have already encountered the beasts? Which is why they are compelled to stealthily navigate through the darkness. Although the abyssal beasts also fear fire, unlike the soul devourers, they will pursue the light. In other words, lighting a fire would inevitably expose oneself to the beasts, and one might unwittingly fall prey to their ambush. Meng Chuan had previously been fortunate, escaping a calamity due to a conflict among the demon beasts. Yet, no one can guarantee that such serendipity will persist. When he sought out the group earlier, he refrained from igniting a light, fearing it might attract other demonic creatures. While he was lost in his thoughts, the preparations of the round-faced, middle-aged man's party were completed smoothly. Noticing that he had already fallen asleep, they chose not to disturb him further. Subsequently, each member, bearing a bundle of torches, deftly exited the cave. During the initial stretch of their journey, they refrained from lighting their torches, only igniting them after passing the site of their earlier ambush. When the flickering flames began to crackle and dance, Meng Chuan trailed far behind them, and it was only upon witnessing the path leading out that a faint smile crept upon his lips. Now, he need not worry about being trapped down here. Yet the whereabouts of Ning Yu remained a mystery. Furthermore, was the entrance to the secret realm truly beneath him? Why had he seen nothing at all? Just as his spirits had lifted slightly, they once again became heavy. He let out a dejected sigh and scratched his head vigorously. After lingering for a while at the end of the escape route, he finally turned back toward the cave. A sudden gust of damp wind, laden with a pungent, putrid odor, assaulted his nostrils, prompting him to cough twice involuntarily. Who goes there? A sharp cry, accompanied by a dazzling flash of sword light, surged toward him unexpectedly. In a flurry, Meng Chuan drew the newly acquired Jinghong's sword to defend himself. Before the crisp clang of steel faded, 2 clusters of sparks extinguished in advance. Meng Chuan leveraged his strength to retreat, agilely creating distance between himself and the approaching figure. Yet, the newcomer seemed unwilling to grant him a moment's respite, immediately drawing her sword and pursuing him. In an instant, nearly 100 illusory swords materialized, weaving into a cage that shimmered with an eerie light. Should he be ensnared? Even survival would come at the cost of his skin. How could one so fair and delicate possess such a ruthless disposition? Sensing the intense murderous intent emanating from the woman in violet, Meng Chuan's gaze sharpened. Without time for further contemplation, he propelled himself backward with a swift push of his toes, simultaneously sweeping his left palm with force. A tempest arose, sending dry branches and fallen leaves swirling around him like a torrential downpour aimed at his adversary. In a cacophony of crackling sounds, the uprooted foliage was reduced to mere ashes. Fortunately, the myriad sword shadows of his opponent also dissipated before they could reach him. "Dear lady, I trust one have not offended you," he exclaimed, halting his retreat and raising his gaze, his tone laced with indignation. "Your presence here indicates that you too seek the secrets of this realm." The woman replied coldly, "Indeed. And what of it?" Meng Chuan found himself utterly perplexed. "If we both seek the same secrets, then you are undoubtedly my rival in claiming the resources." The lady elevated her sword, declaring, "If you are my enemy, then it is best to eliminate you swiftly." As her words hung in the air, a fierce aura surged from the violet-clad woman. With a flourish of her sword, the very atmosphere seemed to sharpen. Even a mere whisper of wind grazing his cheek caused a twinge of pain. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a formidable sword dragon entwined around her, animating with the movements of her blade, its long tail poised to strike at him. As the sword dragon lunged, it carved a deep, menacing gash into the ground, stirring a whirlwind of dust and debris. In the blink of an eye, Meng Chuan found his head caught within the jaws of the sword dragon, and then he was wholly consumed by its maw. With a thunderous crash, the sword dragon collided with the earth, creating a pit over a meter deep, mud and grass swirling in a chaotic dance above. The woman in violet clapped her hands triumphantly, elegantly tossing her silky hair. Job well done. However, as she turned to leave, her triumphant expression abruptly froze. For the man who should have been reduced to mere pulp by the sword dragon stood before her, arms crossed, seemingly unfazed. How is this possible? Quite simple, really. The sword dragon devoured nothing but a mere shadow of myself. Meng Chuan yawned, lowering his arms, weariness etched across his face. Have you had your fun, my lady? If so, may I take my leave? Stop. The woman in violet commanded sharply. I typically do not slay women. Do you wish to become an exception? Meng Chuan squinted, a chilling aura swirling in his eyes. You are not capable of killing me. The woman in the purple dress scoffed disdainfully. If you are willing to obediently surrender the set of techniques you just employed, I might consider sparing your life. Chapter 77, Entrance to the Secret Realm. As she spoke, the woman in the purple dress did not forget to point her sword menacingly at Meng Chuan's nose. Meng Chuan's expression darkened, his forehead creasing into a frown of frustration. If one desires my belongings, let them come and take it. With that thought, he sheathed the Jinghong's sword, and with a graceful motion of his hand, the scattered leaves around him began to levitate softly. The woman in the purple dress seemed to regard him with disdain, fiercely shaking her sword, which instantly resonated with a clear, melodious clang. The wind intensified, swirling with urgency. The ominous, dark sky, however, blossomed with glimmering silver lights. As the wind fell silent, 1,000 illusory sword shadows hung precariously above Meng Chuan. A sudden, immense pressure descended from the heavens, pinning his fluttering garments straight. Sword Mountain, evening rain. The woman in purple intoned expressionlessly. As her words echoed, the dense sword shadows plummeted from the sky, an image reminiscent of the very heavens collapsing. The onslaught of sword shadows, infused with a torrential wave of sword energy, hurtled towards Meng Chuan, threatening to overwhelm him. Yet he did not resign himself to fate. With a swift motion of his hands, the spiritual energy within him surged forth. As he continued his actions, the withered branches and fallen leaves surrounding him began to cling to his energy, spiraling into a colossal tornado that shot skyward. The air filled with a cacophony of sounds. The tornado, akin to a robust whip, lashed out into the torrential rain of swords. Subsequently, the flying leaves morphed into swirling dust, and the branches disintegrated into wood shavings, falling like an early snow, replacing the rain. The woman in purple narrowed her gaze, and before the cascade of dust had fully descended, she lunged forward with her sword. The dazzling sword light transformed into a brilliant rainbow slicing through the darkness, aimed directly at Meng Chuan's chest. With her lightning-quick footwork, the sword tip closed the distance to within a meter of him in an instant. Nevertheless, Meng Chuan remained unperturbed, not even stirring the Jinghong's sword. He waved both hands in a fluid motion and then forcefully pressed downward. As he did so, a 2-meter radius around him saw all floating leaves and dust plummet to the ground. Concurrently, the woman's rushing form and the sword she thrust forward suddenly halted. The power of the Jin character technique was indeed formidable. Meng Chuan was filled with emotion, yet his hands showed no sign of hesitation. Seizing the moment of his opponent's delayed reaction, he shaped his palm into a blade and struck fiercely at her wrist. The woman in the purple dress winced in pain and involuntarily released her sword, instinctively attempting to retreat. Sensing her intention, Meng Chuan graciously assisted her. As he seized her sword, he simultaneously delivered a heavy blow to her chest. The immense force caused the woman to stagger back 7 or 8 steps before she could regain her footing. One hand pressed against her chest. The other hastily brushing her mouth, she cast a venomous and icy glare at Meng Chuan. Her expression was one of barely restrained fury, as if she wished to devour him whole. Return my sword. I obtained it through my own skill, she seethed. Meng Chuan toyed with the pilfered sword, taunting her with a smirk. If you desire it back, then by all means, reclaim it. At that moment, his expression conveyed both provocation and mockery with striking clarity. The woman's face darkened, her silver teeth grinding audibly against one another in her frustration. Though angered, she recognized that without her weapon, She was akin to a tiger stripped of its fangs. Thus, she stifled her fury, letting out a cold snort as she decisively turned to flee. Observing her attempt to escape, Meng Chuan scoffed, "You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take me for?" Before his words could fully resonate, he activated the Serpent's Glide technique, swiftly maneuvering to block her path. With her escape route obstructed, the woman in the purple dress was compelled to halt, raising her jade-like palm in an attempt to fend him off. However, this palm technique paled in comparison to her earlier swordsmanship, appearing rather mediocre. Meng Chuan curled his lips slightly, casually extending a hand to seize the slap aimed at him. Observing the other party's futile struggles, he couldn't help but let out a mocking grin. With such meager skills, how dare they venture out as robbers? Were they not afraid of becoming mere prey themselves? What do you intend to do? The woman in the purple dress visibly paled, her panic no longer concealed in her eyes. After all, she was no novice to the world. She was well aware of what being prey entailed. Though her temper left much to be desired, her worth was indeed commendable. Meng Chuan deliberately adopted a sinister expression, regarding her flawless visage with a gaze akin to that of a merchant assessing his wares. The woman in the purple dress felt her constrained arm tremble involuntarily, though it was uncertain whether it stemmed from anger or fear. "You dare to act in such a manner, and you shall undoubtedly meet a most untimely demise," he bellowed with a laugh that resonated through the air. "In moments like this, are you merely showcasing your folly, or am I simply being too lenient?" With that, he suddenly exerted force upon her arm, feigning the intention to break it on the spot. The woman in the purple dress gasped, her eyes flickering with a dawning realization as she hastily sought to plead for mercy. "No, just now, it was my fault. I am willing to offer my sincerest apologies. In any case, I am truly sorry. If it pleases you, I shall present you with this sword as a token of my contrition," she stammered, valiantly suppressing the pain radiating from her arm. It was evident that despite her haughty demeanor, she held a deep-seated instinct for self-preservation. Did she truly believe that a mere broken sword could erase the transgressions of the past? Meng Chuan deliberately feigned a vivid expression of disdain, carelessly tossing the seized sword onto the ground. His demeanor suggested that he was discarding not a high-grade profound sword, but rather a piece of inconsequential scrap metal. The woman in the purple dress pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes flickering as an unmistakable turmoil shadowed her delicate features. Recognizing Meng Chuan's impatience, she spoke softly. "I can lead you to the entrance of the secret realm." Although her voice was barely above a whisper, it was distinctly heard by Meng Chuan, who felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained inscrutable. With a series of deft gestures, he expertly sealed several vital points on the woman's body. "Since you have this intention, then please, lead the way ahead." At this moment, Meng Chuan did not make any deliberate effort to conceal his yearning for the secret realm. The woman in the purple dress, on the other hand, secretly endeavored to summon her own spiritual energy, yet after numerous futile attempts, she was compelled to accept the grim reality of her status as a hostage. "Ensure that I do not escape alive, otherwise I shall have your skin flayed and your tendons drawn." With such thoughts racing through her mind, she clenched her fists tightly, causing her knuckles to crack audibly. Meng Chuan naturally heard the sound of cracking, his expression remaining unchanged, yet a profound intent to kill surged within him. This woman was certainly not a straightforward individual. Her continued presence would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. Although unspoken, both individuals tacitly contemplated the other's life. If all went according to plan, this stretch of road leading to the entrance of the secret realm would undoubtedly become the final journey for one of them. Yet, fate had other designs, and an unforeseen event indeed transpired. As Meng Chuan beheld the peculiar opening in the stone wall, a familiar female voice resonated from his right. "Sister, what brings you here?" Chapter 78. After all, she is my sister. Turning towards the sound, Meng Chuan immediately caught sight of Ningyu, her hair disheveled. Throughout their acquaintance, this was the first time he had witnessed Ningyu in such a disheveled state. A fleeting moment of surprise flickered in his eyes, swiftly replaced by profound astonishment. As his gaze meandered between the woman in the violet dress and Ningyu, she too finally recognized him. A flash of panic crossed Ningyu's eyes, and she hesitated, her lips moving as if to offer an explanation. However, before she could utter another word, the woman in the violet dress furrowed her brow and let out a disdainful huff. "I wondered why today felt so unfortunate. It turns out to be your doing." This sudden reproach, accompanied by an instinctive aversion, caused Ningyu to bow her head in deep embarrassment. Meng Chuan was momentarily taken aback, blinking his large eyes in astonishment before regaining his composure. It was evident that the two were indeed sisters, yet their relationship seemed far from harmonious. Undoubtedly, within this so-called familial bond, the connection between the woman in the purple dress and Ningyu was profoundly unequal. This realization made him hesitate, uncertain whether to reveal his acquaintance with Ningyu. During his moment of indecision, the woman in the purple dress had already advanced menacingly towards Ningyu. Although her cultivation had been suppressed, she still exuded an air of fierce dominance. Ningyu appeared to be intimidated by the forceful aura emanating from her. Involuntarily taking a step back, "Sister, what do you intend to do? Be silent." The woman in the purple dress retorted coldly, "I have no sister of your lowly caliber." The harshness of her words rendered Ningyu's face pale as a ghost. Yet, rather than focusing on her own humiliation, she seemed more concerned about her embarrassing predicament being exposed to Meng Chuan. Clenching her delicate fists, her body trembled, and though she refrained from retorting, her peripheral vision remained fixated on Meng Chuan's expression. "This is not a place for you. Leave. If you dare to obstruct my sight again, beware of my wrath." As she spoke, the woman in the purple dress forcefully pushed Ningyu aside. The already weakened Ningyu could not withstand the blow and fell to the ground with a thud. Just as she attempted to rise, she felt the woman in the purple dress stride over her. The hem of her gown brushed against Ningyu's cheek, akin to a blade slicing through the air, inflicting pain that sapped her of all strength, leaving her pale and lifeless on the floor. Even so, the woman in the purple dress showed no sign of restraint. Casting a cold glance back at her, "I told you to leave. Did you not hear me?" No sooner had she finished speaking than she felt a sudden sting across her face. The sharp sound of the slap reverberated in her ears, and the fiery pain registered in her mind, jolting her back to reality. "How dare you?" She raised her hand to cover her face, glaring furiously at Meng Chuan. However, upon meeting his icy gaze, the latter part of her retort was swallowed back. Yet Meng Chuan did not spare her a glance, turning instead to approach Ningyu. He bent down and extended his right hand towards her. After waiting in vain for Ningyu to reach out, he decided to lift her off the ground. "Do you have any idea how much I've worried about you during this time?" As he spoke, he gently pressed 2 fingers against Ningyu's wrist. Upon confirming that the young lady was simply experiencing a slight disruption in her internal energy, he let out a long sigh of relief. Behind him, the woman in the purple dress glared, her teeth clenched as she exclaimed, "You two are already acquainted." In response, Ningyu leaned against Meng Chuan's embrace, choosing not to engage. Meng Chuan could hardly be bothered to shift his gaze, instead fixating intently on Ningyu's pale countenance, and spoke softly. "Does this insufferable woman truly deserve to continue living? No, after all, she is my sister." Ningyu suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, instinctively clutching his sleeve. "Since you have voiced such thoughts, I shall momentarily spare her life." The gentleness in Meng Chuan's voice remained unaltered. Yet upon turning to face the woman in the purple dress, his tone transformed into one as frigid as frost. "Leave." The single, icy command erupted from his lips, causing the woman to shudder involuntarily. Aware that this was not the moment to display bravado, she suppressed her humiliation and clenched her teeth, turning away. At that instant, Ningyu wriggled free from Meng Chuan's embrace and softly called out, "Wait. Do not forget, Ningyu, if I do not give my approval, your name shall never grace the Ning family lineage." The woman in the purple dress halted, her expression darkening as she turned her head back, unreservedly threatening. Ningyu's countenance grew somber as she pondered for a moment before replying in a hushed tone, "I merely wish to assist you in lifting the restrictions upon you." Her voice, filled with sincerity and a touch of grievance, failed to evoke any sympathy from her adversary. "Spare me your faint concern." With a disdainful huff, the woman in the purple dress departed, merging into the enveloping darkness. Once the sound of her footsteps faded, Ningyu did not retract her gaze. Meng Chuan furrowed his brows and stepped forward slowly, expressing his concern, "Are you all right?" "No." Ningyu turned to face him. As the words left her lips, her eyes glistened with tears, surrounded by a ring of crimson. Noticing the sudden emergence of tears, Meng Chuan felt utterly at a loss. Before he could muster suitable words of comfort, Ningyu had already thrown herself into his embrace. A wave of warmth and dampness surged from his chest, leaving Meng Chuan frozen in place. It was only upon hearing her soft, muffled sobs that he hesitantly raised his right hand to rest upon her quivering back. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until his clothes were thoroughly soaked and the chilling wind resumed, finally bringing an end to the sobs that filled the air. She raised her hand to wipe her face, feeling embarrassed, and turned her head away. Meng Chuan gently turned her face back, taking out a handkerchief to softly wipe away her tears. Ningyu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at his focused yet tender expression, her cheeks suddenly flushed with warmth. I can manage on my own," she exclaimed hurriedly, snatching the handkerchief and retreating a couple of steps. Ming Chuan awkwardly withdrew his hand, feigning vigilance towards his surroundings. The silence descended abruptly, yet the atmosphere within the space did not feel oppressive. Though the two were separated by more than 2 meters, their glances, drifting unconsciously, would often intersect in fleeting moments. As this occurrence multiplied, the subtle tension that lingered in the darkness grew increasingly palpable. "By the way, how did you discover the entrance to the secret realm?" After a prolonged silence, Ming Chuan suddenly let out a dry laugh, breaking the quietude. "Although unacknowledged, I still bear the surname Ning, and the insignia left by the Ning family is something I can, with some effort, decipher." Ning Yu struggled to muster a semblance of a light-hearted smile, yet the lingering bitterness at the corners of her mouth remained unvanquished. Having made a deliberate effort to tidy her disheartened emotions, she casually inquired, "What about you? How did you come to be with Ning Yuqi?" "Perhaps the heavens, seeing me struggle so much in my search for you, decided to send her as my guide." Meng Chuan did not disclose the grievances between himself and Ning Yuqi, intentionally adopting a jesting tone. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled that Ning Yuqi's sword was still in his possession. "Ah, indeed, this sword is of no use to me. Perhaps it would be better if you were to take care of it." Chapter 79, A Desire to Share with You. Ming Chuan was indeed quite eager to inquire about the underlying issues between Ning Yu and Ning Yuqi. However, he recognized that this was a private matter concerning Ning Yu, and, by extension, the affairs of the Ning family, so he refrained from prying further. After handing Ning Yuqi's sword to Ning Yu, he pretended to inspect a fissure in the stone wall. According to Ning Yuqi, this seemed to be the entrance to the secret realm. Yet, if that were indeed the case, would not the secret realm reside within the mountain itself? This being his first encounter with such a secret realm, his curiosity was piqued. Hearing his murmurs, Ning Yu chuckled and clarified, "That is unlikely." Ming Chuan appeared not to grasp the precise implications of her words. Ning Yu stepped forward and casually elaborated, "To date, every known secret realm is significantly larger than a single mountain. Moreover, a secret realm does not exist within the same plane as our world. The prevailing notion in the cultivation realm is that a secret realm is an alternate space adjacent to our primary plane. These alternate spaces establish connections with our plane due to certain unknown reasons, hence the term present world." Pausing briefly, Ning Yu reached out to caress the edges of the fissure in the stone wall, adopting a more serious tone as she continued, "In essence, the entrance to a secret realm is fundamentally a transdimensional portal. Once such a portal is opened, it seldom closes. Which is why various factions vie fiercely for control over the secret realm. Those who ultimately seize it will govern the entrance in their own manner." Meng Chuan squinted his eyes and softly remarked, "You mentioned almost, which implies there must be exceptions." "Indeed, there are exceptions," Ning Yu nodded. "For instance, the secret realm controlled by the Chang Legate possesses its own central control system. The opening and closing of the secret realm's entrance can be effortlessly accomplished with merely a thought, without any need for manipulation at the entrance itself." Ning Yu, well versed in the intricacies of the secret realm, engaged in an animated discourse, seemingly eager to showcase her knowledge. It was unclear whether her intent was to impress or simply to indulge in her own eloquence. Furthermore, the largest known secret realm has been cyclically opening and closing for millennia. Every 50 years, prominent factions dispatch representatives to explore its depths together. "I presume the exploration you speak of does not involve the Demon Sect," Ming Chuan interjected. He found it difficult to fathom the possibility of the Demon Sect collaborating with righteous cultivators over such an extended period to explore a singular location. Indeed, the Demon Sect has consistently been excluded from the ranks of those exploring that secret realm, Ning Yu acknowledged with a nod. Perhaps this is precisely why the Demon Sect is so eager to acquire a secret realm of its own. What the higher-ups of the Demon Sect truly desire appears to be of little concern to us, Meng Chuan replied nonchalantly. He had not come here to toil for the Demon Sect. His primary objective was to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system, and concurrently, to gather some resources for himself. At his words, Ning Yu's eyelids twitched involuntarily. "May I pose a question to you?" she inquired. "What is it?" Meng Chuan did not refuse. "What compels you to join the Demon Sect?" Ning Yu fixed her gaze intently into his eyes. A sudden jolt of realization struck Meng Chuan as he keenly discerned the underlying implication in the woman's words. Drawing a deep breath, he murmured to himself, "It appears this young lady harbors the belief that my infiltration of the Demon Sect is driven by ulterior motives. Yet, in truth, I was indeed forcibly taken to the Demon Sect. By all accounts, I could be deemed a genuine disciple of the sect. However, for reasons unknown, I have no desire to fully embrace this identity. Feigning panic, he turned his head away and spoke with a voice tinged with insecurity and a hint of embarrassment. What is there to question? We are both victims, forcibly brought to this mountain by the Demon Sect, are we not? Observing his evasiveness and his intent to gloss over the matter, Ningyu felt a pang of disappointment. He still does not trust me. Taking a deep breath, she quietly donned a face of hesitation. Yet, this uncertainty was soon replaced by a flicker of resolve. Without warning, she broached a topic that took Ming Chuan completely by surprise. Do you not wish to know why Ning Yuqi harbors such animosity towards me? Coughing unexpectedly, Ming Chuan nearly choked on his own saliva, staring at her in astonishment for a prolonged moment. He waved his hand dismissively. I have no intention of prying into your private affairs. Yet, I wish to share something with you. Ningyu flashed a smile, her countenance devoid of any awkwardness. Gulping, Ming Chuan found himself unable to suppress a swallow. In that moment, he discerned a profound trust emanating from her eyes. He felt a surge of unease, uncertain whether he should listen or not. Are you willing to hear me out? Ningyu's gaze suddenly shimmered with anticipation. Of course. Ming Chuan replied, managing to conjure a seemingly relaxed smile. The tale begins more than 20 years ago. Ningyu exhaled softly, turning to recount a story not so distant. The male protagonist was her father, a spirited youth who had yet to inherit the family headship. The female lead was her mother, a pitiable woman still grappling with the harshness of life. The stark disparity in their social standings rendered their vows of love a mere farce. Although the head of the Ning family had forcefully redeemed the girl he cherished, he could not alter the deeply entrenched prejudices of his kin. Even in death, Ningyu's mother held no legitimate status, not even as a concubine. As the daughter of a courtesan, Ningyu not only faced skepticism regarding her lineage, but also found her name omitted from the family genealogy. In her quest for justice for herself and her mother, Ningyu, undeterred by her father's objections, infiltrated the Demon Sect. If she could recover the ancestral treasures of the Ning family lost within the Demon Sect, she would be able to relocate her mother's grave to the Ning family mausoleum. Furthermore, she would gain the right to inherit the family leadership, no longer required to live as a bastard child. Recognizing her resolute determination, Ming Chuan spoke softly. Whatever it is you seek, I shall assist you. Thank you. Today, Ningyu finds herself moved for the second time by this man. After all, it was a matter long agreed upon. Ming Chuan feigns indifference, completely forgetting that he had previously contemplated evading his responsibilities. Sensing the atmosphere had become somewhat peculiar, he proactively shifted the topic. Before too many people notice us here, let us hasten inside. With that, he took a step forward, ready to enter the secretive passage carved into the stone wall. Observing his actions, Ningyu did not lag behind. She grasped his sleeve and hurried to keep pace with him. Simultaneously, Ning Yuqi, disregarding her internal injuries, forcibly broke through the sealed acupoints and sought out Qindalong. Ah, what an unexpected visitor. What brings the illustrious Ning here? Spare me the pleasantries. I need you to assist me with the task. Ning Yuqi's tone was anything but negotiable. Qindalong raised an eyebrow and smirked, saying, Your commanding demeanor remains unchanged. But alas, I have never borne the surname Ning. Why should I heed your words? Chapter 80. Sea of Corpses and Blood Pool Clearly. Ming Chuan was unaware of the acquaintance between Ning Yuqi and Qindalong. Upon crossing the fissure in the stone wall, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation. Fortunately, this vertigo did not last long, and his vision soon regained clarity. Before him unfolded a scene entirely different from the depths of the abyss. The infinite darkness had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of azure sky and white clouds. Even the breeze felt considerably gentler than what he had experienced at the abyss's bottom. However, unlike the pristine canopy above, the forest floor appeared somewhat chaotic. Just as her feet touched the ground, Ningyu stumbled over a protruding branch. Caught off guard, she instinctively began to fall. Fortunately, Ming Chuan was nearby, and at the last moment, he reached out to catch her. This intervention altered the direction of her fall, resulting in a dull thud as she unexpectedly landed in Ming Chuan's embrace. Having experienced similar physical contact before, Ming Chuan felt no particular surprise. Yet, in his arms, Ningyu's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. Suppressing the barely perceptible fluster in her eyes, she took a deep breath and gazed up at him. Hadn't they just shared an embrace outside for so long? Ahem. Ming Chuan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Ningyu, adopting a look of resignation, sighed. Well, if you wish to hold on, then do so. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan immediately withdrew his arms, a look of awkward bewilderment washing over him. Meanwhile, Ning Yu was secretly delighted. Indeed, teasing him was the most entertaining pastime. A whisper of unease flitted through her mind as she instinctively turned her back, carefully surveying the surroundings beyond her. Towering mountains stretched before her, their peaks arranged in a harmonious disarray, imparting a sense of grandeur and majesty. Behind her lay a crack in the stone wall, undoubtedly the exit to the secret realm. After inhaling the damp, putrid air that clung to the depths of the abyss, Meng Chuan could not resist taking several deep breaths of the fresh air upon entering the secret realm, extending his arms and tilting his head back in a posture of pure enjoyment. Yet, after just a couple of breaths, he suddenly flared his nostrils and subtly furrowed his brow. "Can you smell that?" "What?" Ning Yu replied, her expression one of confusion. "It is the scent of blood and rotting flesh." Meng Chuan spoke with utmost seriousness and conviction. Although the odor was faint, he was certain he could not be mistaken. Observing Ning Yu's continued bewilderment, he refrained from elaborating further and instead turned in the direction from whence the scent emanated. His footsteps crunched softly upon the carpet of dried leaves, producing a gentle rustle. Just beyond the solitary peak marking the exit of the secret realm lay a vast valley. As he descended the slope, having just passed the halfway point, the stench of decay in the air became increasingly pronounced. At last, Ning Yu caught a whiff of it and instinctively rubbed her nose. "What a foul odor. I feel like I might be sick." The discomfort was not confined to her nose. The lingering smell also caused an inexplicable unease in her chest. Meng Chuan remained silent, his brows furrowed as he continued his descent into the valley. It was only when he was a mere 100 meters away from the valley that he abruptly halted. "Why have you stopped?" Ning Yu asked, her brow tightly knitted as she swiftly moved to stand before him. Upon peering through the gaps in the trees and catching sight of the nearly overwhelming mass of zombie remains that sprawled across the valley, she could no longer contain herself. Turning away, she leaned against a tree, her slender waist bending sharply, and then erupted in a violent bout of retching. The spectacle was such that it seemed as though she might expel her very innards along with her stomach's contents. Meng Chuan could not help but feel his throat constrict, valiantly suppressing the urge to retch as he hurriedly closed off his sense of smell. After taking a deep breath, he waited for his trembling heart, stirred by the sea of corpses, to regain its composure before he took another step forward. Beside him, Ning Yu, who had just finished retching, turned pale and instantly grasped his sleeve. "Where do you think you're going?" she exclaimed. "Just going in to take a look," Meng Chuan replied matter-of-factly. Ning Yu's lips twitched in irritation as she retorted, "What could possibly be worth seeing among the dead?" "We must ascertain how these things came to be," he insisted. Meng Chuan had made up his mind, showing no inclination to change it. What difference would it make to know? Ning Yu's brows relaxed slightly, unaware of Meng Chuan's mission. She found it impossible to comprehend his reasoning. However, Meng Chuan was not blind. He clearly perceived her aversion to the valley and the sea of corpses within it. "I will take a quick look inside. You just keep watch for me outside." "Why does it sound like you're planning something nefarious?" Ning Yu did not give a clear affirmation. "I'll be out shortly," Meng Chuan said, forcing a smile. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Ning Yu hesitated, but ultimately refrained from further persuasion. "I've always said, wherever you go, I go. Don't think you can leave me behind." With that, she deftly grasped Meng Chuan's sleeve, walking alongside him. Once he confirmed her readiness, Meng Chuan strode into the valley, where corpses lay strewn about. Even with his sense of smell dulled, the intense visual stimulus caused both of them to feel nauseated. "There must be thousands," Ning Yu exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. "Perhaps even more," Meng Chuan replied, his gaze trembling. As he spoke, he crouched down to inspect several bodies at his feet. The marks of blades were starkly visible on the corpses. Yet, not every body had been cleaved apart by cultivators. Within this sea of corpses lay many practitioners torn to shreds by the undead. The various dismembered pieces were so intertwined that it became nearly impossible to distinguish which belonged to the zombies and which to the practitioners. Watching Meng Chuan rummage through the pile of bodies, Ning Yu's face contorted in disgust. "Don't you find this revolting?" "Not particularly," Meng Chuan forced a chuckle, rising in disappointment. The corpses offered no clues to what he sought, concealing his inner letdown. He turned his gaze towards the vast fissure that gaped open towards the sky at the valley's depths. If Chen DeLong had not deceived him, then the zombies must have emerged from that chasm. This implied that the reason for the anomalies in the secret realm could well lie within that very fissure. With this thought in mind, Meng Chuan moved directly towards the gaping crack. Before he could fully approach, A series of hoarse, strange sounds emanated from within it. The noise resembled the mournful cries of a wounded beast, or perhaps the wails of malevolent spirits. The mere sound sent chills down one's spine. Shoving Ning Yu's small hand aside, Meng Chuan cautiously edged closer to the fisssure's edge, peering down. Just one glance, and he was struck by a sudden wave of dizziness. Fortunately, the alert from the system jolted him back to his senses, preventing him from tumbling into the abyss. Carefully scrutinizing the depths below, he beheld a blood-red pool nestled at the chasm's bottom. The entire basin resembled a massive, crimson eye, as if it, too, were gazing back at him. Chapter 81. The underworld demon lord. An overwhelming stench of blood assailed Meng Chuan, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Could it be that the pond before him was filled with blood? According to the observations of the system, the host's conjecture appears to be indeed a grim reality. How many lives would it take to fill such a vast pool with blood? Meng Chuan was startled, unable to suppress several gulps. Although there had been no actual measurement, it could be inferred that the area of the blood pool was no less than 3 acres. Noticing the change in his expression, Ningyu could not help but lean forward. Upon confirming the sight deep within the crevice, her eyelids began to tremble involuntarily. What on earth is this place? Both the zombies and this blood pool are simply too bizarre. Clenching her delicate fists, she suddenly felt an urge to leave this wretched secret realm. Perhaps we should hasten our departure. Not yet. Meng Chuan shook his head. It was evident that this place was far from safe, and lingering here would likely be futile. As Ningyu spoke, she cast a glance toward the distant exit of the secret realm. Just then, a bubbling sound erupted from the depths of the blood pool. Initially, there were not many bubbles, but soon the entire pool seemed to boil over suddenly. What is that? Gazing at the blood pool, Ningyu extended her right hand, exclaiming in astonishment. Amidst the roiling blood, something other than bubbles appeared to emerge. It resembled a human head. Meng Chuan replied uncertainly, as if to enhance his view. The skeletal figure entangled among the bubbles rose from the blood pool. Its hollow eye sockets faced upward, seemingly gazing at the two above. Despite the absence of eyeballs, both Meng and Ning distinctly sensed the chilling gaze directed at them. System, immediately simulate that creature below. Ding. Unable to perform a standard simulation on this entity. Then expend spiritual resonance for a detailed simulation quickly. Meng Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from the skeleton, which heightened his urgency. He expended 200 spirit runes to initiate a detailed simulation program. The simulation succeeded, yielding the following results. The demon, born from the collective grievances of countless souls, has been nurtured by the blood pool over millennia and currently possesses a realm comparable to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Its specific combat capabilities remain uncertain, but it is speculated to excel in soul attacks. Despite the considerable expenditure of spirit runes for the simulation, the information acquired by the system still lacks comprehensive detail. Meng Chuan found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the concept of a soul attack. Could it perhaps be the very cause of the anomaly within the secret realm? The answer to this inquiry necessitated the host's personal verification. How could I ascertain that? Should I inquire of this skeletal figure? The skeleton lacks vocal cords. How could it possibly respond to my questions? This was initially Meng Chuan's line of thought, yet the subsequent unfolding of events completely shattered his understanding. Suddenly, the already tumultuous blood pool erupted with ripples of crimson. These ripples morphed into waves of blood, conjuring a swirling vortex around the skeleton. The skeleton stood at the center of this vortex as the rising blood wave surged higher, ultimately forming a towering wall of blood around it. Following this, slender crimson threads unfurled from the encircling blood wall, entwining themselves around the skeleton. Unbeknownst to Meng Chuan, several muscle masses began to materialize on the skeleton's form. Next came the meridians, followed by skin, and eventually, even hair and facial features were eerily woven from the blood threads. The skeleton transformed into an otherworldly young man, his lips curling into an enchanting smile as he lifted his gaze. Indeed, I have had quite a number of visitors lately. How shall I entertain you? He feigned contemplation for a moment before snapping his fingers, as if struck by a brilliant idea. Immediately following this snap, a cacophony of crackling sounds filled the ears of Meng Chuan and his companion. Realizing the sound originated from behind them, both instinctively turned to look. What unfolded before their eyes was an even more bizarre scene. The heaps of corpses strewn across the valley had inexplicably begun to rise from the ground. Not only had they risen, but they also staggered forward, drawing closer to Meng Chuan and his companion. The sound of grinding bones accompanied their low, hoarse wails, sending shivers down Meng Chuan's spine. You are correct. It is indeed unwise to linger here. Before being encircled by the tide of skeletal soldiers, Meng Chuan grasped Ningyu's hand and turned to flee. Disturbing my beautiful dream without so much as an apology, is that not rather impolite? The subterranean demon lord scoffed, disdainfully floating above the surface of the pool, and with a graceful flick of its right arm, a dense mist of blood billowed forth from its sleeve. In the blink of an eye, this swirling blood mist enveloped Meng Chuan and Ningyu as they fled. It was as if thousands of ants lay hidden within the mist, suddenly biting into their skin. With each bite, a fraction of their spiritual energy dissipated. This mist is peculiar. Realizing the dire situation, Meng Chuan hastily employed the imperial technique, forcefully dispersing the blood mist. The moment he broke free from its constraints, he leapt forth, cradling Ningyu in his arms like an arrow released from its bow. In that moment, he pushed his agility to the utmost limit, striving to widen the distance between himself and the monstrous fiend. "You cannot escape." The fiend scoffed, a cold laughter escaping its lips, as it raised its right arm once more. The blood mist that had just been dispersed by Meng Chuan suddenly transformed into an illusory giant hand, rushing from behind to seize both Meng Chuan and his companion. Simultaneously, the staggered soldiers were compelled to split into two groups. One morphed into a catapult, while the other became the stones resting atop it. The resounding thuds of heavy objects striking the ground echoed incessantly. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of undead soldiers had emerged in Meng Chuan's path. Some of the corpses had been shattered, yet the majority still retained their capacity for movement. Despite their intention to escape before being encircled, Meng Chuan and his companion found themselves ensnared in the web of encirclement, forced to reduce their speed. Meng Chuan set Ningyu down and gritted his teeth, declaring, "There is no other choice. We must break through by force." As soon as his words fell, the colossal hand formed from blood mist loomed ominously behind them, just as it seemed poised to grasp them within its palm. Meng Chuan hastily retaliated with a swift sword strike. The blade of the stunning rainbow sword cleaved through the air, slicing the blood mist hand in two, which then glided past him on either side. Yet, as it narrowly missed his form, the severed blood hand reformed once more. Ningyu, who had only just repelled two of the zombies, had no time to resist before being struck by the giant blood hand. Unwillingly, her feet left the ground, tracing a blinding arc through the air. Not good. Meng Chuan's expression changed drastically as he realized she was about to fall into the pile of corpses. With barely a moment to ponder, he unleashed a thousand-leaf soaring dragon strike. Meng Chuan attempted to employ this tactic to eliminate some of the corpses at the landing point. However, at the very moment he made his move, the demon lord drifted to the location where Ningyu was about to land. Chapter 82, Reversing the Universe. Meng Chuan's attacks were effortlessly countered by the demon lord. Even as he fell, Ningyu's two-blade auras were easily caught by the demon lord with a single hand. It had been several days since she had enjoyed a proper meal, and it seemed fortuitous that she could use this opportunity to satisfy her hunger. As he spoke, the demon lord spread his arms wide, and two colossal hands of blood mist abruptly took shape in the air. The moment Ningyu touched the ground, she sensed a shadow looming over her. She sprang upward, attempting to escape the ominous grasp of the blood mist hands, only to find that those already massive hands expanded even further. In an instant, she was struck down to the ground like a fly swatted by a hand. Just as her muffled groan echoed, the demon lord shifted his hand gestures once more. In the next moment, she was ensnared by the blood mist hands. They began to retract, lifting Ningyu before the demon lord's gaze. The demon lord, resembling a ravenous creature, licked his lips, then extended his right hand to press against Ningyu's forehead. At the instant of contact, his hand transformed into a slender, red tendril. The scene was reminiscent of hundreds, if not thousands, of leeches burrowing into Ningyu's mind. Unable to contain herself, she let out a desperate scream, her body writhing like a suspended worm in a frantic struggle. Meng Chuan's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Yet he found his attempts to rush to her aid thwarted by a wall of flesh formed by the soldiers. His sword, the Jingong, danced fervently in his grip as he craned his neck and shouted at the demon lord, "What are you doing to her? Release her at once, or I shall tear you to shreds. What are you so agitated about?" The demon lord replied, maintaining an air of indifference, "Once I have consumed her soul, it will be your turn." As it spoke, the tendrils on its arm retracted, and simultaneously, an ethereal figure, indistinguishable from Ningyu, began to materialize behind her. Although Meng Chuan had never truly beheld a soul, in that moment, he was certain that it was Ningyu's essence, on the verge of being ripped from her corporeal form. "Stop!" Meng Chuan's heart raced as he unleashed a flurry of 3 strikes of the Qinya Xianglong. With great effort, he carved a path through the horde of undead soldiers, propelling himself towards the demon lord. However, barely 3 meters into his charge, the soldiers, having been momentarily pushed back, surged forth once more. To make matters worse, a second blood mist hand sprouted from the demon lord's back, descending upon him while he was ensnared by the undead. Caught amidst the throng of soldiers, Meng Chuan had no means to evade. He could only brace himself using the Yuziju technique. A cacophony erupted as he stood firm, while the legion of undead was scattered like autumn leaves beneath the force of the strike. Seizing the moment, he attempted to sprint forward, but the downed soldiers, surprisingly agile, extended their decayed hands and latched onto his legs. With a clatter, before he could break into a run, he found himself tumbling to the ground. The downed soldiers, using all their limbs, pressed down upon him. As if mere weight was insufficient, they gaped their mouths wide. "Get off me," ignoring the pain that coursed through him. Meng Chuan summoned his spiritual energy, forcing the soldiers away. Yet, as he took 2 steps towards the demon lord, that sinister hand emerging from its back lunged at him once more. This time, he had no opportunity to employ the Yuziju technique, and he was sent sprawling to the ground. Ningyu, her beautiful eyes wide with alarm, seemed to wish to convey something, but no sound escaped her lips. She could only communicate through her gaze. "Don't worry about me, just go." Meng Chuan comprehended the situation, yet he had no intention of departing alone. As he crawled towards the location of the demon lord, he pondered his strategy. Does this system truly possess no vulnerabilities? Unfortunately, the system had not deduced any apparent weaknesses. "Do you have any suggestions?" Meng Chuan persisted. The system advised a timely retreat. However, if you were determined to confront it head-on, perhaps you could consider employing magical artifacts. The system's casual remark sparked an epiphany in Meng Chuan. The essence of resentment is a form of sinister energy. Perhaps the sinister pearl could prove effective against this entity. The earthly sinister pearl absorbs and filters sinister energy for storage. The filtered malice is a boon for demonic cultivators, hence the notion that certain pearls can enhance one's cultivation. Since the demon lord is a manifestation of myriad souls' grievances, its essence must also belong to this sinister category. With this thought in mind, Meng Chuan hesitated no longer. He promptly retrieved the earthly sinister pearl and infused it with spiritual energy and consciousness to activate it. In an instant, a dark purple, enchanting radiance erupted from the pearl. Upon contact with this purple light, the blood mist hand that had been restraining Meng Chuan abruptly retracted into the body of the demon lord. A layer of astonishment suddenly appeared on the previously calm visage of the demon lord. "What is that?" In the flicker of its gaze, a hint of fear enveloped its eyes. Even the legion of corpse soldiers came to an unexpected halt. Was it significant? Meng Chuan pushed himself up from the floor. What mattered was that it was now in his grasp. In the blink of an eye, Meng Chuan's movements accelerated, seizing the opportunity to confront the demon lord directly. Realizing the peril, the demon lord hastily discarded Ningyu and retreated swiftly. "Humph, can you truly escape?" Meng Chuan, his face marred with distress, remained undistracted by Ningyu. He understood that if he did not first vanquish the demon lord, both he and Ningyu would find it exceedingly difficult to escape this valley alive. In the next instant, he hurled the purple-black, glowing earth fiend orb towards the fleeing demon. With a piercing gaze, the demon conjured a hand of blood mist to block the attack. However, as the blood mist made contact with the earth fiend orb, it was punctured instantly, creating a gaping hole. Without a moment's pause, the orb continued its relentless trajectory toward the demon. In a frantic attempt, the demon reached out with its hand to grasp the orb. Yet, within mere seconds, the orb had rendered its 5 fingers into mere bones. Shaking his hand violently, the demon sought to discard the orb, but it clung to him as if it had taken root. In a state of panic, the demon formed its hand into a blade and forcefully severed its own left arm, which still grasped the orb. However, before the severed limb could touch the ground, Meng Chuan snatched it into his grasp. Immediately, he wielded the severed arm like a sword, thrusting it fiercely into the demon's heart. He held on to the severed limb, pressing against the demon with all his might until its back collided with a nearby boulder, forcing it to halt. No blood gushed forth, yet the demon's flesh, skin, and bones began to shrink rapidly. As time wore on, patches of its skin began to dissolve. A chilling scream, filled with inexplicable agony, echoed throughout the valley, reverberating between the mountains. The zombies retreated to the ground, falling silent. Ningyu, pale and trembling, managed to rise, wanting to utter something, yet found herself momentarily unable to produce any sound. Meng Chuan, burdened by fatigue and weakness, pressed down fiercely on the severed arm's wound. "I shall tear you to shreds." Despite having completely subdued his opponent, he remained utterly vigilant. As he spoke, Ming Chuan extended his left hand, wielding the Jingong sword to mercilessly stab at the devilish figure. In no time, the transformed gnome-like demon was left riddled with wounds. However, before the demon could be completely devoured, a comet-like rainbow streaked down from the heavens. Accompanying the rainbow was a frantic young man. "You there, cease your actions at once." Chapter 83, bargaining as the sudden voice echoed in his ears. The rainbow was already closing in behind Ming Chuan. A profound sense of danger compelled him to twist and evade. In a bid to conceal the precious earth fiend pearl from prying eyes, he withdrew the severed arm from the demon's chest and, at the very first moment of extraction, stowed the earth fiend pearl into the system's repository. The rainbow grazed his arm, piercing the ground beside the gnome demon with a resounding thud. The demon, having narrowly escaped, had no time to rejoice before turning and sprinting away. Having witnessed Ming Chuan's formidable prowess, it lacked any desire to continue the fight. Seeing this, Ming Chuan's expression darkened. He had no intention of letting it escape so easily. However, before he could strike again, the white-bearded elder who had arrived in midair took the initiative. With a swift motion of his arm, a set of formation flags burst forth from his sleeve. In the next instant, the flags encircled the demon, activating the formation with a dazzling flash of light, effectively trapping the demon within its confines. Having accomplished this, the elder finally turned his gaze towards Ming Chuan. At this moment, Ming Chuan found himself unnerved by the opponent's wrist, instinctively entering a state of vigilance. "System, can you confirm the identity of this individual?" Sima Liang, elder of the Blood Slaughter Hall of the Demon Sect, aged 179, at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. The system promptly conducted a standard analysis of the newcomer. To Ming Chuan's astonishment, the individual was affiliated with the Demon Sect. His heart leapt into his throat. An unsettling anxiety gripped him, as he could not ascertain whether the other party had detected the presence of the Earth Fiend Pearl. If it had indeed been discovered, he would likely face a severe reckoning. Contemplating this, he instinctively clenched his fists, preparing for a counterattack in secrecy. Just as his mind swirled with tumultuous thoughts, Sima Liang approached with deliberate steps, the sound of his footfalls resonating with an inexplicable heaviness. As Ming Chuan's fists hung by his side, they tightened further with the approach of the other party. Not far away, Ningyu, who had just managed to catch her breath, suddenly felt a surge of tension. When Sima Yang extended his right hand, Ming Chuan's pupils constricted sharply. Yet, before he could react further, the man's palm had already settled upon his shoulder. In that fleeting moment, Ming Chuan's entire being froze, as if he had been suddenly welded to the floor. "Disciple Ming Chuan, I pay my respects to Elder Sima." Coming to his senses, Ming Chuan immediately adopted a posture of deference. "I had high hopes for you during the disciple ranking competition," Sima Liang chuckled lightly, showing no intention of withdrawing his hand. "To think that you have already made the breakthrough to the Golden Core stage after just a few days in this secret realm." Since his bout with Chan DeLong, Ming Chuan had ceased to deliberately suppress his cultivation. Thus, Sima Liang easily discerned his current level. Upon hearing this, Ming Chuan's heart tightened. He cautiously invoked Elder Tao as a shield. Had it not been for Elder Tao's special guidance, this disciple would never have achieved such significant progress. Sima Liang squinted slightly, and after a prolonged silence, he chuckled. "That old rascal certainly possesses a wealth of treasures." At this, Ming Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, aware that he had narrowly evaded scrutiny. His gaze swept toward the restrained demon lord in the distance, and his eyes suddenly darted with intensity. Elder Tao had shown immense favor to his disciple, and Ming Chuan constantly contemplated how to repay that debt. Until now, he had lacked the opportunity, but today, fortune had favored him with the encounter of this demon lord. It had taken all his strength to finally. Ming Chuan deliberately emphasized the arduous process of his triumph over the demon lord, subtly asserting his dominion over the creature. Sima Liang furrowed his brow and interrupted coldly, stating, "Had it not been for my timely intervention, that thing would have long since escaped." "Thank you, Elder Sima, for your assistance," Ming Chuan responded, bowing deeply with a sincerity that was palpable. "Upon returning to the sect, I shall faithfully report your timely aid to Elder Tao." Sima Liang's expression shifted dramatically, losing the previous warmth, and his gaze turned notably colder. "You audacious little rascal, do you presume to leverage Elder Tao against me?" The disdainful snort that followed struck Ming Chuan's chest like a heavy hammer. Ming Chuan suppressed the muffled groan that was on the verge of escaping his lips. Yet he could not conceal the sudden pallor that washed over his face. Nevertheless, he showed no sign of retreat, nor did he harbor any intention of relinquishing the Demon Lord. He understood that in this desolate wilderness, even the slightest display of fear could lead to his merciless eradication at the hands of Sima Liang. After all, in the eyes of the elder of the Demon Sect, a disciple's life was hardly valued. To ensure his own safety, Meng Chuan had no choice but to present himself as a confidant of Elder Tao. Perhaps, in consideration of Elder Tao's reputation, Sima Liang would refrain from being excessively ruthless. The cawing of crows shattered the oppressive silence that had suddenly descended. Sima Liang, no longer willing to wait for Meng Chuan to speak, took it upon himself to declare, "Forget it. Why would I quibble with a mere young pup like you?" With a feigned air of self-justification, he leisurely shifted his gaze to the Demon Lord. "I have come all this way for this very object, and it shall rightfully belong to me." Sima Liang made it abundantly clear that he had no intention of consulting anyone, boldly asserting his dominion over the Demon Lord. However, in an effort to placate Meng Chuan's emotions, he abruptly changed his tone. "Yet, you have indeed exerted considerable effort. I shall not let you go unrewarded." With that, he flicked open his storage ring and produced two exquisitely crafted boxes. The larger one was tossed in front of Meng Chuan, while the smaller one landed directly at Ning Yu's feet. "Behold, this will surely be no less than what Elder Tao would bestow upon you." Sima Liang's lips curled into a smug smile, his chin lifted in self-satisfaction, a faint air of triumph gracing his visage. Ning Yu's eyes flickered, her mind momentarily clouded, as she stood rooted to the spot, unable to regain her composure. Even Meng Chuan appeared hesitant, deliberating for a significant time before finally opening the box before him to inspect its contents. Within lay a meticulously bound tome, quietly resting at the bottom of the box, its cover emanating an otherworldly glow. "What is this?" Meng Chuan pondered, finding no inscriptions on the cover. "The complete record of the demon heavens," Sima Liang smiled. "When you were merely servant disciples, the version you had access to was scarcely half of this. Even if you could memorize it all, reaching the golden core stage would have been the utmost limit." After a brief pause, he gestured toward the book in Meng Chuan's arms, adding, "Now, with the complete record of the demon heavens in your possession, attaining the nascent soul stage will be a mere formality for someone of your talent. In the future, standing at the pinnacle among your peers may not be an impossible feat." Seeing Meng Chuan lost in contemplation, Sima Liang feigned a tone of indifference. "You need not be overly moved. I simply cannot bear to see your talents squandered." Chapter 84. The third stage task. Meng Chuan's eyelids trembled for a moment, and after a brief contemplation, he performed a respectful bow. "I am deeply grateful for the generous bestowal, Elder Xie." Sima Liang waved his hand nonchalantly and began to stroll towards the Demon Lord. Now that the hush money had been accepted by Meng Chuan, his next task was to package the Demon Lord for transport. However, before he could proceed, Meng Chuan unexpectedly interjected, "Please, wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Sima Liang's expression darkened instantly, his eyes once again veiled with a layer of murderous intent. "What is it that you wish to inquire about?" Meng Chuan chuckled awkwardly and quickly articulated his intent. Noticing that he did not seem to harbor any intentions of backtracking, Sima Liang's gaze softened slightly. "What do you wish to ask?" After all, it was an indigenous entity of the secret realm, and it might possess knowledge regarding the cause of the anomalies within. Meng Chuan never forgets the unfinished task assigned to him by the system. Sima Liang's gaze flickered with intensity as he turned sharply to the Demon Lord, his voice cold and demanding, "What transpired during the tremors in the secret realm? Furthermore, from whence did this multitude of zombies originate?" The Demon Lord huddled in a corner of the formation, clutching his knees, lips pressed tightly together. Observing the silence, Sima Liang's eyes turned fierce, and he immediately formed two hand seals. Subsequently, a series of crisp cracking sounds erupted from the array composed of formation flags. 5 or 6 silver whips of lightning materialized from thin air, relentlessly striking the diminutive form of the Demon Lord. With each lash, the Demon Lord let out several cries of anguish. It was not until the Demon Lord lay limp on the ground, barely able to maintain his shape, that Sima Liang finally ceased his assault. "Are you waiting for me to ask again before you respond?" "No, that is unnecessary. I'll speak. The Demon Lord weakly lifted his head, trembling as he began to divulge. "What are you waiting for then?" Sima Liang urged impatiently. Terrified, the Demon Lord hastened to recount the tale. It turns out that this so-called secret realm is an ancient battlefield, where the remains of not merely thousands but countless souls lie buried. The so-called zombies are, in fact, the transformed corpses of warriors who perished there. "Are you implying that the zombies are a natural occurrence?" Meng Chuan furrowed his brow. Certainly not. The demon lord shook his head. Based on the chaotic memories inherited from numerous vengeful spirits, I deduced that after the battle, a formidable being turned this place into a colossal demonic furnace. Ordinary soldiers were buried beneath the ground, their souls and blood extracted, meticulously crafting a blood pool. Then, this powerful entity cast the corpses of the fallen elites into the blood pool, creating thousands of puppets. Once the entity led the puppets away, this battlefield, along with the subterranean blood pool, was abandoned. However, due to the connection between the blood pool and the Earth's veins, an energy supply has persisted over millennia. Influenced by the blood pool's demonic refining capabilities, the corpses beneath gradually transformed into zombies. The vengeful spirits dwelling within the blood pool underwent a repetitive process of fusion and division, ultimately giving rise to the emergence of soul demons and fiends. Thereafter, in pursuit of self-evolution, the demon lord began to voraciously absorb the energy from the Earth's veins. Although he succeeded in crafting a corporeal form for himself, he nearly drained the spiritual energy from the Earth's veins. This disruption severely affected the stability of the crust, culminating in a cataclysmic earthquake. Consequently, the zombies seized the opportunity to escape from underground, leading to the slaughter on the purple sand plains. So that is how it came to be. Meng Chuan listened intently, a sense of melancholy washing over him. At that moment, the system emitted a melodious notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the second phase of the exploration task. System rewards have been dispensed. Please check at your convenience. The third phase of the exploration task is now initiated. Task content: repair the damage pulse. Task deadline: none. Task rewards: 3,000 spirit rhythms, 1,000 contribution points, 1 purple gold spirit tool scratch card, and 1 opportunity for a free upgrade of a system-designated function. May I inquire, host, do you wish to undertake the third phase task? Wait a moment, what does free upgrade opportunity mean? Meng Chuan was utterly perplexed. Has the system not mentioned it? Each time the host breaks through a major realm, the system will provide a corresponding upgrade opportunity for its functions, though typically, upgrading any function requires a certain amount of resource points. What functions can the system currently upgrade? Meng Chuan suppressed his urge to vent his frustration and patiently inquired. System detection, current level 1, upgrade opportunities 2, system warehouse, current level 1, upgrade opportunities 2, exchange shop. Current level 1, upgrade opportunities 1. What differences will these upgrades entail? Meng Chuan was genuinely curious. The current level of system detection only allows for the observation of movements within a radius of 1 mile centered around the host. Upon reaching level 2, the detection range will expand to a radius of 2 miles. Upgrading the exchange shop to level 2 will enhance the tier limit for exchangeable techniques to high-level mystic grade, while also adding new items for exchange, including spirit herbs and spirit ores. Elevating the system warehouse to level 2 will increase its capacity limit to 50 cubic meters and enable the storage function for biological eggs. The system, never lacking in patience, provided a thorough explanation to Meng Chuan. The matter of upgrades can be discussed later. Let us first proceed with accepting the third phase task. Meng Chuan felt a bit dizzy. In order to ensure that the resources were utilized effectively, he decided to take a moment to calm himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully accepting the third stage exploration task. Exploring the Purple Sand Secret Realm overall task completion progress. 50. Current stage task completion progress. 0. Just as he was about to summon the system panel to check the rewards at hand, the nearby Situ Liang suddenly spoke up. Do you have any other questions? No. Meng Chuan instinctively shook his head. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Situ Liang dispelled the formation while deftly seizing the collar of the demonic beast. In that case, I shall take it with me. You all be careful while navigating this secret realm. With a nonchalant remark, the old man did not linger, disappearing in a flash with an air of elegance. Once his figure had completely vanished, Ningyu, dragging her weary body, approached Meng Chuan. Here, this is for you. As she spoke, she handed him the box that Situ Liang had gifted. Inside the box lay a rather unappealing snow persimmon, which appeared inexplicably enticing. If memory served correctly, this peculiar item was one of the primary materials for refining the 5th grade Primordial Essence Pill. The Primordial Essence Pill could significantly enhance a cultivator's success rate in condensing their primordial spirit. It is essential to note that successfully refining the primordial spirit is a prerequisite for advancing to the nascent soul stage. Goodness, I never knew that fellow could be so generous. Meng Chuan was genuinely astonished by the magnitude of Sima Liang's undertaking. While he was taken aback, he harbored no intentions of usurping what belonged to others. This is a gift from Elder Sima. You should accept it. Chapter 85. The unlikely honesty regardless of the perspective one takes. It is evident that you should surpass me in transcending to the nascent soul realm. However, Ningyu had no intention of reclaiming the box. Thus, it stands to reason that you are in greater need of it. With that, she seized Meng Chuan's large hand and placed the box into his palm. How could I possibly accept this? Meng Chuan did not hesitate and promptly pushed the box back. This time, he was certain he had not exerted much force, yet he still managed to send Ningyu staggering. With a sudden change of expression, he quickly grasped her arm to steady her swaying figure, his voice filled with concern. Are you all right? As he spoke, Meng Chuan extended his fingers to check her pulse. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, Ningyu replied with a smile that betrayed her bravado. However, after a swift internal examination, the system provided Meng Chuan with a starkly different response. Her body appeared unscathed, but her soul had suffered a severe blow. Is there a way to heal it? Meng Chuan's anxiety surged. Even the hand that still gripped her forearm tightened instinctively. Ningyu winced at the pressure, involuntarily parting her lips to draw in a sharp breath. That hurts. Ah, my apologies. Meng Chuan quickly withdrew his hand. Casting a glance of remorse at Ningyu, he urged the system, I'm asking you a question. The system quipped, the host's concern is causing confusion. If there is no remedy, then why do alchemists concoct soul-repairing elixirs like the spirit restoration pill? Ignoring the system's jest, Meng Chuan hastily retrieved the vial containing the elixir. This can heal the wounds to your soul. Quickly, take it. In his fluster, he poured out a pill and eagerly offered it to her lips. For the first time, Ningyu observed his anxious demeanor, a warm current flowing inexplicably through her. Then, almost instinctively, she opened her mouth wide, presenting herself as if awaiting a feeding. Unperturbed by the oddity of the moment, Meng Chuan naturally placed the pill into her mouth. Once done, he gazed intently at her face, seemingly awaiting the effects of the medicine. Ningyu, however, found herself slightly embarrassed under his scrutiny and murmured, Don't worry. I want to die here. Such morbid talk is not to be entertained. Meng Chuan frowned deeply. Ningyu, with a sudden playful glimmer in her eyes, leaned into him, swaying her body. I still feel quite dizzy. Meng Chuan quickly supported her delicate waist and urged, Allow me to assist you to a seat over there for a moment. Despite the weakness in her legs, Ningyu remained unmoving, presenting a completely frail appearance. At this moment, Meng Chuan had begun to grasp the situation. His eyes glimmering with understanding, yet he refrained from voicing it. In the next instant, he gently cradled Ningyu in his arms and strolled towards the frog-shaped stone in the rear. Let us rest here for a while, he declared. After placing her upon the stone, he settled beside her. Ningyu, her body slipping, found herself resting her head upon his thigh. Noticing his gaze directed downwards, she hastily closed her eyes. A gust of wind swept through the valley, still carrying a pungent odor. However, for the two individuals who had muted their sense of smell, the stench had little effect. As Ningyu's breathing gradually steadied, Meng Chuan finally summoned the system panel. Name, Meng Chuan Spirit Points, 3943 Spirit Resonance, 1330 Contribution Points. For 100 Technique, Demonic Heaven's Treasure Record, Rebound suppressed at 28, Physical Body. Earth Grade Initial Level 5 Poison Corrupted Corpse Body, enhanced by Spiritual Energy. Realm, Mid-Gold Core New Items, 1 Platinum Martial Skill Scratch Card. 1 Black Gold Weapon Scratch Card. After confirming the resource points, Meng Chuan initiated contact with the system. How many resource points are required to upgrade the detection function to level 2? 3,000 spirit points are required. And what of upgrading the exchange shop and system warehouse? 5,000 spirit points and 2,000 spirit points are needed, respectively. That's exorbitant. Meng Chuan winced at the thought. Yet, after much contemplation, he resolved to upgrade the detection function to bolster his chances of survival. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the system's detection function to level 2 at the cost of 3,000 spirit points. Can the remaining resource points be utilized for deducing my realm? After encountering Sima Yang, Meng Chuan felt acutely aware of his insufficient cultivation. The system reminded him, insufficient spirit resonance for realm deduction. Very well. Then I shall save it for later. Meng Chuan did not press the matter further. Opening the system warehouse, his gaze fell upon the 2 scratch cards. Alas, holding on to such items yields no benefit. He murmured to himself before promptly taking action to scratch the cards. A dazzling brilliance of platinum flashed before him, and an ancient tome materialized within the system warehouse. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully scratched and obtained the Earth-grade low-level blade technique, Lotus Blossom Classic. Ming Chuan held little interest in the weapon chart and instead proceeded to scratch off the remaining weapon card. A cascade of black and gold brilliance surged forth, revealing a pair of silver-blue curved blades inscribed with runes, which entered the system's repository. Congratulations to the host for a successful draw, acquiring a pair of mid-grade dual daggers. Named Feathered Plume. The inscriptions on the blades assist the wielder by reducing the impact from the opponent's weapon by up to 30% during combat. The system habitually began to relay the fundamental information about the Feathered Plume daggers. As he listened, Ming Chuan felt an urge to modify his sword technique. Unfortunately, the dual daggers did not appear to be designed for men. With a sigh, he lowered his gaze to Ning Yu's exquisite cheek, his eyes flickering with intrigue. How fortuitous that she specialized in dual daggers. In a brief moment, he found a suitable owner for the Feathered Plume. However, the dual daggers were not ordinary. If Ning Yu inquired, it would pose a challenge to explain. It seemed that discreetly gifting the blades would not be an easy task. Rubbing the back of his head, Ming Chuan looked skyward and couldn't help but yawn. The entanglement with the swarm of corpses and the demon leader had taken quite a toll on him. Naturally, the fatigue coursing through him at that moment was considerable. Just as he was about to take a nap to alleviate his weariness, the system's notification chimed once more. Host, please be advised, the system has detected a marked individual approaching with a considerable force. Which marked individual? Ming Chuan immediately became alert. Chen DeLong. The system did not withhold the information, softly revealing a name. I knew that fellow couldn't be trusted. Startled by his cold snort, Ning Yu drowsily opened her eyes. What is happening? It seems Chen DeLong has brought company to trouble us. Ming Chuan replied coldly. How many people are there? Ning Yu quickly propped herself up. Not a small number, Ming Chuan responded uncertainly. Just as he turned to consult the system for further details, a cacophony of shouts reached his ears. Following the sound, he glanced over to see a throng of shadowy figures rushing down from the peak where the secret realm's exit lay. Upon a quick count, he confirmed nearly 20 figures. Ning Yu's eyes narrowed, and she spoke in a low voice. There are too many of them. We should avoid confrontation for now. After all, you are still recovering from your injuries, and Ming Chuan's energy has yet to be restored. Thus, she felt that engaging with Chen DeLong's group at this moment would not yield any advantage. Ming Chuan was not one to embrace adventure, and he readily acquiesced to her suggestion. In the blink of an eye, he lifted her into his arms and quietly retreated from the valley from the northeast side. Even as they ventured deeper into the woods, he showed no inclination to release her. I can walk on my own, Ning Yu murmured softly while leaning against this man. Ming Chuan seemed oblivious to his surroundings, continuing onward with an air of self-absorption. The blatant disregard incited a slight pout from Ning Yu, her expression betraying a flicker of annoyance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the shy charm she endeavored to conceal beneath her vexation. To divert Ming Chuan's attention, she deliberately nestled her face into his chest. It was only upon encountering the oddly familiar scenery that she tugged at her eyelids in frustration. Why have you circled back again? Ning Yu realized that, under Ming Chuan's guidance, they had inadvertently returned to the very peak that marked the entrance of the secret realm. With a mere inclination, they could behold the figures meandering through the valley amidst the remnants of the fallen. Perhaps I am being overly sensitive, Ming Chuan murmured, observing Chen DeLong, who stood at the edge of the valley. From the current actions of Chen DeLong and his companions, it did not appear they were in pursuit of him. Rather, they seemed to be engaged in a straightforward exploration of the secret realm. It is best if they are not after us, but we must remain vigilant, Ning Yu cautioned softly. Indeed, Ming Chuan nodded, seeking refuge in a relatively secluded stone pit halfway up the sunny side of the mountain. To enhance the safety of this makeshift hideout, he thoughtfully propped a wooden stick over the pit's opening, draping it with grass. He then spread a fur blanket, purchased previously from the Xie clan, upon the ground, surprisingly warm. The sole drawback was the confined space, which restricted his long legs from extending fully. In contrast, Ning Yu, with her petite stature, experienced no such discomfort. She lay down and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Observing the delicate figure resting beside him, Ming Chuan fought against a surge of emotion, turning his head away. A gust of mountain wind rustled through the grass above, producing a soft, whispering sound. Time passed, and suddenly, a fierce shout jolted Ming Chuan awake. Instinctively, he scrambled out of his hiding place. Following the sound, he concealed himself behind a sturdy tree, peering into the valley. In a single glance, his eyelids fluttered in alarm. By a glaring fire, 15 or 16 figures lay curled in anguish. Only Qin sat upright beside the flames, squinting with a smirk, his gaze cold and mocking as it swept over the distressed individuals sprawled before him. Meeting his almost lifeless stare, a burly man with a round face, propped up on one elbow, erupted in anger. Senior Brother Chun, no, Qin, what have you done to us? As soon as the round-faced man spoke, a graceful woman adorned with a golden hairpin added through gritted teeth, Junior Brother Chin, you must give us the antidote at once. This jest is far from amusing. Haha. A jest? Qin curled his lips in disdain, followed by a dismissive snort. He then patted his backside a few times and slowly rose to his feet. With his hands resting on his back, he lowered his head and swept a gaze over the frail figures scattered around, his eyes turning viciously fierce. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to obtain this bottle of bone-eating flower's venom? While Chin's emotions remained largely unchanged, the others turned ashen upon hearing the name bone-eating flower. Brother Chin, I surely haven't offended you, have I? Is there some misunderstanding between us? Junior brother, please, don't jest. How could you possibly have come into contact with something as heinous as the bone-eating flower? Legends say that those afflicted by its poison meet a most tragic end, leaving behind not even a complete corpse, let alone bones. Thus, most of those poisoned by the fire pit could hardly believe they were destined for such a dreadful fate. Yet, no matter how they probed, they could not discern even a hint of jest upon Meng Chuan's face. Why? The round-faced, burly man was the first to regain his composure. Looking up and glaring fiercely at Qin, we are brothers of the same sect. Why would you inflict such harm upon us? Brothers? Do not overestimate yourselves. You are merely pawns in my game, Qin scoffed, his eyes brimming with scorn. The woman with the golden hairpin trembled slightly, as if realizing something, and asked through gritted teeth, what benefit do you gain from our deaths? You are all elite members of the Changlu sect, the pride of the younger generation. If you all perish here, those old fogies in the sect would not let it go lightly, Qin replied, a cunning smile playing on his lips. The burly man seemed to understand, exclaiming, could it be that you intend to plot against our master? You are quite mad. Look at the words you speak. I am but a mere golden core cultivator. How could I dare to harbor ill intentions towards the esteemed Yuanying elders? Moreover, if I were to truly conspire against them, whose corpses would I present to claim credit? After a brief pause, Qin seemed to recall something, softly adding, rest assured, you need not be so anxious. Although you have all been poisoned by the bone-eating flower, I will not allow you to truly dissolve into a puddle of pus. How generous of you. The burly man grunted through clenched teeth. You're welcome. After all, we've crossed paths, and I cannot bear to see you suffer too painfully. Qin waved dismissively. The woman with the golden hairpin's expression shifted as she suddenly grasped something, exclaiming in astonishment, then what is your true purpose in administering the bone-eating flower's poison to us? Do you simply wish to witness our torment, or are you attempting to frame a specific individual? Upon hearing this, the round-faced, burly man's eyes flickered with understanding. Bone-devouring flower, he muttered, and suddenly his gaze brightened, if memory served him right. The members of the Ning family had a habit of carrying the poison of the bone-devouring flower with them. The golden-haired woman nodded to herself, laboriously raised her hand, and pointed at Qin nose, smiling as she remarked, I just remembered, you seem to have been betrothed to the young lady of the Ning family. But the engagement was broken 3 years ago, ha ha ha. Be quiet. Qin fumed at the public disclosure of his wounds. For such a trivial matter. You seek revenge against the Ning family? Your pettiness is no wonder the young lady of Ning would disdain you. With nothing left to lose, the golden-haired woman had no intention of showing mercy. In the shadows, Meng Chuan quietly listened to the conversation by the fire. When the topic unexpectedly shifted to the Ning family and brought up the eldest sister Ningyu, he could no longer remain a mere observer. Just as he hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene, a fragrant breeze wafted into his nostrils. The sleeping Ningyu seemed disturbed by the commotion and stealthily approached him. Is what the woman said true? Meng Chuan hesitantly inquired. Perhaps. I have only heard rumors of my sister's engagement, but I have never seen the one with whom the contract was signed. Ningyu sighed, resting her forehead in her hand. I never imagined that Qin nearly became my brother-in-law. Why do you seem so unconcerned? Meng Chuan furrowed his brow. Concerned about what? Ningyu replied dismissively. Although the Ning family is not a top-tier clan, it has a long-standing heritage and possesses some influence and reputation among the righteous factions. If the Longla sect could sever ties with the Ning family merely over a few lives and the poison of the bone-devouring flower, then the Ning family would not have endured to this day. Ningyu was not alone in her thoughts. The golden-haired woman by the fire shared a similar sentiment. What do you take the Ning family for? What do you think of our elders in the Longless sect? With your trivial tricks, how could you possibly deceive the eyes of the higher-ups in the sect? Despite the mockery and skepticism, Chen DeLong remained unfazed. You were correct, under normal circumstances. With just your worthless lives and a mere vial of bone-devouring flower poison, it would indeed be difficult to fool those old-timers in the sect. But what if I possess evidence of a conspiracy between the Ning family and the Demon Sect? That is impossible. The round-faced man firmly rejected this notion. The ancestors of the Ning family perished at the hands of the Demon Sect, and there are even rumors that their treasured family heirloom fell into the hands of the Demon Sect's fiends. Such deep-rooted enmity. How could the Ning family possibly collude with the Demon Sect? Upon hearing this, Chen DeLong showed no reaction, while Ningyu, hidden not far away, nodded in agreement. It could be said that the Ning family and the Demon Sect were irreconcilable enemies, and it was absolutely impossible for them to conspire together. Meng Chuan furrowed his brows, forming a shape reminiscent of the character for River, and cast a contemplative glance at the young lady before him. Why are you staring at me like that? Ningyu felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. If the Changlu sect were to discover that the third Miss Ning was, in fact, a disciple of the Demon Sect, what would ensue? Meng Chuan's tone was soft, yet it struck her heart like an unexpected hammer. Stunned, Ningyu's complexion turned pale, her breath quickening with anxiety. How could he possibly know about my affairs? Moreover, during our last encounter, did he not claim to be unfamiliar with me? Forcing a smile, Ningyu attempted to appear at ease, but her laughter bore little semblance of joy. Before Meng Chuan could respond, Chen DeLong from the valley spoke first. Had there not been prior collusion, how could the demonic sect have taken the esteemed young lady of the Ning family as a disciple? What disciple? The round-faced stout man gulped nervously. This was what the second young lady of Ning herself had disclosed to me. Chen DeLong lowered his voice deliberately, stating that the third young lady of the Ning family had successfully entered the sect's weapons refining hall, and perhaps in a few years, the Ning family would boast another master craftsman. Shouldn't such matters remain within the confines of the Ning family? Why would the second young lady confide this to you? The round-faced man tilted his head back, clearly still skeptical of Chen DeLong's earlier claims. However, not far away, Ningyu harbored no such doubts and readily accepted Chen DeLong's words. Do you despise me so much? Would you go so far as to sacrifice the Ning family to eliminate me? In that moment, she recalled her second sister, who had never shown her a kind expression. Noticing her despondence and sorrow, Meng Chuan hesitated before taking her icy hand in his. That was merely Chen DeLong's one-sided account. Do not overthink it. Would you lie in the presence of the deceased? Ningyu wore a bitter expression. How could I not? Meng Chuan replied calmly, in my past life, I often stood at my parents' graves and claimed that I was thriving. Of course, he did not voice the latter part, merely muttering it in his heart. You need not go to great lengths to comfort me. I am not so fragile. Taking a deep breath, Ningyu suddenly shook her shoulders, forcing herself to regain composure. Casting a cold glance at Chen DeLong in the valley, she articulated each word with precision. At this juncture, that scoundrel must not be allowed to leave here alive. He must not be permitted to spread those rumors. Understood. Meng Chuan nodded with a smile. The moment the words left his lips, he leaped from his hiding place. The sudden noise naturally drew the attention of Chen DeLong and the poisoned disciples of Changlu sect, observing the astonishment and trepidation that suddenly appeared on Chen DeLong's face. The round-faced man's eyes flickered. In the next instant, he turned to Meng Chuan, pleading for assistance. Esteemed brother, might I borrow a detoxification pill? Once I survive this ordeal, I shall repay you tenfold. Inspired by the round-faced man, the others also began to view Meng Chuan as their beacon of hope. Young master, I am a direct disciple of the Grand Elder of Changlu sect. If you can save my life, my master will surely reward you generously. You look quite formidable. If you could eliminate that scoundrel named Chun for me, I would be willing to offer all my collected spiritual materials in gratitude. The disciples of the Changlu sect were increasingly agitated, not only wishing to preserve their own lives but also desiring the demise of Chen DeLong. As the cacophony of voices reached his ears, Meng Chuan furrowed his brow in silence. Chen DeLong, however, could no longer contain himself. He clutched his belly and erupted into boisterous laughter. What are you laughing at? The burly man with a round face inquired anxiously. Chen DeLong wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and pointed a finger at Meng Chuan's nose. Do you even know who he is? That you dare to urgently call for help? With a smirk, he regarded the poisoned disciples with an expression of profound sympathy. You know him? The golden hairpin woman was the first to grasp the implication, her heart sinking in despair. Of course, we do. Chen Delong scanned the room before fixing his gaze upon Meng Chuan. This person is a disciple of the Demon Sect. What? The golden hairpin woman staggered, spewing a mouthful of black blood, collapsing to the ground in utter hopelessness. Simultaneously, the other poisoned individuals began to show signs of despair, their faces darkening, and their spirits waning. Clearly, they could not fathom that a disciple of the Demon Sect would intervene to save their lives. Chen Delong paid them no further heed. Instead, he turned his attention back to Meng Chuan, grinning widely. Why not bring your companion out for everyone to see? I hope she hasn't been torn apart by zombies. I'll tear your foul mouth first. Ningyu emerged from behind Meng Chuan. Chen Delong's mirth remained unabated as he introduced her to the other disciples. Behold, this is Miss Ning, a disciple of the Demon Sect. Upon having her identity publicly revealed, Ningyu's countenance darkened to the color of a charred pot. Even as she gazed at the near-lifeless disciples of Changle's sect, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Chapter 88. Cleaning house before recovering the jewels lost to the Demon Sect. Ningyu's true identity must remain concealed. However, the Changle disciples had now uncovered her reality. For her safety, and to ensure the continuity of her treasure-seeking endeavors, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate them to silence their knowledge. Yet, being of righteous origin, she found it challenging to harm these strangers who had not wronged her. The murderous intent within her eyes flickered, but she remained indecisive. Noticing her hesitation, Meng Chuan let out a quiet sigh. He then shifted his gaze from Chen Delong's shoulder, slowly scanning the group of Changle disciples. Do you truly believe the Ning family would betray the righteous path? Do you genuinely believe they would ally with the Demon Sect, which is evidently a lost cause? Meng Chuan's tone was laced with disdain for the intelligence of those afflicted. Upon hearing this, the Changle disciples, still reeling from their shock, suddenly came to their senses. The Ning family had always been a bulwark against the Demon Sect. How could they possibly collude with it? Chen Delong, you are utterly deranged to fabricate such absurd lies out of personal vendetta. How could Changleman have produced such a disgraceful individual as you? Truly, it is a shame brought upon the family. A few astute individuals, their minds racing, made their positions clear through their scathing remarks directed at Chen Delong. The other disciples of Changleman, who were initially oblivious, soon followed suit, extolling the virtues of the Ning family. They even lauded Ningyu to the heavens, whom they had met for the first time. Of course, everyone was still mindful of their own lives, and as they praised, they began to test the waters. Third miss. Since you hail from the Ning family, you must possess the antidote for the bone-eating flower poison, right? Those who dare to concoct such vile rumors about you and the Ning family shall face a reckoning once we are freed from this poison. Observing the weak yet indignant faces around her, Ningyu felt her murderous intent begin to wane. Go ahead. There is no need to force yourself into actions that betray your heart, Meng Chuan remarked with a smile. As he spoke, he gently patted Ningyu's hand and then stepped towards Chen Delong. Aware of Meng Chuan's prowess, Chen Delong had no intention of confronting him. He cast a furtive glance at Ningyu and fled. Do you truly believe you can escape? Meng Chuan jeered disdainfully upon seeing this. As soon as the words left his lips, he executed the technique of the Spirit Serpent S movement, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Chen Delong. Yet, just as he was poised to strike, a chilling sword aura sliced through the air beside him. Before he could react, the sword energy surged toward the fleeing Chen Delong. Clearly, Chen Delong noticed it too. With no time to evade, he could only quicken his pace. But he managed barely a single step before his right leg was severed at the knee. With his center of gravity lost, he fell face first into the ground. The thud of his body hitting the earth was followed by a scream that echoed through the valley, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Watching the figure curled on the ground, clutching his severed leg, Meng Chuan felt his eyelids twitch. That sword aura that had just grazed past him was certainly beyond the capability of a low-level cultivator like a Golden Core practitioner. Realizing this, Meng Chuan abruptly turned around. He found the Changleman disciples around him gaping in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Only Ningyu remained composed, holding a circular disc that he had never seen before. If the observations of the system were accurate, it was a formation disc that sealed the sword energy of the nascent soul. Was that the very sword energy that severed Chen Delong's leg? Indeed. After all, it was not unexpected that Miss Ning, having infiltrated the Demon Sect alone, would possess such hidden cards. As if perceiving Meng Chuan's astonishment and confusion, the system compassionately offered an explanation on Ningyu's behalf. Gulping, Meng Chuan slowly retracted his gaze, which had grown increasingly complex. However, it seemed that Ningyu had no intention of letting Chen Delong off the hook. She boldly produced 2 jade vials containing the antidote and tossed them into the hands of the girl with the golden hairpin. Then, brandishing 2 curved blades, she advanced toward Chun DeLong with measured steps. What do you intend to do? Chun, with a pallid face, struggled to lift his head, dragging his broken leg and retreating in panic. Daring to spread rumors about me, do you think I shall let you go without consequence? Do you not realize that I have already lost a leg? Is that not sufficient? Clearly terrified, Chun DeLong stammered. I am at least a direct disciple of the Changla sect's elder. If you kill me, do you think the Changla sect would simply let it go? Direct disciple? Ningyu scoffed dismissively. Perhaps you were once, but now, you are merely a scoundrel who has harmed your own kind. My act of killing you is merely a fulfillment of righteous justice. She deliberately cast a glance at the group of Changla sect disciples who had just divided the antidotes. What do you say? Upon hearing her inquiry, the disciples of Changla sect collectively shuddered. Those quick to react immediately voiced their agreement. Such a scoundrel still dares to claim the title of direct disciple. A disgrace to the elders. Miss Ning, you need not be polite with him. Just kill him. When we return to the Changla sect, we will certainly report to the elders about how you assisted in cleansing our sect. The sect leader may personally express gratitude to you and the Ning family. Each of them wore a facade of flattery, fearful of incurring Ningyu's displeasure, especially the round-faced, robust man who had just regained some mobility, now propping himself up with a wooden stick. With heavy footsteps echoing, the distance between him and Chin DeLong diminished. Do not sully Miss Ning's hands. This scoundrel shall be dealt with by me, Chongqing. As he spoke, the round-faced man swiftly drew a 4-foot-long sword and aimed it at Chin DeLong's heart. You scoundrel! How dare you? Even severely injured, Chin DeLong had no intention of awaiting his demise. Gritting his teeth, he shouted and drew his own large knife. Raising his arm in retaliation, Ming Chuan lightly flicked his fingers, sending the stone that had long been resting in his palm flying out. The stone struck Chun DeLong's raised elbow squarely, causing much of the spiritual energy gathered in his arm to dissipate. Simultaneously, Chongqing's sword fiercely collided with the blade, producing a dull clang as the sword was forcefully pressed back against Chun DeLong's chest. The tip of Chongqing's long sword now hovered perilously close to the knife's spine, penetrating Chin DeLong's heart. Blood oozed from the rent in his clothing, swiftly painting a crimson blotch across his chest. No, I don't want to die yet. Miss Ning. No, my dear lady, I was wrong. I realize my mistakes. Please, make him stop, I beg you. As the specter of death loomed mercilessly, the only expressions on Chun DeLong's face were fear and despair. In stark contrast, Ningyu and Chongqing bore the same unyielding coldness. Chapter 89. Inescapable misfortune. Seeing that Ningyu showed no intention of sparing Chin DeLong's life, Changqing thrust his sword downward once more. However, at that moment, Meng Chuan suddenly intervened, grasping Chongqing's wrist to halt the descent of the sword. Taken aback by the sudden obstruction, Chongqing's face twisted in confusion. Meanwhile, Chin DeLong, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath, his eyes betraying either gratitude or relief. Yet Meng Chuan offered no explanation to Chongqing, nor did he spare a glance at Chun DeLong, instead calmly inquiring of Ningyu, "Are you certain there is nothing you wish to ask him?" Upon hearing the question, a trace of bitter clarity surfaced on Ningyu's cold visage. After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately shook her head resolutely. "There is nothing to inquire. I do not trust a single word he has uttered." "Very well," Meng Chuan conceded, slowly retracting his hand that had restrained Changqing. In the next instant, Changqing's longsword effortlessly pierced through Chin DeLong's heart. A jet of blood erupted like an unadorned fountain, swiftly engulfing Chin DeLong's own lifeless form. Once assured that the man beneath his sword had completely succumbed, Chongqing slowly withdrew the bloody blade. Then, with a respectful bow, he deeply acknowledged Meng Chuan and Ningyu. "I have yet to express my gratitude for your timely intervention." The group of disciples from the Changla sect, who had just consumed the antidote, mimicked his gesture. In no time, more than 10 heads bowed low before Meng Chuan and Ningyu. It was but a trivial effort. There is no need for such courtesy. Ningyu cast a sidelong glance at Chongqing and slowly approached, raising her hand in a gesture of feigned courtesy. Yet, despite the customary niceties having concluded, she showed no inclination to depart immediately. Upon hearing the disciples of the Changlu sect firmly denounce the rumors surrounding Chun DeLong's life, she turned with a smile. As she traversed the path leading away from the Valley of Corpses, both Ning and Ming felt a weight upon their hearts. However, noticing each other's furrowed brows, neither dared to delve into the thoughts swirling within the other. Meanwhile, Changqing kept a watchful eye on their retreating figures. It was only when he could no longer sense Ming and Ning's presence that he finally withdrew his gaze. "Junior brother Chang, come lend me a hand." "My legs are still quite weak," called the golden hairpin woman, the first to have successfully refined the antidote. Although the effects of the bone-biting flower's poison had been alleviated, her physical frailty lingered. As she spoke, she extended her hand gently in a beckoning motion. Without hesitation, Changqing swiftly approached, but upon nearing, he did not extend his own hand in return. When a burst of blinding crimson erupted in the air and the glinting sword plunged into his chest, the golden hairpin woman froze, her eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Her mouth gaped as if to utter something. Yet all that escaped her lips was a torrent of crimson froth. The other disciples of the Changlu sect, witnessing this shocking scene, were left aghast. Their faces contorted in disbelief. "Changqing, what on earth are you doing? Have you lost your mind? How dare you act so against senior sister Chao?" In the aftermath of the overwhelming shock, nearly everyone began to hurl accusations at Changqing. Yet, even amidst the torrent of scorn from his fellow disciples, Changqing remained unfazed. In fact, he deliberately twisted the sword lodged in the golden hairpin woman's chest several times until his sleeves became stained with her blood, at which point he disdainfully released his grip on the blade. Subsequently, she fell backward, the sword still embedded in her, her eyes never closing even in death. Changqing then produced a handkerchief and meticulously wiped the crimson from his palms. Once his hands were clean, he leisurely lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the now terror-stricken assembly of his peers. "Look at what you've done," they cried. "Senior Sister Chao is a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. Do you truly believe you will return to the sect with your life intact? No, that is not right. Due to the bone-biting flower's poison, we are still unable to manipulate our spiritual energy freely. How is it that you can?" Amid the chaos of frantic accusations and ire, a few managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Changqing's lips curled into a sinister smile as he brushed his hair back, responding nonchalantly, "It's quite simple. From the very beginning, I was never poisoned." His declaration sent shockwaves through the gathering, their expressions shifting dramatically. "How can that be possible? Are you, perhaps, in league with Qin Delong?" At last, someone began to piece together the implications, casting doubt on his connection with Qin Delong. Yet, to label them as allies would be an oversimplification. Changqing turned his head and cast a fleeting glance at Qin Delong's lifeless body. To be precise, he was merely a meticulously chosen pawn in our game. As for you, blame yourselves for aligning with the wrong side. In the midst of the chaos, some individuals exchanged furtive glances repeatedly. I realized, to my astonishment, that you were nothing more than a lackey of Tai Buxiao. Tai Buxiao? So that was it indeed. The disciples of Changleman, still recovering from their incapacitation, finally grasped the truth. As members of Changleman, how could they be unaware that Tai Buxiao was the headmaster's most esteemed disciple? And how could they not know that he was competing with several senior brothers for the qualification to inherit the position of the next headmaster? Unfortunately, those they supported as heirs bore no relation to the surname Tai. Now that everyone comprehended the situation, it was time to tidy up and prepare for departure. Changqing refrained from using the long sword still embedded in the corpse of the woman with the golden hairpin. Instead, he retrieved a gourd emanating an eerie glow. As he unscrewed the gourd's lid, a cloud of dark mist erupted forth. Subsequently, a grotesque visage and dozens of ghostly hands, resembling outstretched branches, coalesced from the swirling black vapor. Was that the soul-refining gourd? Changqing, as a disciple of Changleman, how could you possess such a dark artifact? Are you, perchance, a spy sent by the demonic sect to infiltrate Changleman? The disciples of Changleman, upon recognizing the true nature of the gourd, became incensed, launching a tirade against Changqing. Amused by their reactions, Changqing clutched his belly and laughed heartily. "Rather than concern yourselves with the origins of this gourd or whether I am a spy of the demonic sect, shouldn't you be more worried about your own lives?" With that, he struck the gourd forcefully. The ghostly hands began to stir, and in no time, they had ensnared everyone in the vicinity, leaving only Changqing unrestrained. Feeling their vital energy and spiritual essence rapidly depleting, the trapped disciples of Changleman descended into utter panic. Yet, at this juncture, no amount of pleading or flattery could dissuade Changqing from his murderous intent. As time passed, the wails of the Changleman disciples gradually subsided into silence. One by one, their lifeless forms were mercilessly cast to the ground by the ghostly hands. Even the already deceased Qin Delong and the woman with the golden hairpin could not escape the fate of becoming desiccated corpses. Only after all had been drained to mere husks did Chang Qing summon back the satiated specters. He then cast another glance towards the direction in which Meng Chuan and Ning Yu had departed, extending his tongue to languidly lick his lips. I wonder what flavor the young lady of the Ning family and the disciple of the demonic sect possess. Chapter 90. This system is always precise. Neither Ning Yu nor Meng Chuan had any inkling of the tragic fate that awaited those they had just rescued. After leaving the Valley of Corpses, they traversed 2 mountain peaks and then paused in a hollow. They sat in silence beneath the trees for quite some time. Ultimately, Ning Yu could no longer sustain her vigil and drowsily succumbed to slumber. Meng Chuan meticulously searched the vicinity, confirming the absence of any signs of human or beastly activity before settling beside her once more. With his head bowed, he gazed at her still pallid face, and a silent sigh escaped him. Every family has its own burdens to bear. It is truly a hardship for you. While murmuring softly, he reached out to smooth the slightly disheveled strands of her hair. Only then did he recline against the rock behind him. How many days remain until the mission's expiration? Exploring the Purple Sand secret realm, the overall task progress stands at 50. The third phase remains unaccomplished at 0. A total of 53 days remain until mission failure. The system's response was as swift as ever. How swiftly time passes. Meng Chuan found himself somewhat astonished. He distinctly remembered that when he first arrived at the ancestral land of the Xie clan, there were still 61 days before the mission would expire. Although he had lingered for a while in the Gale Canyon, it seemed that the delay had not been extensive. In fact, in his mind, the time from entering the Gale Canyon until now felt like merely 2 or 3 days. System, you must be mistaken. This system has always been meticulous. The system, brimming with confidence, held no doubts about itself. Rather, it began to question Meng Chuan, its host. Both the Gale Canyon and the secret realm make it difficult to perceive the passage of time with the naked eye. So it was understandable that the host might be mistaken. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. However, he did not wish to engage in a dispute with the system, so he swiftly changed the subject. Speaking of which, how is the ley line of this secret realm to be restored? According to my observations, even in the event of an earthquake, the damage to the ley line of the secret realm is not particularly severe. So what exactly must I do? Meng Chuan found himself increasingly anxious. To draw a human analogy, the damage caused by an earthquake to the ley line is akin to a human suffering a scrape from a fall, even without intentional treatment. It can heal on its own. Yet that blood pool at the core of the demonic furnace resembles a malignant tumor. To complete the current phase of the task, the host must first devise a way to destroy that subterranean blood pool. While the system offered its candid advice, Meng Chuan could only grimace. That is an artifact crafted by a supreme being. How could a mere golden core cultivator like myself possibly destroy it? Moreover, after the earthquake, the crust is unstable. Should I venture underground? What if I were to be buried alive? As someone who values his life above all else, Meng Chuan was reluctant to take such great risks. Are you suggesting the host abandon the task? I never said that. Meng Chuan hastily shook his head, clarifying that the third phase of the task requires careful consideration. Compared to the foreseeable risks of descending underground, he was far more averse to the unknown penalties of mission failure. With an inward sigh, he concluded his conversation with the system and gazed up at the sky, which remained as blue as ever. Regardless of what actions lay ahead, he knew he must first restore his spirit. With a yawn, he cast aside the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, embraced his arms, and slowly shut his eyes. Thanks to the presence of the system, he was entirely free from the need to keep watch himself. Moreover, his concealed position afforded him a significant level of privacy, allowing him to sink into a particularly deep slumber. When he eventually reopened his eyes, he was startled to find a fluffy head resting unknowingly upon his arm. Noticing Ning Yu curled up beside him, he hastily retrieved a blanket and draped it over the young lady. Despite his careful movements, he inadvertently roused the slumbering figure. My apologies, I did not mean to disturb your rest. Meng Chuan, feeling a hint of embarrassment, retracted his claws and let out a dry chuckle. However, Ning Yu showed no intention of shifting her head from his back and calmly remarked, I am feeling a bit hungry. What shall we eat today? Their provisions were nearly depleted, and the fasting pills were utterly tasteless. Today, it seemed, she desired to elevate their dining experience. Just as she was speaking, a wild cat suddenly darted past the mountainside. Upon seeing it, Ning Yu's eyes brightened, and she immediately drew her curved blade, preparing to pursue. Meng Chuan acted swiftly, pulling her back with a firm grip. Let us pursue some herbivorous creatures, ones with a limited range of movement. At the reminder, Ningyu recalled the nearby valley of corpses, a wave of nausea washing over her. Never mind, let us resort to the fasting elixir. She rubbed her inexplicably uneasy chest and deftly retrieved a vial. Once the elixir was ingested, it promptly dispelled the hunger that had plagued both of them. What shall we do next? She dusted herself off and, stretching lazily towards the sun that had barely shifted in the sky, declared, I need to take a look at that blood pool beneath the earth. Meng Chuan showed no hesitation. Ning Yu's eyes flickered uncertainly, after observing him for a moment. She asserted, I shall accompany you. There could be unknown dangers lurking below, and I require someone on the surface for support. Huh. You're merely worried about the treasures that might be hidden down there, aren't you? Fear not. Even if there are, I shall not compete with you for them. Ningyu remained resolute, insisting on joining him and disregarding all counsel. Meng Chuan, feeling a sense of helplessness, ultimately chose to acquiesce. Once we descend, everything will be under my command. Please refrain from acting on your own. All right, I understand. Ningyu pouted, seemingly irritated by his incessant reminders. Noticing Meng Chuan's suddenly furrowed brow, she suppressed her impatience. I promise, I won't cause you any trouble. Will that suffice? The unintentional tone of her playful complaint stirred something warm within Meng Chuan's heart. Now, let us proceed towards that fissure in the earth. He quickly turned his head away, concealing the tenderness that had unexpectedly surged within his gaze. After a brief tidying up, he found a mountain stream and took great care in washing himself. Subsequently, the two of them, feeling refreshed, hurried towards the expansive rift deep within the valley of corpses. Wait. As they entered the valley and had scarcely taken a few steps, Meng Chuan's expression suddenly hardened. What's wrong? Ningyu queried, perplexed, glancing back. Don't you find the clothing on those corpses rather familiar? As he spoke, Meng Chuan pointed towards the several decayed bodies that stood within the valley. Ningyu's eyelids twitched, and her complexion instantly darkened. Could those possibly be the members of the Demon Sect? How could they all be dead? The manner of their demise did not resemble that of a bone-devouring flower's toxin explosion. It appeared more akin to having their essence completely drained. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow tightly, almost convinced that the disciples of the Demon Sect had perished due to some malevolent sorcery. In other words, it was highly probable that these disciples had encountered one or more figures from the demonic sect prior to their demise. If this were indeed the case, would the secret of Ningyu's lineage from the Ning clan of Tan Mountain still remain a secret to the demonic sect? Chapter 91. The grand performance has just begun. The mere thought that the demonic sect might have unearthed Ningyu's true identity rendered Meng Chuan restless. Are you all right? Noticing his sudden pallor, Ningyu found herself concerned for him. Of course, I am fine, he reassured her, yet his worry for her was palpable. I am perfectly well. Ningyu smiled lightly, tilting her face upwards, even going so far as to twirl playfully before him, seemingly oblivious to the peril she might be in. After speaking, she cast a sympathetic glance at the heap of corpses, clasped her hands together, and closed her eyes in silent mourning. May you suffer less in your next life. Meng Chuan was not as melancholic as her. He bit his lip, hesitating to voice his thoughts. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he ultimately swallowed back the advice that lingered on his tongue, choosing instead to murmur quietly to himself. There was no need to disrupt his composure when nothing was certain yet. He nodded slightly, reinvigorating his spirit and mustering a semblance of a relaxed smile. However, an ominous premonition took root in his heart, refusing to dissipate. Ningyu tossed her head and hurriedly approached the edge of the vast crevice. How do we descend? She inquired. The blood pool lay at least 40 to 50 meters below the surface, making a direct leap impractical. Follow me. At that moment, Meng Chuan had already allowed the system to chart a course. With a wave of his hand, he executed the technique of the spirit serpent, nimbly navigating the inner wall of the fissure, which, though uneven and rough, provided ample footholds. Without the system's guidance, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discover such a safe and effortless path. Upon reaching the edge of the blood pool, Ningyu cast an astonished glance at Meng Chuan. You seem as if you've been here before. This is too familiar. It's my first time down here as well. Meng Chuan replied casually. Regardless, we've made it down safely, haven't we? As soon as he spoke, his attention shifted to the expansive blood pool and its surroundings. Strangely, although his sense of smell had been unsealed, he detected no trace of the metallic scent of blood. Could it be that the pool did not contain blood at all? While it was indeed human blood, it was likely altered after being used to forge countless puppets. Enough of the pleasantries. Tell me precisely where to begin. The dim light below was ill-suited for lingering, and Ming Chuan was eager to complete the task and depart. This blood pool was protected by a heavenly grade formation, yet the energy from the earth veins had nearly been depleted, rendering the protective array ineffective. Seemingly sensing his impatience, the system quickly elaborated. According to my observations, the southwestern corner appears to be the weakest point. The host may, before the system could finish. Ming Chuan seized the Jingong sword and struck down toward the southwestern corner. A powerful recoil surged back through the sword and into his arm, catching him off guard and sending him tumbling backward. With a resounding thud, he crashed against the stone wall outside the pool, unable to suppress a groan. Not even a chip of stone fell. You call that weak? Frustrated, he looked up, shaking his arm as he stood. Secretly, he shouted at the system. Who can be blamed if the host doesn't listen to the system's words to the end? The system, whether relishing in his misfortune or feigning innocence, remained silent. Ningyu, startled by the commotion, rushed to his side. Are you hurt? Don't worry, I'm fine, he reassured her. Ming Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Why have you suddenly decided to confront this pool? Ningyu inquired, her expression filled with confusion. Ming Chuan was still attempting to feign nonchalance when the water in the pool suddenly surged. As the waves undulated, tendrils of dark mist began to detach from the water's surface. The swirling black vapor gradually coalesced into familiar malevolent spirits, which then lunged menacingly towards Ming Chuan and his companion. Were these not the entities that resided solely in the Gale Valley? It seemed that Ningyu had also suffered greatly at the hands of these spirits. The malevolent beings in Gale Valley must have escaped from the secret realm. This time, Ming Chuan refrained from summoning spiritual fire. Instead, he retrieved the earth-devouring pearl. As he exerted his full power, the pearl emitted a dazzling crimson glow. The violet-red radiance expanded abruptly, enveloping the hovering spirits in an instant. The moment they encountered the light released by the earth-devouring pearl, the malevolent spirits were as if suddenly immobilized by a binding spell. However, this rigidity did not last long, as the spirits began to struggle. Unfortunately, despite their frantic efforts, they could not escape the encompassing embrace of the crimson light. In fact, the more they struggled, the smaller their massive forms became. As an increasing amount of their malevolent energy was absorbed, the brilliance of the pearl intensified. Unbeknownst to them, the spirits had grown too weak to maintain their corporeal forms, ultimately dissolving back into black mist and merging into the blood pool. Ningyu let out a sigh of relief as she gazed at the earth-devouring pearl, her eyes flickering with a blend of curiosity and confusion. Yet, in the end, she said nothing further and did not press for more answers. If this pool remained intact, it was likely that more fiends and malevolent spirits would be birthed in the future. Once these entities escaped the secret realm, the purple sand plains would inevitably become a desolate wasteland. Ming Chuan feigned a sigh. You are correct. Only by destroying this blood pool can the purple sand plains hope to regain their tranquility. As he spoke, Ningyu drew her twin blades, poised to strike at the edge of the blood pool. Stop. This blood pool is forged from the stones of the underworld sea and cannot be recklessly destroyed. Having recently learned a painful lesson, Ming Chuan was determined not to let her repeat the same mistake. Then what shall we do? Ningyu furrowed her brow, retracting her hands. At this moment, Ming Chuan received a notification from the system. Although he did not respond verbally, he extended his hand towards the pool. With a gentle tug at the edge of the pool, a gaping hole instantly appeared. The tumultuous waters surged forth, akin to a river breaking its dam, spilling out from the breach. In no time, the vibrant crimson water spread across the ground. Was it truly that simple? Ningyu was left astounded. Yet, of course, this was merely the prologue to an unfolding spectacle. Ming Chuan squinted his eyes and swiftly retreated from the edge of the pool. Gradually, the bottom of the pool, previously hidden beneath the rippling water, began to crack open. Suddenly, countless long, whip-like tentacles emerged from the fissures, swaying like lush aquatic plants. A chilling wind, absent moments before, now swept through the air. A potent stench surged into the nostrils of Ming Chuan and Ningyu. Not only that, but the soil beneath their feet also began to writhe, resembling waves stirred by the wind. As the waves surged, it seemed as though they were poised to engulf the two of them entirely. Realizing the impending danger, Ming Chuan quickly wrapped his arms around Ningyu's slim waist and leaped away from the spot, soaring Tu Zhong into the air. He finally caught sight of the chaotic tentacles below, where a deep blue giant eye lurked. As the giant eye turned, the tentacles floating in the air suddenly lashed out towards Ming Chuan and Ningyu. Chapter 92. Earth Level 3 Life Flower. Upon seeing the enormous eye glaring upwards, both Ming Chuan and Ningyu felt a chill run down their spines. It was not the terrifying appearance of the eye that elicited such a reaction, but rather the profound disgust it inspired, particularly in Ming Chuan's view. The eye not only appeared to have decorative contact lenses, but also seemed to sport a ring of false eyelashes around it. Strangely, every single lash appeared to move independently. Suppressing his inner discomfort, he twisted his body mid-air, hastily accelerating his descent. The numerous tentacles that had been flung toward the sky grazed his body before crashing forcefully against the earthen wall behind him. A loud crack echoed as the wall was violently breached, creating a large pit. Following this, a cascade of mud and debris fell from the wall, showering Ming Chuan completely. However, he could not afford to concern himself with the falling muck, for another wave of tentacles was upon him. Ningyu, who he had shielded in his embrace, broke free with determination. Her jade arms extended swiftly, wielding dual blades. As the blades sliced through the air, the fastest of the tentacles were severed in an instant. Accompanied by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, a massive goo erupted from the severed ends of the tentacles. Caught off guard, Ningyu had no time to evade and was instantly drenched in the viscous substance. Angrily raising her gaze, she hastily wiped her hands across her body, only to feel a sharp sting on her fingertips. This substance was, indeed, toxic. A sudden wave of weakness washed over her. No sooner had she spoken than two tentacles lunged at her from the ground, though she saw them coming. Her inexplicably sluggish reaction rendered her movements clumsy as she attempted to evade. In an instant, both of her ankles were ensnared by the tentacles. As they yanked her forcefully, she felt a disorienting sensation of being heavy-headed and light-footed. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself dangling upside down. Glancing at the giant eye looming directly beneath her, a wave of revulsion surged through her. More tentacles reached towards her, wrapping around her body like thick ropes. Ming Chuan's eyelids fluttered with intensity, and he could not help but swallow several times. You should hurry and help. Ningyu seemed oblivious to the embarrassment of her current predicament, feeling nothing but overwhelming frustration and discomfort. Seeing Ming Chuan merely watching the spectacle, she arched her delicate brows and exclaimed in annoyance. Upon hearing her words, Ming Chuan reluctantly averted his gaze, drawing forth the stunning rainbow sword and charging toward her. As he approached, he wielded the sword with fervor, swiftly severing the tendrils that entwined around Ningyu. With a thud, they fell to the ground. And disregarding her own pain, the young woman immediately turned to glare at the colossal eye. The enormous eye, evidently incensed, commanded dozens of tendrils to lash out in their direction, surrounding them from all angles, leaving no room for evasion. Witnessing this scene, Ming Chuan tightened his grip on the rainbow sword and summoned all of his spiritual energy. In stark contrast to his evident anxiety, Ningyu remained remarkably composed. As the multitude of tendrils descended like an impenetrable net, she calmly retrieved a formation plate that sealed the essence of the nascent soul sword energy. The sword energy erupted forth, effortlessly creating a breach in the vast net. Having broken free from the tendrils' obstruction, the nascent soul sword energy showed no sign of dissipating. In the next moment, the eerie azure giant eye was cleaved in two by the sword energy. A viscous, pus-like substance gushed forth like a fountain, soon mingling with the blood pooling on the ground. Ningyu staggered, and just before she fell, a large hand caught her arm, shaking her head vigorously. She waited for the two Ming Chuans before her to merge into one, then murmured, "I'm so tired. But you can't sleep here." She conjured a shield of spiritual energy to shield herself from the deluge of putrid fluid raining down. Once the cacophony subsided, Ming Chuan lowered his gaze to Ningyu's face, only to find that she had closed her eyelids. "Hey, did you hear what I said?" Ming Chuan furrowed his brow and shook her arm a couple of times. Yet, the only response he received was a dull thud as Ningyu swayed and collapsed into his embrace. In an instant, his chest was coated in a layer of foul-smelling slime. The viscous substance seeped into his skin, igniting a searing sensation that spread from his chest. However, thanks to his resilient constitution, he quickly acclimated to the toxicity of the substance. Yet, he did not allow himself to relax. After all, Ningyu was still poisoned. "Oh no, I don't have any antidotes on me. Host need not be overly anxious. The toxicity in the corpse-eating beast's bodily fluids is not particularly potent." "Are you referring to that giant-eyed creature?" "Indeed. While the creature is still fresh, you should swiftly consume it." "Are you certain Ningyu will be all right?" "Absolutely. She will awaken naturally after 3 or 4 days of slumber." The system's tone was remarkably assured, but Ming Chuan was taken aback. 3 or 4 days? Will it really take that long? According to the system's estimation, given Miss Ning's current cultivation level, it would indeed require 3 to 4 days to autonomously remedy the effects of the ghoul's venom. Very well. Ming Chuan suppressed his rising concerns and decided to consume the ghoul without further ado. As soon as he uttered this phrase, a mist of ethereal white light emanated from his being, swiftly enveloping the ghoul's corpse. Subsequently, streams of energy began to extract themselves from the ghoul's remains, continuously returning to Meng Chuan's own body. This process persisted for nearly half an hour. When the ghoul's body disintegrated in the surrounding area, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully devouring a third-tier ghoul. Spiritual Essence 833. The system detected anomalous spiritual fluctuations and predicted the presence of a terrestrial-level spiritual entity lurking nearby. The host is advised to search carefully. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to search beneath the ground. The ichor from the ghoul had seeped into the soil, revealing a vast clay cavern. After a moment's hesitation, Meng Chuan stepped into the cavern. A fragrance entirely distinct from that outside invaded his senses, compelling him to inhale deeply several times. Once his fatigue was washed away by the refreshing aroma, he cast his gaze upon a pair of exquisite spiritual flowers deep within the cavern. What were they? Flowers that had blossomed after 9,000 years. Mature with 5 petals and 7 segments, named 3 lives. What purpose did they serve? Consuming them could filter out impurities from the soul and dispel inner demons. If paired with resurrection grass, they could be refined into a resurrection pill, potentially allowing the user's soul to scatter yet remain undestroyed. Thus, it seemed this item could serve as yet another safeguard for his life. Meng Chuan's face flushed with excitement as he hurriedly sought guidance from the system regarding the technique of harvesting. After practicing twice, he promptly set to work. As the 3-live flower detached from the soil, its vibrant crimson petals dulled, and even the leaves displayed distinct patterns previously unseen. This was a normal occurrence, indicating that the host's harvesting technique was not at fault. Relieved, Meng Chuan exhaled deeply, secured the 3-live flower, and prepared to carry Ningyu back to the surface. At that moment, a new group of visitors arrived at the Corpse Valley. Chapter 93. Dare to Peak. Shangguan Yin and a cohort of senior disciples were startled to their core upon entering the secret realm, confronted by a landscape strewn with corpses. Eldest senior brother, is this the rendezvous point agreed upon with Sister Chow? I'm uncertain. Let us first search the vicinity. We may find markers left by other disciples. Suppressing their nausea, the group cautiously began to scour the area near the sea of corpses. However, rather than finding any markers, they discovered a cluster of familiar bodies. That golden hairpin, could it not belong to Sister Chow? With this exclamation, the others began to meticulously search the corpses. Upon uncovering the identity tags carried by the desiccated bodies, Shangguan Yin and her companions trembled in shock. What has happened? Can't you see? It must be the work of the demonic sect. Again with the demonic sect. Sister Chow, do not worry. We shall avenge you. At the mention of the demonic sect, hatred instantly clouded the faces of Shangguan Yin and her group. Gritting their teeth, they vehemently cursed the demonic sect, retrieving the bodies of their fallen comrades from the sea of corpses. They made no plans to give the deceased disciples a proper burial, instead dragging the unearthed bodies out of the secret realm. After their departure, Meng Chuan finally emerged from the depths of the earth, looking disheveled. It was evident that climbing out of the fissure was far more challenging than descending into it. Moreover, carrying another person made his efforts even more arduous. Fortunately, through relentless perseverance, he managed to succeed. Once he distanced himself from the Corpse Valley, he gently laid Ningyu down in a pile of grass, and then sprawled out on the ground himself. The mountain breeze wafted through, yet it failed to disperse the lingering stench that clung to him. Having been immersed in the odor for so long, he had become desensitized to it. After regaining his composure, Meng Chuan re-established contact with the system. The blood pool has been destroyed. What must I do next? The blood pool, crafted by a powerful entity, served as the core of the demonic furnace and could be seen as the focal point of the vast demonic formation enveloping the secret realm. To restore the damaged ley lines of the realm, it was necessary to continue dismantling the foundation of that demonic formation. So, where's the foundation? Meng Chuan inquired eagerly. That, dear host, you must seek out for yourself. However, dear host, rest assured that once the array's foundation enters the detection range of the system, you shall be promptly alerted. You are generally aware of the direction, are you not? Meng Chuan furrowed his brow. Apologies, but this time I truly do not know. So, does this mean I must traverse nearly every inch of the secret realm to complete this third phase of the task? Theoretically, yes. What nonsense! Meng Chuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Earlier, when he noticed there were still more than 50 days before the task would fail, he felt quite at ease. Yet now, he was suddenly gripped by an unprecedented sense of urgency. After all, since entering the secret realm, he had not ventured beyond the vicinity of the Corpse Valley, leaving him utterly ignorant of the realm's true expanse. With merely 50 days remaining, what if he could not locate all the genuine artifacts? Contemplating this, a profound unease shattered the calm he had strived to maintain. Even when he turned to glance at the still unconscious Ningyu, a strange irritability stirred within him. There was no time to rest. He swiftly lifted Ningyu's still damp figure and immediately set forth on the quest for the erased foundation. For days passed in a blur. When Ningyu finally awakened from her slumber, she immediately struggled against the firm embrace that held her. Sensing her movement, Meng Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness you've finally awakened. How long have I been asleep? Standing on the floor, Ningyu raised her hand to adjust her clothing. Although the venom sprayed on her by the flesh-eating beast had completely dried, the discomfort lingered on. It has only been 4 days, after all. Meng Chuan, ever concerned, inquired. How do you feel now? Ningyu did not reply, instead setting off to search the forest. Upon spotting the gently flowing stream, her previously dazed eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. She dashed forward for a short distance before abruptly halting and turning back. I'm going over there to wash up. You must not peek. What do you take me for? Meng Chuan's forehead darkened, his lips quivering. In any case, should you dare to spy, beware that I will pluck your eyeballs out. Ningyu feigned a fearsome demeanor, extending 2 fingers to poke at his eyes from a distance. Having said her piece, she resumed her pace, rushing toward the little stream while keeping an eye on Meng Chuan's movements. Confirming that he showed no intention of following, she felt a sense of relief, yet an inexplicable disappointment lingered. Could it be that my charm truly fails to ignite even a fleeting desire for him to steal a glance? With a quiet tightening of her delicate fists and pursed lips, she shot a few irritated glances at Meng Chuan. Then, she followed the stream upstream until she found a relatively deep pool of water. Cautiously, she disrobed and immersed herself in the water, the icy chill seeping into her skin, causing her to instinctively curl up. However, after acclimatizing to the temperature of the pool, she relaxed once more. After a long absence, she reveled in the refreshing bath, though a tinge of nostalgia tinged her enjoyment. Ah, that fellow must also be quite foul-smelling. Surely he would take the opportunity to wash himself as well. While this thought seemed inconsequential, the sudden image of Meng Chuan in all his nakedness made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Perhaps he is currently soaking in the bathwater I just used. As her imagination spiraled, she found it increasingly difficult to contain herself, and before she knew it, her face had turned as red as a ripe fruit. The humiliation compelled her to bury her head beneath the rushing water. Thus she failed to hear the faint call coming from downstream. When she finally emerged from the water, she was startled by the sudden appearance of a bare-chested figure at the edge of the pool. At that moment, Meng Chuan was drenched, his upper garment nowhere to be found. What are you doing here? Ningyu froze in the water, and only after her hasty words did she remember to raise her arms to cover her bosom. Someone is coming this way. Meng Chuan's face was grave, his eyes filled with concern. The approaching figures moved with remarkable speed, and within moments they were less than 100 meters away. Most alarmingly, it was evident that there was not just one group. Upon hearing this, Ningyu's shyness and panic dissipated entirely. With a swift motion of her arm, she splashed the water to obscure Meng Chuan's view, then leapt from the pool. As she landed, a fresh gown swirled around her like a cloud, enveloping her slender form. We must hide. Sensing the increasing proximity of the newcomers, Meng Chuan whispered urgently. As he suppressed his presence, he crouched down and dove into a thicket of ferns on the eastern bank of the stream. Without a second thought, Ningyu followed suit. Just as the sound of her trampling through the ferns faded, a chorus of swift, slicing sounds filled their ears. Chapter 94. The rumors arise through the gaps in the fern leaves. Meng Chuan caught sight of a familiar yet disheveled figure. Ningyu's eyes flickered with recognition as she transmitted a thought. Isn't that Elder Sima? At that moment, Elder Sima was sprinting along the stream bank. One sleeve of his garment, stained with blood. Moreover, several long gashes marred his body, with flesh grotesquely exposed, a sight that was truly shocking. Crossing the pond, Sima Liang prepared to dart towards the jungle on the western bank. However, in his severely injured state, he failed to leap over the water body in one go. And upon landing, his left foot twisted slightly at the edge of the pond. His speed consequently plummeted, allowing the pursuers behind him to close the distance. There were 4 pursuers, appearing quite young, yet their methods were exceedingly ruthless. Seizing the moment when Sima Liang was unsteady, the only woman among the pursuers immediately unleashed 2 steel arrows. One aimed directly at Sima Liang's trembling left leg, while the other targeted his back. Sima Liang, you might as well accept your fate and spare me the waste of my precious time. Sima Liang's gaze turned icy as he swiftly reached for the arrow flying towards him from behind, simultaneously lifting his right foot to kick. With his cultivation level, he could easily have sent the arrow at his feet flying or caught the one approaching from behind. Strangely, he not only failed to kick away the arrow at his feet but also suffered a gash on his calf from the sharp arrowhead. And the arrow from behind pierced through his sleeve. How could this happen? Hidden among the ferns, Meng Chuan's eyes widened in alarm. He had not anticipated that these two arrows, which he could easily evade, would inflict harm upon a yuaning master like Sima Liang. Haha, Sima Liang. How does it feel to taste steel? Despite being a group of mere boys, they dared to challenge the formidable Sima Liang, which was utterly laughable. Steadying himself, Sima Liang turned back with a mocking sneer, his chin raised defiantly. Laughable? Then what do you call the wound on your leg? The female pursuer drew her bow again. Her eyes filled with derision. The other three men joined in, not content to merely watch the spectacle. In your prime, you were indeed powerful. We could hardly match you. But now, you are nothing more than a desperate cornered dog, still daring to bark at us. Do you wish for a swifter demise? They jeered. Take a good look at your current state. How dare you hold your head high and challenge us? What gives you the audacity? Though he was in dire straits, they were determined to claim his head, as it represented their path to fortune. So, I'm afraid today you shall not leave this place intact. The three male pursuers looked at Sima Liang with eyes glinting with a fierce green light. To think you could take the old man's head back for a reward. You must possess the capability to do so. Sima Liang scoffed in disdain, shaking his head vigorously as he struggled against the pervasive weakness that had seeped into his very being. He swiftly dismissed his storage ring, and then, with a flourish, cast forth dozens of formation flags. His intention was clear, to employ the formation against the four pursuers. A commendable thought, yet alas, his injuries were far too grave. Not only did the placement of the flags deviate from his expectations, but even the activation of the formation proved to be an arduous task. By the time the formation was finally ignited, the four pursuers had already escaped the confines of its boundaries. The female pursuer erupted into laughter, clutching her belly, her mirth causing her to double over. Isn't it better to accept your fate quietly? The more you struggle, the more pitiable you appear, or rather, the more ridiculous. Without further ado, the male pursuers, having lost their patience, brandished their weapons and lunged at Sima Liang. In the blink of an eye, he found himself encircled, retreating amidst the clashing sounds of metal. His staggering form betrayed none of the composure expected of a master at the nascent soul stage. Observing the splatters of blood erupting within the fray, Meng Chuan's eyes flickered with hesitation. That was a formidable demon. Surely he could not be contemplating a rescue. To thwart his intervention, Ningyu grasped his arm firmly. I care not whether he is a demon, but if he could align with us, our days within the Demon Sect may improve considerably. With renewed resolve, Meng Chuan brushed her delicate hand aside. Before she could utter another plea, he emerged from the underbrush, stealthily approaching the archer woman from behind. The female pursuer seemed to sense his presence, hurriedly glancing back. However, all she could perceive was a flash of sword light, failing to discern Meng Chuan's features. Startled, she instinctively retreated, swiftly retracting her hunting bow. With a clang, their blades collided, sending forth a shower of brilliant sparks. The commotion alerted the four combatants not far away, causing the three male pursuers to momentarily freeze, their pupils constricting in alarm as they beheld the sight, a glimmering sword blade poised menacingly against the smooth, pale neck of the female pursuer. With the advantage of a surprise attack and superior reflexes, Meng Chuan effortlessly subdued the woman, seizing the moment when his opponent was distracted. Sima Liang swiftly extricated himself from the fray. After catching his breath, he glanced at Meng Chuan, only to raise an eyebrow in astonishment. It's you. Feigning concern, Meng Chuan asked, how are your injuries? Upon hearing this, Sima Liang lowered his gaze to his own wounds. Wiping the blood from his chest, he replied nonchalantly, just a minor abrasion, nothing to worry about. That's a relief. Meng Chuan appeared to exhale deeply. Together, let us vanquish these audacious scoundrels. With an ally at his side, Sima Liang felt emboldened, casting a cold glance at the pursuers and commanding Meng Chuan. At this moment, several of the pursuers began to realize this unexpectedly emerging youth was also a member of the Demon Sect. Particularly, the woman who still had the radiant rainbow sword poised at her throat instantly changed color, her eyes filled with fear and trepidation. This secret realm has already been sealed off by my Changla sect. If you kill me, you, a scoundrel of the Demon Sect, shall not escape alive. What ceiling? Meng Chuan was left utterly bewildered. He could not fathom from where the old-timers of the Changlu sect had heard such rumors, insisting that the Tan Mountain Ning family had allied with them, even claiming that they had conspired with the traitors of the Ning family to slaughter a multitude of Changlu sect's direct disciples. Sima Liang's expression was one of deep frustration, as if he could hardly suppress the grievance etched upon his face. Meng Chuan's eyes flickered with concern as he took a deep breath and quietly inquired, "When did this all transpire?" "It was said to have occurred merely 4 or 5 days prior." Sima Liang ground his teeth in frustration in their quest for vengeance against those deceased spirits. The old guard of Changleman had shamelessly united to lay an ambush for him. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan began to comprehend the reasons behind the old man's grievous injuries. What troubled him even more was the unsettling rumor about the demonic sect colluding with the Ning family, which had somehow spread. Furthermore, it appeared that the upper echelons of Changleman had already come to believe in that malicious gossip regarding the situation in Zisha Plain. Chapter 95, Truly Shameless in His Astonishment. Meng Chuan silently mused. Did this old man realize that Ningyu hailed from the Tanshan Ning clan? Concurrently, his gaze discreetly swept towards the ferns behind him. Ningyu, still concealed within the fronds, had already changed her expression. Her attempt to escape momentarily halted. However, Sima Liang harbored no such convoluted thoughts. He merely sought to swiftly dispatch the pursuing minions of Changleman. Noticing Meng Chuan's prolonged silence, he furrowed his brow and urged, "What are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate that wretched creature." His demeanor displayed an eagerness to snatch the Jingong from Meng Chuan's grasp and personally sever the throat of the female pursuer. "You dare?" The 3 male pursuers simultaneously raised their eyebrows and glared menacingly at Meng Chuan. "I am rather timid. Please do not intimidate me." Meng Chuan feigned a tremor, adopting a tone of palpable fear. As his words fell, an eye-catching line of crimson suddenly appeared across the throat of the female pursuer. Forced to raise her chin, she dared not utter another word or move a muscle. The 3 male pursuers widened their eyes, their gazes brimming with fury and murderous intent. "You dare seek your own demise." As the roar erupted, an overwhelming aura surged forth from the trio, coalescing into a formidable presence that bent the surrounding flora and fauna within a 30-meter radius low to the ground. A fierce wind swept through, nearly blinding Meng Chuan and the woman he held captive. Seizing the moment, 2 of the male pursuers darted towards Meng Chuan with alarming speed. It seemed they believed he had overstayed his welcome. Sensing the 2 sword lights rushing towards him, Meng Chuan remained utterly unperturbed, even too apathetic to evade. Instead, he brazenly used the woman as a shield, even stepping toward the advancing pursuers. As the blades were about to strike his companion, the 2 men were compelled to halt their assault, drawing back to regain distance. Using a woman as a shield hardly exemplifies heroism. If you are a man, face me in a duel. Indeed, the actions of Meng Chuan incited their wrath to a boiling point. Though their attacks momentarily ceased, their vitriolic taunts persisted. "Humph." Sima Liang let out a cold snort, recalling how just moments ago they had been besieging him, yet now the audacity to demand a one-on-one duel? How shameless can so-called righteous individuals be? A mere stray dog has no place to bark here. The remaining black-robed pursuer standing before Sima Liang raised an eyebrow, coldly rebuking him. After all, Sima Liang was a seasoned veteran of the martial world, and how could he endure such insults from a mere youth? "Since the elders of Changlu sect failed to teach you about manners, allow me to impart a lesson today, though severely wounded. The saying holds true, a malnourished camel is larger than a horse." As an elder of the demonic sect and a genuine Yuanying realm expert, Sima Liang possessed his own sense of confidence and pride. No sooner had he spoken than he launched himself towards the black-robed pursuer, despite his injuries. The black-robed pursuer sneered, his disdain evident, hardly considering Sima Liang a threat. After all, having pursued him relentlessly, he was convinced that Sima Liang had no strength left to retaliate. He didn't even spare Sima Liang a glance, instead leisurely addressing Meng Chuan. "Once I deal with this bothersome old fool, I shall take my time to deal with you." As the words fell, the black-clad pursuer did not forget to offer a final word of comfort to the captive woman. "Do not be afraid, Sister Zhao. I shall rescue you forthwith." Having uttered his reassurances, he turned to confront the onrushing Sima Liang, unleashing 2 powerful strikes. The moment the gust of his strikes surged forth, a smirk curled upon his lips, and a triumphant expression, befitting a victor, adorned his face. Alas, that visage of triumph soon began to contort, and even his once straight spine succumbed to a sudden curvature. The abrupt sound of a muffled grunt was far more jarring than the chaotic retreat of his stumbling footsteps. Senior brother. Upon witnessing the ghastly pallor of the black-clad pursuer, the remaining 3 members of Chang Lumin could not help but change their expressions. I am injured. But I am not incapacitated. Sima Liang offered no respite for his comrades, swiftly advancing towards the staggered black-clad pursuer. With a flurry of fists, he brought the pursuer crashing to the ground. Though he was wounded and unable to confront multiple foes, dealing with such a solitary adversary posed no challenge for Sima Liang. Yet, merely toppling the foe was insufficient. He aimed to extinguish the life of his opponent directly. Realizing the dire predicament, the previously arrogant black-clad pursuer shrieked in desperation, "Hurry! Save me! I'm afraid they will not come to your aid." Meng Chuan struck the Zhao woman unconscious with a single sword strike, then swiftly executed a series of palm movements. The gust generated by his palms stirred the grass beneath him, transforming it into a formidable wall of leaves that obstructed the 2 pursuing men. As they finally broke through the barrier, they were met with the horrifying sight of a head exploding before their very eyes. "Master, senior brother, you wretched old demon, if I do not slay you today, I vow I shall not be human." The remaining 2 pursuers were utterly appalled by the gruesome spectacle of the black-clad man collapsing with half of his head blown off. Yet, despite the threat posed by these 2, Sima Liang merely curled his lip in disdain. In the previous encounter, it was 4 against 1, which compelled me to hold back. However, the tides have shifted to a 2 against 2 scenario. Surely, you do not harbor even the slightest illusion of victory? Sima Liang mocked. Upon hearing this, the 2 remaining pursuers finally regained their composure, and within their furious gazes, a flicker of uncertainty began to emerge. Meng Chuan grasped the Jingong sword, gliding his fingers along its blade before lifting his gaze with a serene demeanor. He spoke softly. "It is evident that your brotherhood is profound and steadfast. Perhaps you should remain here to keep that lifeless wretch company." As he finished speaking, a grin spread across his face, revealing a set of impeccably aligned, stark white teeth that exuded an unsettling aura. The 2 men opposite him, however, did not respond, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. After exchanging a glance, the 2 male pursuers seemed to reach a silent accord and swiftly turned to flee. Yet, to escape, how facile that might seem. Sima Liang emitted an irate grunt and immediately set off in pursuit. Meng Chuan's gaze flickered as he subtly cast a glance towards Ningyu, before symbolically chasing a few steps. Once he confirmed that the 2 men from Chang Lumin had retreated, he promptly halted, pivoting back towards the unconscious woman. To be honest, his mind was brimming with questions, and he was eager to inquire from her. However, as he turned back to the unconscious figure, an unexpected and overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp pain shot through his spine. Stumbling and staggering, he retreated 7 or 8 steps, finally steadying himself against a small pine tree. When he turned around, he found Sima Liang shaking his head in regret. TSK, it's quite remarkable that you're still alive. One must admit, your life is indeed resilient." Chapter 96. Elimination of witnesses. Meng Chuan struggled to suppress the surging blood within his chest, yet ultimately failed to contain it. When the blood spurted forth from his lips, his face was shrouded in a pallid hue. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his gaze to meet Sima Liang's, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Having saved Sima Liang, he could not fathom why Sima Liang would suddenly turn against him. Taking a deep breath, Meng Chuan could no longer restrain himself and, in a fit of anger, demanded, "Why?" To his astonishment, Sima Liang did not seize the opportunity to pursue him. Instead, he leisurely seated himself upon a nearby stone. Even in the face of impending death, was such curiosity truly necessary? As he spoke, Sima Liang narrowed his eyes, deliberately scrutinizing Meng Chuan twice. It was only upon noticing the faint veins that had quietly surfaced on Meng Chuan's neck that a smirk returned to his lips. Concurrently, a chilling sensation surged from Meng Chuan's back, threatening to spread throughout his entire body. Warning. Host, please be cautious. Your opponent's palm technique harbors a chilling poison. Shouldn't this warning have been issued before I was struck? Meng Chuan's lips trembled in frustration at the system's delayed response. I apologize. The enemy acted unexpectedly, and our system failed to detect any signs in advance. Enough of this nonsense. Just tell me how to dispel this cursed cold poison. It can be driven away with spirit fire. That's good to know. Meng Chuan secretly sighed in relief and immediately began to gather spirit fire discreetly. However, in order not to alarm Sima Liang, he exercised utmost caution throughout the process, not even igniting a visible flame. To divert the other party's attention, he deliberately assumed the demeanor of a benefactor. After all, I can be considered your savior. Do you not fear divine retribution for such ingratitude? Benefactor? Ha ha ha. Sima Liang threw his head back and laughed exaggeratedly. Before Ming Chuan could respond, he curled his lip in disdain and mocked. You think you can elevate yourself above me based on a mere stroke of luck? Your calculations are indeed impressive. But alas, I, Sima Liang, have never fallen for such tricks. He cast a scornful glance at Ming Chuan and continued. How could the illustrious reputation of a great Yuaning expert and an esteemed elder of the Demon Sect be tarnished by a mere novice like you? Ming Chuan felt his cheeks tremble, a profound sense of regret surging from the depths of his heart. It was only at this moment that he realized how ludicrous his decision to intervene had been. This scoundrel intends to silence me. Once I am gone, no one will be able to attest to his embarrassing escapade of being chased by the younger generation of the Changla sect. In the end, I was far too naive to believe that this fiend possessed a shred of conscience. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the regret visibly etched itself upon Ming Chuan's face. However, Sima Liang's words were far from finished. Moreover, the earthly fiend Pearl still resides within you. But such a treasure is beyond your rightful claim. Upon hearing this, Ming Chuan's heart jolted, and an unmistakable panic washed over his pale visage. What earthly fiend Pearl? Even now, you still pretend ignorance. Sima Liang scoffed with a cold smirk. Let me be frank. I have already refined the demon lord who suffered the torment of the earthly fiend Pearl, and now I have not only devoured its demonic essence but have also integrated its memories. As he spoke, the smile on Sima Liang's face remained. His gaze towards Ming Chuan akin to that of a spectator observing a jester. You are so certain? Ming Chuan sighed. You may continue to deny it. But once you are dead, the earthly fiend Pearl will ultimately belong to me. Sima Liang shrugged nonchalantly, showing no intention of forcing an admission. Who is to say who will meet their demise first? With the conversation laid bare, Ming Chuan ceased to feign indifference. In the next moment, the temperature in the vicinity surged dramatically, accompanied by a massive plume of smoke that emerged into the air. You think a mere trace of cold poison can wear me down? Your calculations are woefully misguided. As the spiritual fire was summoned forth in a blaze, the cold poison within Ming Chuan was completely expelled. Sima Liang's expression shifted to one of acute surprise, a flicker of clarity flashing across his face. Soon, he regained his lofty arrogance. Did I not just demonstrate that even in my current state, dealing with a mere golden core practitioner is well within my capabilities? Sima Liang remarked, deliberately glancing at the corpse still propped on the ground. Is that so? Ming Chuan feigned skepticism, then extended his right hand, provocatively smiling at Sima Liang. Come, let me witness the extent of your prowess. It seems you truly have grown tired of life. Sima Liang's countenance darkened, and in an instant, he launched himself forward with a punch. As his form moved, the grass beneath him parted, clearing a path for his advance. Yet Ming Chuan showed no intention of retreating. He calmly lowered his knees. As his opponent charged within a 2-meter radius, he seized the opportune moment to execute the U technique. With formidable strength, he thwarted the incoming punch, and just as his adversary attempted to change tactics, he simultaneously unleashed the Jin technique. It was evident that Sima Liang's posture became hunched, and his movements suddenly grew sluggish. Realizing the peril he was in, Elder Sima instinctively sought to withdraw. However, unbeknownst to him, a gleaming blade had already positioned itself behind him. Ningyu emerged from her hiding place in the grass and, taking advantage of Sima's momentary paralysis from the Jin technique, decisively struck with her knife. By the time Sima registered the danger, it was too late. His chest had already been pierced. Gazing at the crimson blood seeping from his torso and the blade protruding from his chest, he widened his eyes, utterly unwilling to accept the grim reality before him. I sincerely apologize, but the Earth Fiend Pearl still belongs to me. Ming Chuan swallowed the second mouthful of blood about to spew from his mouth, feigning a carefree demeanor as he raised the corners of his lips. Ningyu, on the other hand, directly withdrew the curved blade from Sima Liang's chest and slowly circled to his side. Sima Liang seemed to struggle to steady his wobbling body, yet ultimately collapsed to the ground with a thud. I am an elder. You are committing treason, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation as he summoned his last vestiges of strength to shout at Meng and Ning. But no sooner had he finished speaking than he was choked by a surge of blood, his eyes rolling back in his head, never to return. Even as he drew his last breath, the blood gushing from Sima Liang's chest did not cease to flow. A sudden prompt from the system broke the silence. Detected a devourable primordial spirit. Should the host immediately consume it? Before Ming Chuan could respond, Ningyu preemptively obliterated the primordial spirit that had escaped Sima Liang. With a flicker of his eyelids, Meng Chuan decided against answering the system, leaning against the pine tree as he slid to the ground. Observing his listless posture, Ningyu sheathed her blade and bent down to assist him. "Are you all right?" "I won't die," Meng Chuan replied, a flush of crimson unexpectedly blooming on his pallid face. The repercussions of forcibly channeling spiritual energy despite his internal injuries had finally manifested. No sooner had he uttered those words than he coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 97. Farewells. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Meng Chuan produced 2 jade vials, pouring a blood-replenishing pill and a calming pill into his mouth. Though the quality of these pills was not exceptional, they were quite effective for treating his internal injuries. After spending the better part of half an hour refining their effects, he reopened his eyes, and his complexion appeared somewhat improved. "Thank you for protecting me. I already feel much better." Supporting himself against the tree trunk, he cast a glance at the 2 corpses still lying on the ground. It was evident that during his healing, the bodies had been tampered with. Noticing his gaze directed at the waist of the corpses, Ningyu proactively retrieved the storage spirit tool she had scavenged. "I haven't touched anything inside," she said. "Besides the spirit stones, I don't need anything else." Meng Chuan replied with a faint smile, "That's quite all right." A moment of surprise crossed Ningyu's face as she emptied the contents of the storage bag onto the ground. Naturally, the spatial ring taken from Sima Liang was also similarly emptied. Surveying the scattered items now strewn across the ground, Meng Chuan expressed his frustration. "What are you doing? We killed them together, so we should share the spoils." It was clear that she was not one to take advantage of others. Meng Chuan, feeling helpless, could only feign a search amidst the chaotic surroundings. However, aside from a few profound-grade spirit artifacts and materials, he could only find around 100,000 spirit stones that were hardly worth mentioning. Wasn't Sima Liang an elder? Why was he so impoverished? After an exhaustive search, Meng Chuan found nothing to his liking. Ningyu also appeared somewhat disheartened and quietly remarked, "Perhaps they exhausted all the valuable items during their battle with the elders of the Demon Sect." This made sense. Meng Chuan nodded, taking half of the spirit stones along with a few low-tier profound-grade materials to settle the matter. He then swiftly glanced at the unconscious woman still lying on the ground and asked in a grave tone, "What shall we do with her?" Ningyu furrowed her brow, pondering for a considerable time before she slapped the unconscious woman awake. With a soft groan, the woman named Zhao slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the corpse of her senior brother and the imposing figure of Meng Chuan before her, she immediately reached for her waist. "Don't be alarmed. I am not your enemy." Meng Chuan endeavored to muster a gentle smile. "You thief of the Demon Sect, return my senior brother's life." The Zhao woman was evidently not deceived. As her voice boomed, she unleashed a palm strike aimed at Meng Chuan's heart. With no other weapons at her disposal, as her spatial pouch was missing, she was left with no choice but to attack with her bare hands. Seeing this, Meng Chuan remained unfazed, while Ningyu restrained the woman's outstretched arm. "You previously claimed that the Ning family colluded with the Demon Sect. Do you possess any evidence?" The corpses of nearly 20 disciples from the Demon Sect serve as evidence. Zhao gritted her teeth, adding, "Moreover, we have witnesses. The heinous acts committed by the Ning family and the Demon Sect will never escape public scrutiny." "What witnesses?" Ningyu was clearly unaware that Chang Qing was still alive. "Why should I divulge that to you?" Zhao abruptly fell silent. Meng Chuan let out a sigh, raising his palm to shatter the nearby boulder into fragments. If reasoned discourse proved futile, then perhaps a different approach was warranted. The flying debris splattered across the face of the woman surnamed Zhao, causing her to involuntarily shudder. It was indeed a disciple of Chang, and moreover, the members of the Ning family had already been apprehended. What does it mean that the Ning family members have been captured? Ning Yu's expression changed drastically, her excitement compelling her to grasp the woman's collar tightly. Since the elders had resolved to avenge their fallen brethren, it was certain that they would not merely lie in wait for the old demon Sima alone. At this moment, those sent by the Ning family to explore the secret realm must have already been seized. "What did you say?" Ning Yu's face drained of color, her delicate form trembling with urgency. Meng Chuan, swift and perceptive, reached out to steady her, his voice low yet firm. "You must remain calm." However, with the fate of her kin at stake, Ningyu could scarcely maintain her composure, urgently demanding, "Where have they taken everyone? What of the second daughter of the Ning family? Has she also fallen into your hands? What have you done to her and to the people of the Ning clan? Why are you so agitated?" The woman with the Zhao surname inquired, her brow knitted tightly as she responded with an upward glance. "Answer my question." Ning Yu's expression turned frigid, Her demeanor suddenly transformed into one brimming with lethal intent. Ning Yuqi, a cherished daughter of the Ning family, certainly could not be overlooked. She should now be alongside other members of the Ning clan, having been escorted out of the Gale Valley, with interrogation likely to occur in that forsaken town abandoned by the Xie clan. The Zhao woman's eyes flickered with trepidation, yet she ultimately answered Ning Yu's inquiries. Ning Yu's once menacing visage paled anew, and after incapacitating the woman, she found herself collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Do not be alarmed. I shall accompany you to rescue them, Meng Chuan declared without a hint of hesitation. No, Ning Yu vehemently declined. I will not allow you to go alone into certain peril. Meng Chuan's resolve was unyielding. If you accompany me, I will truly meet my demise, Ning Yu asserted, suppressing the surge of emotion within her. Observing Meng Chuan's bewildered expression, she softly elaborated, I am, after all, a member of the Ning family. As long as I bring along the corpse of Sima Liang, it will serve, to some extent, as proof of my innocence. However, should I act in unison with you, a disciple of the demonic sect, even my justifications would become muddled. Thus, I must undertake this journey alone. Ning Yu's stance was resolute, devoid of any semblance of negotiation. Meng Chuan gazed at Sima Liang's lifeless body, casting a lingering glance at her before ultimately relenting. Take care of yourself. Ning Yu nodded with a faint smile, suppressing the sorrow that welled within her heart. She was acutely aware that this departure meant she would never return to the Demon Sect again. Meng Chuan was equally aware of this, so he proactively requested an item from her. Please hand me the tracking treasure disc. Once I retrieve the lost ancestral treasure of the Ning family, I shall seek you out at Tan Mountain. His tone and demeanor were as natural as ever. He exhibited no signs of difficulty nor any undue affection. However, Ning Yu was taken aback, staring at him for an extended moment before suddenly leaning forward. Before Meng Chuan could react, she rose onto her toes and gently pecked his lips. After the swift kiss, she retreated hurriedly, producing the tracking treasure disc, and softly remarked, then it's settled. Do remember to come find me at Tan Mountain. Without waiting for Meng Chuan's agreement, she turned away, her demeanor betraying a hint of guilt. One hand grasped the unconscious woman surnamed Zhao, while the other dragged the corpse of Sima Liang, hastily departing. Only after her silhouette vanished from view did Meng Chuan, as if awakening from a dream, lift his hand to touch his lips. How did this woman suddenly take advantage of me? He murmured, his expression a blend of surprise, shyness, reluctance, and a touch of irritation. I shall remember this debt. When we meet next, I will certainly reclaim it with interest. Taking a deep breath, he tucked away the tracking treasure disc left by Ning Yu and chose not to linger by the stream any longer. Chapter 98. Fourth stage task. Having been aware of the Long Le Sect's intentions against disciples of the Demon Sect, Meng Chuan's actions grew increasingly cautious after parting with Ning Yu, fearing an encounter with those from Long Le Sect. Even when faced with monstrous beasts along the way, he would deliberately take a detour, concerned that the noise of battle might draw the attention of the Long Le Sect. Perhaps due to excessive caution, he encountered not a single hair of another person during the following month. Initially, Meng Chuan felt fortunate. After all, not encountering others implied a lack of trouble. However, as time passed, unease began to creep in. The secret realm being unclaimed territory theoretically allowed any faction to send individuals to explore. The prolonged absence of other explorers made him increasingly anxious, worrying that the secret realm might have fallen under the dominion of a certain faction without his knowledge. If that were the case, remaining in the secret realm would become exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, the lack of information from outside the secret realm heightened his concerns for Ning Yu's current circumstances. As the deadline for the task's failure approached, Meng Chuan could only forcefully suppress his myriad doubts and worries, continuing his search for the array foundations scattered within the secret realm. On one particular day, prompted by the system's notification, he struggled to enter a stone cave situated on a cliff and shattered the white jade pillar within. Thus, the exploration task for the third stage was finally deemed complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully destroying the 9th array foundation. The progress of this stage's exploration task has reached 100. At this juncture, the third stage exploration task restoration of the earth veins has been successfully completed, and the rewards for the task have been promptly dispensed. Please check them at your convenience. The exploration of the Purple Sand Secret Realm has reached an overall task completion rate of 75, with 22 days remaining before the task becomes invalid. The fourth stage task has now been activated. Task details: ascend the Tower of Slaughtering Heaven. Task duration: unlimited. Task rewards: 10,000 spirit points. 5,000 spirit resonance. 2,000 contribution points. 1 card for the purple gold martial technique, and 1 card for the purple gold spiritual artifact. May I inquire, esteemed host, if you wish to immediately accept the 4th stage exploration task? Upon hearing the rewards for the final stage of the task, Ming Chuan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Since the system began issuing tasks, the rewards for this particular assignment are undeniably the most abundant. Gulping deliberately, he endeavored to compose himself. What is the Lucian Tower? It is said to be a formidable artifact left behind by a powerful being within this secret realm. You don't mean to imply that this remarkable entity is the renowned Li Tianwang, do you? Meng Chuan suddenly recalled a mythological figure from his previous life. Someone he was quite familiar with. The system, having yet to uncover further information regarding the original master of the Tower of Desolation, responded with utmost seriousness, seemingly unaware that he was jesting. Surely, you must know the whereabouts of this so-called treasure tower. During the host's wanderings in the Purple Sand secret realm, the system had essentially pinpointed the location of the Tower of Desolation. I shan't inquire how you determined that. Simply inform me of its location, Meng Chuan insisted. The center of the secret realm lies approximately 200 miles to the southwest of you, the system replied without a hint of hesitation, divulging the information Meng Chuan sought. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan let out a sigh of relief and laughed heartily, since this phase of the task is not bound by time constraints. What is there to ponder? Let us proceed with it immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted the 4th phase exploration task. Following this prompt from the system, Meng Chuan instinctively summoned the system panel. Name, Meng Chuan spirit points, 943 spirit resonance, 5163 contribution points, 1400 cultivation technique, demonic heaven treasure record, rebound suppressed by 28, physical body. Earth grade initial stage 5 poison corpse body, enhanced spiritual power, realm, mid golden core new items, 1 purple gold spirit tool scratch card. 1 free upgrade opportunity for any system function module. He gazed at the system panel for an extended period. His gaze lingering as an expression of contemplation gradually enveloped his face. After a lengthy pause, he finally inquired of the system. How many resource points are required to elevate the detection function to level 3? 6,000 spirit points are necessary. Upon reflection, this seemed only marginally more expensive than upgrading the exchange shop. With this thought in mind, Meng Chuan swiftly arrived at a final decision. Let us upgrade the exchange shop. He utilized 1 free upgrade opportunity, deducting 5,000 spirit points to enhance the system's exchange shop.